Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 1, Awake. Arg. My stomach. It hurts. A hazy dream filled with inaudible voices shattered in an instant. Linda Roy, in her sleep, felt an abnormal pain coming from inside her stomach, as if her abdomen being torn from within, something desperately trying to crawl out. Arg. In her stupor, Linda attempted to move, circling her waist, forcing herself to sit up. However, she was unable to move her limbs. No, her whole body seems to disobey her commands. Is it that time again? It has never been this worst before. I even forgot to bring one with me. As a woman, Linda wasn't unfamiliar with such pain swelling in her abdomen. In fact, she would diligently prepare for such an occasion. But cramps in a level of what she's currently experiencing, it couldn't be casually dismissed. If this continues, I wouldn't be able to attend my work. Wait. Wasn't today Sunday? Huh? No. What am I even saying? Arg, but it's so painful. It wouldn't hurt to take a leave of absence, right? No. I'm the secretary. I've just taken a leave 1 month ago. I will surely get fired this time. I need to wake up. Now. Mustering up her immaterial strength, Linda's eyes fluttered open, finally freeing herself from the shackles of darkness and confusion. The scenery first presented itself to Linda in a blurry image, before gradually becoming clearer each moment. Tinged with pale red, she saw floral patterns adorn the ceilings. Roses and vines intertwining in graceful symmetry filling the room's interior walls. Attached to the walls are small metal curved tubes which extends into the unlit gas lamps, about half the size of a person's head. It features a transparent glass as its inner layer and black metal grids outside. Behind her, she felt waves of cloth, circling around her in a gentle manner. Its surface could be described as a velvet cover made of sheep wools. To her right, a curved limb mahogany closet, with large double door on top and 4 cornered drawers below stood at the corner of the room. Next to it was a similarly designed bookshelf, half the size of a person, containing pale-colored books arranged neatly in an arbitrary height. With gray-white vase above, featuring varied species of flowers. Turning her head once more, she saw a door, presumably leading to a hallway. Etched on its surface are intricate patterns consisting of leaves, vines, and petals, accentuating its presence amidst the floral interiors. On the corner, between Linda and the door is a dresser, its mahogany-based design indistinct from the previous furnishings, containing a vertical-shaped mirror above and 4 cornered drawers below adorned with flower carvings. Beside her is a glass quirk bottle, its cylindrical mouth extends into its spherical body. Bloodstains loomed over its translucent surface. Blood. Bottle. Linda was stunned, finding herself in a foreign room designed with lavish furnishings when just moments before, she was inside her apartment. At that moment, the sharp, indescribable pain resurfaced. Arg. Linda's face contorted, slightly in control of her body, her hand shot instinctively for her abdomen. She felt a pair of slightly curvaceous rods covered in viscous substance. Her fingers traced its shape, eventually settling onto her skin. It felt smooth and silk. Skin extending to her abdomen that bore a hole to the touch. A hole. Alarmed, her head shot forward. At an instant, her heart sank. Before her, rib bones turned upright, lungs and heart in the open, and blood continuously flowing from the evisceration. This can't be real. How? How am I alive? It's just a dream. Yes. It has to be. A luxurious room such as this is far beyond my expenses. It's a dream that just so happens to be so surreal. I need to truly wake up. Please wake up. Please. Linda shut her eyes tightly, trying to summon the chilling breeze from the AC, the noise pollution coming from the city, and the occasional chattering of neighbors, anything that can be normal. However, the indescribable pain persisted, reminding Linda of her body. After a moment, her consciousness began to fade. Her thoughts spiraled on urgency. Incapable of any actions, all she could do is settle her final words. Mom. Dad. I'm sorry. I wish I could hug you both once more. At that moment, translucent tendrils began to appear around her abdomen. Each tendrils mingled with each other, reforming her upturned rib, replacing her torn flesh, regaining her former skin. Huh? It wasn't that painful anymore. Confused, Linda held her head down. Her breath paused, eyes widening at the sight. The large area that which seemed like it was feasted by predators now reveals a healthy silk-white skin. As if all was just an illusion. I'm alive. She froze, heartbeat ramming her throat. How could such a thing even be possible? Retracting her gaze, her mind stirred as she stared at the ceiling once more. She couldn't process what had happened. The lavish room adorned with Western decor, her disemboweled body, and... Linda paused momentarily. Her mouth trembled open. In the stillness of the wind and the presence of coldness, she whispered a name, donned by her own. Linda. The sound startled her. The melodic and enchanting voice definitely wasn't hers. See, could I perhaps? Throughout her years as a secretary, mundane moments arrives when one least expects it. Reading web novels at such occasions were her momentary entertainment to pass time. As such, she would eventually encounter genres of novels concerning a human being transferred into an alternate world. After all, it is a popular genre for many readers. Gathering her thoughts, in silence she recounted. The lavish room, the blood-spilled quart bottle, disemboweled body, and the sudden shift of familiarity in her voice. All indicates one thing. Transmigrated. The thought resonated within her. As if a noise had resounded across a majestic hall, this single word made a ripple within her mind. Minutes later, as if reclaiming a lost composure, she muttered to herself, trying to find some humor from her situation. I hope it's not going to be one of those demon hero cliches. If it weren't for the intense pain that seared into her memory, caused by her previous state, she would have dismissed all of the events that had happened and assumed that everything was but a dream she gained lucid of. Calm down. Calm down. Linda's body still trembled, but the shaking had dulled, no longer obvious. Okay, breath in. Breathe out. In. Out. Her first breath staggered, the second smoother, before it gradually stabilized as moments passed by. Finally regaining her clarity. With her body and mind now calmed, fragmented memories began to resurface, like an isolated trees in a foggy world, revealing one after another. Selina Ivory, 20 years old, an aristocrat of the northern continent's lone kingdom. Living in a town of Milo situated in the valley of Winter County. Between Amantha and Mirminsk mountain ranges, at the Tussock River's farther end. With her family consisting only of her mother Felicia Ivory and her father Vincent Ivory, they occupy a manor estate in the outskirts of the town. The family name Ivory is part of a group of aristocratic families, which dates back from the mid-4th epoch, disclosed to her by her father. It consists of the Ivory family and along with other aristocratic families which her father kept from Selina, but because of her persistence, he gave her an example of one of them, the White family. Her father rarely speaks of their lineage, due to personal reasons. But according to her mother, her father refused a certain ancient tradition that defines their families as a group, which caused him and her to live in the rural town of Milo. Nevertheless, her father managed to sustain a credible life for her and her mother, owning a 50-acre fruit tree plantation, which he inherited from his late father. As a daughter of an aristocrat, she was personally educated by her mother through books and taught by hired tutors on etiquette and mannerism in preparation for her future. As the memories progressed, reaching the current year, Linda's thoughts began to form hazy distortions, causing the subsequent flashbacks to become disjointed and unreliable. I guess that's all I can remember. Recovering from her reverie, Linda gradually propped herself from the bed's mattress. Selina is currently living a fulfilling life. I'm envious. Linda mused silently. But upon hearing herself, she quickly added, be but slightly. After organizing her thoughts, it began to swirl once more as she was still eluded by the mystery of her transmigration. Okay, Linda, think. Are there anything you did before that might have caused your transmigration? Rattling her mind, she began to respond to her own question. Well, there is this old street merchant that sells antiques on the side of the road. Maybe because I feel bad for him, that I bought one of his antiques. Back then, it was an ancient-looking hand mirror. Its edge have a design similar to ocean wave patterns, above it is a small chamber, probably where its gem is supposed to be, presumably stolen. The merchant said that a certain prayer can activate the mirror, enhancing their luck for the next 5 years. It was obviously a fake advertisement, so I didn't think much of it before. But after a month, I began to experience bad luck, suddenly catching a cold that lasted weeks, which resulted in my leave of absence. Maybe it was those desperate moments that I chanted a revised prayer to the hand mirror, thinking it wouldn't work. And yet, it worked. Linda sighed in exasperation. If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have obliviously chanted a made-up prayer to that suspicious mirror. She added with a tinge of regret, but later resumed, note to self. Don't take strangers' advice to heart, lest an antique abduct you while you sleep. Realizing this, she muttered silently, but if I can replicate what I chanted with a similar-looking antique from this world, it might bring me back. It was a fragile sense of hope, but was enough to make her emotions slowly settle. Anyway, finding an ancient hand mirror would be difficult. It might take years for me to search one. Her mind wandered momentarily, anxious about the days it would take for her to return. A sudden realization hit her. The basement. From Selina's memories, her father possessed some of the family's heirlooms, mostly inherited from his side of the family. Some were impractical to be displayed, while others have gathered dust within the basement. Contained in those heirlooms is a hand mirror which seemed to originate from ancient times. Rekindling her hope, she was abruptly halted by the state of her dress. The silk-white fabric bore a huge tiered hole in the center, evidence of her previous state. Considering how she might catch a cold, she settled internally, I should change clothes first. Lifting her head, she realized that the room is much more spacious. With a rather wide couches that occupies the center, standing above the intricate mats, the room exudes timeless elegance amidst the glowing crimson of the night. Crimson. Linda was slightly taken aback. But unlike her current situation, it wasn't comparable to being transmigrated into a foreign world. Rather, it is to be expected. Subconsciously, Linda's gaze traced the shimmering lights, pointing to the veiled windows. Curious, she approached the window's rails, undid the latches, and threw both of the glass panes open. In stillness, against the backdrop of the green velvet curtains, a moon draped in crimson hung high, shining silently over the land. Chapter 2, Diary. Beyond the glass panes stretched a green pasture, rolling into a dense and shadowy forest, accompanied by the flickering lights of distant buildings. A crimson veil illuminated the landscape of Milo. Linda's hand tightened around the cold railings of the window. Her thoughts stirred and brooded, deepening her longing to return home. In silence, she muttered, clinging to a fragile sense of certainty, attempting a gentle cradle, let's find that hand mirror and return. I still have work tomorrow. Loosening her grip, Linda turned towards the room and made her way to the closet. As she walked, velvet drape bearing cold red damp caught her eye. The corner of the bed's mattress was heavily stained with blood. If the cleaning maids were to see it, it would escalate into rumors leading to unnecessary problems. She thought, right hand soothing her left arm. I should hide it after I'm done changing. Upon arriving at the closet, Linda raised her hand and opened the double doors. Inside were 2 racks filled with an array of garments, corsets, blouses, and custom-made dresses designed for events and high society gatherings. Is this what wealthy people wear on a daily basis? She mused, her gaze lingering on the intricate stitching and fine lace. These are vintage, they could easily fetch a fortune at auction. A shame I couldn't possibly take them with me, that would be unethical and shameful. A pang of disappointment tugged at her chest. The temptation was laid bare before her, but she was instead, pushed it aside. She wouldn't be a thief, not even in another world. After changing into a more comfortable dress and disposing of the bed's cover, the stained bottle, and her torn clothes by hiding them in the drawers, she was left with the blood-soaked mattress as the only evidence. With a sigh of resignation, Linda flipped the mattress over the bed frame, just enough to conceal the aftermath of her transmigration, for now. Speaking of, how did Selina get herself into that state? She wondered, reviewing the fragments of Selina's memories, trying to piece together what might have led to her death, but to no avail. Maybe it's because the memories are incomplete. Selina's memories should have transferred to me after the transmigration. After all, I'm living in her body. Her mind. Confused, Linda chose to push the thoughts aside. Now that I've found a way to return, it doesn't matter if I get involved with this world's affairs. Satisfied with the state of the room, she resumed her search for the ancient mirror. As she stepped toward the door, a glimmer from the dresser's mirror caught her attention. Reflected back at her was a woman with silver white hair, piercing blue eyes, a white corset dress hugging a slender waist, and a face framed with sharp yet delicate beauty, small, straight nose, and full, pale lips. Without realizing it, her hand slowly rose to her cheek, fingers tracing the soft contours of the unfamiliar skin. Is this Selina? She looks. Her voice faltered, caught between awe and disbelief. So beautiful. A full minute passed before Linda forcefully snapped out of her trance, tearing her gaze away to the wooden floor. In silence, she added with faint humor, a woman like that could enter Miss Universe every year, and win every single time. Regaining her composure, she lifted her head again, this time with a shift in perception. The woman laid bare before her remained undisputed in terms of grace and beauty. She's still unbelievably beautiful. Linda couldn't help but let out a soft sigh. Seems like movements outside will become difficult with this appearance. She mused silently. Then, upon a glimpse, she let out a subconscious sound. HM. From the corner of her eye, she noticed a notebook lying beneath the mirror. Its black cover was bound by a simple string, holding together pages thick with age. Selina's fragmented memory stirred again, this time the familiarity of the book revived within her. This must be her diary. Her hand gently lifted the bound page up, bringing it to the level of her chest. She began examining its coarse, rugged surface with thoroughness. The notebook's plain design was visually unremarkable, state at which didn't receive a distinct amount of usage in time, yet carried a faint, floral scent that seems to divulge of its owner's nature. Selina never wore perfume. Her eyes narrowed. fingers tracing the edge of the cover before finally opening it. Etched on the first page were words that felt both familiar and foreign, recognizable in structure but alien in tone. This must be Loanese, the Lone Kingdom's system of communication. Unknowingly, her voice shifted from English to the native tongue of this world, flowing effortlessly in sound and rhythm. Satisfied with herself, Linda began to read. January 16, 1339. Same calendar system. Her brow furrowed. According to Selina's memories, it was currently June 27, 1349. My father told me to start writing diaries. He's watching me write right now. My mother is very strict, and so is father. But they always express their love to me. Mother is sometimes, maybe always, clingy to father. She thought I wouldn't notice. Hee hee, sorry mom. Also, Dad always seems grumpy when he's with my cousin's parents. They say he's mean, but Dad is kind. He helps people in Milo. He's warm, soft, and very kind. This must have been from when she was younger, quite the mischievous girl, Linda mused, chuckling softly. She flipped to the next page. August 22, 1348. It's been 9 years since I last wrote in this diary. I'm a little embarrassed, father bought it for me, and I just let it gather dust. I deeply apologize. But today is special, and I can't contain my excitement. That's why I intend to transfer this energy into words I can express. Next year, I'll attend Tane University. I've always wanted to meet people my age. The townsfolk of Milo are kind and gentle, but they're all old and crooked, sorry for my rather uncalled tone. As an aristocrat, expectations are overwhelming. Still, I'm grateful to my parents, they care about my future. But just once, I want to make real friends my age. Aristocrats are still just humans, Linda murmured, a quiet sadness in her voice. She turned another page. The next entry, written in smudged ink and tattered paper, sent a cold chill through her spine. Everyone will die, including me. Linda froze, heart pounding through her throat. From her shock, the notebook slipped from her fingers and hit the floor with a resounding noise. The innocent charm of the previous entries was now eclipsed by dread. At that moment, inaudible whispers echoed around her. Selina's past came crashing in, memories surfacing in a tempest of confusion. Tragedies, disturbing behaviors from the townsfolk and servants. Her parents becoming cold, distant. Linda staggered back. Immediately, her hand caught the dresser's edge, preventing her from collapsing to the floor. The memories depicts, as if she were the only sane soul in a town overtaken by madness. Linda gasped, struggling for breath. The murmurs faded slowly, yet her body was now drenched in cold sweat. With several deep breaths, she tried to compose herself. I have to return. Now. She quickly returned the diary back on the dresser before she hurriedly turned towards the door. The soft creak echoed down the quiet hallway, resounding so evidently, yet concealed by the emptiness of the edifice. Pale red light filtered through veiled windows, casting a warm hue over the corridor. Portraits lined the walls, some of Selina alone, others with her mother, and a few complete with the whole family. Between them stood mahogany tables with vases overflowing with flowers. The basement should be downstairs, Linda's heart thudded with each careful step. As she made her way through the corridor, she passed a closed door, light spilled from underneath it, and muffled voices murmured within. The words were indistinct, but unnerving. She quickly sidestepped and continued, putting distance between herself and the door. Finally, she reached the staircase at the end of the hall and descended toward the first floor. Chapter 3, Attempt. As Linda descended from the stairs, arriving at an empty corridor, she saw 4 doors, even on each sides. Ahead was an intercepting hall featuring a series of veiled windows that illuminates the surrounding darkness. To her left, between the 2 mahogany doors, a waist-level table, next to it is a wooden grand clock, approximately 2 feet higher than Linda. Its short hand points slightly above the 9, while the longer points slightly below 12, indicating the time, 10:15. At that moment, a faint creak echoed from a door to her right, slowly swinging open. Startled, Linda's breath hitched. Without a second thought, she darted into a nearby room, thankfully unlocked, and quietly eased the door shut behind her, pressing her back against it as she strained to listen to the outside. Tap tap tap. Soon, the footsteps gradually vanished. Opening the door, she saw that the corridor became quiet once more. A wolf in a sheep's clothing, what a better way to refer to them. She silently mused, choosing to believe Selina's accusations. Before striding off towards the entrance of the basement. She eventually reached an intersection. From her left, according to Selina's memories, leads to the manor's dining hall, while the right leads further to a corridor, with a trapdoor at the end. With this in mind, not long did she arrive at the trapdoor of the basement. She lowered herself towards the trapdoor, unlatched the wooden panel, and entered the descending stairs. Attached to the walls are a series of small tubes extending into a fist-sized lamps, illuminating the narrow stairs. Each step she took echoed within the confines of the cobblestone walls. After a while, her feet felt the cold rigid surface of the stone floor. The darkness ahead completely consumes the basement's interior. I should have brought a candle. Slight regret welled within Linda. If anxiety and longing didn't clog her mind, simple things wouldn't slip up her mind. Relying on the dim glow of the wall lamps, her eyes caught sight of a wooden stick resting against the wall. She took it, opening the glass layer of a nearby lamp and carefully lit the tip. With her makeshift torch in hand, Linda pressed on, still in search of the ancient hand mirror. The light emanating from the torch reveals the contents concealed by the darkness, ranging from swords, armors, relics, and wooden crates. A thick layer of dust cloaked everything, marking the long passage of time. With a slightly exhausted sigh, Linda began rummaging the cough-inducing piles of antiques. Her hand threw one item to another, rearranging them into another pile for half an hour. Soon, her eyes caught a glint of a metallic object through the dim light. Beneath a layer of multiple relics, the object is engraved with a pattern of a pupilless eye, with vines and waves frozen in its metallic surface. Its unique design radiates a sense of antiquity. Her hand turned the object over, revealing a mirror, the size of a human palm. "This is it!" she exclaimed in delight, quickly taking the mirror from the rubble pile of the relics. As she was about to return, a sequence of faint steps echoed from the entrance of the stairs. Startled by the sudden intrusion, Linda dashed into a stack of wooden crates, pressed the torch onto the stone floor, twisting it, and extinguishing her presence. Soon, two individuals have arrived from the stairs. The man on the right have a deep outline, wrinkled and stubbled face, brown eyes, lean body, and a combed black hair with a prominent white strands, wearing a tuxedo and a pair of white gloves. While the woman on the left have a set of dull limp eyes, wrinkled face, crooked nose, and a few strains of white in her black hair tied with a headpiece. She wore a maid's attire combined with white frills and laces. Georgia and Marquis. What are they doing here? She wondered, leaning her back against the wooden crates, straining to catch fragments of their conversation. Suddenly, Marquis began to grow elusive tendrils that seemed to complete his body. The insect-like creatures squirmed and contort. Linda's eyes shiver in fear as she peeked from the stacks of relics and crates. Before her, Marquis' form began to shift. His once aged body was reshaped into a much younger man, deep brown eyes, black hair, aquiline nose, lean body, and an outlined face. While Georgia began to mirror Marquis' transformation, displaying multiple worms that wriggled themselves into a younger woman with a blackish-brown eyes, shoulder-length hair, rounded chin, and an average face. Is this what Selena meant? Linda thought, a chill treading through her spine. The men that have reformed from Marquis spoke in a deep tone. The mystical artifact's effect have faded. Let's head back to the head before someone sees us. What's the rush? The girl mused, holding a piece of tattered garment over her palm. She added, they'll report their own members. They're a part of us. A part of them. Linda's thoughts spiraled, her eyes skittered. Have all of Selena's loved ones replaced by strangers? Yeah, but there's an exception, he replied, shrugging off the girl's careless indifference. You mean Selena? She answered, amused by the man's overly cautious demeanor. She paused momentarily before adding, soon. At that moment, the stillness of the air stirred in turbulence. The tattered garment from the girl's hand burst into a radiating light, shrouding the entirety of the basement. Not long after, the brilliant glow receded and the two individuals disappeared from Linda's view. Deep inhales resounded from the darkness of the basement. Linda, her hand clenching the metallic mirror, felt her heart ramming her throat. I need to return back. Her fear escalated into urgency. With the antique mirror in her palm, Linda quickly returned to the trapdoor entrance. Muffled brisks of footsteps echoed through the empty hall. Ascending the flight of stairs, she finally arrived back to her room, quickly closing the door shut. Linda's breath became rugged and short of lines. She could hear her heart echoing in her ears. With the antique mirror in her possession, her only method to return home can now be attempted. Lifting it in front of her, she saw the pale and beautiful Selena once more. Gathering her thoughts, Linda retraced her final moments on Earth. In her dorm, holding the ancient mirror brought from a street merchant, rattling her mind for a prayer. The heaven and earth sentence is common among religious scriptures. Adding a god's title using this as the basis, Linda managed to revise her own prayer for the mirror. Using it was a long shot, but Linda had nothing else to rely on. She took a leap of faith and began chanting a prayer she used before. With a deep breath, she muttered, Lord of heaven and earth, I beseech thee for blessings. The second, heaving in air, she whispered, Father of heaven and earth, I beseech thee for blessings. The third, she silently chanted, Ruler of heaven and earth, I beseech thee for blessings. Finally, she exhaled a foul breath before she solemnly declared, Celestial Lord of heaven and earth, I beseech thee for blessings. Her eyes closed shut, leaning her back towards the mahogany door. Her heart raced with anticipation, fear, and unease. Will it work? Will she be able to go back? At that moment, Linda felt the air has suddenly stopped, becoming thicker and mysterious. Chapter 4, Fading Fog. Hazy mist began to form from her surroundings, cloaking every inch of the room, before gradually receding. Nothing happened. What? But it worked before. Confusion clouded her thoughts as she scrambled for answers. Was it the language? Determined, Linda repeated the ritual, this time shifting from modernized English to Loanese. Yet the results remained unchanged. She was met with a failure once more. Emotions began to stir. Consumed by fear, loneliness, and lost. Linda knew that the attempt is a gamble, producing varied results that would conclude in either her return or a disaster. Regardless, even if it's an illusion or not, she was willing to embrace it. It wasn't carelessness, no, she knew better than that. But clinging too tightly to caution wouldn't yield the outcome she needed either. With her attempt ending in a failure, she felt the impact of it. No way to return, no clear path home, no certainty that she'd ever see her parents again. A hollow silence filled the room as she stood still. Perhaps it was never truly dependable to begin with, she mused, attempting to cradle herself in a fragile reasoning. Her gaze fell upon the hand mirror. Blank and distant, she stared, yet her thoughts rippled restlessly. What do I do now? How will I survive? I want to go back. Her weakening body slid down from the wooden door, her knees pulling up to her chest, arms wrapped tight. The hand mirror slipped from her grasp, landing with a faint thud against the wooden floor. Droplets of water cascades formed from her eyes. Mom. Dad. Soft sobbing sounds of a woman echoed across the room. Linda was just an ordinary worker, a secretary, of a company that doesn't even gain that much revenue. A woman of no remarkable background, and could only hope to provide for her parents. Yet circumstances pulled her into a strange world, filled with cults, insect people, and replicas of others. At that moment, she heard a high-pitched tone yet gentle sound. Meow. Lifting her head, she saw a black feline, its green eyes distinct from its black furred body. Curious, the cat tilted its head towards Linda. Raising her hand, Linda wiped the tears from her swollen eyes before saying in a brittle voice, I'm sorry, Fallacy. I don't have any treats. Fallacy is the name of the black cat Selena have nursed to health from this couple of months. Though the details of how Selena met the feline remained shrouded by mystery, Linda knew of it through her emotions. So the memories earlier are still apiece. Linda thought, slightly stabilizing herself. The cat's head returned upright, no longer curious towards Linda. Thinking that the cat had lost interest in her and will eventually leave the room. Instead, it rose from its place and walked towards her, rubbing its soft fur against her skin. Linda was stunned for a moment, before deciding to accept it. Thank you, she muttered, stroking the cat's fur with her hand. The tranquility and serenity of the night made her emotions gradually subsided, she no longer felt fear, lost, and alone. Instead, it was replaced by a peaceful presence of the quiet room. Meow. At that moment, she felt the world became rigid and illusory, as if the reality is shattering around her. The next instant, she opened her eyes. She saw the lavish room once more. In her stupor, her head turned to where the cat stood, finding it sleeping peacefully under her company. When did I fall asleep? She wondered, her gaze now settled ahead. With her emotions now calmed. A certain teaching from Selena's mother resurfaced from her mind. The world contains a variety of languages, which includes but not limited to Loanese, Intisian, Dutanese, Highlander, and many sublanguages. But one category in particular caught Selena's attention, the language of the nature. This category of language was invented by Hermes. Her mother warned her of learning it, and that is why she disclosed it. She gave Selena an example of a language's words without fully teaching her, providing her a way to recognize and avoid it. Linda's thoughts stirred, if I can learn it, and translate the prayer using it, maybe this time. She felt the similar uncertainty once more, driving her into an illusion that might conclude in either danger or disappointment. But to her, this is the only way she could press on. With a purpose, even if it's an illusion. Then, the black cat resting beneath her legs suddenly stood up. It locked eyes with Linda for a moment, before striding off towards the dresser. Does he want to show me something? Curious, Linda took the antique mirror from the floor and followed the feline animal. The black cat leaped on top of the dresser, meeting the gaze of the reflective mirror. It sat right beside a black-covered notebook. Upon arriving at the mirror, Linda saw the gorgeous Selena once more. Her river-white hair flows gently over her supple shoulders, her crystalline eyes reveals watery droplets, and her flustered face made her seem like a frail damsel. What am I doing? Making this beautiful lady hideous with my crying, she mused, letting out a soft giggle before completely wiping off the remaining tears. After tidying herself, her eyes turned towards the black cat, staring blankly at Linda. Next to it was the black notebook she had read earlier. Selena's diary. She wondered, placing the antique mirror right next to the black-covered notebook. Meow. Does he want me to read it? But didn't I already reach the end entry? Confused, she took the black notebook over her chest and began examining it. It still features a rough surface, with no remarkable design, a plain black notebook. Her finger reached the edge of the diary, skipping each entry, and finally arriving on the page where she saw the unsettling statement. Everyone will die, including me. What's the meaning of this sentence? She wondered, rattling her mind in confusion. Selena have never encountered any abnormal events, except for the recent months. But Linda was unable to discern anything from the hazy memories. She could only remember Selena's emotions along with the haunting events that have transpired from the past months. Turning her head towards the feline animal. The cat stood still, gazing back at Linda. Does he want me to turn it over? She wondered, touching the edge of the page with the tip of her finger. The next second, the page with an eerie sentence fell from the diary, landing on the floor. The diary now features the entry, continuation from the last two that Linda have read. So it was just a tiered page. Realizing this, she began reading the discovered entry. January 1st. I was offered by my parents a marriage proposal. Engaged with the son of another aristocratic family, named Diemsfell. It felt somehow natural, yet why would I agree to such a one-sided wedding? Nevertheless, I chose to accept it. My parents should have a reason for it. Selena's engaged. Linda was stunned. Coming into this world with her future already secured. I wasn't even ready for a relationship yet. Skimming the page and turning it onto the next, Linda resumed her reading. February 4th. From these past few weeks, I felt that my mother and father became distant towards me, like how we used to chat together during dinner. Now they're constantly excusing themselves with the reason of being busy. Is this a part of growing up? I guess it's inevitable. But they would also, occasionally discuss certain things that I pick up for most of the time. Conversing about members, gods, and beliefs. I hope they're just being faithful towards the Evernight goddess. The Evernight goddess was one of the 7 Orthodox gods being worshipped by the churches around the world, disclosed to her by her mother when she was a child. But her mother also informed her of evil existences capable of responding to prayers. With this in mind, Linda's heart felt heavy for Selena. Muttering in a low voice, hopefully. Arriving at the next page, the following entry made her scalp tingle. Smudged with a black ink and dried water, it reads. March 6th. The day of the wedding have arrived. I found my parents lying beside an altar. Chapter 5, Reason. I found my parents lying beside an altar. Linda paused for a moment, her eyes pulling away from the book and settling on the black cat. The feline remained stationary, as if it's waiting for her response. Linda wished she could ask questions alluding her to it, but it's just an animal, unable to express itself through verbal communication. Returning her gaze towards the entry. A sense of unease stirred within her, an apprehension for the future that awaited her as the successor of Selena's body. Nevertheless, she resumed. Along with the other townspeople that I knew. Their bodies mutilated, they surround the altar in a circle hidden beneath the manor. All of them laid there, lifeless. Yet I saw them occupying each pew, including my parents. They're all smiling, celebrating for my union. I was unsettled, afraid, unable to continue the wedding. I ran from the gazes of the people, the replicas, inside of the church. Linda felt her hair stand on end. Not only did they replace each and every one of people Selena knew and cared, they also used them as offering. Determined to understand more of her situation, Linda turned the page onto the next. This time, similar to the tiered entry, it shows obvious markings of water with occasional smudges over the texts. March 15th. It was difficult. I feel myself losing towards something I couldn't even be certain of. They're there, alive, yet I saw them lifeless beneath a bloody altar. It took a while before I recovered. I saw both of my mother and my father leisurely resting inside the living room downstairs. They're talking as if they're real. If this is a nightmare, I want to wake up. I want to wake up, I want to wake up, I want to wake up. I want to see that it's just a dream, that they're alive. The true them, the ones I'm familiar with. Without realizing this, Linda's face began to form a cascade of tears. Traveling from her delicate cheek and falling down from her soft chin. Selena's emotions, doubt, confusion, fear, lost, and loneliness. They're flooding her like an upheaval waves of storm. But Linda didn't falter. With her palm pressed against the dresser, she steadied herself, wiping the tears from her face. Quelling the strange and foreign emotions that are resurfacing within her, recognizing them as Selena, wanting to return, to go back where everything is what it used to be. Similarly to her. March 20th. It seems I opened my heart to someone I couldn't even be able to look at. He's dirty, he's malicious, he hurts them. My family. Why did I easily accept their marriage proposal? Was it because of its natural feeling? My parents' personal offering? Or was it something else? I ran from the manor. I thought there would be real townspeople left of Milo, the ones I'm familiar with. So I yelled, I cried for help, yet they saw me as lunatic, a person drifting to insanity. In the end, they ignored me. April 3rd. I somehow forgotten the reason I suspected my engagement with Mr. Diemsfell. But after reading my diary, I remembered it. I remembered how I saw the mutilated bodies of my parents and others. I don't want to forgive them. I can't forgive them. Yet I didn't notice that I somehow felt ease. Why? I should despise them. I despise them with all my being. I suspect this is the work of their abilities that seems to be related to psychologies, so for precautions, I will display the Selena they desire. But deep inside, it will be the opposite. Psychology. Linda remembered the previous two individuals that displayed abilities capable of replicating appearances and the tattered clothing the girl held that she used to make themselves disappear. Was this another mystical artifact? She wondered, taking a mental note of the description before turning the page over. April 10th. At a time I'm writing this, it is 8 in the morning. Yesterday was 8 of April, yet for an inexplicable reason, I couldn't remember anything after. All I could discern is a hazy dreamlike memory, where I found myself lying on my back in an altar. I was encircled by multiple people, all dressed in a brown robe. They were reciting a prayer, inaudible for myself to comprehend. The next moment, I lose conscious, before meeting a woman dressed in a white robe amidst the dark. Her face is concealed but her mouth is revealed. She is beautiful, she exudes the same presence of my mother. It felt like she was her, but not entirely. She pulled me into her arms, embracing me like a true mother. It felt like my eyes was forming a river of tear. But it didn't last long, the world around us crumbled after. As we part, she let out a beautiful voice, saying, "My child." After that, I woke up and now I'm writing this. I don't know what it meant, but I wish to know. Linda traced the ends of the entry. With a heavy heart, she muttered internally, "Selena. You've gone through so much pain. In the end, you couldn't avenge them, I'm sorry." A woman wearing white robe. I'll see what I can do to uncover the mystery behind her, she silently added. Clenching her fingers tightly around the diary, before turning it over for its last two entry. May 1st. I met a fateful encounter with a hooded man. He disclosed to me the existences of beyonders. Capable of displaying incredible powers beyond human can compare. He informed me of them and how can I become like them. Maybe with this, my chances of escaping can truly be in reach. I want to leave this place, I'm not strong enough. I want to escape to Tingen, where I'm supposed to be after my parents promised me to go. The hooded man bestowed to me a single formula, a hope. I've got nowhere left to rely on. I will gather ingredients, just like what the note said. Wish me luck. June 27th. I finally gathered the main ingredient and the supplementary ingredients. It was somehow strange that those people, a part of them, didn't even bat an eye towards me. Are they being careless? Well, that's beneficial. I can finally leave this place. Here is the potion formula before I concoct it. Potion, apothecary, sequence 9. Main ingredient. A horn of an adult flying unicorn. 3 grams of a royal jellyfish's venom crystal. Supplementary ingredients. 100 milliliters of blood from an adult pegasus. 7 tentacles of a crown jellyfish. 10 grams of arsenic powder. 10 grams of the rhizome of black henbane. My memories are sharp, but mistakes can happen. The hooded man also informed me that unconsumed potions can fuse with the container, so I will concoct it and immediately drink it. He also warned me that if I'm not stable I might lose control. I don't know what he means, but I'll keep it in mind. I am a bit scared, but my hatred, my loneliness, fear, everything will change once I become a beyonder. Anyway, wish me luck. I will make a new entry after I transitioned. The last entry closed in a heavy felt. The diary records of the former Selena's experiences. Hatred, loneliness, lost, and despair. She was consumed by desperation, resulting in her blind attempt for fate. Is that why she mutated? She lost control upon drinking the potion. Linda's head turned towards the black cat, remained rooted on top of the dresser. Seems like it. Her thoughts responded to her own questions in behalf of the feline companion. The cat remained silent, a statue observing a passerby. It then leaped out of the dresser, landing with a faint thud before striding off towards the open veiled windows. Linda didn't stop it, she watched as the black feline rose onto the window's railings, before disappearing. Chapter 6, Facade. Beyond the confines of Selena's room, inside of one of the unoccupied door, 3 ethereal figures faded into view. Their pale skin, blank eyes, and translucent body leaped from reflective surface into another, arriving in Selena's dresser mirror. They saw her, staring blankly at one of open veils of the window. After a while of surveying, they disappeared from the mirror's reflection, avoiding the lady's suspicion. In a daze, her left hand, clenching the handle of the closed diary. Linda's mind stirred with thoughts. For now, our goal is to escape to Tingen. As it was the nearest city in Winter County without mountains being an obstacle, she murmured, turning her gaze from the window and onto the dresser, where her eyes met the striking, graceful presence of Selina. The very woman described in the diary. Unknowingly to her, her right hand rose onto the mirror's surface, contacting the reflection of Selina. After a moment, Linda opened her mouth, as if conversing to an old friend. She muttered, "Selina. Let me be." She paused. She couldn't continue, her mind conflicting with the identities of the deceased Selina and herself. Her reason was simple. Herself as Linda and Selina didn't have anything in common. She was a worker, a secretary whose daily life is a slave to the company. The latter was like a princess, beautiful and sublime, meant for a fantasy goddess or love interest. But despite all this, upon subjecting her mind, she finally settled herself. In a low and hushed voice, Linda anchored. "From now on, until I return back, I will be Selina, daughter of the Ivories." Within a library room inside of a mildly prominent mansion situated in East Borough, Tingen City. 3 individuals encircles a black hard-covered book, resting on top of a waist-level table. The young man on the right has a rather deep outline, with dark brown eyes and short black hair, accompanied with a distinct scholarly air emanating from him. He wore a simple white linen shirt and a long brown tattered trousers. Next to him is a young woman, with soft brown hair and prominent gray eyes. She wore a soft plain white dress. Beside her, holding a hard-covered book by the table, was a young man of chubby body, with pale skin and black hair, wearing a linen shirt over his black trousers. The 3 of them are reciting an incantation, together, facing the mysterious book. Dawn rose from the pasture of Milo. The rising sun cloaked the world in luscious scenery. Birds flocked from the cast of shadowy forests and onto the wheats, trees, and buildings from the distant. After taking a midnight shower, Selina, her obvious eye bags became prominent from her mesmerizing face. Gazing at the ceiling, finally figuring out her abilities, she murmured, "So I'm able to make potions with potent effects as well as resistance against certain degree of toxins." Listing the mystical knowledge she obtained, regained back from the previous Selina's memories. She silently mused, feeling a slight frustration over her abilities, so a human gifted with talents. Recounting the hooded man's information, she remembered that Beyonders advanced through potion sequences becoming stronger, and currently, she's at the starting sequence, almost identical to humans in comparison. Her next goal would be the sequence 8 formula of the apothecary potion. But time for her is essential. She's in urgent need to escape the grasp of Diemsfell and the possible cult backing as soon as possible. Failure can result in unintended consequences. Lying on the undraped mattress of the bed, her disheveled silver hair littered all over the bed's surface, thoughts drifting for solutions. My destination is the steam train station, about 1.5 kilometers southwest of Milo, she reminded herself, anchoring her thoughts to the only clear path. She remained silent for a moment, before adding, "The only route would be to head straight after crossing the borders of Milo from the entrance. Changing course would require me to enter the forest, leading to the intercepting river of Tussock and the mountainous valleys of Mirminsk. If push comes to shove." Thud. 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 3 consecutive knocks resounded beyond the mahogany door, interrupting Selina's thoughts. The sound was accompanied by a composed and deep voice of a man, presumably in his 50s. "Miss Selina, the headmaster requests your presence at the dining hall." Headmaster. She muttered silently. She knew she had to meet the featured man in Selina's diary. The suspected perpetrator. Taking into account of the previous Selina's behavior as well as her mannerism. Selina pulled herself from the mattress of the bed, tidied herself and made her way towards the door. After turning the handles, the door gently swinged open. Before her is a man with deep outline, wrinkled and stubbled face, brown eyes, lean body, and a combed black hair with prominent white line, wearing a tuxedo, black trouser, and a pair of white gloves. Marquis de Leon, the old butler she met inside the basement. The elder who was reformed by transparent insects into a younger man. He's one of the replicas. She noted. Placing both of her palms onto her lower abdomen, mirroring the previous Selina's etiquette, she revealed an impeccable and courteous smile. "Good morning, Mr. de Leon. Shall we head now?" Marquis nodded, turning his back towards her, leading their way across the corridor. Morning light filters through the veiled windows of the hall, revealing a series of her and her parents' portraits hung over the painted walls. Some depicts her as a child, others accompanied by her parents, and occasionally she's alone. Below the center of each frame is a name engraved on its metallic surface, titled, Ivory Family. "What a beautiful family," she muttered, her eyes hovered across each portrait. Facing the window, she gazed out onto the manor's front yard. Several maids and gardeners moved with practiced grace, tending to the flower beds and sculpting the bushes into large green cubes. The neatly trimmed hedges framed a clear path that stretched from the road to the central fountain, and onward to the manor's grand entrance. Relying on the previous Selina's mapping of the manor, it consisted of a grand central hall and 2 extending wings that partially embraced a formal courtyard leading to the front yard. In an aerial view above it is shaped like a C. The farther end of the second floor, northern wing, is where Selina's room is located, while the dining hall is at the first floor of the southern wing. Currently they're in the second floor of the central block. As they walk, she noticed a caravan of cargo carriages parked at the paved road outside of the yard, featuring a velvet tent as its roof. The horses were being tended by multiple servants, either feeding them or unloading the carriages. Selina is like a princess, she mused, gazing silently at each windows as they slid past her periphery, one by one. Suddenly, the quiet serenity was broken by a deep, composed voice. "Miss Ivory, have you rested well yesterday?" Marquis asked, his gaze fixed straight ahead, respectful and unreadable. Startled, Selina took on another impression. "Why do you ask?" Marquis remained silent, before responding, "You look pale." Why would he ask that? Is he really a replica? Confused, Selina paused for a moment, before replying with her previous smile, "I'm pleased for your concern, but don't worry, I'm not careless enough to disregard my own health." "Very well." Marquis nodded, quietly proceeding with his task. Soon, they reached the dining hall. Its interior features a large stained window ahead, with its curtains tied above, revealing the beautiful scenery outside. Before it was a long table, draped with a white cloth that cascades down to the floor. It is patterned with red and blue lines over its edges. Seated at the head of the table is a young man wearing a linen shirt, followed by a layer of a gray-black vest, and a dark brown trousers. He has a set of deep brown eyes, short black hair, narrow at the forehead and jaw, with a straight nose, and pale skin. "Mr. Lawrence, Lady Ivory is here." "Good, leave us." As his voice echoed through the hall, the remaining staff quietly withdrew, leaving only Selina and Diemsfell behind. The man turned his head towards Selina, the corner of his mouth curled as he said in a measured voice, "How is my fiancé doing?" Selina's strands rose on each ends, trying to compose herself. She mirrored the smiling Diemsfell as she replied, "I'm fine. Any reason why you wanted me here?" "Why would there be any reason?" Diemsfell mused, retracting his fingers from the fork and utensils. With a clean towel, he wiped his mouth, turning his attention to Selina. He added, "I just want to see my beautiful future wife. This is unsettling." Selina maintained her soft smile, gazing back at Diemsfell. She replied in a mellow voice, "Anything else?" Diemsfell's plastered smile widens, squinting his eyes in the process. Before replying with a slight annoyance in his tone, "Haven't you learned?" Suddenly, the lingering shadows casted by the sunlight became thicker and mysterious. Selina felt an inexplicable fear, prompting her to quickly respond, I am sorry." At that moment, the looming shadows gradually receded. In a calm and composed tone, the man informed her, "The continuation of our wedding will be held 3 days from now." He paused for a moment, before adding, "I hope you won't run away again." "What? So soon?" A chilling sensation thread through her spine. From her memories, Selina have been his company for the past 6 months, and certainly, he have displayed supernatural abilities even in the most subtle way. She have witnessed it beforehand, his ability to form chains made of darkness, wings composed of multiple black bats, and eyes revealing crimson color. Is he a vampire? For a fleeting second, her posture nearly betrayed her composure. After taking a deep breath, she replied, "Of course." "I know you won't," Diemsfell replied, amused by Selina's reaction. He added, "Your parents, Mr. and Mrs. Ivory, are in the living room. Don't keep them waiting." Of course Selina could only agree to his will. She felt like a mouse trapped inside of a cage, unable to escape. Approaching the door, her whole being alarmed her. Turning her head back, she saw Diemsfell, staring blankly at her. I forgot." Selina hurriedly turned her body, raised her skirt on each side of her hands, and curtsied towards the patriarch. Diemsfell didn't respond, instead he revealed a sinister smile before retracting his attention from Selina. Seemingly noticing something, he suddenly declared, "That's now the day after tomorrow." Selina's blood stopped. Her hand stiffened as her fingers coiled her dress. "Yes," she submitted. "Tell them it's been moved," Diemsfell added as he sized her. Still smiling. Moments later, after Selina exited the hall, the shadow next to him began to contort, gathering into a limited space before growing into a man. Upon seeing Diemsfell, the man spoke in a languid voice, "She's now closer to the child of God." Diemsfell remained silent, his smile unwavered. Chapter 7, Inform. After closing the door from the outside, Selina heaved a heavy sigh of relief, before reminding herself, moved. Just like that. I thought this might be a time-based ritual. Am I mistaken? I need to get back to room. Her mind stirred with fear as Selina made her way across the corridor. The hall remained somewhat serene, with occasional sporadic servants maintaining the manner, incomparable to when she sneaked through the night. Encountering the grand clock once more, its wooden base features a translucent glass over its body, showing its pendulum swinging constantly as it indicates the time. 10:12 a.m. After taking note of the time, Selina turned right at the intersection, arriving at the living room. The living room is furnished with two silver-white sofas, placed parallel to each other as a waist-level table, served with several cups made of marble accompanied by bread and sweets. To her right is a veiled window and a piano desk at a corner, with the grand door between the other. Red-strewn carpet underneath every furniture accentuates the vintage style of the interior. Above it hung a chandelier, composed of candle lights flickering with a gust of wind. Seated at the sofa ahead of her is her mother, Felicia Ivory. With the appearance not far from her 30s, silver white hair, slender neck, and soft yet supple shoulders. She wore an elongated V-shaped dress, with full skirts at each sides of the bodice, stopping at the waistline, followed by a long sleeves, tight at the arms but wider below. Opposite of her is Selina's father, Vincent Ivory. Near her mother's age, with obvious white strands over his dark hair, piercing black eyes, well-defined jawline, with a shaven face. He wore a gentleman's frock coat, with a two-piece of clothing under it including a grey-black vest and a long-sleeved white shirt. "Good, you're here," Vincent muttered, noticing his daughter's arrival. Felicia remained unresponsive, only turning her head once Selina reached the table, revealing a radiant smile at her daughter. "Your wedding will be held 3 days from now," her father informed, raising a cup of coffee to his lips. "Actually, Diemsfell moved it," Selina said in brittled tone before withdrawing her action. Then she assumed a lady's poise. "Mr. Lawrence disclosed it." None of her parents reacted. They simply nodded. "No shock, huh?" Selina mused quietly. As she speaks, her mother picked a chocolate-covered tart and glanced at Selina. "Have you had breakfast?" asked by her mother, grabbing a different piece of tart, now with a lightly coated caramelized flavor and offering it to her. Selina shook her head, politely declining her mother, saying, "I've already had breakfast." "Do you?" Felicia revealed a gentle smile at Selina, soft yet uncanny. She added, "Mothers know more about their child than you thought." Selina felt her back becoming colder. In response, she took the tart off her mother's hand and occupied the available seat next to her. It was soft, sweet, gentle to the tongue. The sensation of the caramel greatly covers the bittersweetness of the chocolate that draped over the crunchy exterior. Throughout Selina's time with her parents, they're apparently the opposite of the previous Selina's assumption. Her mother, Felicia, conversed with Selina about trivial topics such as how a lady should wear, their etiquette, their behavior, their first impression when dealing with nobles and aristocrats. Meanwhile her father remained unresponsive, reading a piece of newspaper while occasionally drinking his morning coffee. Time passed by in the manner, and Selina, eluded with her parents' behavior, thought deeply of the assumption of the previous her: they don't act cold, they're somehow neutral. If they're a replica, they are horrifyingly remarkable. Selina couldn't help but mused, it slightly made her wary of the concept of them being replicas. Seeing the grand clock after turning right of the corridor, she went ahead and took note of the time, 2:33. "Let's wash ourselves for now before returning to our room." She continued her tracks, seeing the trapdoor that leads to the basement, her body turned to the side once more. Upon entering the bathroom, she was met with a mirror that reflects the whole interior, light filers from the small window above, revealing an authentic marble tub, with green curtain designed with floral base that acts as a concealer for the occupant. Dismissing her reflection from the mirror, Selina removed her dress and garments before entering the tub. A gray-white tub that permits from the wall, extending to a head seems to resemble the shower heads back on Earth. With a flick of the knob, droplets of water cascades down from the silver head. The refreshing course of water made Selina recall a prominent person responsible for the innovation of this world. Rosel Gustav, the late emperor of the Intis Republic. Throughout his governing, he revolutionized the world's technological advancement, bringing forth the concept of steam conductors which lead to the first invention of steam-powered trains and high-pressured weapons. Could he perhaps? My senior. After cleansing her body and rinsing her hair, she turned the shower knob off and returned to the mirror. Gazing at herself, she couldn't help but admire Selina's physique. Even for someone who never exercises and not prone to sickness, it's exceptional that she can maintain such lustrous body. Taking the towel hanged on a rack from the mirror, Selina diligently wiped her hair, face and body, again and again, scrubbing off the remaining blood stains from her abdomen. After changing into a clean pair of dress and undergarments from the metal-made closet, she proceeds to exit the bathroom, returning to the intersecting corridor. Arriving back to her room, the fleeting sunlight gleamed through the transparent veils of the window, notifying her unaccompanied presence. The antique mirror, resting on its back above the dresser, the mirror next to it reflecting its metallic surface embedded with pupilless eye. Let's not dispose it for now, I might need money once I escaped and its design could sell enough at an auction. With this in mind, Selina proceeds to devise her plan for escaping. At that moment, the antique mirror began to display an abnormal movement, quivering at its place. The slight clanging noise it makes prompted Selina to turn her attention to the object. There, the mirror's pupil-less eye revealed glistening sparks of crimson light. Before Selina could react, the fiery light shot forth, shrouding the entire room with brilliant red hue. In the Lone Kingdom's capital, Backlund. Inside a luxurious-looking villa at the Royal District. Audrey Hall sat in front of a dresser. The markings on it were antiquated and there was a cracked bronze mirror on the surface. Mirror, mirror, awaken. In the name of the Hall family, I command you to awaken. She switched between many different sayings, but there was no reaction from the mirror at all. After more than 10 minutes, she finally chose to give up and pouted her lips in grievance. She said in a soft murmur, "Father was indeed lying to me. He always tells me that this mirror was the treasure of the Solomon Empire's Dark Emperor, and that it is an extraordinary item." Her voice trailed off. The bronze mirror which rested on the dresser suddenly glowed with a crimson light that engulfed her completely. In the Sonia Sea, a three-masted sailboat that looked like an obvious relic was navigating through a storm. Alger Wilson stood on deck, his body undulating with the currents at sea, maintaining his balance easily. He wore a robe embroidered with lightning patterns, and in his hand was a quirky-shaped glass bottle. Bubbles billowed inside the bottle at times, frost turned into snow at times, and signs of gusting wind could be seen at times. "We're still short on the ghost shark's blood," Alger murmured. Then at this moment, a crimson burst appeared in the space between the glass bottle and the surface of his palm. In an instant, it enveloped the surroundings as well. In the fog of grey mist, three individuals suddenly found themselves summoned into the mysterious space. Between them, at a distance not far from Selina, another mysterious man covered in thick and hazy mist stood, silently spectating their arrival. Chapter 8, The Gathering. In the fog of grey mist, Audrey Hall regained her sight. She started reckoning the situation in a state of horror and confusion when she noticed the blurry image of a woman next to her and the men on the opposite side of them doing the same as well. Immediately after, the three of them discovered another mystery person standing not far from them who was shrouded in a grey mist. "Sir, where is this?" The trio were startled at first, falling silent in the process. Then, they immediately started speaking in unison. "What are you planning on doing?" After a moment, the mysterious man calmly spoke with a low but not heavy tone, as though he was replying to the polite greetings from the visitors. An attempt. An attempt. After regaining her clarity, Selina found the man's reply absurd. She was at her room, contemplating how she could escape. At the next instant she was summoned in a space filled with fog. How could she finish her planning if it always get interrupted? The woman, next to Selina, Audrey, revealed an impeccable, courteous smile. She asked in a somewhat perturbed way, "Sir, is the attempt over? Might you permit our return?" Alger Wilson also had the intentions to probe the mysterious man in a similar fashion, but his rich experience made him statelier. He held back his impulse and only took on the role of a silent onlooker. While Selina have already experienced bizarre encounters that made her cautious of such situations. Minding her mannerism, she intertwined her hands below her lower abdomen, silently spectating the trio. After a moment, the mysterious man let out a soft chuckle, replying in a languid voice. "Of course, if you make a formal request, you can return this very moment. So you can return freely." Selina noted internally. With her conscience settled, intending to ask the mysterious man for her leave, she was abruptly interrupted by the blonde lady next to her. In an anxious, anticipative and tempted manner, Audrey said, "This is such a wonderful experience. Yes, I have always been hoping that something like this would happen. I mean, I like mysteries and supernatural miracles. No, my point is, what I mean is that, sir, what can I do to become a Beyonder?" Beyonder. So she's also interested in those potions. From the corner of her eye, Selina began to examine the naive and gleeful blonde lady beside her. She appears to be a young woman, slightly shorter than her in an inch, exactly at the age of 18. She wore a flowing gown of pastel green, embroidered with subtle floral patterns along the hems. Appearing to be of noble background, evident of her mannerism and behavior, as well as her clothing. Selina have also noticed that the mysterious man and the blonde woman have been conversing in a language of Loanese, the vernacular of Lone Kingdom. Are they perhaps locals of Backlund? She pondered, hovering her gaze of the grey mist and settling them onto the man opposite of her. The man exhibits a deep blue seaweed-like hair, wearing a robe adorned with lightning patterns and currents, resembling a tempestuous storm amidst the sea. His calm and observant demeanor made his status equivalent to an experienced sailor. Both are heavily cloaked in grey mist. Skeptical of their origin, Selina added, "Is this gentleman of Lone as well?" At that moment, the surrounding grey fog started to churn, startling the trio. In an instant, the space trembled. Towering masts of pillars began to construct from each debris of the mist. forming a massive dome above that encapsulated them. This entire edifice looked magnificent, grand and lofty, depicting a legendary palace, governed by giants. Directly under the dome where the gray fog gathered, a long, bronze table was formed, with 10 high-backed chairs on either side in a symmetrical arrangement. The back of each chair dazzled and shone faintly with crimson red, drawing the outlines of weird constellations that differed from reality. The trio each occupied the available seats, Audrey next to Selina, who was facing Alger, while the mysterious man, the host of this space, was seated at the chair of honor, overseeing the entire gathering. Alger inspected the surroundings, and after a few seconds of silence, he suddenly opened his mouth, answering Audrey's question in place of the mysterious man. Are you alone? If you want to become a Beyonder, join the churches of either the Evernight Goddess, the Lord of Storms, or the God of Steam and Machinery. The majority of us will not meet a Beyonder our entire lives. This has caused churches, and even some clergies within some of the biggest churches, to suspect the same. While this is the case, I am certain to tell you that Beyonders still exist in courts, tribunals, and execution agencies. They are still fighting against the dangers that grow in the dark, only that their numbers are much fewer as compared to before and during the early days of the Iron Age. Selina kept a mild impression, but deep inside, she is listening with utmost attentiveness. Relying on the previous Selina's general knowledge, taught by her parents and instructors. The Iron Age refers to the current epoch, which was the fifth epoch that began 1,349 years ago, before her ancestors' immigration, mentioned by her father. Audrey silently listened to Alger finish his sentence before sighing. Mister, I know all about what you just said. I even know more than that, including the Nighthawks, the mandated Punisher, and the machinery hive mind, but I don't want to lose my freedom. There are prices for everything, sweetheart, you'll learn it eventually, Selina silently mused, maintaining her role as an onlooker. Alger gave a low-sounding laugh, and said vaguely, you can't become a Beyonder without sacrifices. If you don't consider joining churches and accepting their given challenges, you can only seek the royal families and the few nobles with family histories of more than 1,000 years. If not, you can rely on your luck to search for clandestine evil organizations. Audrey puffed her cheeks subconsciously and looked around in a fluster. After confirming that both the mysterious men and the duo did not notice her tick, she pressed, are there no other solutions? Did she just pout? Selina mused once more, giggling internally before breaking from her character. Luckily, I'm currently in possession of a Sequence 9 formula. Really? What formula? Audrey turned her head towards Selina, eyes gleaming with excitement. She clearly knew what sequence potions and formulas are. Quite an adorable girl, Selina teased internally, pondering if she should give an offer to the blonde lady next to her and what benefits she could obtain from it. Noticing this, Alger shifted his attention to Selina, quietly scrutinizing her from the gray mist. This silver-haired lady seems to know a lot more in the world of mysticism. Who is she? Alger silently mumbled, before interjecting Selina's conversation. I have 2 sets of Sequence 9 potion formulas. HM. Curious of the man's offer, Selina turned her head to Alger. Acknowledging that the attention of the 2 ladies now shifted towards him, Alger leaned back slightly, and added unhurriedly, as you know, humanity can only depend on potions to become real Beyonders, while the names of potions come from the blasphemy slate. After constant translations into Jotun 1, Elvish, Ancient and Modern Hermes, and Ancient Fasak, they have undergone changes to match the day and age of that era. The essence is not in their names, but whether they portray the core characteristics of the potions. I have a Sequence 9 potion named Sailor. It enables you to have excellent balancing capabilities. Even if you were on a boat in a rainstorm, you will be able to walk about freely as though you were on land. You will also gain immense strength and illusory scales under your skin. They will enable you to swim like a fish and be difficult to catch. You will move agilely underwater just like marine animals. Even without any equipment, you will be able to easily submerge underwater for at least 10 minutes. Sounds great. The Keepers of the Seas from the Lord of Storms. It was called by that name in the past. Alger did not pause and continued. The second set of Sequence 9 potions is called Spectator, although I am not sure what it was called in the past. This set of potions enables you to have an exceptionally sharp mind with acute observational abilities. I believe you can understand by what spectator means from watching operas and plays. Just like an audience, spectators judge the actors in the secular world, catching a glimpse of the real thoughts of them through their emotions, conduct, and mantras. At this point, Alger emphasized, you must remember, regardless of whether you are at an extravagant banquet or a crowded street, spectators can only be spectators forever. Audrey's eyes shone throughout the explanation. As she was about to inquire her doubts, she remembered her conversation with the silver-haired lady. Resisting her impulse, she turned her head towards Selina, and spoke after a long time, Miss, could you proceed with your earlier offer? If you wouldn't mind, I would like to see the available options I could have. Sailor potion from the Lord of Storms and a Spectator potion. Jotun, Elvish, Ancient Hermes, and Modern Hermes. Selena diligently ingests the information garnered from the man opposite her, gaining a new insight into the world of Beyonders. Noticing the blonde woman's inquiries, Selena snapped from her thoughts as she replied in a soft tone, revealing a courteous smile. "Oh, no need, I believe spectator should suit you more." After hearing the silver-haired lady's reply, Audrey felt a slight disappointment that the woman didn't disclose another name of a potion. Nevertheless, her eyes shone with anticipation as she returned her attention to Alger. I think the miss is right. The feeling of being a spectator. How can I get this potion's formula? What can I use to trade with you for it? Alger looked like he was already prepared as he said in a deep voice, "The blood of ghost sharks, at least 100 milliliters of it." Audrey nodded her head excitedly, but subsequently asked worriedly, "If I can get it, and I'm saying if, how do I hand it to you? How can you promise me that you can give the potion's formula to me in return for the ghost shark's blood, as well as the authenticity of the formula?" "That's understandable. You can't validate a stranger's offer without a solid connection," Selena mused, intrigued by how the men would respond. Alger said calmly, "I'll give you an address. I'll mail the formula to you, or tell you directly here, once I receive the blood of the ghost shark. As for promises, I think that both you and I can feel rest assured under the witness of the mysterious sir." As he said this, he swept his eyes towards the mysterious man, who was occupying the seat of honor. "Sir, the fact that you brought us here shows that you have tremendous strength unimaginable to us. Neither one of us would dare violate a promise with you as witness. Him as your witness, hopefully he'll agree. Well, considering our backgrounds, he could utilize us for tasks trivial to him." Selena listed her thoughts, as she half-turned her body towards the seat of honor. "That's right." Audrey's eyes sparkled and agreed with excitement. From her perspective, the mysterious gentleman who had unimaginable abilities was definitely an authoritative witness. Audrey mirrored Selena and looked at the mysterious man earnestly. "Sir, please be the witness of our trade." At that moment, she then realized that she was all too impolite, having forgotten all along to ask a particular question. She asked hurriedly, "Sir, how should we address you?" Realizing this, Selena felt ashamed that she didn't thought that their conversation was greatly dismissing an obvious mannerism, inquiring his name. With this in mind, Selena nodded slightly along with the man opposite her. In unison, they echoed the same question, "Sir, how should we address you?" After a moment, the mysterious man leaned back, withdrew his right hand, and crossed his 10 fingers, placing them below his chin. He gave the trio a faint smile. "You can address me as..." He paused for a moment, before saying in amiable and calm voice, "The Fool." Chapter 9, The Codename. The Fool? Selena remembered the divination cards that she used to conduct during her college years. Occasional events would sometimes force her to attend as a seer. This resulted in her encounter with tarot cards, her only usable divination method, which she still kept a deck in her dorm's closet as a keepsake. According to the previous Selena's general knowledge, these cards were introduced by Roselle Gustave before his death at the White Maple Palace. "Roselle. My suspicions of you are getting stronger and stronger." Selena mumbled internally, before dismissing the thought momentarily. Retracting her attention to the presence of the grey fog. Selena felt its eerily similarity to when she first attempted her return prayer. Her eyes were once closed, summoning every bit of hope in returning to her world. Her surroundings took a heavy turn, as if a mist was forming in every inch of the room, shrouding her, before dispersing at the end. Could this fool person be the one responsible for my transmigration? Selena's hands clenched each other, as they rest onto her thighs. After a few seconds of silence, Audrey stood up, held up her skirt slightly and bent her knees, curtsying to the man addressing himself as Fool. "Honorable Mr. Fool, would you please permit me to take the liberty of requesting you to be the witness of our trade?" "It's nothing." The Fool replied languidly. "It's our honor, Mr. Fool." Alger stood up as well. He bent his back slightly with his right palm over his chest. In response, Selena stood as well, following Alger's courtesy. She pulled both sides of her dress and the ends of her hands, lifting them slightly, mirroring the blonde woman unhurriedly. Mr. Fool lowered his right palm and smiled, visible enough to be made from the dense fog. "Continue, all of you." Alger nodded and sat back down before looking at Audrey. "If you can obtain the ghost shark's blood, get someone to send it to the Warrior and Sea Bar at Pelican Street, in the White Rose Borough of Pritz Harbor. Tell the boss, Williams, that it's what the captain wants. Once I acknowledge the receipt, will you be giving me an address to mail the potion formula to, or do you want me to tell it to you here directly?" Audrey thought for a moment before saying with a smile, "I will choose the more secure method. Let's do it here, although it's a test of my memory." Since Mr. Fool had agreed to bear witness for their trade, it should hint that further gatherings will be held in the future. I should still have a chance to inquire him of the existences of transmigrators. Let's observe for now how things would escalate. Without realizing it, Selena have referred to the men seated at the seat of honor, a common noun addressed to the gods. while Audrey have also thought the case. With this in mind, she suddenly turned her head as she looked at the enigmatic Mr. Fool with sparkling eyes. With a tone of interest, she suggested, "Mr. Fool, would you mind making a few more attempts like this?" Alger listened to her suggestion calmly. He was tempted by the suggestion as well. He hurriedly echoed, "Mr. Fool, don't you find such gatherings interesting? Although your powers exceed our imaginations, there has to be certain domains that you don't understand or excel in. The person next to the lady opposite me is obviously of lofty stature, perhaps also the lady beside her. I also have my unique set of experiences, insights, mediums, and resources. Perhaps there will come a day when both of us can help you complete something trivial that might be inconvenient for you." Selina nodded mildly, visibly agreeing for the suggestion. Then silence eluded the entire space. A young lady of lofty stature. Was my behavior and accent that obvious? Audrey stared blankly, mouth slightly agape, but she soon jolted back to her senses and nodded her head without any hesitation. "Mr. Fool, I think it's a very good suggestion. As long as this gathering becomes regular, you can totally leave certain things that are inconvenient for you to us. Of course, it has to be something within our capacities." At that moment, Mr. Fool subconsciously rapped the side of the long bronze table with his right finger. A habit. Selina mused, patiently awaiting for the enigmatic Mr. Fool's response. After a few minutes, Mr. Fool halted his habitual action, revealing a smile at the trio. "I'm a person who likes a fair and equal exchange. Your help will not go unrewarded. Every Monday at 3 in the afternoon, try your best to be alone. After I make a few more attempts and figure out certain things, perhaps you can apply for a leave of absence ahead of time. You will no longer need to worry about being in inappropriate situations." This was a form of agreement to their suggestions. Audrey had just turned 17. Having been taken care of her entire life, she had the character of a young girl. Therefore, she could not help but clench her fist and gradually pump it in front of her chest when she heard the fool's reply. Without waiting for Alger or Selina to say a word, Audrey said in excitement, her eyes glowing, "Then, shall we give ourselves call signs? After all, we can't use our real names for conversation." Mr. Fool, seated at the seat of honor, responded with a subtle nod. "A code name. Are you perhaps going to take Mr. Fool, a name of the zero card from the tarot cards, as a foundation?" Selina mused, gazing silently at the trio before chuckling internally and adding, "A gathering of tarot cards." Audrey's tone slowly turned joyous. "I've decided. My designation shall be Justice." It was one of the 22 major arcana tarot cards. "What about you, Miss?" "Mr." Audrey cheekily smiled at the duo, glancing between her side and at the opposite of the table. Selina tucked her hands together beneath the table, and replied in a mellow voice. "The Lovers." Followed by Alger, frowning slightly before relaxing it immediately. "The Hanged Man." Both are from the major arcana cards. The Lover's card was the most agreeable option for Selina, mainly due to her occasional, too common, chances of stumbling upon it ever since her first role as a seer. It signifies love, relationship, and value, yet the one aspect she looked forward to never occurred. "I thought they gave me titles like the most muse of the school. Was that just my imagination?" Selina brooded over her years as a college student. "All right, then we can be considered as the founding members of the Tarot Club." Audrey was the first to blurt it out happily, only to look fearfully at the fog-concealed Mr. Fool. "Will that be all right, Mr. Fool?" The enigmatic man shook his head in amusement. "You can decide on such trivial matters by yourselves." "Thank you." Audrey was clearly thrilled. Following that, she looked at Alger. "Mr. Hangman, can you repeat the address again once more? I'm afraid that my memories will fail me." "No problem." Alger was very pleased with Audrey's seriousness as he repeated the address once more. After repeating it to herself silently thrice, Audrey said again in excitement, "I heard that tarot cards were invented by Emperor Roselle as a game. In fact, doesn't it come equipped with the power to divine the future?" "No. Most of the time, divination stems from oneself. Everyone has something spiritual about themselves, allowing them to attune to the spiritual world and connect to information about themselves at an even higher level. However, ordinary folks are unable to notice this, much less be able to interpret the signs they receive. This information will present itself with the help of divination tools. Let me raise a simple example: dreams and dream interpreters." Alger took a glance at the mysterious Mr. Fool and, seeing no response from him, he refuted Audrey's claim. "Tarot cards are, in fact, such a tool. It uses more symbolism and more logical elements to help us in conveniently and accurately interpreting the signs." He then hovered his gaze towards Ms. Lovers, presumably asking for her opinion. I guess he's asking me for correction." Selina nodded in response, agreeing to his explanation. "Got it." Audrey mirrored Selina. Following that, she emphasized, "That's not what I meant. I'm not doubting the tarot cards, but I heard that Emperor Roselle had actually created another set of cards, secret and mysterious ones. They were paper cards which symbolized a particular unknown power. There was a total of 22 cards that he completed. Later on in life, he referenced them to create the 22 major arcana tarot cards which are used as a gaming tool. Was what I said correct? Another set of cards? A set exactly 22 which holds mysterious secrets. Miss Justice is a lot more knowledgeable than I thought. Selina mused silently, paying attentively to their conversation. Alger subconsciously straightened his back and said in a deep voice, "That's right. It is said that Emperor Roselle had seen the blasphemy slate and that set of paper cards contain the profound mysteries of the 22 paths of the divine." 22 paths of the divine, repeated Audrey with a longing tone. 22 paths. Selina echoed the same sentence in her mind, before pursing her lips. After considering their origins, connections, and capabilities as individuals, Selina opened her mouth and diligently gathered her thoughts. She hesitated for a second, before saying, "I would like to request anyone to report a criminal activity." Then, she hurriedly added, "An activity concerning an evil cult and a possible deity's descent." Chapter 10, Contingency. A possible deity's descent. Selina's voice echoed throughout the majestic palace, and settling deeply into the hearts of the trio. Her imagination ran wild at this moment. But that is deliberate. If telling them, "Come to the town of Milo to exterminate the cult that have overtaken it by disguise," would result in assumption of process, then that would feel less urgent. There's not much time. She will be wed in less than a day, and in her knowledge, that alone is the disguised ritual. The previous Selina sightings, the hints of her parents of a god in the second-floor room, their choices of selecting her and the mysterious white lady in her entry. As someone who had read cults and eldritch as a bookworm, rituals as grand as this isn't far-fetched to be appointed as an attempt for a deity's descent. This enigmatic Mr. Fool will likely foresaw it and may deem it as a lie. Regardless, if it results in her punishment and death, then it's beneficial. Selina had been considering that as a contingency as well. Against the goals of the cult, she's willing to test if dying will return her back to Earth. A deity's descent. No gods have walked this world for the past epoch. Audrey felt a nameless horror bloomed in her chest. From the scriptures of her religion believing in the Evernight goddess, after the fourth epoch, deities have stooped aloft, never setting foot onto the mortal world again. But what the silver-haired lady is stating is that a descent of a god would befall onto humanity. Disturbed by Ms. Lover's information, as a punisher himself, Alger took the initiative to rebuke, saying in a grave voice, "Ms. Lovers, what you're saying can be used to arrest us in false information. Without any valid evidences or initial reasons, it would be difficult or completely impossible for us to report such activity, especially when it concerns a mystical events." Occupying the seat of honor, Mr. Fool, Zhou Mingrui, found Ms. Lover's request absurd. Attempting to ask them to report a criminal activity pertaining a god being summoned by an evil cult, this would definitely raise suspicions of his identity. Coming here to be asked in aid for a descent ritual. I didn't think there could be a transmigration speedrun until now. While lampooning, he reclined back, trying to appear aloof. The fool remained silent, unperturbed. "Let me explain." Selina paused momentarily, assembling her memories of the past. She continued, "Situated in the Winter County's farther end, where the Tussock River meets the Mirminsk mountain range, a town called Milo experienced a cult invasion behind the scenes, occupants being replaced by insect people, capable of reshaping their forms, mirroring others completely undetected." After hearing Mrs. Lover, Audrey could feel her hair strands stand on each ends, fingers clenching the hems of her dress. Insect people. Capable of reshaping. And Milo. Is Ms. Lovers referring to the postal town which travelers often stop to rest? Ever since Mr. Gustav's invention of the steam train, its economy dropped significantly. After a slight interval, Selina resumed saying in mellow voice, trying her best to minimize its horror towards the trio. "I have an ally, who was held captive by these group of individuals. She was put into a psychological hypnotism, either forcing or periodically making her accept certain things, including a marriage contract, which will be held the day after tomorrow. In one of her entries, after her becoming a runaway bride, she mentioned of a feeling being encircled by people draped in robe, chanting what seems to be a ritual, around a mountainous mounds of corpses." Audrey remained stationary, not daring to interrupt nor take any sudden movements. She was frozen in her chair, tensely listening to Ms. Lovers attentively. "I've instructed her of a plan to escape, but each route leads to the discovery of the cult. They're able to traverse distances in an instant, they are capable of such horrifying feats through the utilization of mystical artifacts they possess. So I intend to consult official Beyonders in order to raid the cult's operation, planning to redo their initial ritual which have apparently failed." Exhaling her held breath, Selina is now able to hover her gaze over the trio. Below the dome of the ancient and majestic palace, depicting the residence of giants. The long bronze table was filled with silence. The trio could feel the pressure and weight of her ally's situation. Through their inference, it is said that after the first wedding, she was subjected into a ritual immediately after. This makes it certain that her ally is the vessel, the cult used in order to accomplish a deity's descent, and are attempting to redo the descent ritual, with slight adjustments compared to the initial attempt. Stammering his thoughts, Alger regained his composure, responding in solemnity, "Your explanation can be partially believable, but it contradicts ours. Please consider our situation. Once we report such significant event, we would be prone to investigation, potentially leading to our discovery. Also, we didn't address why you couldn't do it personally." Alger felt the urgency of Ms. Lover's request. To him, any activities of an evil cult or organization is put into highest priority as part of official beyonders. That is the main purpose of their organization, to fend off evil and malicious entities that could potentially harm the innocents. But he fought his impulse to agree without fully grasping the underlying concept of the request. The risks clearly outweighed the benefits he could reap. After a moment of silence, Selina remembered the parked carriages outside of the manor's front yard. With this in mind, she took a deep breath and replied, "Because I'm incapable of doing so." Alger's eyes narrowed at Selina's response. "But in order to lessen your burden, there should be a caravan of cargo carriages that will be traveling back from my ally's manor to Milo. Its empty loads would board a steam train to Tingen City. Contained in one of the empty crates or clipped into its wooden board is a letter and an evidence placed separately from a crate of one carriage to the other, which you can use to initiate an investigation of the official beyonders. Trains move swiftly at dawn. If all goes well, the letter could reach the city by dusk tomorrow. The Tarot Club have only been established, and you're telling me that it will be immediately involved in a case of an evil god's descent." Audrey was at loss for words. Everything are escalating way too quickly. Selina thought of it deeply, if she should include her personal affairs with the mysterious gathering she have just attended. But if she took matters into her own hands, failure is certain, possibly leading to a much gruesome ending. Her utilization of contacting with the outside world through the space above the gray fog is her only method of survival and a heaven-sent occurrence. "Don't worry, after a successful report, your troubles would not be in vain," she added, tightly clenching her intertwined hands beneath. Silence resumed in the majestic castle. The fog churned and contorted, resounding more prominent than the trio occupying the model bronze table. After a long silence, Alger broke into character, replying to Selina with a deep voice, "With Mr. Fool witnessing your request, I trust you should be telling the truth and would not commit perjury." Pausing for a moment, he resumed, "I will try my best to get my connections to inspect the incoming cargoes in Tingen City and retrieve the evidence along with the letter. I can tell you the results here, after the next gathering. I will also try my best to inform the officials about this matter as soon as possible," Audrey hurriedly added. She could feel the injustice, the innocent people of Milo being massacred by evil cultists without facing atonement. With her capabilities as a daughter of a noble, she couldn't sit by idly. Selina heaved a sigh of relief, knowing she had gained reliable allies in face of her situation. At that moment, Mr. Fool, occupying the seat of honor, spoke in a deep tone. "All right, that will be all for today's gathering." The trio stood up. Alger was the first to bow, followed by the two ladies. They each said in unison, "By your will." As the host, Mr. Fool, is preparing for their departure. With a smile, he said, "Let us look forward to the next gathering." The stars brightened once more as the crimson light receded like water. Just as Audrey, Selina, and Alger heard Mr. Fool's words, their figures turned into a blur as they phased away. In a second, the projection shattered as the gray fog restored its silence. In the private manor, situated in the outskirts of Milo, Selina's eyes fluttered open, finding herself back in her room, slightly disoriented. Chapter 11, Preparation. Returning to her room, she noticed that the antique hand mirror, resting above the dresser, suddenly shattered into pieces, yet remained intact by the metallic frame. Perplexed by the events that have transpired, Selina reassembled her thoughts. The gathering, the name of 2 potion formulas, mysticism languages, Roselle's unique cards, the establishment of the Tarot Club, and the introduction of the enigmatic Mr. Fool. Somehow it resembles a group chat back on Earth. Selina mused internally, laughing softly at the thought. At the next second, a soft high-pitched voice of a feline echoed in the room. Meow. Startled, Selina lowered her head and she saw the black cat that once accompanied her at the moment of her emotional collapse returned with a calm demeanor. "Oh, fallacy. I'm really sorry, I forgot to bring treats again," she said, bending her legs, lowering her body, and reaching the cat's level. Her hand lightly hovered over the cat's body, stroking its soft black-coated fur. Upon contacting the black feline, Selina noticed a swirling crimson star from the back of her hand. It vaguely depicts an eye in the center of the star, circling in a fading motion before gradually disappearing into her skin. So it wasn't a dream, she said inwardly, before dismissing the strange symbol to the back of her mind. Completely regaining the previous Selina's memories, she can finally recall how Selina and the black cat met. After a day of visiting the townspeople, accompanied by Diemsfell's surveillances, drops of water began to cascade from the sky, turning into a heavy rain that clouded the streets. Selina and her company took shelter in front of a roofed house. That's when she encountered a shivering black cat lying at a windowsill. Carrying a basket of offerings, she took a fresh fish and proffered it for the black cat to take. The feline hesitated momentarily, before ultimately accepting Selina's kindness. Afterwards, Selina began frequenting the place, just to nurse the weakening cat back to health. But her little routine didn't last long. Soon, her wedding arrived. That's when she stopped visiting her animal companion. Maybe due to it being fond of her, the black cat, in return, now frequented the manor, with the intention of seeing Selina. What a lovely companion, she mused, watching the cat's natural reaction to her caress. Moments later, she recalled her actions during the gathering. With the task at hand, she mumbled, "Let's help in reporting the cultists of Milo and escape this place." Selina straightened herself, and made her way to the dresser. She once again saw the beautiful Selina of the reflection. "We'll finally flee from this hell," she muttered, anchoring herself with certainty. Afterwards, her hand opened a drawer below, taking out a blank piece of white paper and an ink bottle, followed by a feathered quill. As for an object of evidence, Selina turned her gaze towards the drawer next to her. After discovering her parents' corpses, she managed to retrieve their emblems stained with blood. She kept them in her dresser as a memento of her deceased mother and father. Then, Selina took out a silver button. Engraved on its surface are miniature leaves and flowers circling a bold capital letter of V, with prominent bloodstains covering the sides. It was the family emblem of the Ivories. With this, it should be enough for them to conduct investigations, right? She wondered, before returning back to the bed, seated at the edge, and began writing a compiled version of the diary's entries, including only the major information to prevent confusion. In an opulent villa, situated at the royal district, capital of Lone, Backlund. In front of Audrey, the antiqued mirror of the dresser shattered instantly, with its pieces remained relatively in place. She cast her gaze downwards and saw the swirling crimson on the back of her hand. It was like a tattoo depicting a star. The crimson gradually faded and disappeared into her skin. After recovering from her disorientation, Audrey Hall, her heart palpitates with excitement, was followed by a sense of urgency. Her anticipation for the future was accompanied by the situation of her fellow member, her only female companion in the tarot club. Let's assist her as best as we can. Lifting her spirits, she propped herself from the dresser, whose surface mirror suffered an irrevocable damage. Soon, she strode off towards the room's door. In the dire storm, howling winds accompanies the heavy downpour. The three-masted sailboat was tossed and turned by the crests and troughs of the incoming waves. The crimson glow in Alger Wilson's eyes faded, followed by the shattering of the quirky-shaped bottle in his palm. The frost and wind within melted into the storm. In seconds, its traces disappeared into the tempestuous winds. A hexagonal crystal-like snowflake emerged on Alger's palm. It then faded rapidly until it was seemingly absorbed by the flesh, vanishing completely in the process. Alger nodded his head in a hardly noticeable manner, as if he was thinking about something. He remained still and silent for a full 5 minutes. He turned around and headed for the cabin. After descending a flight of stairs, the corset-dressed Selina saw the wooden grand clock, producing a chime each second amidst the quietness of the corridor. Its short hand slightly above 9, and the longer opposite it, indicating the time, 10:21. Selina deliberately waited for the time to struck midnight, as it is the only moment where she is certain that there would be no surveillances around the manor. With gentle tracks, she arrived at the intersection. Just like before, the right awaits the trapdoor of the basement while the left leads to the dining hall. Turning left once more would lead her to the first floor of the main block, where the living room resides. Beyond, is another corridor which connects to the kitchen and finally the cargo area next to the supply room. This manor is like a maze. Selina mused as she navigates through the illumination of the crimson moonlight. She soon arrived at the living room. To her side, a grand doorway leading to the front yard. Ahead is her destination. With cautious and deliberate movements, she soon arrived in the manor's kitchen. The interior wasn't grandeur, rather, it is stale but charming. To her left is another series of veiled windows followed by a set of gas-powered stoves cemented in a squarish design. At the center is a clothed table serving spices and seasoning, with cooking utensils hanged by a rack above. Selina examined the room before resuming her pace towards the cargo area, carefully opening the closed door from the inside. The chilling breeze of the night swept through her skin, sending shivers to her body. Although the season of June is also equivalent to summer in this world, the northern cold winds could still be felt across the continent, prompting locals and tourists to wear another piece of clothing. I should have brought a coat. Why do I always forget things? Selina couldn't help but confront the signs of her worsening memory. First it was the candle for the basement, now an extra pair of clothing for the wind. After shaking her head, with the letter and the two blood-stained emblems of her parents tucked in her palm, Selina managed to get closer to one of the wooden cargo carriages. The horses are currently at the manor's stable, being tended by the servants. That means the carriages are left unattended after maintenance and inspection. With this in mind, Selina made her way to one of the carriages, approached the empty stacks of crates inside and wedged the letter into a gap between its wooden boards. But after a moment, she reconsidered. With the carriage constantly jolting as it moved, the letter would likely come loose and be noticed. Selina hovered her gaze across the wooden crates. With a thought, she revealed a cheeky smile. Choosing a random crate, Selina exerted force into both of her hands, prying open its wooden boards. After a deliberate attempt, she succeeded in producing a slight gap at its corner. She inserted the letter once again. Now satisfied with its placement, she leaped down from the carriage and made her way onto the next. Mirroring her previous idea, she stuffed the 2 silver emblems, now tied with a string, into the slight gap she made in one of the stacked crate of the second carriage. After doing all this, Selina quietly returned to the kitchen room, steadily keeping her pace before closing the door. In the dark shadows of the carriages, casted by the crimson light, a certain space of the shadow began to contort, forming into a dark hand that slithered its way onto a corner of the carriage, seeped into the crevice of a familiar crate, where the letter is inserted. Chapter 12, Sizing. On the mahogany door, end of the second floor, north wing, corridor, 2 individuals stood in front of the entrance of Selina's room. The man had a deep outline, wrinkled and stubbled face, brown eyes, lean body, and a combed black hair with a prominent white strands. While the woman beside him have a set of dull limp eyes, wrinkled face, crooked nose, and a few strains of white in her black hair tied with a headpiece. It was Marquis de Leon and Georgia Maurice, the butler who assisted her to the dining hall and her personal lady's maid, tasked to escort Selina into the lounge room to meet the tailoress for her wedding dress before breakfast. After a minute have passed, a lovely silver-haired lady gently opened the door from within. Upon seeing the two, Selina revealed a courteous smile, and said in an amiable tone, "Shall we head now?" Marquis nodded before turning his back to Selina. Before Selina could follow the butler, she noticed that apart from him, another servant is standing in front of her room. In a soft voice she inquired, "Miss Georgia, what brings you here?" "I'm here to clean your room, my lady," Georgia replied in a respectful tone. "In preparation for your tailoress." "Clean?" She'll discover the blood-covered bed sheets and the suitcase. Selina's mind whirred with thoughts. How do I resolve this? In a measured voice, Selina responded. Ahem. I believe the dressing room should be most fitting for the tailoress, am I right? Correct, my lady. Georgia replied, nodding slightly in agreement. Then there would be no need to visit my room. Please respect someone's privacy, Selina added, adding a slight temperament to her tone. Very well. Aren't they way into character? She muttered internally, hiding her sarcasm before following Marquis to the living room. After a few steps, the butler halted, and said sternly, "The headmaster wishes to meet you before we head to the lounge." Diems fell. What could be the reason? She pondered, before nodding in acknowledgement, "I will follow." Arriving at the flight of stairs, instead of descending, they took a left turn, and resumed their tracks. Soon, they reached the second floor of the manor's southern wing, where the office of the patriarch resides. Before, it was her father who once occupies the room, now he gifted it to her spouse, Diems fell. Marquis turned the handle open, gently swinging the door from the outside. "Sir, Lady Ivory is here," he said in a deep voice, letting Selina enter the room before closing the door. Seated behind the desk, Diems fell shifted his attention from the documents on his hand and onto Selina. He revealed a sinister smile, before saying in composed voice, "Aren't you excited for our wedding tomorrow?" "Why the long face?" Selina maintained a monotonous facade as she stood at an inch farther from the door. Damesfell's smile became more unsettling as he added, "Or, do you have someone else?" His hand rose from beneath the desk, revealing a piece of white tattered letter in his grasp. It was the letter she had written for the members of the Tarot Club to retrieve. Is that? Her mind stirred in disarray, repenting her careless indifference, she tried to remain composed as she looked at Diemsfell, monotonously. Her body trembled lightly. She felt she had betrayed the Tarot Club members by her actions, exposing their existence to a dangerous individual such as Diemsfell. To what seemed like an eternity for a moment, made Selina's breath lose focus, heart stammering her throat. How will she maneuver her way to this matter when evidences were laid bare in front of her? Her intertwined hands clenched each other as she replied in a cold tone, "I do not have such inessential relationship with anyone." At that moment, the shadows of the room began to contort, reforming into shackles. With one fell swoop, the shackles caught Selina's wrists, binding her in place. The chains dragged the maiden to her knees, restraining her palms onto the cold marble floor. "Do you take me for a fool?" "The handwriting clearly resembles yours," Diemsfell explained unhurriedly, eyes becoming more mysterious as patterns that coalesced into crimson hue formed in his pupils. Raising his hands, additional chains began to form from the shadows, further binding Selina. Arg. The added chains made her involuntarily let out a painful grunt. It held her in place, while also tightening their bound around Selina. What I'm wondering is, how are you so sure that someone will retrieve such insignificant letter that you would personally write groundless claims to? Diemsfeld's smile broadened as he gazed towards Selina, intrigued by her pointless actions. Tell me. How did you manage to contact the outside? Selina's eyes lost its luster, teeth stammering and tightening behind her practiced grace. She replied in an indifference voice, I'm in no contact with anyone. Well, it doesn't matter, Diemsfeld said in a relaxed tone, raising the letter casually over his shoulder, a silent display of complete control. In the next moment, sparks of light gathered around the paper. It ignited, burning rapidly, until nothing remained but grey ash swept away by the wind. Not a single trace of her letter was left. Diemsfeld withdrew his hand beneath the desk and added calmly, because soon, the goddess will be reborn. Selina's heart plummeted. Her thoughts screamed what her mouth couldn't. Without the letter, without evidence, there would be no way to report the cult, no chance of rescue, no warning of the coming ritual. Marquis, escort my beloved bride back to her room. The tailoress should be there, Diemsfeld said, his head lazily turning toward the door. My room. But I haven't. Before she could finish her thought, the door swung open. Marquis entered without a word, took Selina's arm, now freed from the chains constructed from the shadows, and led her out of the office. She stumbled at first, unsteady on her feet. Every step jostled her frayed nerves. When they reached the corridor, she stopped to regain her balance. Marquis said nothing. He merely glanced at her, adjusting a crease on her corset dress, and brushed away dust with mechanical grace. Then he turned to leave. But before he could take another step, a voice, clear and composed, halted him. Tell the tailoress I'll be waiting in the dressing room, Selina said, stepping past him into the hallway. Marquis offered a small nod and proceeded toward the manor's northern wing. As she walked, her thoughts swirled, rage, dread, disbelief, all colliding behind her composed expression. What do I do now? They probably have the two emblems in their possessions. If I had been more cautious, I would have gone undetected. Even if I tried escaping with their mystical artifacts. Tomorrow's going to be the final moment. If things reach that point, I'll... As she's walking, Selina clenched the silk fabric of her skirt. Soon, she descended the stairs and arrived at a familiar intersection. After taking note of the time indicated by the grand clock, she turned left from the entrance of the dining hall. Upon reaching the third door on the right, Selina grasped the doorknob and pushed it open, revealing a room adorned with a sofa not far from the curtained window and a full-length mirror in the corner, and wardrobes and shoe racks neatly occupying the remaining space. She took the sofa, and patiently waits for her tailoress as her gaze fixated at the scenery beyond the veiled window. It didn't take long before that tailoress arrived. Standing by the door frame, the girl's height is an inch lower than Selina, having a set of black eyes and soft fluffy brown hair. She wore a worker's outfit, consisted of a short dress with needles strewn over the skirt, holding a suitcase containing sewing kits and portable stitcher. She's not a replica, right? Selina's eyes narrowed in suspicion, before relaxing them in thought, even if she is, she wouldn't lay a hand on me, because I'm what they're after. Lady Ivory, I will now measure your body, the girl said in a respectful tone. Please stand in front of the mirror. Selina followed her instructions, and awaited by the full-length mirror. In the reflection, she saw the beautiful and gorgeous Selina once more. Guilt filled her heart as she gazed into the mirror. Steam train station, North District of Tingen City. A line of cargo carriages had arrived, crowding the platform as workers unloaded crates from the incoming steam trains. Some were filled with raw materials and supplies, others were emptied, waiting to be reused. Among the bustle stood Halfguard, a seasoned mandated punisher and one of Alger's trusted allies. He had been personally tasked by Alger to inspect the incoming crates destined for Tingen, to keep an eye out for any unusual objects or hidden letters. Bound by a long-standing debt and years of camaraderie, Halfguard took the assignment to heart, devoting his entire day to the search. But as dusk crept in, his confidence began to wane. Crate after crate yielded nothing, just hollow containers, barren of any clues. What exactly was Mr. Wilson hoping I'd find? Halfguard mused, furrowing his brow. The request was unusual, even for Alger. Finally, the last train rolled into the station. It carried a final stack of empty wooden crates. Halfguard and his fellow punishers sprang into motion, prying open each one with quiet urgency. Then, a shout. One of the punishers had found something, a pair of silver buttons, wedged deep into the corner of a crate. Blood had stained their polished surface. Etched into the silver were miniature leaves and flowers, curling around a bold, capital V, the unmistakable emblem of the Ivory family. Chapter 13, Dream. After returning to her room, Selina gradually closed the door behind her, her back leaned on its mahogany surface. she felt a suffocating grip over her heart. Sorrow, fear, and anguish swirled within her, enough to drown her if she let them. At that moment, a gentle and anchoring sound of a feline drifted through her ear. Meow. Selina casted her gaze downwards, and saw the black cat once more. Its dark fur contacts the cold stone floor as it lifted its head to glance at Selina. With a stammering voice, capable of clarity yet subtle wavering, she said softly, "Fallacy, I'm really, really sorry that I haven't given you anything." The cat didn't respond, instead it strode off towards the open glass of windows, vanishing into the illumination of the moonlight. "I guess, without tending it properly, it would eventually leave you." Selina mused internally as she steadily made her way to the mattress of the bed with mechanical steps. Her gaze fell onto the suitcase she had prepared in advance, in case the officials will raid the town in the manor by tomorrow. "I guess it wouldn't happen now," she muttered, caressing the case's leathered base. With a swing of her body, she laid onto the undraped mattress, silently gazing at the floral designed ceilings. Soon, the feline returned. Locked in its mouth is a wriggling and a living fresh fish. Where did you get that?" Selina was stunned at the action displayed by the cat. The cat didn't approach. It perched calmly on the window's railing, lifting its head as if to offer the fish. "Is he giving it to me?" Selina mused at the unexpected action of her feline companion. In return said in a mellow voice, "How thoughtful of you. But I prefer it to be roasted." The cat then strode off once more. Will he actually roast it? Selina couldn't help but wonder about the cat's unnatural capabilities, exceptional even to its kind. After a few minutes, the cat returned, with its mouth empty-handed. "I'm being too crazy." Selina mused internally as she gestured the cat to accompany her by patting the side of the mattress. The cat immediately made its way next to Selina, leaping from the stone floor and onto the soft mattress. It nestled comfortably beside her, offering its silent company. With a delicate touch, her hand hovered over the cat's fur, then slowly began to stroke its soft, flowing coat. Watching the feline respond with quiet contentment, Selina lazily tilted her head, revealing a restrained smile. She said, "I'm glad I met you. Thank you for everything, Fallacy." At that moment, Selina felt her eyes became rigid, her sockets gradually close, and before she knew it, the serenity of the night made the maiden fall into a deep sleep. Tears began to form from Selina's face, laying heavily in the embrace of the mattress. The cat stood from its place, and approached its companion's face. It laid beside her, silently gazing at Selina's drifting expression. The rigid and illusory dream world shattered in an instant. Suddenly, the ground began to congregate into a pile of mound, reshaping into a pale white skin, constructing into slender limbs and body, head squirming into strands of slightly golden white hair, finally forming a beautiful face identical to Selina. At that moment, the sculpture's eyes gradually fluttered open, finding itself in a sunless world. After gaining lucidity, Selina snapped herself from her stupor. Why is it so dark? Her gaze scoured the devoid space of any sparks of light, yet failed to distinguish the world from its absence. Am I dreaming? Again. Why is my body feel so light? Maybe this is the result of the strains I've accumulated from fear and paranoia. But shouldn't dawn already arrived? Within seconds, after Selina thought of the bright morning light, the world burst into a brilliant illumination. From the darkness, the world presents itself in a grotesque environment, consisting of a ground made of pulsing flesh, mountain piles of organs that are squirming and contorting as if they're alive. Selina felt an inexplicable horror loomed her whole being, her body staggered to the ground, falling onto a floor of wilting flesh. Selina's eyes shivered in fear as she felt a violent pulse beneath her palm followed by viscous substances mingling to her skin. Within seconds, the air behind her ear began to whisper, distant murmurs and inaudible voices that pestered her mind in madness. She felt intense throbbing pain in her head, as if being hammered with a nail. M-Y-C-H-I-L-D. My child. Selina cradled herself in an attempt to soothe the intensifying voices, but it remained relentless and deafening. And not again. Please. Wake up. Please wake up. As Selina pleaded from her suffering, with a glimpse, her mind thought of the green pastures beyond the manor walls. The longing of an oppressed to contact the outside world. Yearning to escape as evidence of the tragic fate. The green pasture became a symbol of liberation for the former Selina as unlike before, she hadn't felt the soothing blades of grass after Diemsfell's arrival. Suddenly, as if heeding her ordeal, the world squirmed into a desolate land stretching infinitely across the distance. Each flesh reformed into grass and flowers, terraforming the land into a luscious green wilderness. It resembles her image of the manor's pastures rolling into the town of Milo. The soft strands of leafy greens cloaked her palm in a serene air. Refreshing breeze swept the ravings and the murmurs of her mind as it delivered gusts of winds that throws her silver hair in a gentle flow, her headache gradually receding. After propping herself from the soiled ground, and adjusting the crease of her dress, her mind whirred in confusion. What is happening? What exactly is this dream? Her eyes darted from the distant horizons. Not a mountain, river, buildings, or forests in sight, only a grassy plain with occasional blooms extending into an unending stretch. Selina lowered her gaze, seeing her pale white body intact wearing the identical dress she wears, she began to examine her state. Am I dreaming? She wondered, raising her palm over her skin before exerting force to her fingers, pinching her left forearm. Ouch. It hurts. Is this not a dream? Selina started to ponder the events that have transpired in the manor. The transmigration, the ritual, the wedding, the gathering, and her escape. Was it all just a dream as well? At that moment, the grassy plain began to sprout prominent veins that extends infinitely across the horizons, circling from beneath Selina and dispersing into straight lines that reaches the distance, and soon vanishing in hindsight. These pulsing lines of flesh squirmed into a string of vines with flowers and roots binding it towards Selina. It depicts a spiraling mural of rocks, replacing the materials with vines. Subconsciously, as if it's natural, Selina raised her hand, mirroring the lines of vines expanding in front of her, she extends her palm towards the horizon. Then, with a blinding flash, the maiden phased out of existence. In the first floor of the Ivory's manor, northern wing. Resting on the lower part of one of the bunk beds. Dylan Hawkthorne, a believer of the primordial moon and a member of the Rose School of Thought, Indulgence faction. A false believer, a man of insidious behavior who never once participated in each praying rituals and have never known their god's honorifics. Only following orders made by the higher-ups and a chance to retrieve a certain item of value, an object given to him by his late mother. He is fully aware of the cult's wrongdoings, so instead of preaching, he would avoid such confrontations by busying himself with self-improvised missions. Now in the form of a butler named Marquis, he is assigned to observe the vessel of the child of God, Selina. In their initial ritual, as he carries the unconscious Selina back to her room, the blood of the maiden stained him, prompting him suspect if he had been corrupted to an extent. Lying on the rugged sheets of the mattress, he exerted an effort to close his eyes and sleep, yet the thought of being corrupted crept him into wake. If this continues, impersonating tomorrow is going to be difficult. In a stern expression, he insisted on closing his, mustering his frayed nerves to ease. Then, immediately after, his consciousness gradually drifted away. In a dream world of landscape resembling a luscious green plain, Dylan suddenly found himself upright, concealed by a hazy mist. Uneased, his eyes quickly darted across the grassy land, lightly shrouded in gray-white veil. Soon, he noticed a lady standing at a distance. Lines of vines and flowers spiraling from her feet. She wore a long white corset dress, gold and silver hair adorned with wreaths, her pointed ears and pale snow skin made her identical to a goddess depicted in the ancient scriptures. Chapter 14, Nodes. Extending her hand onto the distance, Selina immediately retracted it after a sudden realization. What am I doing? At that moment, thin and mysterious mists cloaked the greenery landscape. Unlike the mist of the space above the gray fog, with enough scrutinizing, one would be able to discern through its light veil. Behind its obscurity, Selina noticed a silhouette of a man, at a height higher than her by a feet. Subconsciously, Selina desired to lessen the obscurity, enough to reveal the man's appearance. The world then heeded her at an instant, mists began to disperse into the wind, exposing everything to Selina. The man, at a distance from her, had a deep set of brown eyes, black hair, straight and aquiline nose, lean body, and an outlined face, he somewhat composed yet unsettled. She immediately recognized him, it was the man whom she met at the basement, reformed from the amalgamation of insects displayed by Marquis. What is he doing here? Selina was stunned by the unexpected encounter, even in her dreams that disturbing memory of a human morphing, can still crept in. Upon seeing the beautiful goddess, Daylon felt his body froze in horror. The lady's appearance is heavily concealed by the illumination of light. Her face exhibits a swirling flesh identical to roots protruding with thorns, while her external body emits white radiance. See, child of God. His thoughts stirred in fear as his back felt colder by each moment. Subconsciously, Daylon's legs staggered backwards, attempting to further their distance. With his remaining composure, he withdrawn his hand to his side, trying to feel the mystical artifact he was lent, but failed. He was thrown into this situation empty-handed. Can I sever my contact with him? Without wasting any second, Selina mustered the sensation of phasing, recalling the simulation where she fades from the space above the gray fog after the gathering. In the next moment, the man vanished along with the reappearance of the mist that envelopes the landscape in a thin veil once more. The dreamy landscape became illusory and rigid as it shattered before Daylon. His body jolted upright, finding himself back in the manor, in the room filled with a series of bunk beds each being occupied by his colleagues. He felt his whole being shiver in cold sweat. What happened wasn't merely a dream, it was the evidence that the ritual the cult attempted had succeeded without their knowledge. Heart ramming his throat, urgency creeping, and with a silent whisper, as an experienced cultist and an insider he notified himself, I need to see a purifier. In a dreamy landscape, with greenery plain extending endlessly across the horizons. Selina was met with a lone atmosphere once more, the men that had visited vanished without a trace. Beneath her, the mural-like spiraling vines continued to pulse in a mild vibration, enough to be noticed yet sufficient to be unnoticed. How did he get here? Was it because of me? Selina's hand rose to in front of her. Inspecting herself, she figured that this place was indeed a product by her dream. But is it really just a dream? Lowering her palm to her waist, her gaze then wandered the endless distance of the green plain. Can I go back? Just like before, Selina mustered the simulation of waking up or the sensation of severing her lucidity. Without a second, the world became blurry tinged with illusory before shattering from reality. Selina's figure returned to a sculpture of grotesque body throbbing violently before wilting into the ground that reverted to a floor of living and breathing flesh and organs. The brood became quiet once more. Moonlight glow filters through the transparent drops of the curtained windows. Laying at the undraped mattress of the room's bed, Selina, with a gentle force, exerted her eyes opens. In a state of stupor, she saw her lavished room once again. So it was a dream. Deep in thought, Selina propped herself from the mattress upright. The mysterious world, the inaudible ravings resounding a word, encountering the men morphed from Marquis, her ability to command the dreamy landscape. It was all too real to be considered a dream, especially the physical pain she produced to herself that made her question the reality. Seeing the leather suitcase untouched beside her, she was reminded of the incoming wedding that will be held tomorrow, a disguise for what will really transpire. Anxiety and dread loomed her heart, prompting her to dismiss the strange dream she previously experienced. Since the officials would not be coming tomorrow. Subconsciously, her fingers clenched the silk base of the mattress, she added internally, even if death is certain. But each plan she made all converge into failure. Even drinking poison wouldn't work. At that moment, a variable resurfaced to her mind. Diemsfeld took the letter, but it wasn't certain that he possessed her parents' silver emblems. It will be another leap of fate, a redo of her return ritual. But it's all she can rely on. With that in mind, Selina stood from the bed and made her way to the dresser's desk, pulling a sheet of paper, an ink bottle and a single feathered quill. Before she could proceed to write, she was at a loss. Her mind wrestled for a solution. Reviewing details she had encountered throughout these past days. The antique mirror, the gathering, the dream, the diary, and the nature of the ritual. Why would they preserve Selina's life after all this time? Selina's fingers stroked the feathered quill, her mind pondered for a possible explanation. The wedding. The mountainous of corpses underneath the manor. The acting of the cults. It's clear that they're preserving Selina as a vessel, as she's the only person around who have not been replaced. However, the systematic reasoning behind it is inconsistent. If preserving and having her is the objective, why bother playing a fiasco? Then, at an instant, a sudden realization rose from her heart. It's like they're trying to reenact an event. With this in mind, Selina lowered her head in search of a peculiar entry detached from the diary. Almost immediately, she saw the torn page from the diary barely concealed beneath the dresser. After taking the torn page, the quill, paper, and the ink bottle, she stormed back to the bed, seated on its edge, and began writing a compiled contents of her diary, followed by piecing together details that can lead her to the truth of her situation. If the nature of the ritual truly is a reenactment, then could it be that their goddess have also been married? Selina's thoughts spiraled into branches, detailing previous acts of the former Selina as well as her general concept of the ritual. They maintained the image of a bride being in a mansion with normality. Displayed characteristics incomparable to the original. Selina wondered if there's any actual reason for their replicates aside from concealing from the officials. And about the groom. Selina recalled of Diemsfeld's capabilities. He's exceptional, but not to the point where he is capable of defying reality, as described by the scriptures of the Evernight. He is just a beyonder with a higher sequence than her and presumably using an unknown artifact. He isn't a god and most certainly isn't of any ancient families like the Augustus of the reigning king of Loan. His last name is Lawrence, which isn't in any families of aristocracy. Maybe they only require the bride to be the portrayer. Selina felt a chill treading through her spine. She began writing her thoughts to the paper with diligent detailing. She couldn't afford to make a fatal oversight. But how can that be? Selina wasn't SPE-. The memory of her previous dream resurfaced in her mind. If the ritual's only requirement is for the vessel, Selina, to accept the wedding, a simple misleading from the intended event would result in the disruption of the ritual. The reenactment would failed. As her finger lined each sentence from her mind in the paper, using the modern English in order to mask her thoughts, she recalled Selina's previous action during the initial wedding, so that runaway bride practically saved her. However, the cult's displayed intellectual capabilities, there's a higher chance that tomorrow's wedding is just a charade for the actual ritual. If the family emblem of Selina's late parents truly reached the officials, then she have to opted to buy time for the raid to occur. After contemplating for a while, a short giggle escaped from her breath. If what I've speculated is true, a simple slap from the bride to the groom should be enough, right? Settling her thoughts, she took the paper and reviewed it one last time, before propping herself from the bed. She quickly made her way towards one of the wall lamps. Turning its knob, short sparks brought a lit plume, partially illuminating the room apart from the moonlight glow. Opening its glass layer with a turn of its latch, Selina brought the paper to its light, burning its contents and melting into ashes that fell into its glass containment. As the dawn bathes the world in delicate glow. 3 consecutive knocks ringed from outside the door of Selina's room. A single individual stood, patiently waiting for the lady's respond. Dylan, clad in the form of Marquis, wrestled with the conflict stirring in his mind. The corruption seeping into him grew more persistent, and though he had conceived a way to resist it, the method felt increasingly futile. If everything falls apart, I'm willing to risk it. His hand clenched into a fist. He would not allow himself to be consumed by evil, a vow etched into him by his mother's parting words. Just then, the door creaked open. Selina, upon seeing the familiar butler form of Marquis, offered a gentle, courteous smile. "Shall we head out now?" she inquired softly. Chapter 15, Ceremony. After breakfast, Selina took a few minutes of shower before briskly entering the dresser room, lower floor of the Ivory Manor's southern wing. Seeing the mannequin clad in a white frilled gown, cascading its silk over the floor, Selina grumbled in her breath, "I never realized how extravagant a gown is. I used to fantasize in wearing one, but now." She then saw her mother next to the mannequin, instructing the tailoress about the customization and alteration she'd have to make while tending Selina. Noticing her daughter from the door, Felicia raised the corners of her mouth and welcomed her softly. "Ah. Selina, the time have been moved. Mrs. Isabel here will be arranging you immediately." Making her towards Selina, Felicia gave her daughter a warm embrace before quietly brisking off from the door. As she closed it, she abruptly added, "We'll wait for you in the lounge area." Thud. The door closed with a mildly sounding shut. Turning her head to Isabel, the tailoress's hand have already gestured Selina to face the full-length mirror. Without needing to be asked, Isabel spoke in a respectful tone, "Mr. Diemsfeld will be waiting in the local abbey." In this world, they have also adapted a tradition for spouses, where the groom never accompanies his bride for the entire day of the wedding. The only moment they'll meet is at the solemn gaze of the priest and the blessing of their deities. With the tailoress's assistance, Selina undressed and slipped into the white frilled bodice. Almost immediately, she noticed the gown's poor condition. The skirt was uneven, frills hung loosely from the torso, and the waist sagged just slightly. Isabel, holding the fabric in place with practiced grace, began adjusting the gown with quiet diligence, shaping it gently to fit Selina's form. From the full-length mirror, she was clad in pure white, lengthened dress that cascades down to the floor. With the skirt that begins strictly from her waist, layered in transparent frills sewn with intricate design of rose and vines in frozen white. She was a maiden of beautiful stature, a bride of an extremely fortunate man. "Miss Selina, how do you feel?" Isabel, the tailoress, initiated a conversation for the anxious bride as her finger accurately pierced the dress with needles, ensuring a customized fitting. Blankly fixated into the reflective surface of the mirror. With a slight response, she revealed a soft and gentle smile. "I'm fine, you won't have to worry." Isabel didn't further trouble the lady with her inquiries, focusing intently over the loose veils and frills of the gown. After half an hour, Isabel had finally finished pinning Selina's gown, perfectly suiting the lady's slender body. Soon, the wedding carriage will arrive by the manor's courtyard to escort Selina to the town's abbey. Noticing the bride's face uncovered, Isabel quickly notified Selina of the missing headpiece. "Mrs. Ivory, I forgot to bring the bridal veil. Please wait patiently as I bring it promptly." Isabel abruptly bowed her head in apology. With a relaxed tone, Selina replied with a soft smile, "All right. I'll be waiting." The tailoress briefly lowered her head as she exited the dressing room hurriedly. Seeing the door closed, Selina let her gaze wander towards the tailoress's portable sewing kit. The kit holds materials consisting of a needle case, multiple threads, neatly folded cloths, and spare items required for realignment of clothes. Placed beside it, she noticed a long and thin silver hairpin, about 7 to 8 inch long, resting at an equidistant from her in the case. Its end is carved with intricate patterns of miniature flowers petrified in its silver body. It somehow reminds me of the hairpin used to tie the hair of brides from the country of China. Selina reminisced of her years pursuing stylish clothes and accessories. Re-evaluating her initial plan, her hand reached the hairpin and slowly pierced it into her garment's skirt, below her abdomen, before intertwining her hand in the same spot, effectively concealing it. Not long after, the door swinged open from the outside. Isabel, clenching a white headpiece consisting of a layered transparent veil, was breathing mildly from her running. She spoke in an abashed tone, "Here, my lady." Selina didn't reply, instead she revealed a tender, courteous smile at the girl. In the lounge area, main block of the manor. Selina, draped in an extravagant white gown that cascaded to the floor, was flanked by several butlers attending to the voluminous cloth trailing behind her. "Ugh, this is such a hassle," she silently grumbled at the dress's overly elaborate design, wondering how she was supposed to navigate the length of the abbey in it. Waiting patiently by the frame of the double door stood her father, Vincent Ivory, poised to personally escort his daughter to the altar. He wore a long-sleeved white shirt draped in a black-gray tuxedo, a miniature rose tucked inside the pocket of his chest. Upon arriving beside her father, Vincent offered Selina his arm as they made their way to the bridal carriage. "Don't feel nervous," Vincent said in a measured tone, cradling his daughter's anxiety. "Are there really replicas?" Selina muttered to herself before turning to face her father. With a forced smile she replied, "I'm fine." Vincent nodded in acknowledgement before retracting his head forward. The carriage is adorned with flower vines frozen in its wooden carvings, with an emblem of leaves and flowers circling a bolded capital letter of V, their family's emblem. Its doors swinged open. Inside was her mother, Felicia Ivory, wearing a long white dress, paired with a long white gloves, accentuating her supple shoulders. She revealed a wide smile as she said, "You look so beautiful, my daughter." Selina accepted her compliment with a nod, replying, "Thank you." As she boarded the carriage, her hand remained in her lower abdomen. Taking the seat next to her father, Vincent raised his voice and commanded, "Let's go." The coachman nodded before raising his hands holding the leads and tugged the rope with a sudden fall, commanding the horses to advance. As they reached the border of Milo, Felicia broke the quiet atmosphere. Encountering the gaze of Vincent, she spoke in a mellow voice to Selina, "Please don't ruin your wedding again." Then, for a moment, she added, "But it won't matter." Selina felt her body froze in her seat, noting herself internally, so this is where they reveal their true selves. Selina could only nod in submission. Beyond the carriage's window, sliding past its periphery one by one, the road are shadowed by trees extending its branch above the tracks. At a distance, the town consists of either 3 to 4-story buildings, each at a space from one another, adorned in bricks and occasional terraces. The town's design depicts a vintage residentials of the Western 18th. Soon, they arrived at the central court of the town. Paved ahead is the abbey crowded with town's residents occupying each pew of the interior. Selina, holding her father's left arm, together, they exit the bridal carriage. Entering the abbey, it holds 10 white pillars, even in each sides of the aisle. Light filters through the stained glass windows depicting 8 miniature stars around a magnificent gray moon, ahead in the altar, in between the 2 hallways that leads to the back area. Hand in hand with her parents, Selina walked down the aisle. She recognized the majority of residents as spectating her wedding as guests, while others completely foreign to her. In a distant whispers, she heard a faint voice. "That's Mr. Klarman, our higher-up." Her head subconsciously turned towards the men in their topic, with frizzled black hair followed white streaks in them. He appeared to be of Southern Highlands. Wearing a white shirt beneath a black tuxedo, he revealed a frivolous smile at Selina. "Klarman." Selina retracted her gaze forward. Ahead is the altar depicting a woman's statue. She wore a loose loincloth garment while her eyes concealed in a piece of cloth. Her left carries harvests while on the right cradles an infant. Her face cascades a crimson river. According to her memories, such a statue was never displayed in the town of Milo. Especially if it's the statue of an unknown deity. Below the altar is a priest draped in a long and loose white robe. Next to him is Diemsfell, the groom of the wedding. He wore a long-sleeved shirt followed by a black tie with a piece of a wide V-shaped suit, concealing his shoulder, leaving his chest open. Selina took notice of his attire before re-evaluating her plan internally once more. Hands clenched together below her abdomen. Finally arriving at the altar, Selina faced Diemsfell, his eyes fixated at the bride, revealing a smile. Selina mirrored her husband's expression, her intertwined hands below her abdomen, maintaining her posture with diligent care. She raised her eyes to meet his. Under the solemn gaze of the priest, Selina and Diemsfell listened to the chanting of the wedding vow. The hall remained eerily quiet. With the vow disclosed, the two began to swear an oath. With her aching and retrained heart, head lowered, she forced herself to say in a low voice, "I do." In response, his posture straightened. Diemsfell echoed the same word with a brilliant smile. "I do as well." In the center of the altar, the priest lowered his head slightly before he invoked in a solemn tone, "You may seal your love." Chapter 16, The Zero. The altar pulsed with a crimson glow, thick with ancient solemnity. Selina and Diemsfell stood face to face, 2 pieces in a godless game. With reverent poise, Diemsfell lifted the white veil from Selina's face. Finally. Diemsfell murmured to himself as his eyes reflects the silver-haired Selina. A single seal. A final piece. The groom could not help but lift a tyrannical smile. Everything certain. The setting is rural. The child of God's citizens have blocked entry from the plains. Made necessary requirements to uphold a massive ritual. However, Selina appeared gentle as ever. As if unaffected. Her crystalline sapphire eyes had Diemsfell's face slowly reach. What a beautiful day to seal their love. Only if it wasn't so sided. Diemsfell grinned, lowered his face towards his bride's lips, ready to seal the wedding in the ritual. Then, in the gazes of the function, the priest and the guests all gasped. Drip. Diemsfell paused. His hand that was holding Selena's shoulders froze and gritted. Blood was suddenly prickling, staining the front of his ceremonial garb. He casted his gaze down and felt an intense pain. A thin, long silver needle was connected to his heart. Selena curled a simple, elegant and soft impeccable smile. Her eyes beaming with submissiveness that the paleness and grace of her face raised an anticipative air. Yet for the maiden, her fingers traced the groom's garb. Selena stabbed Diemsfell's heart. Whoosh. Suddenly, everyone's face came into a halt. What a sudden turn of events. Diemsfell appeared lying, he's bleeding, weakening from being pierced in the heart. A long, sequential chain suddenly burst out of the shadows. It caught Selena's hand and immediately binded it away from the long needle. Everyone turned sadistic. As Diemsfell had emphasized before. If the wedding failure occurred once more, immediately kill her. Why you? Diemsfell's emotions erupted. His hands raised and he felt an intense urge to strangle her. The fact that Selena was still smiling, as if nothing bothered her, was an insult. She had figured the nature of the ritual early on, although the former owner's general knowledge obtained from instances of cults conversations, as Selena of now, thought of the world circulates in mystical manner, which would include an act similar to a wedding. This is a reenactment of their goddess's oath to her divine groom, that would initiate a mystical connection to their goddess, giving her a chance to descend into Selena as the vessel. Around them, the congregation shifted. One by one, the guests, the townspeople, her mother, her father, all have sloughed their disguises, insectal tendrils writhing from split skin, mouths where eyes should be, hands that weren't hands. They were no longer pretending. The abbey darkened as chains erupted from the shadows. Black bats, countless and shrieking, swarmed the air like a plague of curses. Wind howled as it caressed Selena's flowy wedding gown. Unfazed. What's there to live for anyway? At least with death she can determine her theory of returning back personally. To the wound of the monster. To the unveiling of the ritual. She had drawn blood for every soul taken before her. As all this is happening, she murmured in her mind. I'll be returning shortly. Mom, Dad. This time I'll return home. Still holding the prose of gentle and dignified two-hand intertwined below her abdomen. Selena's smile never wavered as she watched the aisle turn into a bloodbath. Then suddenly, at that moment, a thundering roar tore through the stained glass, light pierced the ever-changing gloom. Hovering above the town is an old man with silver eyes. Wearing a black bonnet, and a black robe embroidered with lightning patterns, he exudes a sense of domination and tyranny. Clutched in his hand is a metallic rod consisting of a bulging crystal eye propped to its tip and four pointed limbs beneath. Streaks of symbol presents an absolute judgment to the living. With a brilliant light, the metallic rod's illumination encompassed the abbey, and with a solemn voice the old man commanded, usage of vampire-related abilities are prohibited. At an instant, the growing shadows halted in advancing towards Selena. Standing in front of the abbey, a man wearing an identical robe embroidered with lightning and storms raised an item over his right palm. It was a lantern made of skull, connected with chains acting as handles. The skull reveals a hollow interior, holding only a glowing orb of heart. In the next second, each heart of the guests in the wedding convocation glowed in heinous crimson hue, marking their identities as a specific group, all except Selena. In the distance, a siren voice resounded across the town of Milo. Each resident of the town shrieked in horror, causing an eruption of voices to sprout in Milo. Inside of the abbey, members of the cults experienced an intense pain and involuntary convulsion. They felt their body unwilling to move. Unsteadily regaining his momentum, hands covering the slight wound, Diemsfell glared at Selena before revealing a sinister smile. His hand rose to his face, transparent insects began to squirm and contort, revealing a strange contradicting mask, its right adorned with peculiar bright smile, eyes curving upward, while its left downcasted with sorrow, eyes curving downward. With a flick of his fingers, he and the men seated at the front pew that appeared to be of southern highlands with the frizzled hair began to wilt and decompose into a pile of wriggling flesh of maggots. Some guests and residents were able to use items ranging from a tiered garment, a bracelet, and a card suddenly vanished after phasing into multiple colors, while others were unable to exert their body, forcing into submission from the outside force. Affected by the distant and ethereal siren, Selena removed the headpiece from her silver hair, tossing the veil to the aisle. Heart tearing from her throat, her eyes darted from the grand design of the abbey, the large stained glass of the windows, and the people convulsing in front of her. With desperation, she recalled that the altar was between two hallways that leads to the back area. The turbulent sea of storm brought gray and ashen to the vibrant greeneries. Selena navigated through the intensifying darkness, using the walls as her guide. She managed to reach the sacristy. Communion vessels and parements kept in order, some resembles a priest's cross while others a tree extending into a woman rooted in a silver cup. Ahead is a framed double door, leading to the outside. Without hesitation, Selena shoved the grand doors open. A wall of torrential rain greeted her, driven by howling winds that tore through the streets of Milo like a beast unleashed. The hurricane roared, sweeping buildings into chaos and drowning the town in storm and shadow. She ran, away from the abbey, into the heart of the maelstrom. Her silver-white hair whipped violently in the tempest, strands lashing like loose threads in a world unraveling. Across the distance, past the twisted grid of roads and buildings, a man screamed for help as half his face peeled away, revealing a writhing hive of maggots beneath. A woman clutched her child, only for her arms to split at the seams, unraveling into pale tendrils like snapped strings. Selina didn't stop. She couldn't. Her heart pounded, but her stride never faltered. These weren't people. They never were. From alley to street, every familiar face melted into swarms, piles of flesh tendrils and crawling insect husks that once mimicked the living. A cold, choking horror rooted itself deep within her, but she kept running. Above the collapsing town of Milo, high above the storm-racked streets, an old man with silver eyes hovered in silence. He watched her with unreadable calm, as the imitation of a town dissolved into a colony of vermin. Next to him, suspended in the air, a man of deep blue eyes, with silver-blue hair and stubbled face inquired in a deep tone, "Captain, should we interrogate that lady?" "Is it glowing?" the old man responded with a question, lowering his gaze onto the lantern-like skull. "No." "Then leave her, the cultists can replace her more effectively," he replied in a stern voice. After a constant running, Selina arrived back in the Ivory's estate. The heavy rain persisted across the green pastures, tainting the scenery in gray and dark hue. The manor remained quiet, undisturbed, drops of water cascades in a downpour, painting the heavy scene. Without a thought, she quickly made her way to the manor's front yard and onto the front double door. A single swing of both of her hand, the two panes slammed open. Not a single individual can be seen in sight, darkness consumed its interiors. Selina, soaked in heavy rain, entered with urgency. Seeing that the manor is truly abandoned, she quickly turned right of the living room. Her mind in disarray, many of the cult members were able to escape with the use of their artifacts. If given enough time, they will immediately retrieve her while in the manor. Upon seeing the familiar intersection of corridors, she briskly turned right, arriving in the stair reaching the upper main block. Ascending a flight, she ran towards the manor's northern wing, pushed the knob open, and entered her room. There, the leathered suitcase remained on the undraped mattress of the bed. It consists of a small donation of pounds and clothes. Now the only thing it's missing is a weapon for self-defense. As she walked, Selina untied her hair. The silky white strands fell into a flowing grace before making her way toward the closet. She dried herself with a towel momentarily and changed into a pair of white blouse with minimal frills along with the slender black trousers starting from her abdomen to her ankles, then covering it with a piece of white skirt. After doing this, she took a wide-brimmed sun hat, and strode off into the manor's southern wing, carrying her leathered suitcase. Forcibly entering the office, Selina rummaged the drawers of the desk, pulling out a 45mm brass revolver and a box of ammo. Opening the brass revolver's cylinder, she saw 3 rounds of silver-gray bullets. Ensuring that the gun is loaded, she stored them in her leathered case, before exiting the room. Navigating the hallway of the upper main block, descending to the southern wing and finally arriving at the lounge room, the grand double door to her right. With everything prepared, as soon as she exits from the grand door, she'll leave everything behind, only carrying the memories of her family and friends in her heart. Just as she pushed the door, a familiar voice resounded from the hallway ahead. "Leaving so soon?" A clutching intimate fear bloomed as Selina felt her joints became rigid. She turned her head, gnawing with terror and great difficulty. From there she saw him. A man wearing a tuxedo and a white shirt underneath drenched in rain stood not far from the door. He has a set of deep brown eyes, short black hair, narrow at the forehead and jaw, with a straight nose, and pale skin. It was Diemsfell, her ever-loving fiancé. Chapter 17, Onwards. Leaving so soon? The same familiar voice have echoed once more, the one that have pestered her life for the past half years, the one responsible for the demise of her beloved mother, father, and her townspeople. Selina froze in her spot, frustrated. Unable to resist or escape, she's like a caged bird once again. That feeling of powerless and incapable that have persisted from Selina's memories gradually crept in. "Won't you just let me be?" Selina's emotions erupted in anguish and hatred. The feeling false liberation surfacing from within her. Diemsfell's face squirmed involuntarily, eyes glowing bright red as he gazed at Selina's trembling body. "You must be thinking. Why can't I just let you go?" Diemsfell's smile broadened, mocking Selina's futile escape. He added, "It's because you're too important." Important. Selina gritted her teeth in frustration and fear. If she was retrieved by him, the nightmare would return, rendering her past struggles in vain. "Now, why don't you just walk here? Resistance is futile." Diemsfell's eyes closed from his wide smile, extending his hand towards Selina. Selina remained rooted, hidden in a composed facade. She withdrew her hand to her case. She would die by their hands either way, so why not defy them once more? After a second, dusk light began to seep from the dispersing gray clouds. filtering through the translucent veiled windows, bathing the living room in the descending glow of the sun. Let's go. Diemsfell offered once again, maintaining his sinister smile at Selina. At that moment, Diemsfell felt an intense intuition from his astral being. In an instant, he felt his joint becoming sluggish and worn, his lids drooping from his eyes, and his body gradually being tugged by an invisible string. His body relentlessly retracting and compressing with squirming translucent flesh tendrils. The artifact's aftereffect. Diemsfell's blood run cold, almost immediately, his hand rose onto his face, the strange mask began to reform once more. Without a thought, his body dehumanized himself into another pile of translucent flesh tendrils, writhing and wilting before melting into the wind. Seeing the horrifying individual disappeared without a trace. Selina, her hand tightly grasped the brass revolver from her suitcase, ready to draw at any notice, felt her knees weakened and collapsed onto the stone floor, the manor eerily silent. He's gone, her thoughts stammered in disbelief, relief surged her, as her heart gasping from the constant urgence and fear. In the manor now devoid of people, eerie silence coursed the empty corridors. Selina, her sharp breath echoed throughout the living room's interior, sweat flows down from her delicate face, thoughts spiraling into resolution. I'm free. I won't be a pawn nor a vessel for them anymore. I'll finally fulfill your dream of coming to a city. Minutes later, she heard a familiar high-pitched of a feline, resounding from behind her. Meow. Fallacy. Selina turned her head to her side, there she saw the black cat accompanying her once more. Fingers clenching the suitcase's handle, heaving a sigh of relief, she said in a soft voice, I'm going to leave this town, this place, and I probably won't be coming back. The cat didn't respond, only gazing at Selina momentarily, before striding off towards the grand double door. I was hoping to bring you along with me. After a while of frayed nerves and lost, she managed to settle herself internally. After she stood up from the cold floor, her hand tidied the crease of her blouse and dress, breathing deeply to her lungs, she began to make her way outside of the manor. The closing light of dusk bathes the courtyard in golden hue. The neatly trimmed hedges framed a clear path that stretched from the road to the central fountain, puddles of water reflects the clearing skies above, the outcome of the raid that had occurred. Selina walked in a steady pace, passing the vibrant trees and plains of the road, the manor gradually vanished from her hind sight. After 10 minutes of walking, she saw that the town was a few miles left. With a sigh or resignation, she thought to herself, I really ran a few miles, huh? Arriving at the boundary of Milo. She relied on her knowledge of the town's layout, unhurriedly crossed the wrecked road and ruined buildings. As each building slid past her periphery one by one, cherished memories of the former Selina rush into her, like a cascading river. The roofed house where Selina met her feline companion, Fallacy. The restaurant her and her parents frequented from when she's a child. The paved court where she bonds with the elders and children. And the memories of her parents, and her growth in this once lovely town. Each are a reminiscence of her memories, a reflection of the body's true owner. She deliberately slowed her pace in deference for the former Selina. Soon, she saw the entrance of the town, built in an arched structure, wide enough for transports to pass by. Ahead is the road extending onto the horizon. Green pastures covers each sides, rolling into the dense shadowy forest. After a few distance, Selina half turned her body, her head facing the collapsed town once more. Strong winds blows from the north, her ankle-length skirt hovers through the wind as it attempts to sweep the sun hat from her head. Against the howling air, an aftermath of the cold storm. Selina quickly anchored her hat with her right hand before gazing silently at her hometown. Reaching the train stop, Selina noticed another person, seated at the platform's only bench. He was heavily concealed with a round droopy leather hat, a scarf wrapped around his neck, wearing a piece of stained shirt with vest and a short trouser. Selina couldn't make out the man's form, deciding to just dismiss it, she prepared for the traveling fare from her baggage by her left hand. Soon the train arrived, and along with Selina, the men heavily concealed by garments followed her into boarding the steam-powered transport. Selina felt wary of the men. Milo is a rural town, the majority of people living in this area can be presumably traced to the townspeople, and after the events that have transpired after the past half a year, she's certain that the man is a participant of those events. Either he's a survivor, who managed to sustain himself until authorities arrived, or a tailed member of the cult trying to monitor her. The men didn't bother checking her, instead, he turned to the left of the cabin, opposite of where Selina is going. Opting to dismiss him for now, Selina followed the attendee to a cabin adorned with increased numbers of windows. Finding a vacant seat, she faced the town of Milo from across the grassy pastures. After a few seconds, the train hissed and groaned as it pulled from the platform. Selina glanced out the window. The town, her old home, sat shrouded in a dispersing storm mist, its steeples gradually regain its vibrance. For a moment, it looked peaceful. And for a moment, she despised it. In an opulent villa, situated in the royal district, capital of Lone, Backlund. Seated at the sofa of a luxurious lounge. Audrey skimmed through the Winter County's morning Daily Post, reports such as lack of raw materials causing riots, establishing the Grain Act, the increasing rate of poverty in each part of the continent. After tasking a personnel to deliver the ghost shark blood to the place provided from the trade and another to report Mrs. Lover's case anonymously to the officials of Church of the Evernight, Audrey could only wait patiently for each personnel to return with a result. Anxious, she figured it would be best to spend the remaining time of the day informing herself with the daily news. 3 days have passed, and the situation of her only female companion in the Tarot Club remains to elude her. The cult, the insect people, and her description of the state of Milo managed to pierce Audrey's heart with horror accompanied with a sense of capability as the daughter of the noble hall. Settling on the final page of the newspaper, the headlines are as followed. The rural town of Milo, a hive of cult. This was what she's expecting. Audrey quickly scanned through its contents, taking note of several variables that have led to the officials taking action for impending ritual, yet it failed to precisely deliver the information she intends to know. Finally arriving at the conclusion, a single name caught her attention. The family of Ivory's only descendant have yet to be identified. In the Amiris Leaf Bar, City of Generosity, Biome, Rorstead Archipelago. After confirming that the emblems were indeed the evidences Ms. Lovers provided, Alger managed to convince Halfguard that an informant of his managed to track occult activity which stems from the rural town of Milo. After an intricate extrication of connected rhetoric claims for the Diocese of the Church of Storms, the church deployed its forces to immediately siege the rural town, which includes a joint operation of 3 captains of the mandated Punishers. The church are still wary of his excuse for obtaining such insidious information. Nevertheless, his actions resulted in the ruination of an evil god's descent. This practically earned him enough qualifications to apply for the Sequence 7, Seafarer. He initially intends to consume it without the church being aware and would apply for the potion once again to consume. His plan was to advance early, but with an extra characteristics within him, he would have to find a spouse in order to extract the additional characteristics of a seafarer. But since his merits can now qualify him to intake the Sequence 7 potion, he re-evaluated his plan to Sequence 6. Sitting idly by the corner of the bar. The lobby consists of crowded drunkards, mingling and wasting each other. Alger couldn't hide regret for being unable to be informed of the operation, deeming it to be confidential. After a few minutes, a man entered from the bar's gate. He had a disheveled short blue hair, wearing short-sleeved tunics, trouser tucked into his boots with a loose bluish-black frock coat hanged over his shoulders. The man made his way towards Alger, and sat across him from the table. With a papyrus paper over his hand, he slammed the letter over the table and asked, "How did you know that a cult invasion took place at Milo?" Alger didn't respond immediately, instead he leaned back over his chair. With a reserved deep tone he replied, "A friend of mine disclosed it." Halfguard's eyes narrowed at Alger's response. His hunch tells him that the man in front of him is offering a partial cruise from the actual truth. Chapter 18, Parting. As the train moves in a relative pace, Selina, her fingers diligently wrapped to her hair, holding 2 strands in each of her side and braiding them in place. In her years of living alone, she have learned quite a few things, including tending a hair into a low knot, which would always result in a loose curls, for example her currently tied hair. The reason why she hates such style is due to its tendency to fall while she's cleaning, which prompted her to buy a set of velvet hair bonnets during those times. But now, with Selina's experience in braiding, she's now able to tend it with a mild loose curls in comparison to when it would almost fall off. Putting that aside, after tying her hair, she noticed a faint red hue from the tip of her hair. Before, she wasn't able to take a closer look. Was this body's hair always been like this? Dismissing the thought, her fingers took hold of her sun hat, adorned with black stripped bow and edge, followed by a mocha shade base. Dusting off its brim, Selina turned her head subconsciously to her side, gazing at the scenery sliding past the window. Now, with her escape, Selina felt a mental clutch, reducing the past events, her anxiety, and fear into the back of her mind. With a blank face, her thoughts pondered for her next course of action. My next goal would be to find the next formula of the apothecary potion. But searching for it would be the problem. It seems like there are many people who aren't aware of the existences of Beyonders. Honestly, they're better off not knowing them, considering the dangers it lurks, and what will happen if they failed. Selina recalled the previous her state after losing control from the sequence potion. And the cults. Her hand clenched the handle of her case. Before relaxing them moments after, they would still try to retrieve me. I couldn't afford to be careless. Once we found a shelter, we'll prepare for the worst. After letting go of her suitcase, Selina's thoughts shifted back to her next tasks. We're finally going to Tingen, your dream place. The only difference is that we won't be there to attend college. Following that, a certain word resurfaced in her mind. A corner of her mouth twitched as she mused herself. Then, we'll visit the university first once we found a place to stay. Beyond the glass formed the darkened landscapes, only illuminating by the light originating from the hanged lamps above. Outside hides of varying hills and plains, followed by drifting of trees and rivers. In a composed silence, she began forming a mental list of priorities for when she reached the city. Food and shelter. I have £300, that should be more than enough for me to rent a house for a while. We'll buy the essentials afterward. After a pause, another thought surfaced, we'll also need to change identities and keep a low profile. Even in a city, there's always a chance the cult could find us. Resting her head on her hands, she absent-mindedly traced her fingers along the brim of her sun hat, eyes unfocused as she stared out the window, lost in the rhythm of thought and distant worry. Moments later, a woman dressed in a blue uniformed jacket walked towards Selina. She wore a black trouser, pair of white gloves, and her hair tucked into a cap. The woman asked in a respectful tone, "Miss, our staff are now serving warm tea for each passengers, would you like me to brought you one?" "She's not a replica." "Is she?" Selina stared blankly at the attendant for 3 seconds, before retracting her gaze to the seat before her. "Sure." The female staff nodded before making her way off into the cabin ahead. 15 minutes later, the attendant returned, carrying 2 plates containing a tea and a piece of rye bread with both of her hand. "I thought it was just tea." Selina's eyes narrowed at the extra serving she gained. Seeing the Selina's look of suspicion, the woman explained, "Well, since the train will be arriving by tomorrow morning, we've considered the comfort of our passengers. Thus, we've added a rye bread in case they're hungry." "How considerate." She then turned her gaze towards the other passengers. Seeing that they've received the same treatment, she accepted the bread and tea before thanking the attendant. "Our pleasure, if there are anything more, please don't hesitate to call us," the woman bowed to Selina before leaving. Seeing the attendant walk away from her seat, a light sigh suddenly escaped her lips. This must be the result of those 2-day wedding. She silently mused herself before picking the bread and munching on its soft texture. Satisfied with the quick meal, Selina decided to rest, something she hadn't truly managed to do before. As night deepened into quiet stillness, a gentle peace settled over the course of their journey. The train groaned as it gradually slowed its tracks. After halting at the platform, the double door was slid open by 2 train staffs wearing a blue uniformed vest and a cap. Dense crowd poured out from the train's entrance. Some people wore either a tailed coat, a vibrant dress with bonnets of elaborate decors and top hats for the gentlemen, while others in workers' uniforms and linen garments. The station featured a glass dome above, with walls and pillars to supporting its integrity. Multiple officers wearing caps and uniforms stood by the platform, ensuring safety and peace for the passengers who are boarding and leaving. As the last few passengers disembarked, Selina stepped out through the train's double doors, her leathered suitcase in hand. Her eyes darted across the scene before her, a vibrant, bustling, and alive. The station thrummed with genuine motion, people moving with purpose, laughter echoing from corners, voices rising and falling without script or symmetry. It was refreshing, soothing even. The simple, unfiltered presence of real people, unbound by anything, calmed her frayed nerves. For the first time in what felt like forever, she was surrounded by life that wasn't pretending to be alive. Just as she continued her pace, a swift dash of a child wearing worn clothes and a cap swept in front of her, followed by 3 officers chasing him not far from Selina. "Stop! Stop that thief!" yelled by one of the chasers holding a black wooden baton. The 3 quickly slid past Selina, standing still over the platform. "Thief!" Subconsciously, Selina patted her side, trying to feel her wallet from her skirt. But then realized later that her skirt featured no such convenience. Feeling a slight embarrass, she turned her gaze to the fleeting silhouette of the child and the 3 officers. After a moment, she muttered silently, "At least, now we know there are still pickpockets in this world." Tightening her grip of her suitcase, Selina turned towards the left hall and quickly made her way out of the train station with mechanical grace. Arriving at the entrance, she was suddenly halted by an officer, standing by a corner. He wore a black checkered vest paired with a blue swallowed coat. "Ma'am, may I see your ticket?" Selina didn't mind his interruption. Pulling out a hard-textured paper slip from her suitcase, she handed it to the officer before patiently waiting for his approval. After a slipshod inspection, the officer nodded in acceptance, extending his hand to his side. He said, "You can go." She mirrored his action of bowing slightly before proceeding to exit through the entrance. Beyond the walls of the station, she was greeted by a lively atmosphere, comparable to when she left the steam train. Trotting of horse-drawn carriages followed by mobile hawkers who sold vegetables, fruits, and hot food shouted along the streets as they beckoned the rushing pedestrians. Some of them would stop and carefully compare before purchasing. Others would impatiently wave their hands as they had yet to find work for the day. Selina felt a chilling breeze swept her skin, which made her cover the bare skin of her left arm holding the suitcase. Although it was almost July, it was still considered the middle of summer. However, Tingen was situated north of the Lone Kingdom, so it had unique climate characteristics. The highest annual temperature was not even 30 degrees Celsius on Earth, with even cooler mornings. Straightening her posture, she took a whiff of the air mixed with noxious and fragrant aromas drifting from the vendors. Clenching her suitcase with her left hand, she pressed her sun hat by the other and moved through the bustling streets with cautious poise. Such a densely populated area was bound to attract thieves. Though the streets appeared orderly and pleasant, Selina remained alert, her caution never wavering. She navigated carefully through the crowded avenues, slipping past vendors and passers-by with practiced steps. In the distance, a soft, ethereal chime rang out, an old bell tone echoing through the cityscape. It stirred a memory within her, the great clock tower of Westminster, the Big Ben of London. At times, during a short break, she would occasionally read certain articles concerning public reports internationally. This was a habit she made in order to monitor the capital exchange between currencies. This was also a task for secretaries to diligently monitor liquidity for the company they're working. Putting those thoughts aside, she recalled the inexperienced former Selina and herself. Selina is a country bumpkin and have never been in a city. As for her, she's unaware of Tinjin City's layouts. Navigating through the streets would meant danger if she got lost. Let's find a map. Hopefully the parliament should have considered the incoming foreigners, that they posted it for the public. With her thoughts settled, Selina proceeds to scour her way from a mass of pedestrians. From a distance, she could make out a lineup of carriages arriving at a spot of the road, followed by newsies shouting headlines from across, begging paupers from the sides being escorted by officers. Some of these vagrants, especially the children, exhibit sallow complexions due to malnutrition. Selina's gaze followed the officers accompanying the tramps out of the district, gradually vanishing from her hindsight. Are they relocating them? A momentary perplexation hit her, before arriving at a realization. Dismissing her thoughts, Selina resumed her pace amidst the tension of the crowd with deliberate stance. Reaching a wide intersection, the amount of pedestrians seemed to lessen compared to when she exited the train station. Gaining a breather, Selina took a liberty of inspecting the city's architectural designs, darting her gaze from buildings to another. The city features bricked houses lined in a compact setting, leaning ever so slightly towards the streets. Balconies above draped with laundries and older residents slouching on the railings, silent observers of a street. These vintage-styled residences made her recall the town of Milo. Although it's a rural town, it didn't disappoint in following the world's structural trend, even displaying identical paving of the roads. Reducing these thoughts to the corner of her mind, Selina pressed onwards. Soon, she noticed a wide wooden billboard, standing prominently at the center street of the intersection. Selina didn't waste her time. Turning her head over the side and another, ensuring there's northwest carriages rushing the road, she quickly maneuvered her way across the intersection, arriving at the wide wooden board. Stamped on its surface are multiple flyers and posters, adding on a layer to each other. A couple of advertisements accompanied by daily posts and headlines made the city's map barely be seen from the multiple layers of pasted papers. At one of the headlines, Selina's attention was caught by its catching title, "The Rural Town of Milo, a Hive of Cults." It had already spread like a wildfire. Selina mused internally before deciding to skim its contents. The headline didn't cover much of the entire situation. Some of its statements even baffled Selina of its terrible narration and obvious major forgeries. It's safe to say, they couldn't publicly report the true events that happened. Arriving at its conclusion, the final statement unsettled her slightly. The family of Ivory's only descendant have yet to be identified. Seems the priority bracket have changed. I'll try to find a reliable identity dealer after I found a place to stay. Casting those thoughts aside, Selina cleaned the view of the map from pasted papers and advertisements. Her eyes scrutinized her current position to the map, finally concluding where she is. Looks like I'm in the North Borough, at a street known as Birchwhite. Scanning the layout of the city for a possible district that offers renting houses, Selina settled her destination. Daffodil Street seems to offer the most affordable one. All right, we'll head there. Miss. A voice tinged with squeaky tone called Selina from her side. Turning her attention over her right, she saw a newsboy, wearing a worn cap, a self-sewn satchel and a slightly tattered coat and pants, a visible stain smeared on his face. The boy warmly extending his right hand holding a folded newspaper towards Selina. Might I interest you with today's Tinjin Daily Posts? He offered smilingly, his dirt-smudged lips curled in delight. Although Selina couldn't be bothered with passers-by, her nature unintendedly took over. Without knowing the price, she whisked out a 10 pence from her baggage and gave it to the boy. The boy was stunned by the amount of money the lady gave him. Tightened his grip of his satchel, he quickly denied the lady's offering. Miss, that's too much for a newspaper." "Too much?" Selina raised an eyebrow at the boy's strange honesty. Wouldn't such unfortunate youngsters just take the chance of earning an extra due to a passerby's unawareness? Regardless, Selina still chose to give the 10 pence to the boy and proceeded to turn her body towards a carriage's stop. Seeing the 10 copper coins resting on his palm, the newsboy lifted his head with an intention of thanking the lady. But the sun-hatted woman have already vanished from his sight. Clenching his palm that holds the pennies into a fist, the boy briskly walked back to the opposite street. At a corner of a building, ahead of the billboard, Selina leaned on the bricked wall, attempting to observe the boy's reaction. Heaving a sigh of resignation, she stored the newspaper in her suitcase before she resumed her pace towards a carriage stop. Chapter 19, Minimum. Selina arrived at a spot by the roadside, near a stone wall, where carriages often stopped to take on passengers. Before long, a coachman on a four-wheeled carriage called out, offering public transport. Upon approach, she noted the carriage's cramped interior. Some passengers had climbed to the roof for breathing room, while others sat shoulder to shoulder inside, silent but patient. Fortunately, there were fewer than 5 commuters inside the one she boarded. Still, the space was far from comfortable for anyone of lofty stature. The air inside was thick with the stench of sweat and damp wool. Selina nearly reconsidered and opted to walk, but pressed on. The other passengers, likely used to this, wore blank, indifferent expressions. Adjusting her grip on the suitcase, she removed her sun hat and slouched slightly as she stepped aboard. She was met with a handful of stares, some blank, others tinged with faint curiosity. The attention made her stomach tighten, a flicker of discomfort stirring beneath her composed expression. She offered a polite smile and nodded to the other passengers before taking the nearest open seat. Beside her sat an elderly woman with limp, tired eyes. Her clothing bore heavy stitch lines, and her skin was pale and rough, clear marks of poverty. At the coachman's call, the horses began to gallop. The carriage jolted, then gradually picked up speed. Selina absently caressed the brim of her sun hat as she turned toward the glassless window. Vendors and cluttered buildings blurred past her view, followed by crooked lampposts lining the roadside. An elderly man passed by outside, gray-haired, clothes patched with assorted fabrics barely held together. The city seemed riddled with poverty, far more so than she remembered from the middle districts. Heavily populated areas never lack these kinds of people, Selina murmured inwardly, tucking a loose strand of silver hair behind her ear. The carriage soon reached a wide intersection, Iron Cross Street, if she recalled correctly. Her mental map marked it as the convergence of 4 major roads from the west, north, and east boroughs. In the center stood the municipal square, vibrant with red and white tents. Clowns in absurd costumes handed out flyers to passers-by. A circus. Her gaze lingered on the booths, drawn to the velvet fabric fluttering in the wind, until the carriage rolled past. Selina leaned back, folding her hands over her sun hat. The suitcase rested snugly between her legs as she steadied her posture. Moments later, the carriage halted at Daffodil Street, a charming neighborhood of neatly lined terraced houses, framed by wrought iron fences and ornate gates. She slouched out of the carriage, withdrew a copper penny from her suitcase, and briskly approached the front to pay the coachman. Earlier, she'd intended to hand him 5 pennies, oblivious to the standard fare. Observing the other passengers had quickly corrected her. The realization brought a faint flush of embarrassment. The coachman said nothing. With a curt tug on the reins, he drove off, leaving Selina behind. Sun hat in place, she turned toward the row of houses, ready to pursue her objective, finding one to rent. As she strolled the sidewalks, she took note of the well-dressed pedestrians. Men wore frock coats, carried canes, and sported top hats. The women clutched parasols over elaborately frilled dresses and bonnets. So this is where the middle class resides, she mused, scanning the homes for rental flyers. Cautiously navigating the modest crowd, she came upon a terrace building, bearing a multifaceted hipped roofs, with 3 chimneys stood erected. Its exterior was painted with brown and an occasional whiteness that accentuates its vintage-style design. The place offers a close lawn by its door and a notice pasted by its wooden pane. The house resembled its neighbors, save for its dim interior and closed curtains. This should do. I wonder how much the rent is. Intending to approach its entrance, a deep voice called out from across the yard. Miss. Do you plan on renting that place? Startled, Selina turned. Behind a trimmed hedge and iron fence stood a man in a frock coat and top hat, tipping his hat toward her. Who is he? She wondered, brow slightly raised. The man appeared to be in his late 40s, with a round face, a bit of stubble, and a lean build. He stood just a little taller than her and bore a polite, almost affable smile. Ha ha. You must be wondering who I am, he chuckled warmly. I'm Marl Heath, or just Mr. Heath, if you prefer. Selina returned the smile with practiced grace. Mr. Heath, you seem familiar with this area. May I ask where I can file a rental application for this house? What a well-mannered lady. Of course. Keep walking until you reach the end of the street, then turn left. After that, turn right, and you'll find the NG Housing Company. Oh, and feel free to take the flyer. An enthusiastic man, people would surely grow fond of him over time. Selina briefly nodded before replying in a mellow tone, thank you. I appreciate your guidance. She noted the house number, 16, and took the flyer. As she tucked it into her suitcase, Mr. Heath called again. It's a pleasure, miss. Also, my wife just made seared battered mutton. After you're done with the rental process, would you care to try some? She can bring it over, I promise it's worth it. Selina maintained her smile but blinked once, in doubt. Is this mandatory? I appreciate the offer, Mr. Heath, but I'll excuse myself for now. He placed his hat over his chest and gave a gentleman's bow. Selina returned the courtesy before walking off with deliberate poise. After a series of maneuvers, Selina arrived at a department building, with a sign over its left double door which reads, Yenji Working Class Housing Improvement Association. They should really consider using an abbreviation. Selina turned the door's handles before gently pushing it open. Inside, the lobby was quiet, only a handful of people lined up at the front desk. Some are issuing about rental fees while others diligently sign a contract. In the reception area 2 sofas are placed together facing a waist-level table with a door facing from the left. The people are too occupied with their business that they didn't notice Selina. Selina took her sun hat off before briskly walking to the receptionist. Behind the desk was a young man with thin build, blackish-brown eyes and neatly slicked black hair. He fell in a daze for a moment before briskly saying in a respectful tone, he asked, "How may I help you today?" Bringing her sun hat to her right hand, she took out a piece of paper from a leathered suitcase using her left. Offering the flyer towards the receptionist. "I'm here to rent a terraced house." "Oh, then please wait for a moment," the young man replied as he went out of the counter and into a door at the side, behind Selina. After 10 minutes, the young receptionist returned, followed by a plump man with short black hair, dark eyes and short snub nose wearing a vested long-sleeved white shirt. "This is Mr. Groland. He's a real estate agent, he will assist you in choosing a rental house." The receptionist pointed his open palm towards Groland. Groland raised his right hand to his chest and bowed in courtesy before introducing himself, "I am Morlan Groland. Just as Mr. Rowell have stated, I'm a real estate agent, so if you have anything to inquire, please don't hesitate to inform me." Selina responded to their introduction with a polite smile, "Pleased to meet you." "Oh, miss, please have a seat at the sofa, we'll prepare a cup of tea in a while." The young receptionist, Rowell, gestured for the long upholstered seat by the short table. Selina nodded before occupying a space of the sofa, while Groland took the other vacant sofa. Contemplating for a moment, Selina asked in amiable tone, "May I know the requirements for renting a terrace building?" "Of course, our requirements are minimal, we only request the renter's documents and we will forge a contract afterwards," explained by Gorland, resting his right hand over the sofa's arm. "Document? I don't have that." She mumbled under her breath before reckoning her situation. After fleeing the town of Milo, she would have to keep a low profile until she changed her name through a reliable document dealer. Which is currently troubling her. Should I just rent an apartment instead? But there's a possibility that the cult from Milo would track me down, endangering the tenants that are nearby. She pondered over her other options for shelter. Seeing his client fell into a deep thought. Gorland broke the tension, implying, "Well, it is for the safety of the neighborhood. A handful of individuals lately have been involved in crimes, which prompted us to include this requirement. Miss, please understand." Snapping from her reverie, Selina responded with a dry smile, "Don't worry, I don't plan on violating the company's guidelines." After a pause, she added, "Well, to be honest, there would be no need for browsing of potential houses." Recalling the door number displayed from previous terraced house she have visited. Its close distance from the municipal square and the Iron Cross Street, she have already ascertained her decision for occupying it. "Perhaps you've already decided a house that suits your taste." Garland raised his brow slightly. Selina nodded before replying, 16 Daffodil Street. "I believe it's suitable for me." "Very well, since the house hasn't been checked for a while. We'll need inspect the house of any required maintenance before we forged a contract. It is mandatory due to complaints we'd often get from loose pipes and leakage, so I would advise to wait for a minimum of a day." Garland detailed the procedure to Selina. After that, he relayed. "Our rental fee would range from 19 solely notes to £1 notes depending on the house. And yours seems to be in a range of £1, are you fine with that?" Selina heaved a silent sigh of relief. This means she should have enough time to commission a document dealer to forge her an identity, and the money wasn't a problem for a while. The only issue now would be to search for a reliable dealer. The possibility of con artists can't be dismissed. "That won't be a problem," she replied with an amiable smile. Garland let off a soft breath before bidding, "A pleasure doing business with you. Please return tomorrow afternoon for a follow-up." Selina nodded in acknowledgement before propping herself from the sofa. Rowell, the receptionist, returned with 2 silver plates serving tea cups. Seeing the lady stood up from the upholstered seat, he asked, "Miss, going already?" Selina turned her head towards Rowell and nodded in contempt. But before she could proceed to the door, she paused on her steps and redirected her gaze towards Gorland. "Mr. Gorland, may I know the company's closing time?" "Yes, our open time is 7 in the morning before closing at 7 in the evening." Gorland replied, exerting force to his back as he stands up. "Thank you," Selina replied in modest before leaving the department. Adjusting her sun hat, Selina made her way back to 16 Daffodil Street. Passing the terraced house she previously encountered, she returned to the municipal square of the city. Hand pressed to her sun hat, she navigated through the bustling streets packed with colorful attired clowns and spectating audiences. Soon, she came across a 3-story building with a flyer over its entrance that offers travelers a momentary stay. A sign was posted over a hanged wooden board that reads, Polar Oisen Bar. Upon entering the bar, Selina took note of the scarcity of customers inside. The interior is furnished with wooden tables, arranged in a parallel symmetry from each other, while on the corner are windows that led to a crowded street. On her left was a flight of stairs leading to the second floor. The possible reason for the lack of customers could be the daytime. The majority of customers are often the working class of society. They visit the nearest bar once evening took over, either to waste themselves in alcohol or to forget the life's problems even for a moment. Selina made her way towards the counter with graceful steps. There, she occupied an available high-legged stool. The bartender was a lean man, wearing a white long sleeves paired with a piece of a gray-black vest, with a proportional head and a short mildly messy hair that accentuates his lightly bearded face. One can assume he's between the age of 50. The man quickly noticed Selina's presence, turning his back to face the customer. He saw a silver-haired gorgeous woman from behind the sun hat. Assuming a posture of elegance, Selina intertwined her hand on her thighs along with her sun hat before asking, Sir, may I know your name? The man scrutinized Selina for a few seconds before taking a glass cup from the counter and wiping its surface. He replied with deep tone, Edward. It's Edward Melvin. Selina acknowledged his introduction with a nod before inquiring, I've taken an interest in the offer pasted on the door. May I know the price for staying a night? The bartender paused momentarily, before replying, For tonight it would be 2 solely. Selina revealed a polite smile before taking out a 2-piece of paper. Etched on its surface is the face of the current King of Loan, King George Augustus III. Slipping the 2 solely to the counter. The man fished out a spare key beneath, handing it over to Selina before taking the 2 notes. Second floor, room 035. Thank you. After stuffing the key to her suitcase, Selina ascended the stairs to the lobby's left corner, making her way to the last door of the corridor. The door clicked open, her hand gently pushed it inward. Inside features a 1-person bed, a wooden closet on the corner and a wooden set of table and chair beside a veiled windows. The room have a total of 4 glass windows, 2 ahead and 1 parallel to each other by the corner. Selina felt a numb sensation after a long day of holding her baggage. Dropping her leathered suitcase onto the bed, she quietly massaged her shoulders, circling it momentarily before throwing herself onto the draped mattress. Relaxing herself onto its soft surface, Selina began to ponder how she could find a trustworthy document dealer. I could consult the tarot club tomorrow afternoon. But the inspection of the house would be done by then. The bartender seems to be well around these part of the district. It's best to ask him later. Settling her mind, Selina's eyes dropped at a second, resting herself to sleep for a while. Chapter 20, Crossroads. After descending a flight of stairs from the second floor. Arriving at the bar, Selina quickly noticed the increased rate of customers drinking and mingling with each other in impaired movements. It has been 4 hours after she slept. The bar would naturally attract exhausted workers. Their target audience. As she made her way towards the counter, several gazes from drunk men lingered Selina. This made her stomach contract, briskly walking towards the available wooden stool. Before she left her room, she had made a crude, handcrafted gun holster made of tiered garments she brought. The fabric is loosely held together around her revolver, tied to her right thigh for easy and quick draw. This is for self-protection and in case of sudden danger, she would be able to counter the incoming threat, especially now that she's wanted by a cult. But in a situation that she's being taken advantage, she wouldn't hesitate to draw the revolver. Selina have already loaded its cylinder with 5 silver bullets before and she have already considered the possibility of accidental trigger which made her twist the cylinder slightly to an empty cartridges. After ensuring that the holster remained on her thigh, relief etched on her face before turning her attention towards the bartender. With an amiable tone she asked, Mr. Edward. Mind if I inquire any of your connections? She paused momentarily, before adding, to be more precise, a whereabouts of a reliable dealer should suffice. At that moment, the nearby drunk men distanced themselves slightly from Selina. What she disclosed to the bartender signifies an insidious information. It could lead to consequences if ever they found near their conversation. Melvin turned to face the silver-haired lady at the counter. After a second, he scoffed, arranging the glass beverages as he replied, What makes a lady of stature like you know about dealers? A lady of stature? Is it because of my mannerism? Selina recalled how Mr. Hangman referred to Ms. Justice during his persuasion. This made her relate to Ms. Justice's seconds of silence. With a genial smile, she shrugged, I've had my ways. Melvin's eyes narrowed at Selina's response before relaxing. I have connections. What dealer are you specifically looking for? A document dealer. Selina replied in a mellow voice. Forgers are pretty well known in the underground. You must have came across words from the streets, Melvin scorned at Selina's feeble facade. Collecting his thoughts, he added, those guys usually litters around Evil Dragon's bar by the coast of South District. To be more precise, the underground market. Evil Dragon's bar. Underground market, Selina noted the keywords mentally, paying close attention to Melvin. There's a man they call, the captain, Mr. Swain. He manages the establishment and maintains status quo. By identifying him, and inquiring permission, you'll access the underground market. Wait. Only identifying him. Shouldn't there be a members-only access code? Selina pondered over the strange unguarded passage entry. Reading Selina's expression like a book. Melvin let out an alveolar click before adding, Captain Swain earned a reputation for his managing. This formed connections that would defend the underground market. I see. Selina nodded in satisfaction. Handing out a £1 note to the counter in compensation for his information. Thank you, she said, thanking the bartender with modest. The man grinned slightly as he replied, melting breeze costs £3. Selina paused before she could leave the stool. Meeting the gaze of the man, Selina could only bide to his demand. Taking another £2 notes and placing them by the counter. She quietly left the counter. Melvin didn't respond. Upon taking the 3 notes, he briskly shifted his action to cleaning a glass cup afterwards. Selina didn't linger too long. Exiting the bar, she strode off into the mildly populated streets. She haven't had breakfast and lunch, so she intends to wander until she come across a restaurant. Passing the Iron Cross Street, shifting right from the square, she saw a prominent restaurant between 2 balconied buildings. Selina approached its sign. Etched on its surface are words written in Loanese, Macadamian Eastwell. Upon entering, gazes lingered at her in an instant, from the guests dining in the establishment. Selina tried to keep a measured stance amidst the gazes of people, seeing that each clothed tables except the center, she heaved a sigh of resignation. It was bad enough for her to gain so much attention, but occupying the center would make her the candy of attraction. Choosing to remain by the reception area. She intends to wait for anyone to finish their meal and replace their spot. After a while, a couple left an empty seat over a corner, leftovers littered on the table. Selina, starting to lose patience, felt her stomach screamed in joy. Without a thought, she quickly made her way from the dining area to the empty table. Occupying a seat, and waiting patiently for a waiter. What seems like instantaneous, a male waiter immediately approached her table with confidence. Arching his back, the waiter leaned onto Selina. This made her slightly withdraw her body from him. Expressing his demeanor with a bright smile, he said, "Beautiful miss, here's our menu." Selina's eyes narrowed at the waiter, briskly taking the folder from his hands. So no matter which world I go, being attractive would always gain privileges. She mused silently before browsing the menu of its cuisines. The menu consists of seared scallops, honey-glazed beef, and roasted butter mutton of Lone. Will the marmalade and grilled seasons are cuisines adapted from the locals of Intis and Fainapotter. The dishes were all sounds tempting. But one cuisine caught her attention. One desi pie. Accompanied by seared scallops and deep-fried sailfish please. After ordering and handing the menu over, the waiter quickly retrieved the folder, arching his back towards Selina before briskly leaving. 15 minutes later, the waiter returned with a batch of servings on a titanium plate. Enjoy your meal. If you have anything else, don't hesitate to call. The man revealed an amiable smile, with a somewhat flirtatiousness evident by his accent towards her. Thank you, she replied in the same manner, with difference in tone. With a slight hesitance, the waiter left her from the table, tending the other guests afterwards. Taking a whiff of flavorful fragrance and aromatic sweetness, Selina's stomach contracted. Let's taste the pie first. Unable to resist any longer, she picked up the silver fork and took a small bite of the desi pie, the dish she'd been eyeing since she sat down. The short crust was rich with meaty juice, softening its dryness while also redeeming itself for its shortcomings. The sourness was overtaken by the sweet taste brought by the small pieces of apples neutralizes its oily nature with clear of wheat fragrance. Unconsciously, her hand reached her cheek, palm pressing her face. With satisfied delight she mumbled, "MMMM." As the portion slid down her throat, Selina opened her eyes slowly. A handful of eyes now lingered to her direction. Her ears grew a beet red. Face showing signs of fluster, she quickly covered her face with her sun hat in an attempt to dismiss the lingering gazes. With a muffled but audible voice, she said, "Forgive me." The male guests and waiters fell into a daze, while the ladies pinched their company's ears from their reverie. The attention she garnered gradually receded. While Selina condemned herself internally, "Don't do again, okay?" Putting everything aside, she resumed her dining session. Finishing the desi pie and the rest with content. After that, she gestured for a waiter to tend her table. Ordering another meal for takeout before briskly exiting the establishment. Returning back to her room and placing the takeouts on the table, Selina produced a velvet black clock from her suitcase, which was prepared before her departure. It was to conceal herself and her image upon entering a few insidious activities such as underground trades. But after a moment of contemplation, she tidied the cloak back into her suitcase. Taking her sun hat nestled at the bed before making her way from the second floor, down to the bar's lobby. Dismissing the gazes from the drinking customers and exiting the door, she arrived back into the road east of Iron Cross Street. Proceeding through the congestion of pedestrians, she recalled the thoughts that have resurfaced in her mind back in her room, inspecting her cloak. She made a promise to herself to visit the Tane University once she secured a momentary stay at an inn or an apartment. With this in mind, she boarded a track carriage, heading towards east of Tingen. Relying on her image of the city's map which is still recent in her mind. Tane University is situated across a wide distributary of Tussock River coming from the northern York Mountains passing through its district. In order to reach it, they would have to cross Koei University, which is in the side of the city. The carriage took various turns as it occasionally stops at checkpoints for passengers. As the transport moves in a relative pace, Selina noticed a sign by the large glass window of a low-rise building. Through the carriage, Selina scrutinized its etched words. Lawson's Folk Herb Shop. A herbal shop. Selina thought of the potion's name the previous Selina have consumed. It was named Sequence 9, Apothecary. The corresponding ability she gained after the completion of her memories could be compared to a professional and talented doctor, only difference is that talents can now be inherited through a liquid in a glass vials. The carriage soon drove past the humble shop, and clusters of buildings. Not long did it come across an open space consisting of a greenery park. Following the paved path from the road leads to a Italic-styled building, with pointed arched windows, plated roofs and red bricked walls. It stands proud near the riverbed of Tussock River. Finally arriving at a carriage stop across Koei University, Selina alighted from the horse-drawn transport. After handing one copper penny to the coachman, the carriage galloped forward, carrying a handful of passengers as it gradually vanished from her sight. Ensuring that the holster is still attached, Selina proceeded towards the mildly populated side of the road. Reaching a three-way, she turned left. Seeing the broad bridge ahead, Selina retracted her gaze from the road and onto the prominent grounds of Koei University. The university exudes grandeur, with towering walls and masts of towers at a distance. Gazing at sight, she noticed a man, presumably in his 30s, blankly staring at the drifting waters of the river. He wore a two-piece attire with a necktie over his long-sleeved shirt covered by a long black tailcoat, and a top hat over his head. His tanned skin made Selina recall the description of the natives of southern continent, described by her mother. Could he be a professor from Balam? Selina pondered over the professor's origin before deciding to dismiss it. Soon she crossed the wooden bridge, arriving at the courtyard of Tane University. With trimmed hedges, it framed a path that leads to a fountain at the center with slim trees that are scattered at the school grounds. Ahead of the fountain was a Gothic-styled grandeur incomparable to the grounds of Koei University. It features a steeply pitched roofs with terracotta exterior adorned with lancet glass-stained window and elaborate stonework. The grand double door are also carved with intricate patterns ranging from vines with leaves and roses with thorns as it connects to the surrounding walls and steeples. It exudes class atmosphere towards the onlookers. Now I understand why Selina wished to attend such a prestigious university, Selina mused at the grandeur of the building. Not only is it remarkable but its campus are also well kept. With leisure pace, she sauntered the school grounds of Tane University, appreciating its architectural structure for a full hour. After a while of sightseeing, settling her contempt, Selina boarded a public carriage once again from the last stop she took. Heading back to the Polar Oisen bar, intending to wear her earlier cloak before she proceeds to search for an identity forger at Evil Dragon's bar. But unlike the previous route, the carriage shifted its course multiple times, before reaching Iron Cross Street. Selina felt a bit disappointed in not seeing the herb shop once more. Nevertheless, she managed to get a vivid road direction of the shop in her mind. Putting away those thoughts aside, she quickly took off from the public transport and briskly walked back to Polar Oisen Bar, 5 blocks south of Municipal Square. Customers flooded the bar from when she left. Eyes fixated over her as she ascends a flight of stairs. In the second floor, she saw that the door next to the room before hers slowly swinged open. An elder woman walked out of the room followed by an elder man. The lady wore a casual clothing consisting of a knitted coat and a bonnet over her head, while the gentleman who is holding the lady's palm have a loose trench coat and a half-top hat. Selina curtsied the passing couple before briskly entering her room. Once inside, she took her suitcase from below the bed frame. Opening its latches, she produced a leather-made wallet and a velvet cloak from the suitcase, the garment she failed to make use before. Although it's already past afternoon. Bars are usually at their peak hour at such time of the day, resulting its unlikeliness to close early unless urgent or on occasion. Draping herself with black clock, she made her way down to the lobby of bar. Several eyes lingered momentarily before quickly retracting their attention onto their company. Laughs and high voices pestered the streets littered with rows of now lighted pole lamps. Selina, concealed in a black cloak, navigated the venue with deliberate caution. Usually, she would take a public carriage which will eventually reach the South District. But since it's almost evening, the available public carriages have drastically reduced, prompting her to rent one along with a coachman. Selina is not fully aware of the rental fees, so to prevent being taken advantage, she devised a plan. Offering the coachman with an amount lower than what she deems. If the coachman demanded more, it would be the original fee. If he tries to increase the cost, she won't hesitate to draw the revolver. With this in mind, she gestured for a passing carriage to halt for her. It didn't take long before a coachman operating a horse-drawn transport to notice her. Before boarding, Selina made her way to the front of the carriage and said to the coachman, "Near the coast of South District." The coachman nodded, redirecting his attention forward. Once she entered the carriage and occupied a seat, the horses began to gallop, gradually regaining their momentum as the wooden transport begins to move forward. Chapter 21, Dark Street. Arriving at the docks, lined with warehouses clustered by the coast. Stacks of crates and soggy container bags littered the surrounding cargoes. After alighting from the carriage, Selina offered the coachman 10 pence for the fare. Seeing the 10 pence from the cloaked man, the coachman accepted without responding. Seeing that the carriage still remained by the road, Selina asked herself, didn't he receive the fare with silence? Shouldn't it indicate that it is the right amount? Wariness made her hand reach the gun holster strapped over her thigh. Seeing her quiet stance, the man enlightened. 10 pence equates to 5 hours of rent. I can wait here idly for your return. Is that so? Heaving a sigh of relief, she replied, you can leave me here. I'll be fine. The man briefly nodded before the carriage disembarks. Taking a whiff of the refreshing breeze, she proceeded forward. A few minutes later, she arrived at the entrance of Evil Dragon's bar. Entering the warehouse and descending a level of stairs, Selina reached the lobby. Inside features a set of tables at its corner and a small arena at the center. Noisy drunkards crowding its edges, spectating a rooster duel, with only difference being that the animal participants are replaced with rodents. The gamblers anticipate their roosters, or in this case, rodents, to win. They either wish to become their chosen rodents themselves for a swift execution or desire to just stomp the stage, ending their waste. Why? Why rodents? Selina was stunned by the bizarre way of this world's gambling. Feigning ignorance, Selina made her way from the congestion of the drunkards to the counter ahead. Occupying one of the high stools, she noticed that the bartender is absent at the moment. With her free time, she decided to spectate the arena from the counter, intending to wait for the bartender's return. Wasted drunkards and gamblers brazenly yelled at one another. Some would occasionally raise their half-emptied beer, complaining gibberish topics to their company, while others fell like flies after. A sigh of resignation escaped from her breath. After at least 15 minutes, a muscular and burly man returned from across the counter, carrying a crate filled with bottles of alcohol. He had a pair of blue eyes, messy brown hair, arms thick and brawny, with a firm muscles, wearing a stained lightly gray shirt and baggy jeans, with bearings of a military officer. The burly man turned his attention to Selina over the counter. With a deep voice he asked, "What do you want?" For inquiring intel, Selina learned from her experience with the bartender of Oisen Bar that it is mandatory to order a well-known beer before delving into insidious discussion. Selina replied, "A glass of Southville beer." Southville beer is one of the most requested drinks by the townsfolk of Milo. They describe it as white foam and frosty beer, bitter and fragrant once tasted, but the flavor of malt bursts afterwards with a mild sweetness aftertaste. Although Selina haven't experienced drinking, their expressive descriptions made it memorable for her, though she would never intend to drink any type of beer for as long as she live, a vow she made herself after seeing some people descend into total disorientation as the result. The man remained silent amidst the laughter and voices of the bar. He turned his back to Selina. After a minute, he procured a glass of a foamy white and blue liquid, serving it in front of her. After taking the beer, she began caressing its surface with her finger, as she inquired, "Mister, do you know who's Mr. Swain?" The man maintained an unbothered poise. "Did he hurt me?" Worried if her words didn't reach the man, Selina intends to rephrase again. But before she could open her mouth, the burly man turned to face her and replied in an intimidating tone, "What business do you have with me?" Swain's eyes briefly flicked over her concealed figure, not with interest, but calculation. Like weighing whether she was a problem. "So he's Swain?" The manager of Evil Dragon's Bar, adjusting her posture, she asked affably, "Excuse me, may I know where is the entrance to the underground market?" Swain extended his hand towards a stairway and said with indifference, "There, go help yourself. Don't cause trouble." Selina offered a brief nod, veiling her unease with composure, "Thank you." Just as she stood, her gaze glanced over the untouched drink. How much for the beer?" "You clearly don't drink." Swain gave a dry snort. Sensing she'd been seen through, Selina gave a sheepish smile. Just go. Swain shrugged her expression before directing his gaze onto the littered glass over the counter. Proceeding towards the stairway, she paused once more. Turning to face Swain, she asked, also, do you know anyone who's a document forger? Swain glanced at Selina from the corner of his eye, fingers wiping the glass cup with a towel. He replied, there are. But they're not available. How so? They've been commissioned. Details are undisclosed, he enlightened, tucking the cleansed glass cup back to the rack. They've been commissioned. All of them. Selina echoed the thought, a small crease forming between her brows. Are they perhaps doing a mass operation? After thanking Swain, Selina quietly left the bar and headed back to the road. Her purpose was to only gather intel about document forgers and to commission one. She doesn't intend to visit the underground market, lest a trouble might occur. The road was deserted, with only the dim lights of the tall lamps illuminating the path. Her steps gradually became quicker in response to unease from the silent environment. Holding her cloak, she soon returned to the boundary of the harbor. Flickers filtered from the majority of windows. Navigating the streets, it didn't take long for her to board another trackless carriage, intending to return. Arriving back to Pol Oisen Bar. The rowdiness have only escalated from before, due to the increase of customers. With deliberate steps, she ascended a flight of stairs, heading back to her room. The corridor was lit with walls lamps, bathing the room with dim glow. Upon entering her room, she quickly unbuttoned her cloak, throwing the garment onto the bed before she trudged to its soft embrace. How exhausting. She mumbled, letting go of herself in the soft fabric of the bed's cover. After a moment of rest, she hesitantly tidied the cloak back into her suitcase and taking out a towel afterwards, making her way to bathroom. 20 minutes later, drying her hair with the towel, she walked out of the door and back to the bed. The suitcase which was left open contains a stack of neatly arranged clothes. Producing a white piece dress, she intends to use the garment as her pajama for tonight. Changing into a much comfortable clothing, she then sauntered to the table. After finishing her dinner of desi pie, marmalade and cheesecake, she made her way back onto the bed frame and sat on its edge. Recalling her next goal. Anxiety rose within her as she muttered, I don't even know where to start searching for the apothecary potion sequence 8. Beyonders are unknown to the public, with only the minority through fateful encounters are knowledgeable of such secretive information. If she aims to obtain the name and the formula of the apothecary sequence 8, she'd have to consider involving herself within the underground market. Maybe tomorrow, I'll visit the bar again. With her thoughts resolved, Selina turned over her side and contemplate deeply once more. Tomorrow is also the day where the inspection ends. I haven't even brought a fake identity. Selina creased her brow in dismay before relaxing them immediately. I don't have a problem with staying here. But the tenants. Recalling the elder couple by the room, one more before hers. She added, Diemsfeld deemed me to be too important to be left behind. If the cult behind him truly intend to bring me back, living here would cost the lives of others. The cult behind Diemsfeld would use everything in their arsenal to bring her back, resulting in mass casualties of innocent lives. We'll leave tomorrow and find a different place to stay. They can track me here if I lingered for too long. Settling her mind, Selina slumped onto the draped mattress, savoring the soft and comforting fabric. Her eyelids gradually shut as she fell into a deep sleep amidst the serenity of the night. The illusory realm filled with inaudible murmur shattered in an instant. Across the deserted land of filth and grotesque, writhing mass of flesh began to form a mound. The mound reformed into a person with slender body, long silver hair and crystalline blue eyes. After the deafening voices receded, Selina woke up from the shackles of the darkness. She returned to that dream, a dream of the world made of eviscerated organs and flesh that covers the land of its pulsing veins. I'm here again. Eyes darting in the distance, Selina felt a faint recollection of the manor. Once more, the world contorted into a desolate land, in which instantly sprouted luscious greens and blossoms. The same mural of spiraling vines returned in her presence and the ravings that pestered the still air weren't as deafening from her first arrival. Quiet, too quiet. Not a single cricket noise nor a distant sounds can be heard in this secluded world. If one were to prolong their stay, it would result in a loss of sanity. Yet for Selina, it was comfort. Like a mother cradling her child after a long day of exhaustion. Retracting her attention, she began to ponder a certain mystery that had just begun to elude her. Why did I only dream of this when yesterday, I dreamt of nothing? During her journey in the steam train, not a single fragment resurfaced from her sleep. The serenity of the night continued and prevailed. Maybe certain requirements were needed to be met. With this in mind, Selina began to recall her first encounter with this mysterious dream. In those moments, dread consumed her. In the company of the black cat, Fallacy, she was able to sleep peacefully. Faint tears formed on her face unconsciously. Like a maternal warmth, the filthy world embraced her. Maternal warmth. Is that it? Settling her thoughts, Selena decided to attempt such theory later. It wasn't certain that the dream would manifest after she simulated that vulnerable sensation, but attempting to redo would even give her an edge against this world. Since I'm already here, I might as well try some things. The world clearly heeds her will, and whatever she imagines manifests in an instant once she desires it. With this in mind, she began to recall the row of buildings and littered streets of Tingen, in hopes that the same landscape would appear before her. But after a few moments, the world still remained. Was that too much? Selena began to become skeptical of her authority over the world. But it reformed from my image of the pasture in Milo. After a while of contemplation, Selena took a mental list of what she's capable in the dreamy landscape. I can make the world simulate a natural environment and beings, like trees, rivers, grassy field and mountains, recounting her thoughts through her fingers. She became curious of another variable. Humans are also a part of natural beings, right? Considering her thought as a mere comical, she amusingly imagined the young newsboy she met at the city board. There's no way, right? I mean, the men before did have conscience, but that was when I reached my hand onto a distant line of vines. Let's see. With her vivid image, the surrounding grass contorted into a ground of flesh that have gradually gathered into a mound and into limbs, body, and head. It formed into a small young boy with black hair, brown eyes, and stained face. The boy's eyes were blank, not a soul contained. Selena felt an achievement, but with a slight resignation. She let out a sigh before saying, "He's naked." After recalling the boy's clothes of a gray cap, shawls around his neck and a thin, prominently sewn jacket and brown pants, Selena examined him once more. He looks somehow identical to the boy I've seen before. Are they brothers? While inspecting, her fingers reached her chin and her head tilts slightly. In the next 15 seconds, the boy returned into a pile of filthy flesh that have seamlessly integrated with the environment. So the replica can only last for a few moments. Feeling a bit disappointed, Selena dismissed her thoughts before she began to compile her discoveries. The ability to terraform the environment, able to traverse as an instant, summon a single person through the vines and command the land into forging a replica of someone from her recollection, even for a short while. My authority can only reach so far. Will it change as I advance through sequences? Wait, how do I know that my pathway has direct influence over this dream? Silently gazing at the horizon, the previous plain landscape have now formed clear rivers, small hills, valleys, and luscious greenery trees beneath the pleasant sun. After a while, her eyes began to trace the spiraling vine on her feet that extends into multiple segments. Last time, I encountered that guy ahead of the vines. If it were another segment, will the person be different this time? Curious, Selena simulated the sensation of proceeding towards a line of vine, slightly to her right. At that moment, she phased out into multiple flesh and organs, erasing from existence. Mists began to cloak the world in a grayish veil. Across the grassy plain, at a distance from Selena saw a man wearing a gray vest over his one-piece deep blue coat. He stands at a height slightly higher than her, with white strands of hair and dull wrinkles. One can assume he's a middle age. After seeing Selena, the man began to tremble. His frozen limbs and shivering eyes are discernible from the thin veils. In a state of horror, the man said with a vocal tremor, "See, child of God." Startled, Selena echoed the man's involuntary words, "Child of God." The world consists of 7 orthodox deities. Apart from them, other entities at their level can be considered as evil deities that once come into contact would result in unintended consequences. The name Child of God have also been mentioned by Selena's parents or the replicas during their conversation. Thinking that it was just a seamless name, the previous Selena disregarded it as an adults-only topic. "You think of me as that evil goddess?" Suppressing her anguish, she still kept a measured poise on the onlooker. Her reason for summoning another person was to see if there's a pattern of selection that the dream world adheres. Previously, the man she first encountered seems to be in a state of horror and dread, as if he knew who or what Selena is. Seeing that the man is about to collapse, she let out a silent breath before hesitantly severing her connection with the vine, phasing her out of existence once more and causing the man's silhouette to gradually vanish from the dream world. Returning to the spiraling mural of vines, a slight disappointment surfaced within her. If I keep him for too long, he might pass out in a dream. Letting out a faint laugh, she recalled how the man referred to her. Due to this, she began to examine herself thoroughly, in case she missed something. Only now did she notice that her clothes were the exact corset dress she wore from her first encounter of this mysterious world. So they perceive me as a goddess. Do I even look identical to her? With this in mind, using her image of a river, the flowing stream of water surged the land, passing Selena a few inches beside her. Crouching over the clear water, the gushing reflective surface displays a woman with pointed ears, braided white hair and her face a twisting mass of flesh shaped like thorned roots, half obscured by a blinding, divine light. Chapter 22, Early Visitors. After seeing her figure, Selina staggered back from her fragile poise. A woman, whose face was cloaked with a blinding light, conceals a spiraling thorn flesh beneath the breathtaking beauty. With sharp breaths, she mused, I guess now I understand why they see me as their goddess. Exerting force to her back and hands. Planting her feet from the ground, she dusted the crease of her dress before resuming a mannered stance habitually. In the process, she have already weighing the pros and cons of being a false goddess. Firstly, she is certain that the cult who believed in this evil deity are the ones responsible for massacring the civilians of Milo. By putting on a role, she can tour their organization, crippling their capabilities, avenging her parents and possibly gaining a spoil from war. But the possibility of discovery can't be dismissed, especially at how perceptive the cults are. One mishaps can cause unintended consequences. Just then, an excruciating pain suddenly swelled within her head. Like a hammer nailing her brain. Selina immediately lose her stance, falling down onto the grassy floor. Ah! In a desperate attempt, Selina simulated the sensation of the world shattering, reality turning illusory. The next moment, her figure crumbled into a debris of flesh and organs and the world began to revert back into a barren of filth and pulsing land. As the illusory dream fractured into segments. Selina shot upright from her bed, her back forming a cold sweat. Upon recovering from her stupor, she realized that light have already been permeating from the curtained windows quite brightly. Sounds of hooves clacking over the road and inaudible voices of pedestrians can be heard from beyond her room. It's already morning. On her first dream of the mysterious world, Selina found herself woke up abruptly during the middle of the night. So she had expected the same outcome to occur in the second time. Gathering her thoughts, she took note of the intense headache as the indication that morning have arrived. Recalling how the men referred to her, she have already decided her next action. That is to take advantage of human psychology. She would act as their goddess, make them do her bidding and slowly tear their organization apart from the inside. It is the silent revenge she could hope for. Settling her mind, Selina propped herself from the mattress and headed for the bathroom. Bringing a cloth towel she used yesterday. After 15 minutes, she walked out of the door, hair soaked, beads slipping down from the strands of her hair. As she made her way, her suitcase nestled on the mattress, her hands diligently dries off her water-laden hair. Opening her luggage before producing a pair of a beige floral strap, corset dress, and a thin trouser for undergarment. The lengthy skirt veils her fragile ankles, while the strap dress reveals her supple snow shoulders. Seeing this, she took out a short-laced shrug. A old-fashioned she frequently worn when during vacations after work. It is to conceal as much skin as possible, especially when eyes constantly shifting towards you. Thud, thud, thud. Just before she could ready herself for departure. A sudden series of knocks rang out from beyond the door. What could it be? Wary, Selina quickly tied her hair before holding her strapped revolver from her just-made holster. Quietly proceeding forward. With deliberate steps, she approached the wooden pane, pressing her shoulder on its rugged surface, straining to listen for voices or presence. Confirming that no danger emanate beyond, she slowly twists its silver knob before gently pushing it open. As the door gradually exposed the familiar corridor, outside were two individuals standing patiently at the entrance. Wearing a lightning-embroidered robe, they both bore a short ocean-blue hair and a deep set of dark eyes. Seeing Selina from within the room, the man on the left surveyed the surrounding doors. Briefly nodding to his company, on the right, the men intrude. Are you perhaps Mrs. Ivory? Selina's heart gasped. The family name she thought wouldn't reach her still manages to arrive at her entrance. Clenching her revolver tightly, she noticed that the two were members of mandated punishers, suggested by the intricate design of their robe. Still putting her guard, she replied in a mildly cautious tone. I am. What business do you have with me? The man on the right introduced himself respectfully. I am Bogard, 6th Unit of the Water Current Division, Mandated Punishers, Church of the Lord of Storms. After saying that, he raised his hand in a fist, striking the left of his chest with his right hand. He succinctly bowed before Selina. So that's their prayer gestures. Silently taking note of the man's motion. She maintained a lady's stance across the door whilst listening to the duo. The men next to Bogard followed, mirroring him in the process. As for me, I am Dominic of the same division. Selin nodded briefly before asking, what brings the mandated punishers to my doorsteps? She knew that this official organization was the one responsible for the raid operation in Milo and her escape. She couldn't be grateful enough for their aid. Bogard adjusted his cloak before replying, we're here to disclose your inheritance as the only heir and member of the Ivory family. That's right, Selina was the only child of Ivory bloodline. Due to this, her parents insist of finding a spouse right after her 18th birthday. She reckoned that the two haven't finished their words, she remained quiet, stationed by the door frame. We advise you to cooperate in order to claim your inheritance, Dominic added, a hint of deep and masculine voice. What he means is for Selina to be escorted to their department or headquarters for further interrogation and analysis. waiting the possible outcome of their investigation of her. Selina nodded in acceptance. Her records are clean, she is innocent. If it's proven, she can develop a connection with the official beyonders of this world. Benefits would include safety, securement of resources and a chance to obtain the sequence 8 formula of the apothecary. Without further action, Selina tidied her luggage and the room. Accompanied by the 2 punishers, she returned the room's key to Melvin at the bar counter. It was effortless for Selina to descend the stairs with 2 officials, seeing that the lobby was emptied of customers, with only Edward organizing the bar for tonight. He should really hire someone to help him, Selina mused to herself internally before exiting the establishment. Boarding the parked carriage by the road, she examined that the interior greatly comparable from the public transports. The coachman tugged the leads of the horses, proceeding forward before galloping in a fast pace. Selina glanced at Dominic and Bogard, seated across from her. She asked, "Where are we heading?" Not bothering to glance back, Bogard replied, "Amelin Bar." Rude. So that's their department, Selina grumbled internally before dismissing the man's unruly manner. After a while, they arrived at a non-remarkable 2-story building at the South Borough. The establishment is surrounded by warehouses and storage premises. Upon entering, Selina quickly noticed how the bar doesn't adhere with the traditional tavern arrangement. There weren't any tables, but a series of long stools at each side facing a high wooden board that stretched across the lobby. Ahead, at the wall, was a bar counter with racks and shelves containing bottled alcohols and beverages. Both sides beside it were 2 wide stairs leading to the second floor. The center was empty, with only a large circular mat covering the floor. Quite a design, Selina remarked under her breath. With the company of Bogard and Dominic, the 2 struck their left chest and bowed slightly at the bartender before briskly ascending a flight of stairs. Reaching the second floor, she saw a short-length corridor, with 4 doors each side leading to a room with a wide table, encircled by 3 large couches. Upon entering this room, Bogard gestured for Selina to occupy the available couch across from them and asked, "Care for a coffee?" It was morning and they took Selina unnoticed. Barging in to take her for custodial investigation when she haven't had breakfast was a mistake he have just realized. "Good to know, you all still have mannerism." Selina revealed a genial smile and replied, "I'll have tea instead." Bogard briefly nodded before leaving Selina and Dominic by the lounge, heading towards one of the doors at the corridor. Seeing this, Dominic took the initiative with the interrogation, saying in a deep voice, "We would like to know everything that have transpired in Milo." With a slight restraint, Selina settled her suitcase down before recalling the memories of her body's previous owner. From the strange behaviors of the townspeople and her parents to the occasional exchange of information between her parents and the servants, along with the mention of their goddess and the capabilities they've exhibited so far. The only exception was her personal situation. During her briefing, Bogard have already returned with a North-bearing leaf tea for Selina and a pair of hot grounded coffee for him and Dominic. After the clarification, Dominic succinctly nodded with acknowledgement afterwards. "Everything you've informed was indeed the exact situation the cult's members have disclosed." "Good, can I leave now?" Nipping her tea, Selina mumbled internally. It wasn't that she's eager nor was she uneased by the interrogation. But rather, today is Monday, Tarot Club's weekly gathering which would begin around 3 in the afternoon. She also needs to inform the housing company to postpone the renting procedure, as well as searching for another place to stay. Additional extension during this interrogation would only reduce her time of the day. Taking a mental list, Selina realized that her schedule is tightly bundled. Finding a slight humor to herself, she mused, "It's not much different compared to when I commute to attend work." Putting down his coffee, Dominic is now certain that the gorgeous lady in front of them is indeed the daughter of Vincent Ivory. With this in mind, Dominic added, "The manor doesn't have documents pertaining your name, with only mentions being my daughter in each will of your parents. May we know your name?" "Wait. What?" Selina almost revealed her perplexed expression. "Why choose the name, my daughter, as the heir of all your properties? What if they didn't find me?" Placing her puzzlement aside, Selina instantly became hesitant of their request. If she ever disclosed her real name, the cultist behind the invasion of Milo might trace her immediately. Her identity will be pasted on the news, making her vulnerable. She might be taken advantage due to her status as the only heir of the aristocratic Ivory family, especially that she's a woman. Her long pause made Dominic reevaluate his phrase. Realizing her situation, he revised, "We would not divulge your personal information with the public. The diocese have already deemed the operation, even its survivors, to be highly confidential, requiring authority to access." His words were a fragile attempt to console Selina's growing anxiety. However, it didn't even make a ripple within her. The church can restrain her freedom, resulting in the difficulty of obtaining potion formulas, resources, and a possible way to return home. After a moment of contemplation, she replied, "It's Angel. Angel Ivory." Upon consideration, she figured that she might need to return back to her identity as an aristocrat. Her reason is that being an aristocrat might aid her in garnering connections with the ancient families, being tied with this world's history. With her background already laid out, what she needs for now is a time to familiarize herself with the world before delving into the inherent mysteries of her transmigration. Hearing this, Dominic gave a short nod at Selina's introduction before redirecting their conversation to her inheritance. Based on the results of the follow-up examination, the cult activity was rooted within the Ivory's manor estate. They unveiled a failed ritual site deep beneath the basement of the manor. They assumed that their initial plan was to sacrifice an individual as the vessel in order to achieve a descent. But since the outcome resulted negatively, they revised their approach. They figured that this second attempt was to recreate a mystical event pertaining their god's past. That is to conduct a reenactment. However, this reenactment eludes them, until it was disclosed by the main person of this ritual, the vessel, Angel Ivory. Without wasting time, Dominic retrieved 3 pieces of documents and laid them at the table. These are the inheritance that have been purchased by the church. It is to conserve any mishaps and prevent possible accidents that might occur in the manor. After taking the documents, Selina skimmed its contents. It briefs her with the procedure of inheritance, possible variables that might hinder the progress and how the inheritance will undergo to her name. Settling on its end, her heart palpitated with disbelief. £3 million. Selina's eyes grew wide as it darted from Bogard to Dominic. They know this. They know I'm an extremely rich person now. Anyone would develop horns after seeing this amount of money. Fingers tightening the soft paper, cold sweat producing from her back. Her thoughts spiraled as she muttered, should I make a run for it? Seeing her tensed body, Bogard creased his brows and enlightened, we have no interest in your inheritance. Though it is tempting, we value principles rather than physical objects. But aren't you all pirates? Selina generalized their religion in her mind. Regaining her composure, Selina cleared her throat and revealed a genial smile, saying in a soft tone, I know. Bogard's face contorted into a skeptical expression before releasing it after a moment. Dominic, remaining unperturbed, instructed in a deep tone, we'll need to visit the local bank at Northborough. Captain should be waiting us there. As he said that, he have already propped himself from the couch, unhurriedly walking towards the descending stairs. Selina followed before Bogard as the trio returned to the carriage parked at the front road, exiting the bar. Upon boarding the carriage, her eye subconsciously nestled at the window, gazing blankly at the passing buildings of Tinjin City. Soon, they arrived at the central bank of Northborough. Pedestrians crowded the streets, frequenting the wide institution. There were appropriately attired gentlemen and ladies exiting to the streets, whilst the presence of poverty still persists beside the road. Alighting from the carriage, the trio scoured their way from the congestion of civilians, finally entering the bank's premises. Inside were a multiple rows of people, patiently lined by a multiple receptionists, providing services behind transparent glass walls. Gazing momentarily, Selina briskly followed the 2 punishers with mechanical steps, making their way towards the lounge area. Seated by one of the wide wooden chairs was a man bearing a stubble chin, short blue hair, sharp nose, and piercing blue eyes. He wore a gentleman's attire consisting of a black vest and a white long sleeves, tucked in his dark trouser. With a respectful tone, the 2 punishers struck their left chest and said, Sir, Miss Ivory is here. Chapter 23, A New Beginning. The attired man stood up from the wooden chair and mirrored Bogard and Dominic's gesture. After doing this, he turned his head to face Selina and said, we will be handling the process of transferring. All we need from you is a password and a signature, afterwards we will discuss further. Almost forgetting the etiquette, the man lowered his head momentarily before introducing himself, my name is Leith Pierre, captain of the Water Current Division of the Lord of Storms. Selina returned his introduction with a courtesy, saying, Angel Ivory. Miss Angel, follow me. Leith instructed before turning towards one of the receptionists. Selina didn't mind his brutally demeanor, trailing the men behind. Arriving at the glass wall, its arrangement are eerily identical to how banks process their services. A small openings at the desk and a small hole at the level of the receptionist's head. The lady receptionist have already slid a contract before Selina. Scanning its contents, she made a mental note of the specifics of the contract, including the process, the progression, as well as the inherent taxes. So in total, once they purchased everything, I'll receive 2.8 million once the procedure is done. The amount was still jaw-dropping, Selina casually dismissed at the small denotation of her inheritance. With her signature signed, the receptionist then gave Selina a registration document, which requires her personal information and a password in mind. The 3 mandated punishers each turned their head away from her. After that, Selina returned the document onto the receptionist. The receptionist first labeled it as registered before entering a door behind her. The quartet remained stationed, eyes darting from passing civilians out of ennui. Half an hour later, the lady returned with a card marked with an emblem of a crossed light. Ms. Ivory's account have been certified. Please proceed towards the hall on the farther right if there's more inquiries. The receptionist informed with a genial tone. Good, replied by Leith. Turning to glance at Selina, he gestured for the card from her hand before explaining, the church will transfer the money to your bank account by tomorrow. We'll need your card by then. You can hand it over to the receptionist for now. Then what's the point in giving it to me then? The corner of Selina's mouth twitched. Complying with Leith's instruction, she offered the card back to the receptionist. The lady bowed shortly, then turned towards the door behind her once more. Seeing this, Leith enlightened. Now that the registration is done, we'll notify you once the inheritance is complete through mail. With a momentary pause he added, we'll also need to discuss another topic, please follow us. Skeptical at first, Selina recalled how Bogart and Dominic were able to trace her. Hesitant, she complied. Trailing the three officers, Selina noticed the stares of the passing guests. Realizing this, she subconsciously minded her poise, walking with deliberate steps. After ascending to the second floor of the bank, they reached another lounge, with the wooden chairs replaced by large couches and a door ahead presumably leading to the floor's remaining area. Once the quartet each occupied a seat, Leith quickly brought their purpose for extending Selina's stay. Mrs. Ivory, we've already been informed of your situation. You're in the run, a constant hiding from the cult that are actively trying to retrieve you. Selina clenched her skirt as she listened attentively at Leith's direct words. Seeing this, Leith toned down his voice and offered, we're here to propose a chance for you to join the Water Current Division of the Church of Storms as a civilian staff. Through this, we'll be able to provide you with protection and comfort throughout the rest of your life. Though her expectations were kept. Still, Selina didn't casually dismiss this possibility. The mandated punishers heavily consists of men as they believe women are of inferiority. This was a complete contradiction to her belief in the Evernight goddess. Once she joined this official organization, she will be subjected to complexity and possible hindrance to her goal of obtaining her potion's subsequent formula. With this in mind, Selina still kept a soft smile and replied, my apologies, but I'll be rejecting your offer. After a momentary pause she added, the reason being is that I'm a believer of the Evernight goddess. Leith maintained a calm demeanor as he replied, that is fine. We don't usually invite ladies into the organization. Recognizing the dangers that heralds in our operations, we chose to adhere with the concept of men needs to protect the women. Selina's perception of them slightly changed after Leith's explanation, muttering under breath, I see. But there's another option we'd like to inform you. Adjusting his posture, Leith continued, as you're just an ordinary civilian. In order for you to maintain a peaceful life, we are offering for a change of identity through documents and serialized connections that can conceal you effectively, giving you a chance to move forward. This was exactly what she needs. To disguise herself, she'll be able to completely cut ties with her gruesome past, allowing her to slowly uncover a way to return home. With a slight restraint, Selina nodded in agreement. Yes. I prefer the second option. As if Leith already knew her response, he added unhurriedly. What name would you like to use? Once his words rang out, Selina fell into a deep thought. She couldn't casually disregard the identity of her body's former owner. At least for a while, as she integrates with this world, she hoped to retain Selina's memory with her own. Just as Leith was preparing his words to ease her, she replied succinctly. Selina. Selina Roy. Upon obtaining the identity document, Selina was given the right to leave by Leith. She didn't waste time to exit the bank right after. With her suitcase in hand and revolver strapped over her trouser, she navigated through the densely populated avenue. There was the undeniable presence of the working class and the middle class completely separable from their garments. Vagrants being relocated actively by the officials along with the consistent nauseating air permeating from the feces and narrow canals from the horses and vendors respectively. After boarding a public carriage, she returned to the department of Yenji Working Class Housing Improvement Association, passing Daffodil Street in the process. Meeting Groland once more. Selina was given a report of the house's state and overall integrity, while also mentioning the analysis they've made and the cost of renting amounting to £1.03 solely per week, with 5 pence for the furniture fee. Her reason for choosing such a costly rental house was to seamlessly blend into the residence. She would only be staying for a maximum of 2 months before leaving Tingen and joining the circle of the nobles in Backlund, just like her father. Satisfied, she handed the report back, along with the required documents to Groland. Seated by one of the sofa, Selina could only wait patiently until Groland returned with a contract. The receptionist, Raoul, arrived earlier than Groland, serving Selina a cup of Fainapotter leaf tea as she sits idly by the lounge. As time passed by, in under half an hour, Groland handed Selina a piece of paper, pertaining her right as the renter for a month as well as the house deed. Here's the house's deed. Groland turned to occupy the seat across from her. With a laid-back poise, he added, "You know. There's a family of 3 from Westboro who managed to relocate to one of the houses in the Daffodil Streets." With her focus solely attended towards the paper, Selina failed to pay attention to Groland. Seeing this, he continued nonetheless. As if talking to himself, Groland muttered audibly, "It would be nice if there's more people leave that horrid streets." Once she finished signing the contract, she immediately returned the paper to Groland. Groland scanned the document for confirmation. Afterwards, turning his gaze back to Selina. "Here," he said, handing out an iron brass key to Selina. On its end was a miniature flat board. Etched on its surface was the words written in Loanese, Unit 16 Daffodil Street. Then a click rang from Groland's memory. He abruptly added, "Usually, our agents would provide tours for promoting the house. That is, when they're browsing for the available residents." He exempted, donning a casual poise. "However, it would be unfair if we didn't give you a detailed layout of the house. For that, would you like for someone to accompany you in accommodating the resident?" "I almost lose hope for a tour." Scoffing inwardly, Selina let it pass her by as she replied, "I'll take you up on that offer." After a delay, Groland uprooted himself from the sofa, making his way to the staff room. While waiting, Selina subconsciously brushed the brim of her sun hat, twirling her fingers over its subtle straw surface. After this, what should I have for lunch? Her thoughts drifted to the recipes she was taught. Relying on her memories, she listed inwardly: roasted sailfish with horseradish cream, beef stewed with Ormer wine, a porchetta of Intis. As her mind formed dishes in succession, Selina gradually came to realize those were too expensive. If I have those meals for weeks, it won't be long before I lose money. It was a given for an aristocratic lady to be a competent housewife if she would ever search for a spouse. Adding a scrollful of skills needed for Selina to acquire, including its contents, is being able to produce tantalizing meals. 20 minutes passed by and Groland returned with a company. A man wearing a dull-colored shirt of blue and white pinstripe, covered by a brown vest. Arching his hand holding the cap to his chest, the man introduced. "My name is Welmer, a land agent of Yenji House Company. I am pleased to meet you, Miss Selina." "Me as well." Selina nodded in response. Seeing this, Groland didn't add anything further, advising his client, "Miss Roy, if you have anything more to inquire, don't hesitate to contact us." Following this, Raoul, who was stationed by Groland, lowered his head at her before briskly walking back behind the counter. Selina took her suitcase beside her and exited the housing company department. With her stay already settled, Welmer gestured for a carriage to halt for them, boarding its wooden interior and heading back to the Daffodil Street. Soon, they alighted, lowering Selina and Welmer's expense by a single penny for the fare. They both made their way across a series of multifaceted hipped-roof buildings by the road. 13, 15, and 16. Once arrived, Welmer took over ahead of Selina. Marl Heath, the gentleman who have gone out of his way to greet Selina, currently wasn't present by a resident next to hers. Instead she saw a woman of age crouched by a soil bed, tending the garden with grace. She must be Mr. Heath's wife. In thought, she dismissed her neighbor's presence at the moment. The residence stood with 3 chimneys atop. Its curtains are drawn behind the oriel windows, remained from when she left. But the polished door frame and the spotless glass stains of the place became apparent from before. The Yenji House Company's Welmer took out a bunch of keys. While opening, he said, "Our terrace house features a small front yard that can be used for basic gardening. It is the result of our innovative functions we call environmental sustenance." The door clicked open, but Welmer added before entering, "Providing residents with a hobby and to improve ambience of the locality." Inside was a corridor and ahead leads to a flight of stairs, while on each side are arched walls that framed a path to the other areas of the house. The floor was carpeted with red large mat, designed with various patterns, while above exposes a candle chandelier. On each corner was arranged with 2 waist-level tables, on the left next to them was a grand clock. Its body consists of a wooden base and a transparent glass wall that reveals a chime hovering back and forth, indicating the time, 8:57. Turning right of the corridor, beyond the arched opening was the living room. Furnished with 3 couches that encircles a short tea table, it features an unlit fireplace and installed with multiple lamps across the walls. The room faces a wide veiled windows ahead, currently closed. Welmer approached its railings and spread open its draped curtains, revealing the bright sunlight coursing from the outside. The living room was deliberately placed by the section facing the front yard for accessibility and a fireplace for the winter. Behind that door, Welmer pointed at the glazed window, at the back of the room, is the alley. There's a dumpster where you can use for disposing. Our department collects them in order at every end of the week to maintain a hygienic surrounding. Selina examined the interior for 20 seconds before briefly nodding. Following that, Welmer led her back to the corridor and across the living room section. This is the dining area. It is already furnished with a table accompanied by cushioned chairs. Arriving at the kitchen counter, built with a range hood, he added. The area is also installed with the latest design for gas stoves. Cemented with a marble counter, it brings convenience for the cooking member of the family and a vent hood for ventilating smoke. Subsequently, he amused. It was a formal request from the tenants. But I'm alone though. The corner of Selina's mouth twitched involuntarily. Nevertheless, she seemed satisfied with the design. It not only encapsulates the modern kitchen area but it embraces it. Possibly in the following years, they might be able to invent an oven. Returning to the corridor, ahead before the stairs was a descending path that leads to the basement. Welmer explained in detail. The basement lacks sufficient lighting. With its air in constant space, it is advised to let the door panes open for a while before entering. Selina nodded in acknowledgement. On the second floor was another hallway, adorned with ornamental vases and a hardwood fence stooped next to the stairs. Ahead of the corridor was a space laden with laced mats draped over a three-sofa. It was placed by a bay window, which reveals the roaming pedestrians of the street and plated roofed houses. Inside of the first room before the stairs was the bathroom, separated with an inner and outer area. The outer consists of a shower head, a sink and a horizontal mirror that reflects its interiors, while the inner contains the bowel for private upcoming. Across the bathroom was the library. It consists of a window next to the couch by the corner followed by a hardwood table. 3 shelves were side by side in succession, revealing empty racks where books should be. At a room next to the library was the bedroom. The interior holds a single wide bed, placed next to one of the veiled windows. Empty bookshelf stood next to the leveled desk, facing the door and a cushioned chair. Meanwhile, at the end of the corridor, the area contains a set of shelves, sofas, tables, and a wide bay window, revealing the lively Daffodil Street. After the tour, Welmer accompanied Selina to the house entrance. With the key in hand, he said, "That's the end of the short tour. If you have anything to inquire, don't hesitate to contact our department." Selina revealed an impeccable, genial smile, saying in a soft tone, "Thank you." Chapter 24, A Remedy. The door closed and Welmer left Selina with the house's key in hand. Standing by the entrance, she began to formulate her day's course. Inwardly, she listed, "The gathering starts at 3 in the afternoon. I should still have the time to prepare lunch. Also, since I inherited an astonishing legacy from Selina's parents, it would garner suspicions if I carelessly spend a large amount without having a job to back my expenses." With this in mind, her thoughts began to construct a possible job to apply, one which can earn enough for her to buy necessities, weapons, build connections, and can aid in her understanding of the beyonder world. Should I try becoming a waitress at Evil Dragon's bar? Mr. Swain seems to be a type of man with principles and very knowledgeable. Slightly settling her decision, Selina figured that it would be best to take a refreshing shower. As she approached the stairway, an image of a shop suddenly resurfaced within her mind. During her way to visit TN University, the track carriage came across a humble herbal shop at a street cluttered by buildings. Her potion provides her with knowledge of herbs and how to concoction drugs with medicinal properties. It perfectly covers her requirements for a job. However, the only exception was the knowledge of the beyonder world. Upon weighting the 2 jobs, Selina came into a conclusion: although I can put my apothecary abilities to good use through the herbal shop, my stay won't be prolonged and my time is sensitive. The cults are still loose and they could retrieve me at any given moment. Knowledge of this world is my most top priority in order to survive. Mr. Swain could also provide me protection against the cultists. But being a waitress, the thought of her wearing audacious clothes and the constant stares from the loath detestable customers made her skin scrawled. With a reddish ear, she whispered, "There's no such clothing in this world." "Yes, hopefully." Returning to the second floor, Selina first entered the bedroom and brought out a body towel from her suitcase. Seeing her unwashed clothes, tidied on a corner of her suitcase, she let out a soft sigh, pointing inwardly. "Let's do a laundry once the tarot gathering is over." Taking her towel over her shoulder, she made her way back to the corridor and entering the bathroom in the first door. After tying her hair and changing into a beige dress, with a lantern sleeve and a lengthy mildly designed floral skirt concealing her trouser, she strapped her revolver over her thigh once more, using the tiered fabric as its holster. She descended from the second floor, returning back to the entrance. This time, her trouser contains a pocket, which she used to store her wallet and the key of the house. With her sun hat by her right hand, she twisted the handles of the door, exiting her residence. But upon opening the door, she was greeted by Marl Heath and the brown-haired woman from before, holding a steel pot with her gloved hands. The woman wore a simple blouse and a lightly floral dress, accompanied by a fitted coat and a pair of leathered boots. "Oh, We were just about to knock the door. Marl's wife softly exclaimed. Why are they here? Selina subconsciously revealed a puzzled expression. Lowering her gaze to the crock pot by the lady's hand, she recalled Marl's offer of his wife's delicacies. Is that the seared mutton Mr. Heath talks about? But that was yesterday. Selina felt a guilt for unknowingly declining the man's offer. Mr. Heath revealed a cheerful and wide smile and enlightened. If you're thinking about yesterday, don't mind it. As neighbors, it's a tradition to show kindness to each other by offering minimal gifts such as food or beverages. Meeting the gaze of his wife, Marl Heath turned to face Selina again before back again to his wife, saying in a genuinely soft voice. This is my wife, Martha. The most beautiful woman in the world. Marl's words touched his wife, even Selina. She mused inwardly, the guys I met before back home should learn a thing or two from you, Mr. Heath. Subconsciously, Martha suddenly elbowed her husband's chest, saying in a slightly embarrassed voice. You're making me look boastful in front of our new neighbor. What? But it's true. Marl refuted his wife in a playful manner. A corner of Selina's mouth twitched from their interaction. This scene oddly resembles a rom-com's friendly neighbors. Ahem. Dear, would you like to try some veggie beef pot? I couldn't make seared and buttered mutton because I just made them yesterday. Martha raised the crock pot in her hand slightly. I'm sorry. Selina internalized her apology. Brushing her thoughts aside, she lowered her body and courteously bowed before introducing herself. My name is Selina Roy. A pleasure to meet you. The pleasure is ours, dear. Martha replied smilingly. Hearing this, Selina offered. Please, come in. Just as Martha enters the door, she noticed her attire consisting of a sun hat and outwear blouse, suggesting that the lady was about to head out. With a conspicuously worried voice, she asked. Dear, are you perhaps going to go out? I'm sorry if me and my husband interrupted you. Hearing this, Selina abruptly halted and turned to face Martha. She lightly insisted. No, Mrs. Heath, it wasn't a cause for concern. I was just about to buy ingredients and condiments to cook when you and Mr. Heath arrived. I'm grateful that my expenses wasn't deducted. Martha's face softened as she replied. Your mannerism and elegance is quite remarkable, it almost seems like a noble accent. Mind if I inquire if you have an aristocratic lineage? Selina couldn't reply immediately, pausing for a moment before saying in a gentle tone. To be frank, my nature was honed through books and well-educated years. I do not have such status yet. Martha nodded, restraining her impulse to inquire further. After storing the pot in the kitchen, Selina guided them in the lounge, gestured for the couple to occupy any couch they want. As for her, she sat across them, facing the bay window that reveals the outside. My wife noticed that the housing agents brought a lady with them and told me that the resident next to ours are now finally being accommodated. Marl explained. Honestly, dear. We thought that this house wouldn't get occupied anymore due to the case that had happened months ago. With a sigh, Martha added. A case months ago? Selina echoed the words from Martha that caught her attention. Adjusting her posture, bringing her right leg over to her left, she asked. Mrs. Heath, could you inform me of this case that have transpired? It would be problematic if a dormant issue was still crept within her rented house's walls. Her intended goal of keeping a low profile would be sabotaged. Well, since you're staying here for a while as our neighbor, we might as well bring you out of the dark. Martha replied, meeting the gaze of Marl Heath before turning it back to Selina. Last year, late of November, the occupant of this residence have disappeared unbeknownst to anyone. Police reports concerns about an act of adultery that resulted in someone's imprisonment that seems tied to his disappearance. Martha informed, laying out the house's history as far as she knew. She first leaned slightly to Selina before adding. There were many rumors of his partner during the act. But what became prominent from them all was Mrs. Sharon, wife of the late Mr. Baron Coe. Mrs. Sharon. Baron Coe. Selina reflected on these names, making a mental note of them before inquiring. But what is its connection with the house's reputation? Those rumors escalated, but wasn't actually proven. What mattered was the occupant's sudden disappearance without any traces. Martha replied in a consultative manner. That's a relief. A soft breath escaped from her lips. Well, we're grateful that the house now has an occupant. And it seems this occupant displays elegance and refined demeanor. Martha commented in a genial manner. I'm flattered. It's reassuring that I have the Heath family as my neighbors. Please take care of me. Selina politely replied. Ah dear, I really wish I bore my child much earlier, so that I can haggle you into our family. Martha simpered amusingly. Lady Heath, I don't plan on getting into a relationship in this world. It would only hinder my progress of returning home. Selina's smile twitched slightly. Oh, I almost forgot. Martha elbowed her husband, darting his attention across the room's interior. What, oh? Here. Marl reached for the pocket of his trouser, pulling out a paper slip and handing it to Martha. Martha then offered the note to Selina, saying in anticipation, "The Woodman family are initiating a congregation. Me and my husband will attend, and you should too. You would be able to join a social circle which can extend your relationship connections." The note itself isn't remarkable, with only a signature of the head family, along with etched words stating the house's exact location. After taking the note, Selina internalized, "I'll see if I can attend." Joining a circle. Seeing her blankness, Martha unrooted herself from the couch, gesturing for Marl to rose as well. She said to Selina, "Well, dear, we don't want to bother you anymore. It seems you're preoccupied with something, and we don't want to be nuisance any longer." Selina snapped from her thoughts. She stood up abruptly before replying hastily, "Oh no, in fact I'm pleased to have you and Mr. Heath as company." "That's reassuring, dear. But I need to tend Heath Jr., we won't prolong our stay." Martha performed a tapping gesture, drawing a clockwise circle. "Thank you for having us. May the goddess guide you." Marl mirrored his wife, saying gaily, "Thank you, Lady Roy. May the goddess guide you." Well. She was also a believer of the Evernight. Selina briefly nodded back before performing a clockwise circle over her chest, saying in motion, "May the goddess guide you as well." After accompanying them to the door, Martha abruptly halted. "Dear, you can return the pot to our house once you've finished the food. I will be delighted with your opinion of my cooking." "I will, Mrs. Heath," Selina replied, closing the door afterwards. After finishing the veggie beef pot cooked by Martha, Selina commented the dish silently, "The stew is perfectly seasoned," while the beef accentuates the carrots and potatoes with a hint of an apple. Settling the empty bowl aside, she added, "If possible, I would definitely request Mrs. Heath for her cooking recipes." Upon replacing the leftover stew with another iron pot, Selina intends to head out and apply as waitress before returning the crock-pot back to Mrs. Heath. Donning her sun hat, she first checked her pocket for the wallet and her right thigh for the revolver before exiting the residence, striding off towards the nearest track carriage stations. Arriving by the roadside of Daffodil Street, it didn't take long before she boarded a carriage packed with passengers adorned with top hats, bonnets, news caps, working outfits, etc. The horses proceeded with slow pacing before gradually galloping with increased momentum. Along the journey, the carriage have stopped multiple times. At each intervals, Selina became farther from the entrance of the transportation. Although the odor lingering remained indistinct from before, she was slowly getting used to its putrid scent. The carriage drove past the municipal square, changing course to the road leading to Eastborough. As the mundane views of the street slid past their passage, Selina caressed the soft and relatively smooth surface of her sun hat. Thoughts drifting from her weariness, she began to reconsider her earlier decisions. Becoming a waitress at Evil Dragon's bar would benefit me with information, connections, and resources. I could even ask for protection from Mr. Swain once we become allies. But being a potion assistant, maybe paychecks and... Suddenly, she recalled her former body's owner. Her ambition of attending TN University to study herbalism and to socialize with people. A herbalist. The profession waited on Selina. She promised that for a while, as she integrates herself into this world, to fulfill the wish of her body's former owner. "Even if I couldn't attend the college like you want to, I'll have to make sure you experience becoming a herbalist, but this way, it won't be aligned with how you intended it. And since we're already here..." As the carriage proceeded, it soon turned south before halting at a station, giving time passengers to alight and aboard. Among the civilians that left the carriage was Selina. The station was near to the area she outlined in her imagery of the shop's location. Maneuvering the street, clustered by towering buildings, she saw a particular low-rise building by the side of the road. Its bay window revealed a variety of hanged plants, ranging from flowers she's familiar with, to the leaves and herbs which are unknown to her. At the door, a sign was placed above, engraved on the language of Loanese. It reads, "Lawson's Folk Herb Shop." Darkwill, a man in his 30s, with black short hair and brown eyes, a round face and a chubby body. He's the owner of the Lawson's Folk Herb Shop and have been experiencing a lack of customer for the past weeks, deeming his products to be unusual and overly unreliable due to its appearance. Paced behind the counter, frowning at the row of untouched bottles on his shelf. With an annoyed and frustrated tone, he muttered, "Judging by appearance, again. Idiots. They wouldn't know an effective tonic if it cured their stupidity." He slammed a bottle shut with a grunt. "My medicines are effective. Idiots." His mentor strictly advised him to play the role of the potion's name. So out of respect and dedication, he established a simple business, aiming to provide medicinal herb while also earning for the formula and ingredients of his potion's next sequence. Thinking that due to his exceptional abilities as a beyonder, he can garner the attention of customers, not to an extent where his shop becomes popular that officials begin to set their eyes on it. As a wild beyonder, unauthorized by the officials, he considered its location, specifically choosing it to be somewhere which is slightly secluded, to become inconspicuous while also attracting different pedestrians. But with rate of customers lower than the expenses of the herbs and plants used, he will be bankrupted in no time. Just as he turned, face loomed with weariness, the door creaked open. A breeze swept in, along with a silver-haired young woman, adorned with a wide sun hat. Her hair tied into a braid and to a bun. She was clad in a beige-fitted blouse, with mild frills over the wrist and a lengthy skirt. Her calm silver-blue eyes emits a faint alertness and her face displays unbelievable beauty obscured by the sun hat. Upon taking off her hat, she performed a brief courtesy at Darkwill before revealing a genial smile. "Good afternoon, mister. Mind if I come in?" Chapter 25, Apply and Accept. Mind if I come in? Darkwill fell into a daze momentarily. From her voice, he snapped. Yes. Come in." The white-haired lady made her way to the counter. Lowering her sun hat below her abdomen, her eyes began to observe the interior of the shop. Rows of vials containing powdered essentials, medicinal remains and plant stocks all are arranged neatly by the shelves. Followed by what seems to be black-rimmed sunflowers, nightingale whorls and other herbs unbeknown to Selena are hanged by ropes. Clearing his throat, Darkwill inquired with a practiced tone. "Miss, how may I help you today?" Returning her attention, Selena inquired modestly. "Are you perhaps the owner of this humble shop?" Darkwill's guard went up. In this past weeks, he's aware that his shop is on the edge of rent and could possibly be repossessed at any given time. Cautious, he replied with an honest tone. "I am. What can I help you?" "Great." With a slight expectation masked by genial demeanor, she added in restraint. "Please forgive my directness but sir, I would like to apply as an assistant medicine maker in this humble shop of yours." "Assistant?" Darkwill was immediately taken aback. His feet staggered from the shock. With an unsteady voice, he declines. "Miss, I don't think I dash." "Oh, I believe I haven't introduced myself." Selena interrupted his words. Revealing a composed poise, she said. "My name is Selena Roy. A pleasure to meet you." Darkwill paused for a moment. A slight hesitation surfaced within before grounding himself. "Miss Roy, my shop lacks necessary capital to afford a co-potion maker." Seeing that the lady remained silent and attentive, he heaved a sigh of relief, before adding. "My shop haven't received a steady flow of customers, leading to an unbalanced income. If I were you, I'd find a much suitable herb shop to apply." The suggestion seemed to reach the lady as her silence took over her delicate lips. Her eyes fixated over the counterboard and onto her sun hat, caressing its surface as if contemplating of something. "Yeah, that's right. Go find another place." But then again, maybe with her appearance. Darkwill immediately shook his head from the thought before returning his back to the lady and began arranging the glass bottles back to the rack. "That's all right." A sudden soft and melodic voice rang out from his behind. This startled Darkwill like a bolt suddenly coursed through his nerves. He immediately turned around, straining to confirm if what the lady said was true. Selena, with a polite smile, tidied a crease of her dress before she added. "Although payment is a part of my intentions of applying, it wasn't the sole purpose. I intend to learn and experience being a potion maker. We can just push the paycheck for now, at least for this week." "Why you want to learn being an apothecary through mentorship?" "Why me?" Darkwill's eyes remained aligned towards the lady in front of him, trying to figure out if the refined young woman have a hidden motive. But after a minute, his guard gradually crumbled. Inwardly, he muttered, trying to justify the concept of having an assistant in the shop. "I mean, she's the one who offered for a suspended wage for a week. She's breathtakingly beautiful. She can attract customers in due time. Maybe even increase its flow." Assessing the viability of having an assistant, Darkwill puffed his chest and replied. "I'm sorry, but no. It wasn't that the offer was reasonable, but rather, it was too convenient. A beautiful lady, possibly from a lofty background can theoretically make his small business bloom in just a matter of time, suddenly crept into his store. To be precise, such good things always follows an agenda." Selena heaved a soft sigh. "Very well," she said, donning her sun hat held by both of her hands. Disappointment concealed by a soft smile. She turned towards the door, proceeding with habitual grace. Darkwill observed the lady's steps as she gradually became closer to the door. Scrunching his face, thoughts stirring into conflict ion between justification and moral dilemma. Then, with a complex mix of emotions, he said with a slightly raised voice. Trial. The silver-haired lady halted before the entrance. I won't accept your application hastily. Darkwill released a breath, looking intently towards the unturned white-haired lady before the door. But for this week, I can agree to your application in a trial manner. Selina felt a surge of relief. A soft breath escaped her lips. In an unhurried tone, with a soft and gentle expression, she replied. That won't be a problem, Mr. Darkwill. After donning her sun hat, she resumed her poise and continued her steps. The doorbell chimed in a resounding thud. The lady who applied to be his assistant, Selina, exited his shop and gradually vanished from its transparent bay windows. Darkwill slumped to the counter, an effect from his fading facade. In silence of the shop and the distant passage of the galloping horses, he muttered. What was I thinking? Lawson's folk herb shop soon disappeared from hindsight. Upon returning to the station, Selina checked to ensure that the gun holster and the revolver were still intact before boarding a track carriage. With detours and constant replenishing of passengers, Selina began to feel nauseate to the mixture of faint foul scents and random abrupt stops. Soon, the track carriage halted before her intended destination. She alighted mechanically from the carriage's wooden floor and spent a pence to the coachman, then donned her sun hat once more afterwards. The dock was completely comparable from her first arrival at the evening. Workers in a hustle, transporting crates after crates to porting by the incoming boats and ships. The majority of these workers were men, with burly bodies, robust arms, and tanned skin with ruffled hairs either tied with a cloth from their foreheads or freely laid out. They carried out the task of unloading the ships that have docked. While ladies of the working class toil their rugged hands in daylight by reeling fresh variety of fish from the cargo into the crates. The fishes will later be stored or batched to the city to be prepared into cuisines by the local vendors or restaurants. It wasn't long before Selina spotted the warehouse, the Evil Dragon's bar. Upon entering, the liveliness dulled from the scarcity of the customers. Regular folks lingers at the counter, only to descend the stairs that leads to the underground market afterwards. Selina advanced forward, stopping before Swain, on the other side of the counter. The burly man who scoffed her, perceiving her as a newbie, was now handling a few glass of bottle containing alcohol beverages. From when they met, she was cloaked by a shrouding garment. Now with her appearance exposed, she intends to court the bartender to accept her as their waitress. According to her observation, the bar lacks proper management of the customers. Only relying on Swain at the counter and their respect for the bar to uphold an equilibrium in terms of customer services. The naturality of bars garnering a variety of people made Selina consider the approach of becoming the bar's first waitress. Information about this world is what she currently lacks and actively seeks at the current moment, and the carelessly circulating intel among the customer to their companies fits her convenience. The only variable she's concerned of is if this world adheres to her world's perception of maids. She deduced this from the similarities of this world to hers. From the early Eastern style ranging from fashion, architectures, calendars, and time. It won't be a surprise to learn that men would comparably prefer revealing garments of waitresses. Am I stressing myself too much? She mused, taking her sun hat off before occupying an available stool. Across the counter, Swain immediately noticed the silver braid bun-haired lady, seated by a stool left from him. Lost and want information. He silently commented, scoffing at the unexpected visit of the refined lady. As a bartender and the owner of a bar, Swain paced over the counter to Selina and asked, "What can I get you?" Selina faced Swain with an impeccable, soft gleam and replied, "Do you have a fortified grape wine? An ingredient for the famous half-and-half beverage along with the malt beer. Locally served in East Borough of Backlund, but certain bars around Tingen would also be aware of its concoction." This was the favorite of her father because of its reduced alcohol intensity and soothing flavor of the mixture. Able to maintain his sober while enjoying a hint of beer. Swain didn't respond. He took out a bottle, its cylindrical mouth longer than its base, and poured some of its contents into a glass cup. After returning the bottle, Swain pushed the liquor to Selina with mild force. "I didn't think they have it." Selina mused inwardly, slightly taken aback. "That will be 19 solely," Swain said with a stern voice. 19. She echoed Swain's wording of the price. "If I continue to spend like this, the year wasn't ended yet but my finances will be depleted." Realizing her thoughts, she mocked herself inwardly, "I'm talking like I don't have £1,000,000 in my name." Selina scoured her dress that now features a small compartment, taking out a few notes and handing them to Swain. After receiving the payment, the burly bartender turned his back to Selina, retracting his attention to the sorting of each liquor bottles. Half an hour passed by, and Selina quietly circles her finger over the glass's rim throughout the time. Swain's brows twitched at the woman's unusual behavior. She ordered a beverage, only to silently observe or possibly mesmerize by the liquor's surface. Just as he intends to approach, Selina swiveled her head towards him. With a genial smile, she asked, "Mr. Swain, if I may be blunt, but your bar seems to lack staffs for services. For instance, a waiter or a waitress," she added. Swain suddenly went silent. His thoughts unknown, but his puzzlement was subtly inscribed over his face. After a moment, he replied in a grave tone, "We don't hire them." Selina's mouth twitched from his response. "I haven't even proposed my application yet." "Why?" she inquired, putting the glass of grape wine aside. "Having an additional assistant could really increase your work, R.A." "No," Swain interrupted, resorting the bottles in the rack. Selina held herself timely, hands intertwined underneath the counter. With a solemn voice, Swain added from the lady's silence, "If you won't drink your liquor, you can leave them there." I really want to babble my mouth to convince him. Selina internalized her frustration. Heaving a long breath, she settled. "But I think that will only be begging. Also, he seems to be a person who really upholds his ground." Minding her mannerism, Selina recovered her poise and said languidly, "I understand." Swain remained undisturbed, attention focused objectively on his task. "But I would still present my interest on becoming the waitress of this bar." Selina revealed a soft smile at Swain. Underneath his breath, Swain scoffed almost unnoticeably. "Just so you know, I'm quite persistent." Selina mused inwardly, not daring to blurt her words out. "It's a trait of mine that got me the position of a secretary." Intending to only remain for an hour, Selina became aware of her stay. After leaving the stool and donning her sun hat, she smiled at Swain. "I will return." The burly bartender didn't bother to face her. "How can I persuade him?" she questioned internally. Just as she proceeds to exit the establishment, she caught a fragment of a conversation from the table near the center. The two customers exchanged rumors to each other, appearing to be hushed but in reality, audible. "Yeah, there were many people who arrived in the city yesterday compared to the day after." The man with a dirty linen shirt and a blue jeans respond hoarsely. Taking a gulp of his malt beer, the man across from him, wearing an identical jeans and linen shirt, with sleeve curled to his arm, satirized his words. "Many people who arrived. Why are you so concerned with such rumors when you should be minding your own business?" Increased in arrivals. Selina subconsciously recalled the cults back from Milo. The cults certainly put great importance on her, especially since she's the only vessel suitable for their goddess's descent. They're clearly resourceful as a group, evident by their utilization of mystical objects. Their scope of influence is what currently eludes her. Tingen is the only city close to Milo. And the fluctuation of people arriving, whether it's a group, could hint at my discovery. Her fingers tightened the crease of her dress. I may be being paranoid, but any information in this world is valuable to a foreigner like me. Selina's thoughts spiraled by the moment. As she stands by the rows of tables, she whispered, "I haven't even settled for a moment, and now I'm forced to relocate again." The promised trial for assistant herbalist. The determined effort of persuading a bartender. All of it was in vain. Nonetheless, she proceeds to leave the bar with facade composure, taking a public carriage afterwards. Upon returning to 16 Daffodil Street, Selina briskly entered her rented terraced house. Mr. and Mrs. Heath are absent by the yard next to hers, presumably busy with their daily lives. While at the corridor, Selina took note of the time indicated by the grand clock, 2:56 p.m. Those carriage trips really took a lot of time. She grumbled inwardly, ascending a flight of stairs from the corridor. After arriving in the bedroom, her body slumped over the gentle covers of the mattress, head facing the ceiling. With the small remaining time, she began to promptly recall the personal exchange of the two customers from the Evil Dragon's bar. The fragment of conversation they've had might seem indifferent to others, but to Selina, a sudden fluctuation may indicate incoming danger. Paranoid or not, being cautious is still a virtue. What may be casually dismissed can lead to consequences. She muttered, subconsciously arched her arm to her face. Those cults. I shouldn't underestimate them and their capabilities. Even now, they might already have my location and are preparing to retrieve me. But why take the station? Don't they have influence over cities that foster information? With a question, she immediately responded to herself. Are they perhaps actually not from this city? Or even this continent? At that moment, a blinding crimson light shrouded the gloomy interiors of her room, promptly interrupting her thought and engulfing her in the process. In a grand edifice, resembling a palace of giants' court stood lofty amidst the ever-coursing grey mists. On the center, it houses a long bronze table containing 22 seats, with the head being occupied by an individual heavily obscured by the grey fog. The crimson light receded and 3 individuals stood firm on the first few seats. 2 on the right and 1 on the left. The 2 ladies curtsied at once before the figure at the head of the table. In unity, the duo greeted. "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool." Chapter 26, Foggy Update. In an underground basement without any windows, the burly Alger Wilson sat by a long table with various apparatuses and goatskin parchments on it. In front of him was a half-consumed candle. The dim, yellowish flames flickering made the shadows of the objects and table move like a mirage. Alger's hair was disheveled like seaweed with a deep blue color that resembled black. He wore a robe with lightning patterns embroidered on it. He clasped his hands with his thumbs facing each other while he focused on a bottle of black liquid to the left of the candle. Whoosh! 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 Splash! 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 The sound of tempestuous winds or the crashing of the sea waves howled from inside the sealed bottle. And in spots where the black ink did not sink, a faint fog would swirl. It was as though it grew eyes and a mouth. Alger cocked his head to glance at the clock hanging on the wall and watched the needle strike 3. He pressed down on his temple as his eyes turned dark. Fascinating colors surfaced from the various items on the table. At that moment, he discovered a deep red light appear like a tidal wave from nowhere, drowning him instantly. Backlund, Empress Burrow, inside the Hall family's luxurious mansion. After dismissing her dance teacher, Audrey locked the door and sat straight up in front of her dressing table. The sun outside was bright and gorgeous. There was a light brown notebook made of exquisite goat skin. It was flipped open to reveal that it was blank. To its right was a fountain pen with a golden tip and embedded rubies. Audrey did a test and made sure that she could pick up the fountain pen and write down the formula the moment she left the gathering. "I'm so looking forward to it." She inhaled to repress her excited emotions as she looked at the mirror with puckered lips. However, she did not see it reflect herself. Instead, a dark red and illusory beam burst out from her body. Above the gray fog stood a majestic divine hall that looked like a giant's residence. Dark red colors bloomed on both sides of the bronze table. They surged upwards like a fountain before pattering down. It carved 2 blurry figures who sat in the same spots as before. It's undeniable. The same sensation I felt after my attempt is identical to the atmosphere dwelling in this mysterious world. Selina reckoned her state during the arrival before casting her gaze at the end of the bronze table. The mysterious man who calls himself the Fool remains the superior figure in this space. Is he really perhaps the reason for my transmigration? Regardless, in an ode of the former Selina. She performed a brief bow by slightly lowering her body and her waist. Gently raising her skirt, she greeted. "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool." To her surprise, her voice was accompanied by another, resonating across the dense fog in a unified tone. She turned to see Ms. Justice, mirroring her courtesy, addressing Mr. Fool with an amiable respect. Noticing this, Audrey's voice hitched as she hurriedly said, "Ah. Ms. Lovers. I apologize." Selina drew aside before revealing a soft smile. "No worries. I apologize as well. In the next instance, you'll do the honor of greeting everyone. Ms. Lovers is really kind. I wonder if the Milo incident truly fazed her." Audrey mumbled quietly before addressing the individuals present around the bronze table. Mr. Fool then gestured for the trio to settle. After the dismissive action, the Fool gradually took on a position where his fingers could reach his glabella. And as if contemplating, his fingers tapped his head unhurriedly in succession. The trio nodded afterwards. Audrey drew a light gasp and asked in anticipation. "Mr. Hangman, did you receive the box of ghost shark blood?" Alger took a quick glance at the seat of honor before retracting it immediately. "Thank you very much. It perfectly met my expectations. I never expected you to send it to me so quickly." "The ghost shark blood is not the typical extraordinary creature," said Alger frankly. Audrey smiled humbly and said, "I'm very happy to see this outcome." As she loved anything to do with mystery from a young age, she had befriended those in aristocratic circles with similar interests. They have exchanged information, books, and rare artifacts among each other. But before this, none of them had ever obtained any supernatural power to become a real beyonder. Instead, there were a few princes that hinted that they could gift them what they wanted if they became their princess consort. However, she had obtained the ghost shark blood directly from her family's vault. After all, the inventory only states 1 big bottle, without mentioning how many milliliters or how full it had to be. She believed that pouring a little bit of it would go unnoticed. Even if there was an accident and the matter was exposed, her parents were unlikely to pursue the matter. After their exchange of words, just as Alger could proceed with the potion formula, he noticed Ms. Lovers and thus suddenly halted. This was a transaction with only him and Ms. Justice had agreed upon. But with the presence of a third party aside from Mr. Fool, the individual could overhear the information without having to trade with anything, leveraging their transaction and lessening the integrity of the gathering's fair exchange. Seeing Alger's stern expression at Ms. Lovers, Audrey thought for a second before saying, "It's fine if dash." Just before she could finish her words, Selina followed in a composed tone. "I'm interested in the spectator potion as well. Rest assured, I will adhere to the equivalent exchange of Mr. Fool," she added. Alger felt a relief hearing her offer. He had been vying for an opportunity to broach the topic of her escape from Milo. Since before, the information concerning the secret organization behind Milo were considered confidential and required high authority clearance. But since the main subject of the said events was exclusively present within this very gathering, he could be informed through a matter of trade and exchange. With the offer laid in front of him, Alger decided. Then, in exchange for the formula, instead of money, disclose to me. He paused, looked at Audrey for a moment, then resumed. Us, about what happened to the town and how you escaped. Selina was slightly taken aback. But she was already prepared for such confrontation beforehand. With their perceptiveness, even with her deliberated misdirection, it wouldn't be surprising to see them learn of her identity. It would be certain that the members would also be interested in the matter. With a short nod, she detailed the events that have transpired within the borders of her hometown, starting from the early months of the past year, then ending to the day before. Her briefing covers how the residents of Milo began to act strange, to her parents becoming distant, to the presence of insect people until the final ceremonial act for the second and last time. As she transitions to the present, Audrey's heart palpitates in an unrecognizable fear with a taint of admiration. She have always knew that being a Beyonder would be accompanied by inherent dangers. This could have persuaded her before to abandon the idea of becoming a Beyonder, but now, her perception changed. Seeing how Selina managed to escape and how such events can also happen to anyone, even to her without notice, her longing for experience was now slowly being tainted by a sense to protect. After the disclosure, Alger leaned over to the back of his chair and glanced at the seat of honor. Mr. Fool remained silent. As promised, a reward should be given to the helpers of the operation. Selina drew a breath as she spoke. Audrey hesitated at the offer. She did provide aid, only, it was given in an almost subtle way. All she did was to raise suspicion for the incoming empty crates from Milo by informing the officials of the matter. And due to her father's reputation, she was able to slip away from the eyes of the officials. Just as she opened her mouth, Alger initiated. I've already requested my reward. As for the potion, a simple £200 should suffice for the formula. For Alger, he had already acquired benefits more than he had accounted for. Reaping more may result in unexpected outcomes. Very well, Selina nodded briefly. How should I give the money to you? The same method Ms. Justice had used. Warrior and C Bar at Pelican Street, in the White Rose borough of Pritz Harbor. Alger recounted. Pritz Harbor. Isn't that across the Amantha Mountains? Selina grumbled inwardly. You mean I have to take the station? I don't actually have any allies to deliver it for me. As she brooded over the method of delivery, Selina suddenly realized another variable. That's right. They now know that the only descendant of the Ivory family and Ms. Lovers are one. And since Tingen is the most viable place to escape from Milo, my identity would now be hanging by a few threads. Selina collected her thoughts with an inward sigh. Meanwhile, Alger, seated across from Selina, had been eerily silent after the lady's monotonous reaction. Pritz Harbor is far from Tingen. And she confirmed the method without considering the distance. She's most likely in Tingen. Taking a steam train would cost her time and money significantly. Unless, she will instead, send her own personnel for this matter. If that's the case, was I wrong for assuming that her ally is only herself? Alger contemplated to himself, eyes fixated at the lady in front of him. After a while, Selina intertwined her hands beneath the table and decided to not add any further. Instead, she now looked at Audrey and asked, How about you, Ms. Justice? Audrey remained quiet, holding herself from interrupting the duo. Upon hearing Selina's call, Audrey snapped from her silence. Thinking that it would be impolite to reject the offer, she replied, I would like to know the next sequence of spectator potion. I don't mean the formula, just the name. Selina was taken aback by Ms. Justice's choice of reward. I don't even know how I can begin to search my next sequence. She mumbled and sighed internally before nodding nonetheless. I will try my best, she replied. Audrey heaved a sigh of relief as she said, Thank you. After that, Selina turned her head towards the end of the mottled bronze table. The enigmatic Mr. Fool remained shrouded by a dense sea of white fog. As the authoritative figure and the being responsible for the gathering that have led to her successful escape. As gratitude, Selina said in a respectful manner, Mr. Fool, I know that what I can offer isn't nowhere near your capabilities. Regardless, I would still like to present my gratitude. The fool, seated at the seat of honor, glanced at Selina for a solid 5 minutes. Then replied. One of my admirers requires a small donation for an operation. Admirers? Selina looked at the fool in puzzlement. Before easing afterwards, she muttered to herself. Of course, a being like him would naturally have subordinates. But my question is, why donation? Regardless, Selina set her thoughts aside as she asked. How can I donate to this admirer of yours? The fool paused momentarily, then replied minutes later. Make an anonymous account at any central bank. Selina listened attentively. The details concerning the requirements during the process are to be disclosed later as the two members have yet to settle their transaction. Mr. Fool continued, thoughts and actions heavily obscured by the grey fog. Selina didn't add it further. With her prose, she looked at Audrey and Alger. Admirers? That's to be expected. A being at that level must certainly have subordinates under him. Alger muttered in a dismissive tone. Seeing Mr. Fool's attention, Audrey turned her gaze to Alger and said, Mr. Hangman, please continue with the spectator formula. Alger nodded briefly as he said in a deep voice. According to our agreement, I will now tell the formula to the potion, spectator. Let me prepare myself. All right, begin. Audrey glanced at Selina, seemingly trying to discern the lady's thoughts. She then inhaled as she focused her full attention. Low-sequence potions are very easy to concoct. Just follow the order that I provide you. Do remember that there can be smaller quantities of the ingredients but not more. It would cause major problems. You should have heard about news of Beyonders losing control. I believe there's no need for me to repeat it. Alger first mentioned things to take note of. Audrey nodded gently and said, I understand completely. Selina didn't make any remarks within herself, only displaying a slight grudge at the mention of losing control. She believes that if not because of her current body dying from it, she wouldn't have transmigrated into this world. Regardless, all she could do now was sigh and gave herself a low self-deprecating comment. I probably would have still transmigrated even if it's not Selina. Afterwards, she unknowingly imagined herself waking up in a man's body. MHM. No thanks. While Audrey spoke, she turned her head to look at Mr. Fool. She wished to know if the mystery expert had anything to add. Unfortunately, the fool was sitting silently there like a statue. Alger thought for a moment before saying, having smaller quantities does not mean it should deviate by too much. If you do not have an assistant, I suggest you spend some time familiarizing yourself with chemistry experiment. I have a family tutor for such matters, answered Audrey without feeling the burden. After Alger mentioned the furthest extent of the deviation, he recited with great fluency, spectator. Sequence 9 potion. 80 milliliters of pure water. 5 drops of autumn crocus essence. 13 grams of cow teeth pianol powder. 7 petals of elf flowers. A matured manhal fish's eyeball. Add 35 milliliters of goat-horned blackfish blood. As Alger listed the formula, Selina took note of the ingredients thoroughly as she sat silently by her seat. Only now did she realize that the knowledge of the formula was seemingly absorbed and etched gravely in her mind, as if it's been memorized and repeated countless times in her head. Another ability of my potion, Selina thought before dismissing it afterwards. Alger then added, the final 2 items are the main ingredients. They are extraordinary creatures from the sea. You have to be careful. Chapter 27, Method. All right. Audrey recalled and repeated, 80 milliliters of pure water. 5 drops of autumn crocus essence, 13 grams of cow teeth. Pianol powder, reminded Alger. With his help, Audrey gradually and precisely memorized the formula's order. However, she appeared worried as she mumbled it again and again. Do you know about cogitation? When Alger saw Justice nod, he continued, I do not know how much you know about cogitation. Let me describe it once. After consuming the potion, quickly begin cogitation to control your spirituality and energy. Make sure to practice every day to truly grasp the powers of the potion. Dig out the meaning it symbolizes and even more of its mysteries. That way, you can avoid the danger of losing control to the greatest extent. And the meaning of a potion mainly lies in its name, such as spectator. Cogitation. Selina internalized the word hardly. If the former Selina were to informed of it early on, could she be alive in the present? Seated at the head of the table, the fool suddenly halted his habitual behavior unnoticeably. Audrey listened to the hanged man's explanations attentively, and just as she was about to inquire about something more detailed, she suddenly heard the rapping sound on the table. She, along with Selina and Alger, turned their heads and looked at the fool. They realized that the mysterious and mighty figure was tapping gently with his fingers. He said in a deep voice, it's not about grasping them, but rather digesting them. It's not about discovery, but rather acting. The name of a potion is not only symbolic, it's also imagery. It is the key to digesting. Selina fell into a daze. She was at a loss on what the fool is trying to convey. Subconsciously, she turned to glance at the other two. Miss Justice displayed the same puzzlement as her, while the hanged man showed visible signs of fear and fatigue. His body jolted and froze. As if a sudden crackling of a thunder shook the dim sky from the serenity of the night. Within the subtle sounds of churning fog, an audible sound of repeated sentences echoed from Alger. Digesting, acting. Digesting, acting. Digesting, acting, key. It practically made the two ladies depict him as someone who had succumbed into a strange curse, where words are being recycled indefinitely. This sudden unusual behavior from a composed individual such as Alger made Selina skeptical of the words Mr. Fool had let go of. In her mind, she revised the exact sentences, trying to clarify herself of the mystery. With a thought, she formulated. Apothecary is a profession's calling, I've already figured this before. Maybe. Is what Mr. Fool implying that one would have to align with what the potion's name in order to digest its contents? But it seems this knowledge bothered Mr. Hangman quite significantly. Selina had already theorized this method before and suspected how the potion's mystical ability somehow corresponds to a profession. Although the matter wasn't relayed in such a refined way as Mr. Fool's, Selina planned on attempting a test and result procedure once or before she leave Tingen. At first, the distinction made her thought that it might already be common within organizations and she would encounter it later on as she delved into the mystery of the bee underworld. Needless to say, the hanged man's reaction made her second-guess her thoughts. So that's the effects of it. Mr. Fool. Just who are you? Selina still couldn't help but question the existence of the mysterious figure seated at the head of the modeled table. After a while, Alger raised his head and said with a hoarse voice, "Thank you, Mr. Fool. Your hint is as valuable as my life. You have enlightened me greatly. Of course, I believe I have yet to fully understand or comprehend it." The fool withdrew his hands and smiled. That was an advance payment. Advance payment. Audrey looked at the hanged man's reaction and knew that the hint from before was precious. As she ruminated over it, she asked, "Mr. Fool, what do you wish for us to do?" Selina caught on to the fool's words and asked in a gentle manner. "What do you wish to entrust us with?" Opposite to her, Alger nodded visibly from the fog. The fool leaned back slightly as he glanced towards the trio. With a pleasant and soft voice, he said, "Collect Roselle Gustave's secret diary on my behalf, even if it's just one page of it." By this moment, Alger's body froze once more. At the mention of Roselle's notebook being referred to by the enigmatic Mr. Fool as secret diary meant that Mr. Fool is able to discern its contents and understand it enough to refer to it with its intended category, a diary. Seated across from him, Selina, poised with mild indifference, thought of Roselle Gustave once again. "My senior. I hope your diary is worth the read." At first, Selina held an admiration towards the late emperor. But upon inspecting how his innovative inventions revolutionized and reshaped the world, and how certain quotes of his are identical to some of what she knows, she couldn't help but address her transmigrator senior of his obvious plagiarism without credits. As a small joke to herself, Selina internally visualized the late emperor's possible diary contents as he thinks of the things to plagiarize next. The corners of her mouth curled from the dense fog as she found herself in a good mood. "By the way, what language did you use in the diary? Better yet, what country have you originated?" Selina muttered to herself silently. Roselle Gustave's secret diary. Emperor Roselle. Indeed, only such matters are worth the concern of a mighty figure like Mr. Fool. Audrey was first taken aback before she realized that she found it nothing surprising. Rumor had it that Emperor Roselle had once seen the blasphemy slate. It was said that the secret cards he created hid the 22 paths of the divine. This was something every high-sequence beyonder would definitely pay attention to. Diary. That's a diary. Alger frowned slightly as he keenly noticed this tidbit. The fool, having achieved a desirable effect from the listeners, leaned back on his chair and answered with a relaxed manner. "Let us view it as a diary for now." He did not deny or confirm it. Audrey had heard the children of other nobles mention the matter. However, she had never really learned much of it. With her curiosity piqued, she asked, "It said that Emperor Roselle's, well, diary was written in a cryptic language or symbols he invented?" "Yes," answered Alger simply. "Some people believe that it is a unique set of symbols from mysticism. Others believe that it is a hieroglyph. But up to today, no one has found the correct way of deciphering it. At the very least, that's all I know. Now I'm really curious what country he came from." Selina sighed inwardly. After hearing the hanged man's description, Audrey said in a stumped manner, "We can't understand the symbols or the words. Then, how are we to pass the information to you, Mr. Fool? Or are we to mail it somewhere?" At that moment, the trio, Selina, Audrey, and Alger saw Mr. Fool slowly sit up amid the thick grayish fog. Miss Justice, let us give it a try. Imagine a paragraph of text and give it the emotions of writing it with urgency. Yes, pick up the fountain pen beside you and write on the piece of paper. Before Mr. Fool finished his sentence, Audrey saw a piece of yellowish-brown goatskin parchment and a dark red fountain pen in front of her. She picked up the fountain pen both curiously and doubtfully. In accordance with the instructions, she imagined a poem Emperor Roselle once wrote. If winter comes, can spring be far behind? After scrutinizing the text, she picked up her fountain pen and imbued them with the desire of projecting them out. Then, the moment Audrey landed her fountain pen, she saw a line appear on the goatskin parchment. If winter comes, can spring be far behind? Goddess, how fascinating! Audrey exclaimed in astonishment while feeling rueful. Following that, she looked at the enigmatic man before them with some fear. Mr. Fool, can you read what I'm thinking? No, I'm only guiding you. I simplified the process of writing for you and made it become an imprint. If you did not wish to express it, nothing would appear. The Fool placated her with a low tone. Is that so? Then we can only memorize the symbols or the way the cryptic text looks like. Then, we can present it directly as we wish. Audrey heaved a sigh of relief as she asked in enlightenment. Yes. The Fool answered. That's not a bad method. Miss Justice, do not doubt your memory. After becoming a spectator, you will receive immense improvement in this aspect. Alger had watched the attempt from the side, fully coming to the realization that the Fool was more powerful and mysterious than he imagined. Fascinating. Selina thought in awe as she silently observed Audrey's actions. Regarding this, Audrey nodded in delight. You have delighted me with this reminder. Mr. Hangman, do you have any other guidance on spectators? With that said, she looked toward the seat of honor. Mr. Fool, I will work hard to complete your mission. I will do my best to gather more of Emperor Roselle's secret diary. I mentioned before that I'm a person who likes a fair and equal exchange. The advanced payment I gave is only equivalent to 2 pages of the diary for each person. If there are more, I will give additional in return, the Fool said calmly, like he was an adult who did not take advantage of children. You are truly a generous gentleman. Alger fell silent for a few seconds before bowing slightly with his hand by his chest. After the bow, he turned to Justice and said, let me emphasize once more. A spectator will forever be a spectator. I know that many spectators enjoy imagining themselves to be the protagonist or some other character. As a result, they invest a lot of feelings into it, to the point of crying, laughing, raging, and turning sorrowful because of the drama. However, that is not what a spectator should do. While faced with the various dramas of society and figures who knowingly or unknowingly act the role of particular characters, you have to maintain the attitude of being an absolute bystander. Only then can you calmly and objectively observe them. You will discover their habits, their tics from lying, or their scent of nervousness. From those minute clues, you can grasp their true thoughts. Believe me, everyone is different because of their emotions. They will secrete different things and different smells. However, only a real spectator can sniff it out. Once you invest too many of your emotions, your observation will be influenced. Your sensitivity towards the emotions of others will deviate. Audrey listened attentively as her eyes brightened gradually. From the sidelines, Selina couldn't help but brood over her current inexperienced self. Nonetheless, she gave her utmost attentiveness at Alger's information, in a chance that if ever she encountered another spectator, she'll be able to distinguish them amidst the crowd. After all, from Alger's lecture, she had learned that spectators can review a performance. Just as Selina was immersing herself in thought, Alger finished explaining the demands he knew of a spectator. He sighed before saying, it seems like there's nothing else. Perhaps we can have a casual chat. We can talk about things happening around us. Perhaps it is something very normal to you, but in the ears of others, it might be a very important clue. Then, the Fool permitted with a subtle nod from amidst the grey fog. Then, shall we begin with you, Mr. Hangman? Audrey agreed in excitement. Alger thought for a moment before saying, the infamous pirate who calls himself Lieutenant General Deweyville has begun his voyage to explore the eastern end of the Sonia Sea again. Sonia Sea. Selina recalled the teachings of her tutors about the world's ocean parts. Sonia Sea was located on the eastern side of the northern and southern continent. Islands such as the Rörsted Archipelago, Gargas Archipelago, and Sonia Island occupying a certain area of this sea and was colonized by Lone Kingdom and Fasak Empire. Her tutors taught her of some speculations, which addresses the existence of another continent beyond the Sea of Ruins, east of Gargas Archipelago. Exploring the Sonia Sea's eastern end. Are they trying to confirm that speculation? Selina tried to ease her doubts with an inquisitive answer, then resuming to another matter afterwards. Oh. The owner of the Black Tulip, returned Audrey with a question after some thought. Yes, Alger replied with a nod. Audrey then turned towards Selina and asked. What about you Ms. Lovers? Then, upon hearing her question, she realized that the person had just recently disclosed her situation. In a rueful manner, she attempted to brush her question aside as she said, "Oh. It's fine if dash. No. I do have something I would like to share." Selina intervened by the moment. During Alger and Audrey's conversation, she had already figured what news she would share. Thus, with a restrained tone, she said softly, "The cult behind the Milo incident seems to exhibit unusual behavior among their underclassmen." She paused momentarily, before adding, "I believe it might lead to a subgroup within the cult to emerge." Selina wasn't certain if her idea to spread her image as the reborn child of God through dreams within this cult would truly influence its structure. Regardless, she had already concluded that with the help of the church behind Mr. Hangman or Ms. Justice, when the cult's integrity trembled from the formation of a subgroup, it can lead to an opportunity to weaken the cult and eradicate them as time passed. Alger, thoughts stirred from Selina's intel as he asked himself, "This. Is Ms. Lovers saying this to us, in hopes that it might reach one of the churches?" Seated at the head of the modeled table, the fool caressed the armrest with his fingers. With a slow breath, he spoke a languid voice. "The cult you're referring to should be a secret organization. Possibly naming themselves as the Rose School of Thought." Chapter 28, Similarity in Thoughts. Rose School of Thought. And they're called secret organizations. Selina echoed Mr. Fool's words within her mind. After a pause, she replied, "Thank you, Mr. Fool." Alger pricked his brows then said, "Based on your description earlier, it is indeed what Mr. Fool said, the Rose School of Thought. But such an ancient organization that have origins which traces back since before the fourth epoch to experience a divergence in members. It would require a major issue within the organization itself. There are factions within it that worships different gods and mind that gods only take a fraction of their powers to sustain an organization. One of them could potentially worship the child of God you've mentioned." Audrey, listening attentively, then asked Selina out of curiosity, "Ms. Lovers, what do you think could this major issue be?" After a few seconds, Selina gathered her thought before saying, "I'm not sure. But it seems it would be connected to the pursuit of resurrection of the child of God." She couldn't afford to disclose the entirety of the matter, as her doubts only became apparent at the mention of the cult having other factions. "Let's still try. Attempts are always accompanied by potential danger. What we need is to mitigate that aspect as best as we can," Selina internalized as she attempts to placate herself. "We're now already discussing the splitting of an organization." Audrey felt a slight pressure and excitement from the matter. The fate of a secret organization is now being discussed by their newly founded tarot club. Their organization could be the type to pull the strings behind a controversial stage. After Selina's turn, the fool rapped the side of his armrest. "According to what I know, the secret order has lost an Antigonus family notebook." "An Antigonus family notebook?" Alger repeated before smiling with a shake of his head. "I'm really curious as to what reaction the Church of the Evernight Goddess will have if they learn of it." At that moment, Audrey asked out of curiosity, "Why are you curious? What sort of special reaction would the goddess's church have?" Alger smiled and said, "The Antigonus family was destroyed by the Church of the Evernight Goddess. I'm not really sure if it happened at the end of the fourth epoch or the early stages of the present epoch." After hearing the hanged man's explanation, Audrey said with deep interest, "I never imagined that such a thing would happen. All right, my turn. Let me think of what I have to share." She cocked her head and held her head up with her hand before chuckling. "Yesterday, my etiquette teacher taught me how to faint elegantly without any faux pas. It's a practical skill used at social events to avoid awkward situations or nasty guys. Heh. I was just organizing my thoughts. What I really wanted to say is that ever since the failure of the battle on Balam's eastern shore, the king, premier, and gentlemen are under immense stress. They eagerly wish to change." While Audrey recalled the conversation between her father and elder brother about the situation, she put in her own words, "They believe that the government's structure is too chaotic. Every election, if there is a change of the ruling party, there will be a change of personnel from top to bottom. It makes things a mess and lowers efficiency tremendously. Not only does it cause the battle loss, it also brings great inconvenience to the civilians." Selina understood how the political system of the Lone Kingdom operates. It was one of the things she had noticed from when she first recalled the former emperor, Roselle Gustave. The Lone Kingdom had yet to evolve into a system that examines public servants. The state of the kingdom's political situation can be identified in a preliminary stages, therefore, at each conclusion of elections, many of the so-called positions would be awarded to members and supporters. How peculiar for my senior to not establish such institutions. Considering his personality when it comes to plagiarism, he should have addressed this. Well, there's a high possibility that he instead diverted his attention to other matters in life. Selina reasoned herself with the consideration for the former emperor. But what could those other matters be? When the hanged men, Alger, heard that he interjected with a soft chuckle. They believe. Then their beliefs are a little slow. Perhaps they will only feel the itch a year after they get bitten by black mosquitoes. Black mosquitoes were a type of creature that resided in the south of the Lone Kingdom. It was extremely venomous, and its venom made victims have the urge to rip apart their skin. Audrey extended her palm and covered her mouth. Ignoring the hanged man's mockery, she expressed the core information of what she said. Unfortunately, they are temporarily unable to find a good solution to replace this system. The fool, fingers interlocked, said in an unhurried voice. This is a simple problem. Simple. Audrey returned with a question in puzzlement. Although her education did not include politics, she often heard from the discussions of her father, brother, and people around her. She had a sufficient understanding of similar matters. For Selina, she have a certain degree of knowledge in matters such as politics and governance. After all, it benefits her in managing connections for the company, which includes political figures and staying informed in relevant laws and regulations. Yes, it is simple. That is, in the case where we apply modern solution. Selina mused silently as she began to recall the political system back from Earth. Feeling as though she regressed back to the election days of yesteryear, she muttered to herself inwardly. They should held an examination. Similar to an entrance exam, open for the public. The method for choosing the elites should be objective, like holding multiple choices. Also, it can be split into multiple rounds in order to validate and confirm the public's decision. Afterwards, utilize these elites to occupy different positions, which also includes the direct handling of the matters such as the cabinet secretary. And as Selina immersed herself in thoughts, she suddenly overheard the fool's suggestion in a loose sentence before slowly becoming clearer. Different positions should be given different requirements. The second or third rounds can be tested based on locale and region. Professional matters should be left to the professionals. As for political positions such as ministers, governors, or mayors, they will be left to the parties that win the election. That is a slice of the pie they deserve. Wait. Mr. Fool's suggestion somewhat goes similarly to my line of thought. Although it differ in delivery, it still captures the same essence it intends to convey. Identical to mine, which I took inspiration from governance procedure back on Earth. Selina's brows furrowed slightly. Wise Mr. Fool. Concerns himself in that domain? No, more importantly. How does he know that? Could it be that Mr. Fool's origins can be traced back from an alternate world? My home. Earth. Selina's interlocked hands unknowingly tightened by the second. She doesn't intend to interrupt or add in Mr. Fool's explanation. Alger, who lacked interest in such matters, unknowingly turned his head and listened carefully. Audrey frowned slightly as she fell into deep thought. There's no hurry in replacing everyone at once. The cabinet and various agencies in the civil service will be crippled if that happens. You can have an examination every year or every 3 years. They can be gradually replaced. Finally, in light of the kingdom's expansion and the salaried civil servants' resignations that will bring in vacancies, you can systematically allot spots. Such a design can bring the kingdom's insightful elites into the government. Regardless of the party in power or who the minister is, the civil service will allow the kingdom to maintain its basic and effective operations. While considering the suggestion, Audrey asked doubtfully, are you implying that even if those ministers become monkeys, the effects would be insignificant? No, Alger interjected suddenly. I believe that monkeys are a better choice than the present ministers. He paused before adding, after all, monkeys only need to eat, sleep, and mate. They would not come up with foolish ideas and insist on brainless projects. What a way to describe them, I guess. Selina mused over Alger's line of thought, then added. Mr. Hangman, from your mannerism. Do you perhaps have terrible superiors? Audrey ruminated over the suggestion Mr. Fool had offered and after a while, said in surprise, it sounds like it actually might work. It's a very simple but effective solution. She looked at the enigmatic man and sincerely marveled, Mr. Fool, you must be an elderly person with outstanding intelligence who is very experienced in life. Selina, taking on a role of an onlooker, kept her poise as much as she can. As she's somewhat restraining herself because of Audrey's choice of words when referencing Mr. Fool. Then, just as she decided to inquire further information about the secret organization, Rose's school of thought. The fool suddenly declared in a low voice. Let us end today's gathering here. Then, the fool added by the last second. Ms. Lovers. Hold the donation for the time being. Requested by the admirer of mine. Hold. Selina took the tidbit in mind and said. Very well, Mr. Fool. Then, let's look forward to the next gathering. The next moment, the trio stood in unity as they echoed. By your will. Dark crimson light surged the trio in a blinding flash. Selina saw an aqueous illumination that engulfed her along with Audrey and Alger. The serenity of grey fog returned after they phased. depicting as though it had been untouched for millions of years. The crimson light quickly receded from Selina's peripheral. She found herself back to her residence, lying on the soft fabric of her bed, feeling slightly disoriented. Feeling tired, Selina extended her arms to her face, then covering it before sighing. Mr. Fool. From Earth. Please don't let this be another false hope. To her, the Fool's mysterious origin and familiar domain may lead a clue to her transmigration. Perhaps, becoming his blessed, can lead her to the truth, potentially opening a path back home. But it seems Mr. Fool had just awakened. If I can aid him in regaining his former self, will that help me return? Return. Selina's heart ached at the thought that she might never return. Regardless, she held hope that it might not be the case. And that one day, she'll see her parents. Her family, once more. Attempting one more uncertainty. Selina then let out a self-deprecating smile. Was I ever such a daring person? I always believe that I'm the cautious type. A soft chuckle escaped her lips. The next second, she brushed her doubts aside as she let out a soft sigh. Let's go make dinner. It's almost dark. Selina pressed both of her palms and propped herself from the mattress. Turning her head to face the veiled windows, she saw a golden light being tainted with a shrouding darkness. Then, she recalled Mr. Heath and his wife. The meal they had given her with pure intention. That's right. I haven't returned their pot. Selina addressed in silence. Let's first return it before making dinner. After changing into a corset dress and tying her hair once more, she suddenly remembered another variable. Did I bought ingredients earlier? After the realization, her hands almost reached her cheeks, attempting facepalm herself in regret. Ugh. I forgot. I'll have to visit the market at this time again. While brooding, Selina left the bedroom and descended from the second floor, entered the kitchen from the short hall afterwards. The pot, containing a leftover of the veggie beef she had earlier, stood closed at the kitchen counter. Upon opening the lid, and seeing the leftover stew, the scent lightened her mood. With a sigh, she muttered. I'll just heat this up. After placing the leftover stew to an empty, clean bowl, Selina hefted the pot over to her chest level and exited the house. Marl Heath's residence is located next to hers. And upon taking a short walk over the street, she arrived at their front door. Then, with both hands holding the pot, she reached the back of her right hand for the bell. Ding! The sound echoed from the front yard and into the inside of the house. After doing this, Selina stood by the door and waited patiently for a response. It didn't take long before she began to hear light and progressive footsteps from the door, followed by fast and successive steps of another. The door clicked, then it was slowly swinged open from within. Marl's wife, Martha, appeared from behind the door, holding an infant on her right hand and a child by the other. Oh! Ms. Roy. How nice of you to drop by. Martha greeted with delight. Selina didn't expect that Marl and Martha had 2 children instead of one that she had imagined. Raising both of her hands holding the pot, she presented the empty pot with a soft smile. Mrs. Heath, I'm here to return the pot from your previous visit. The veggie beef was sumptuous. I would be pleased to have it again sometime. Martha's face lightened. I'm glad that you've enjoyed it, dear. Then, upon taking a quick glance at her child, she added, Oh! Dear, have you had dinner? Selina was slightly taken aback, realizing that it was just a question with concern. She shook her head and replied, I haven't yet, but I plan to have the heated leftover veggie beef as my dinner. But won't you feel lonely, dear? Martha interjected. I've just finished preparing dinner. Care to join us? Selina was suddenly caught by an unconventional felt feeling that she'll just be a bother. She calmly retorted. No, it's fine, Mrs. Heath, I'm used to it. Then, upon realizing her choice of words, her hands trembled, having a desire to slap her face. Used to it? Martha displayed a look of worry. That's unhealthy, dear. Come. My husband wouldn't mind another company at the table. On her side, the toddler clinging to her dress looked at Selina with curiosity. And no, it's really fine, Mrs. Heath. Forget about what I said, please. Selina still tried her best to decline. Nonsense. Come. Martha said in a somewhat declared manner. At that moment, Martha's daughter spoke as she points her finger at Selina. Mom. Big sis. Selina was suddenly caught by surprise and couldn't form a thought for a moment. Martha smiled at her child and nodded. MHM. That's big sister Selina. The response made the child's eyes gleamed. Her hand quickly let go of her grasp from Martha's skirt and rushed to hug Selina by the leg. Big sis. Big sis. Can we go play? The girl asked gleefully as she performed little jumps by each moment. Selina looked at Martha with a somewhat visible cry for help. But the lady seemed to care less as she revealed a slight smug to her face. Children was naturally drawn to Selina. This was one of the traits she had that made the townsfolk of Milo fond of her. Even herself as Linda, she would often experience the childish initiatives of the children around her. As such, she had developed the habit to care and tend to the children she would encounter. This aspect of mine can truly be my weakness. Selina brooded her own nature. With a sigh, she decided. All right. Chapter 29, Peculiar Timing. Martha, satisfied with her response, pointed at the pot and said, "Could you put it down and hold my baby for me?" Having been forced. Selina nodded in a slight grief and placed the pot by the door. After doing this, she took Martha's baby from her hands. "Mrs. Heath. How could you be so trustful for a stranger to the point you'd let your baby be in her care?" The infant remained relaxed in her embrace, seemingly comforted by her presence. Martha then took the pot afterwards. Upon taking a glance at Selina, she suddenly figured something and asked, "Are you perhaps questioning why I put a lot of trust to you?" Selina was taken aback once more. She felt as though the woman could see right through her. The lady then giggled and responded, "Well, to be honest, I am cautious of you. A woman with an unknown background suddenly occupies the residence next to yours. You couldn't help but mind your family's safety because of it." Selina could sympathize with her, as she had encountered similar situations that have led to a tragic event. This resulted to her increased wariness towards strangers. But regardless, pushing people would also lead to pushing good ones out of your life. Martha added with a hint of melancholy. "You will never know that kindness often hides in plain sight. That's how you perceive it. Mrs. Heath, you seem to haven't reached middle age yet. You display traits that suggest you've already seen the vicissitudes of life." Selina mused inwardly. As she cradles the baby on her arms, she cocked her head and asked, "Mrs. Heath, what's your baby's name?" "It's Marl Jr., dear." Martha answered simply. Then, Selina turned her gaze towards Martha's daughter and asked again in a gentle tone, "How about you?" The girl eagerly answered Selina with a stammering voice. "Me, I am." Seemingly at a loss, the girl glanced at her mother before continuing her words. "Oh, Dell. Right. It's Odell Heath." Selina revealed a warm smile and said in a somewhat playful yet soft voice, "Well, Odell, care to have me as your company for dinner?" The girl nodded quickly. "MHM." Martha let out a chuckle then said, "Let's go." The Heath residence didn't display much difference in comparison to her house, with a short hall that leads to a flight of stairs and arched paths that leads to rooms. The only distinction it had was the color of the tiles and the arrangement of furniture and rooms. Arriving at the dining area, which is a part of the kitchen, Selina saw Marl Heath seated before the dress table, topped with multiple aromatic servings which includes seared mutton, fried meat and fish, Merslaw noodle of the Fainapotter. The gentleman didn't wear any extra piece of clothes. Only a pair of trousers and a long-sleeved shirt. In his left hand holds a newspaper, covering Tinjin City's Morning Daily Post while sipping tea by the other. Marl placed the cup down and stroked his chin after. As if contemplating something, he hadn't noticed that Martha had already arrived by his side. "Dear, please don't read in front of the meal," Martha lectured, passing the table and Marl before heading towards the counter. "Oh, sorry." Marl quickly withdrew the newspaper from the table and added, "Honey, did you know? Another case of murder happened in Westboro again last week. And apparently, 3 graduated students from Koei University was the victim of it." A case of murder? There was no headline like that in the billboard before. Selina then recalled the current day. Have they also read the news about the town of Milo? The world is getting dangerous by the day, Martha said, taking out another plate from a shelf. We can only hope that the goddess will protect us. Afterwards, she left the counter and returned to the table with a plate of fork and a table knife in hand. "Dad." The girl holding Selina's hand rushed for her father and pounced him by the abdomen. "Oh. Odell. What got you excited?" Marl said, supporting the girl with his hand, preventing her from an accidental fall. "I've got a big sister." The girl exclaimed gleefully. "What?" Shocked, Marl subconsciously raised his head. There, she saw a beautiful silver-haired lady. Her hair is braided into a low bun. Adorned with floral corset dress, the lady cradles a baby on her arms as she said, "Good evening, Mr. Heath." Marl shook his head out of daze and quickly said, "Ms. Roy, what brings you to our house?" Selina forced a smile as she humbly replied, "Mr. Heath, your wife have coerced me to join your family for dinner." "Really?" Marl looked at his wife as she approached the table. "You're going to eat alone anyway, dear," Martha said as she placed the dining utensils by an empty seat. At least here, you'll have us as company. Although grateful for the lady's concern, Selina couldn't help but raise a thought in her mind. But I would just bother you all. Marl let out a laugh and said. The more the merrier, I guess. I truly suggest trying my wife's seared mutton. Its texture added with her homemade sauce would melt right into your tongue. Martha let out a dry laugh and retorted. Don't mind him, dear. Help yourself with anything. Selina fell silent for a moment. The image of a loving family made her recall her parents and the friends she had back home. Her hand, holding Marl Jr., suddenly tightened at the thought. While arranging the seats, Martha noticed Selina standing quietly by the side of the table. Oh, right. Let me get Marl Jr. off your hand. Without a word, Selina handed Marl Jr. to Martha with care. Then, Martha offered. Take a seat, dear. She nodded briefly before deciding to occupy the available seat next to Martha. Okay, Odell, take a seat as well, Marl said, letting his daughter get off his lap. Then, the girl rushed to occupy the chair beside her father. What a lovely family, Selina said in thought, added with a feint of longing. She waited for the family members to each took their piece of the served meals before claiming a piece for herself. The seared mutton Marl had been probing her to taste made her try the meal. With a mouthful of bite, the tender fat glazed with brown sauce melts gently on her tongue. The mutton gives a slight smoky flavor accompanied by a rich meaty juice made the meal tasteful. Mr. Heath is right. The seared mutton is really delicious, Selina exclaimed internally with delight. Upon seeing her slight expression, Marl laughed and said. Your face tells me that you're enjoying my wife's cooking. Ha ha. Come, help yourself some more. Selina controlled herself from revealing an embarrassed face as she nodded sincerely. Just as she took another bite, Martha brought a topic from her mind. Dear, I don't mean to be rude, but what got you to Tingen City? Selina almost choked on her food when she heard that. I guess that's one of the reasons why they invited me for dinner. To determine my origin and to ensure that I'm not dangerous. For the next moment, she devised a reason she'd hoped to convince them of. Bluntly telling her origin might even lead to unintended consequences. For her and for them. Martha sighed after seeing Selina went silent. It's fine if you don't want to disclose anything, dear. Moments later, Selina spoke. My parents died of fire. She interrupted in a solemn voice. Our house burned and I was the only survivor. Thanks to their savings and my own, I was able to relocate to a nearby city, which is Tingen. Selina felt guilty of depriving them of the truth. But this was to isolate them from the danger that tails her. Oh. I'm sorry to hear that, dear. Martha's heart suddenly became heavy after her reply. Afterwards, the dinner table went quiet. I'm sorry as well. Selina internalized her apology deeply. Then, she revealed a soft smile towards them and said. It's fine, Mrs. Heath. I have grown to accept it. But the fact that I was able to address this suggests that despite everything, I can still move forward. Even if what I told wasn't the case. Martha's expression softened as she comforted. That's the only path to take anyway. Regardless, I'm sorry if I brought it up, dear. Here, have some more seared mutton. Martha took the plate with the seared mutton and handed it to Selina. Selina was caught off guard by Martha's sudden action. Her words stammered as she tried to reject. Oh. I haven't finished this dash. After seeing his wife hand his favorite meal. Marl jolted, with haste he said. Wait. Dear. I haven't had enough yet. The next second, the vibrancy of the table returned with Marl's probing of his wife. Selina could only force a smile as she watched the couple throw playful acts to one another. As moments passed, her expression transitioned into a soft and bitter smile as she forked a piece of meat, not intending to add into the family moment. After returning to her residence, Selina felt bloated from the constant serving of food to her plate. Mrs. Heath just kept on adding. I couldn't even refuse as that would seem impolite. She sighed, inwardly brooding her own nature. With her dinner already finished, she entered the short hall and ascended to the second floor using the stairs. Just as she turned the handle to the bedroom, she suddenly muttered to herself with a heavy chest. Let's avoid bothering the Heath family anymore. We wouldn't want the Rose school of thought to take notice of them. She then rotated the handle clockwise and entered the bedroom. Selina saw her luggage left open by the bed, littered with papers and unwashed clothes. With a resigned sigh, she approached the messy bed and began to tidy the luggage, along with collecting the things nestled onto its drape. As she reached for the papers, she noticed her identity document, nestled between a skirt and a blouse. She had forgot to read it before and now concerned about the actual contents of her fake document. I wonder what birthplace they assigned me from. With this in mind, she took the document from the bed and skimmed over its contents. Name, Selina Roy. Birth, October 25, 1328. Origin, Constant City, Mid-Seashire County, Lone Kingdom. Signed. Quite convincing. Selina remarked inwardly. Afterwards, she decided to read the untouched newspaper by the luggage, thinking that it would a waste to turn it into a fire starter without having to read it beforehand. Establishment of the Grain Act. Proceeded. Town of Milo, a hive of cult. Case of missing persons, vagrant's disappearance. Upon skimming the headlines, she thought. Missing persons. Vagrants. Is that why the officials are relocating them? Deciding to dismiss the matter for now, Selina rolled the newspaper to a bat, tying it with a tiered cloth. After tidying the bedroom, she turned and headed towards the door. Bringing her unwashed clothes with her, she entered the bathroom from the corridor and threw her garments into the tub. With the bathroom, containing only a sink, a tub, and curtains, she had to improvise with how she will wash her clothes. As she turned the faucet, Selina's mind began to wander and thought of the recent tarot club gathering. About Mr. Hanged Man's payment. Tomorrow, I'll make an excuse for Mr. Darkwill about my leave of absence. I'm glad I have the former Selina's inheritance. If not, I'd have to take multiple or even part-time jobs just to provide a reward for them. Selina then heaved a sigh and said to herself. About Ms. Justice's reward. There must be an organization that revolves around the spectator potion, right? If I use the formula to track anyone who can be suspected of purchasing and completing the ingredients, I should be able to have a lead to its next sequence. By this, it would require me to truly visit the underground market. Luckily, I planned on going to Evil Dragon's bar in the afternoon to continue to probe Mr. Swain about my waitress application. After settling her mind, she went on to another matter that had been bothering her. And the acting method. The effects, which I'm not certain of until now, can help me advance to my next sequence. You know. It's quite a coincidence, considering that Selina also wanted to become a herbalist. It really corresponds to the apothecary potion she just so happened to be given of. But regardless, I'm hitting two birds with one stone. Acting and laying a memento for my body's former owner. Selina's mouth curled slightly as her mood gradually improved. Anyway, Mr. Fool had mentioned the Northland Bank in Northborough, requesting a small donation for an admirer. Could it be that Mr. Fool's blessed is also in this city? Can I meet him or her? Mr. Fool can also decipher the contents of Mr. Roselle's diaries that others supposedly had never been able to. Hopefully it's in my native language. Just as she immersed herself in thought, the bar soap slipped from her grasp and fell onto the tub's drainage. Ah. After picking the soap again, she emphasized to herself. Let's focus on washing this first for now. In the Star Highlands, Marlder City, northwest of South Continent. Within a room in a fairly simple low-rise building. A young woman holding a stack of old brown notes over her chest, stood in front of a board pasted with articles and records of what seems to be historic events. She have garnered these from fellow historians and archaeologists, in an effort to further her understanding of the past epochs. As she adds another series of notes to the board, the woman placed down an item above a nearby desk. It has a long slim silver body, carved with intricate patterns of miniature flowers petrified in its end. It can be used as a classy designed accessory for occasions, enough to keep a hair in place and pierce a chest to the heart. It was a long hairpin that resembles the accessory of the bride's. Because of me, Mr. Diemsfell almost got killed, which resulted in Grandpa getting hurt. The woman muttered in a low and quivering voice. Those people. I don't want to do their bidding anymore. I'm not a criminal. Her hand, holding the soft texture of the papers, tightened at that moment. But wise Grandpa kept on staying by their side. Then, she raised her palm to her head and wiped a few cascading droplets from her face. How can I? Thud. 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 Suddenly, from behind the room's door, 3 consecutive knocks rang out from its wooden surface, followed by a muffled voice. Letitia. Chapter 30, Involvement. Letitia hastily swept the needle from the desk and stored it to one of the drawers below. She then tidied the crease of her blouse before walking towards the door. The wooden pane slowly swung open from within, and Letitia, with her chestnut hair and lightly freckled pale face, stood before the door frame. Outside of the room was her grandfather, standing at a slight angle suggesting the degradation of his age. He wore an indoor coat, coupled with a cane to his right hand and a small scarf wrapped around his neck. What is it, Grandpa? She asked with a hesitant tone. The old man furrowed his brows in frustration as raised his cane. You. Bang. With loud bash on the floor, the old man slammed his cane down with force. Your carelessness had almost killed Mr. Diemsfell. Aye, sorry. Letitia's expression turned sullen as she replied. Sorry. Sorry. Is that all? The old man entered the room. As his grim eyes focused on Letitia, he gradually closed his distance from her. Do you resent me? I raised you, Letitia. I took care of you when even your own father didn't. And now my kindness is being exchanged with resent. Letitia subconsciously took a step back as her grandfather slowly closed the gap between them. 1 step, 2, 3. I am sorry. I didn't mean. Ah. Her unmaintained stance broke from her constant backing. Thud. Letitia fell onto the cold surface of the wooden board. Her hands barely supported her fall. Then, the old man grabbed Letitia by the arm and raised her forcefully from the floor. Come with me. Letitia was dragged out of the room and across a corridor. Hair whipping and body staggering from imbalance, her legs couldn't withstand it as she kept trembling from each step. The old man glared at Letitia. Keep yourself in place. Damn brat. Soon, they entered a dim-lighted room. Candles filled an altar laden with crimson liquid that is placed on the center end. Suspended on the altar's head was an idol. The small figure is made of coalesced flesh that forms what seems to be a miniature woman with long hair made of flesh. The woman figurine is adorned with red robe that extends and connects to the altar's edge. It seems to symbolize a mother's grace that holds back to the physical world. After arriving, Letitia was thrown onto the cold floor. The old man kept his resentful sprite as his hand clenched the handle of his cane. And because of you, our child of God couldn't reborn. Then, the old man raised both of his hands as he continued. Oh mother. Great moon. Forgive her. Forgive me, for I seek redemption from your embrace. The old man casted his eyes at the altar. Suddenly, his hand withdrew and revealed a strange pulsing root from the compartment of his vest. The root then integrated into his skin, as if his flesh consuming the root. His expression turned pale and grimaced. The next second, he began to chant solemnly. The one and only crimson moon. The symbol of life and beauty, mother of all spiritual forces. Within the room, the air suddenly came into a pause. The atmosphere turned heavier and darkness became indistinct from the burning candlelight of the altar. An indescribable fear gripped Letitia by the heart as she watched her grandfather convulsed in front of her. Suddenly, as if she's being compelled, her gaze began to shift towards the blackened altar. Upon seeing the altar, the scene made her froze. Before her, the ominous figurine molded and transformed into a pulsing pile of organs. Letitia couldn't speak, she refused to. Her thoughts paralyzed by the blooming horror being etched deep into her heart. This wasn't first time she watched her grandfather pray to the organization's goddess. In their belief, the great moon is the origin of all things. In her embrace, they'll be able to seek salvation and true rest. Soon, her grandfather regained his body's structure. Letitia heaved a heavy breath frantically as she slowly stabilized her emotions. After the prayer, the old man turned to Letitia and commanded in a stern voice. Your turn. Pray to the Great Mother. The fear that had engraved within her from all the years of watching resurfaced. Letitia's hand began to be covered in cold sweat as her eyes exhibits bitter luster. With great hesitance, she turned to her grandfather and replied. Of course, Grandpa. Letitia have done this multiple times throughout her life. Needless to say, she could feel a cold, expressionless aspect creeping into her each time she had done so. She was able to mitigate the effects before through the excuse of not ready enough for the usage of the root and intentional misinterpretation of the honorifics. Her grandfather dismissed it often. But now, the situation doesn't seem to be the case. In order to mitigate the prayer's effects to the best of her capabilities, Letitia turned to her grandfather and asked, Grandpa, could I use the root instead? The old man's eyes reveals cold indifference. But inside, the request made him wary if his granddaughter is trying to achieve something. Nonetheless, he reached for the compartment of his vest and took out a piece of root. The root exhibits a wilted skin, revealing a flesh of what seems like blood and organs. He handed it to Letitia and said, Seek forgiveness and will return to her embrace. Letitia nodded before she took the strange root and assumed a solemn poise towards the altar. Her face became deathly pale, yet she couldn't disobey her grandfather, not now. She swallowed a bit of her saliva and said in a low voice, Oh great. Just as she was about to pray. She recalled a rumor made by one of the faction's member, Mr. Felric. He said he have dreamed of their goddess in a long, white corset gown, being obscured by a pure, white divine light. He depicted it as a revelation. A testament that she had been reborn and returned. The goddess she was about to pray to didn't seem to have any connections with the child of God. And the members who have easily believed him didn't manage to establish a bridge between themselves and the goddess that had been reborn through multiple attempts of rituals and prayers. Failing to get any response. It wouldn't make a difference if she attempts it herself. Right. With this realization, she clasped her hands, holding the strange root and muttered in a low, almost inaudible voice. O great child of God. Afterwards, before her grandfather could notice, she shifted her tone and raised her voice piously. Forgive me. Please, redeem us once more. In 16 Daffodil Street. Inside of a terrace house. Selina, having finished washing her clothes and tidying her bed, suddenly heard a low and ringing voice from the back of her ear. At that moment, her pupils suddenly constricted. Alerted, she quickly turned her head to her back and withdrew her hand to her revolver. But to her surprise, she saw nothing. The corridor shows only the painted walls and its classy furnishings. What was that? She said, confused of the sudden noise. Moments later, failing to see anything out of the ordinary, she sighed in a self-deprecating manner and muttered to herself. I can't even take care of myself anymore, and now I'm hearing things. Selina brooded over her irresponsible actions after the Milo incident. She then dismissed the strange sounds to the back of her mind and turned the door of the bedroom open and entered. Failing to acquire any response, Letitia felt a resounding relief. But still, she decided to keep her act of praying to their goddess, in an effort to persuade her grandfather that she's being zealous. The root didn't integrate it into her skin. Having failed to receive any results from the prayer, the root wilted in her hand and faded into multiple dust that was swept by the wind. Afterwards, she propped herself from wooden floor, turned to her grandfather and said. The great moon responded. She tacitly gave her forgiveness in the wilting of the root. Letitia kept her still poise. She wasn't certain that her act would convince her grandfather and spare her of redoing the attempt. After a few moments, the old man nodded, confirming that the prayer worked. Then, he turned to the door. As he was about to leave, with his back facing Letitia, he emphasized. Keep praying to our great mother. I believe what you've said wasn't the case. Letitia didn't exhibit any fearful expression. The attempt she made didn't give any response, and she could do this each time she was forced to pray to the great moon. The only thing she would have to be wary of is being discovered praying to the wrong goddess. With a restrained relief, she said solemnly. Yes, Grandpa. The old man finally exited the room and left Letitia in the dim lighting of the altar. Letitia watched as her grandfather closed the door from the outside. Seated at the edge of her bed, after taking a shower, Selina had been considering matters concerning the secret organization, tailing her. Then, as her eyes stared blankly at the crimson light filtering from the windows, Selina suddenly pricked her brows in frustration and said to herself. Sigh. Where is this noise coming from? For the past 10 minutes, she had been pestering by buzzing-like noises persistently to the back of her ear. This made her skeptical of a certain thing. Don't tell me. There are mosquitoes even in this world. Selina grumbled inwardly, wishing she could go back to Earth and bring an incense with her to deal with these annoying pests. Suddenly, she recalled how Mr. Hangman mentioned similar species with a sarcastic tone. The species was only added with a name, Black, to its beginning, suggesting its possible difference but identical nature. This made her impression of the world altered slightly. The noise vaguely resembles a voice and at the same time, sounds similar to a buzz being produced by mosquitoes back from her home and apartment. Seconds later, the noise gradually receded. Finally, Selina muttered in relief as she stabilized her focus towards the secret organization. During the time, the buzzing noise is harassing her. She had thought of relocating herself earlier than she had expected. The pounds were a waste, but it was the safest option for her as it would prevent the possibility of affecting other people and as well as hinder the organization from tracking her. Very well. We'll leave tomorrow. Again. Just as she begins to prepare her baggage, an indescribable feeling suddenly tugged a string in her heart. It wasn't guilt or anguish, but rather, a realization of cyclic regression from fleeing to rebuilding and back again. This will happen again in the future. And again. If this continues, I won't be able to make progress. She muttered silently to herself. She thought that eventually, she would have to confront the forces looming behind her. And if she keeps on hiding and running, she won't be able to form connections, hindering her chance of getting the formula of her next sequence. But right now, I'm not strong enough. She muttered in a low voice accompanied by a hint of melancholy. Her hand, holding a crease of the bed's cover, tightened by the second. Moments later, a certain thought resurfaced from her mind. Before she couldn't search for help as every townspeople in Milo have been subjected to a gruesome demise and replaced by insect-like individuals. But right now, she's in a city. A city that is populated by people and governed in sections by churches. The organization wouldn't dare to take action indecisively. But regardless, the memory of Diemsfell referring to her as the individual who is too important to be left behind still etched gravely in her mind. If he truly intends with the idea of retrieving her as fast as possible, they wouldn't dismiss any leads or perhaps a chance to retrieve her once the opportunity was given. Even now, at this instance, Diemsfell might very well already determined her whereabouts and is only preparing cautiously as to not alert her and the officials. With a deep breath, Selena exhaled vigorously in an attempt to relieve her anxiety and stress, even for a bit. Unlike Milo, there are people. True people, residing in this city. She muttered. And if I continue to flee, progression will keep resetting. Selena slumped to the bed, releasing her grasp of the velvet sheet. She began to reminisce the days where death wasn't certain. Where she only needed to do was to figure out how to pay for her rent, food, and necessities daily. After moments of contemplation, she settled to herself internally. Let's get the officials to help while they're still here. In order for her to live without fear, she would need to cut ties with the organization that still haunts her. And in order for her to even be able to sever them, she would need to lead them to the officials as they retrieve her. Their operation will then be used against them. It was a risk that clearly outweighs the possibility of success, and when failed, death is almost certain. Selena wasn't a daredevil, rather, she understood that without severing her connections with the Milo incident, she won't be able to move forward. With this in mind, Selena began to formulate a plan once more. One that can lead the organization to the officials during or before they take action. Let's consider factors that can affect my escape, she said inwardly, caressing the rather smooth surface of her leathered suitcase. Firstly, the environment. My current residence contains a back door at the living room and easily breakable glass windows. The secret organization tailing me have a high possibility of taking action during the night. This isn't only because vision is limited and that officials would have a hard time tracking them. But rather, this is because they're most likely vampires as well. Selena recalled how some of the townspeople that have shed their appearance exhibited pitch-black wings made of bats and eyes that glowed brightly with heinous crimson hue. This made her reach the conclusion that the organization revolves around a pathway that have vampire as its ability. It's probably a potion name since vampire can refer to a person. Can it be called the vampire pathway? But if that's the case, staying here after dusk would be the most advantageous for me. Not only does it give geographical familiarity, it can also limit the movements of the organization retrieving her. As she rattled her mind in condensing a plan, Selena addressed a certain factor she have only thought of until now. How should I buy time to make distance once they take action? Her goal was to keep a fair distance from the flying foes that are aiming to retrieve her. She wouldn't know when they arrive, she could only hope for the worst and prepare for it. A distraction, or something that can momentarily disorientate them. But what can I use? Selena's mind stirred as she began to list things to consider. Moments later, she settled. An explosion should do. But I don't want anyone to be harmed because of it. Then, upon contemplation, she added. A smoke grenade. That's right. A smoke or a flash grenade should suffice. After confirming her choice, Selena was again reminded by the state of the world. That's right. This world isn't advanced enough to be producing such weapons. But how about we make our own? Making our own? She asked herself internally with a slight grief. This is because she's not familiar with such weapons. How could an ordinary secretary would be aware of such military confidential knowledge? Nevertheless, her general knowledge of chemistry and how grenades operate should be enough in crafting a crude version of it. With a resigned sigh, she said to herself. Let's still try. Chapter 31, Nightly Visit. After rummaging the house for possible items to be used for a prototype, Selena returned to the short hall outside of the second-floor bedroom. Holding materials consisting of a box of matches she picked from the fireplace and a bottle of powdered black-rimmed sunflower, along with tools like knife, cloth, and a few empty Canon metal-lid small bottles. With her hands filled, she proceeded towards the room at the end of the corridor and placed the materials on the nearby desk. The room features two considerably large windows, with 3 sofas in the corner facing a tea table across each other. It contains an empty bookshelf and a waist-level desk appearing to be drawer as well, where she occupied a seat in front. Her hand withdrew to her personally crafted gun holster, strapped around her thigh, concealed by her corset dress, and took out her revolver. She first unloaded the chamber of the gun, then proceeded to turn some of the bullets head open. The first attempt, she couldn't make the lid move with just her bare hands. So instead, she opted to use the knife in removing the bullet's lid. But again, she wasn't able to make any movement from the lid. With a short sigh, Selena thought for a moment before deciding to retry and proceed with a different approach. This time, she placed her fingers near the tip of the knife and at its back. Just as she exerted force to her fingers, the lid popped open, and with it, a sudden, sharp pain shot from her thumb. Ouch! Selena hissed under her breath. Drops of crimson liquid began to form a line from the tip of her finger, coursing all the way to her palm before dripping onto the floor. Selena. Be more careful. She emphasized to herself before wiping the mild wound from her fingertips with a cloth and covering it. Afterwards, her hand poured the gunpowder contents of the headless bullets to a small, squarish tiered cloth, forming a small mound. Upon seeing the materials laid before her, she began to revise and recall her concept of a grenade. Combustion is the core concept of a grenade. It adheres to a molecular reaction that produces violent explosion, which is the grenade's intended result. From her general idea garnered from occasional terrorist news in websites and TVs, she concluded that the grenade had shrapnels that brings lethal injuries when came into contact at a radius of explosion. But such a conventional material doesn't exist in this world, and Selina wasn't completely fond of its potential effects. It might even retaliate when used. Because of this, she only planned to produce an explosion which should only cover the whole premises of a room. As such, her decision to remain in her residence during the night when attacked proves to be the most acceptable option. Then, a thought suddenly formed in her mind. Also, to lure them, I would need to know where the churches are in the nearest one. After a moment, she settled. Then first thing tomorrow, I'll familiarize myself with the city's layouts. Starting from here in Daffodil Street and to a nearby cathedral. Whichever Orthodox church is acceptable, as they all share a common goal of eliminating any potential beyonder threats. With all this in mind, Selina began to craft a crude grenade. She first poured a few grams of gunpowder in an empty glass container. Her reason for choosing a glass container specifically is because of its fragile appearance that can easily burst with enough force. I guess, the glass can also be considered as shrapnels when exploded. Selina was still antagonistic about the thought. Regardless, she decided to brush it aside for now. It was still going to be a prototype. I'm not entirely certain if it could produce the intended results. But if proven, I'll change its container. Selina then refocused her attention to the task. After the container was given a considerable amount of gunpowder, she masked the powder with a cloth. Upon inspection, she sighed inwardly again and emptied the container once more. This time, she first poured the powder of a black-rimmed sunflower to the bottle, then layered it with a cloth before adding the gunpowder. After doing this, she casted her gaze towards the bottle's lid and contemplated on what to do in order for the gunpowder to come into contact with fire. Maybe I can mimic a Molotov. It would only take a cloth and oil in order for the fire to remain, right? She muttered silently, thoughts stirring for solutions. From the dim light being emitted by gas lamps, she suddenly recalled that the world was still using horse carriages in contrast to the modern vehicles that a certain individual should have already introduced during his reign. That's strange. That senior of mine should have invented, probably an old-fashioned vehicle even in his early days. Considering his constant utilization of his past knowledge, a simple fuel engine vehicle shouldn't have slipped his mind. Selina's right hand almost reached her chin subconsciously. Is this another case of diverted attention in life? Then, after a pause, she said silently, maybe, there's no oil in this world. This would explain why people are still using horse carriages in spite of the innovative ideas Mr. Gustav had in mind. Selina shook her head and proceeded to return her attention to the bottle, deciding to set those thoughts aside and conclude for now that there are no oil present in this world. Upon consideration, she picked the lid of the container and punched a hole through the metal lid using a knife. This time, she carefully exerted force to the knife with both her hands wrapped around the knife's handle. After producing a hole, she forced a clean cloth into the small crevice, sliding its half out of the lid. Then, she used it to close the bottle, containing the gunpowder, black-rimmed sunflower, and a layer of another cloth separating the two powder. The reason why she used a powder of a black-rimmed sunflower was to enhance the effectiveness of the smoke, possibly adding an effect of irritation to the people within its radius. This should do. I hope it works. Selina let out a sigh before her creation. I'm not really knowledgeable at such things. I don't even know if my visualization of a grenade from movies aligns with real-life versions. Sigh. Let's just see for now and adjust accordingly. Selina muttered briefly under her breath. She then diverted her thoughts to a location where she can test its functionality. Firstly, the location should be isolated and wouldn't bring any harm to people passing by. Also, it should be far enough to not cause the officials to be alerted. The sound of the explosion and terrain should also be considered. Racking her mind for possible testing grounds, she suddenly muttered to herself in contemplation. The outskirts of Tingen. Then, at that moment, Selina felt her eyes grew sluggish. Is it past midnight already? She murmured, hands caressing the bottle filled with gunpowder. Under the light of the gas lamps and the crimson moon, she began inspecting the bottle once more. With a flick of her hand, coming into contact with the bottle, she muttered, the bottle is quite durable. Let's see. In order for something to explode, there should be a reactive combustion happening within an object. Not only that, but the air inside should be sealed in order for the combustion to reach its limit and break out of the container. Then, she emphasized, the bottle can be made of fragile glass. But I'm not entirely sure about the range the powder can reach, it might not even cover a whole room. Suddenly, Selina tilts her head and supports it using her right hand on the desk. The gunpowder doesn't seem to be enough. I'll buy more bullets in the underground market once I'm there. Hopefully I can find a gun dealer. With a pause, she turned her gaze onto the nearby window on her left and sighed heavily. Sigh. I'm tired. But I need to make sure this prototype would work. A simple explosion won't be able to disperse clouds of dust around an area. They're two separate functions. Then, her eyes showed a glint as she exclaimed inwardly. Oh. I got it. Following her line of thought, Selina said under her breath. Since I'll be staying here, I could use the familiarity of the terrain and place a bag of powder in a corner. It will become the target of the explosion instead, effectively dispersing the powder. Immediately after, Selina slumped to the desk and grumbled. But then it would need to have a destructive effect. Just as she began to revise her idea of a grenade, a stray high-pitched sound echoed from the room. Meow. Subconsciously, Selina turned to where the sound came. To her surprise, she saw the familiar black cat standing at the railing of an open window. Fallacy. The familiarity made her perform a gesture to call the black cat. Though it slightly eludes her how the cat managed to find her place, she decided to dismiss it off as a guest paying his friend a visit. The feline responded and leaped off from the railings and approached the drowsy Selina. It leaped from the floor and onto the desk and began to examining the contents about it as though it had piqued its interest. With a turn, the cat looked at Selina with a slight curious look. What's wrong? She asked in a slow and languid voice. The cat then retracted his gaze onto the glass bottle, knife, gunpowder, and cloths. Because of this, Selina quickly understood what the cat is attempting to convey. You mean these? Well, I'm trying to make a GRE. Just as she uttered the word grenade, she immediately thought that the world haven't discovered the concept of grenade yet. At least, to her knowledge so far. So instead, after a slight pause, she resumed. A much bigger bullet. One that doesn't fire off shells but instead disperses clouds of dust. The cat then tilted its head, expressing a more prominent curiosity for Selina. It's for when the cult finds me, she responded, pursing her lips and tightening her grasp of the bottle. Moments later, she sighed and mocked to herself. I know. How would a simple and crude explosion do anything against literal beyonders? With a pause, she resumed. But it's not to fend them off, it's to aid me in escaping them if they ever arrive too soon. The cat moved its tail slightly and made its head upright, still looking at Selina. Seeing this, Selina assumed the cat's action and said, Where did I get that idea? Feeling as if she strained further into insanity because of her excessive self-conversing, she gave a self-deprecating laugh and replied to herself. Well. It's because of a rumor from the drunkards that people had been going to Tingen more frequently. It made me thought that maybe among them are the cult members tasked to retrieve me. She added. The cat maintained its quiet demeanor. I know. Maybe I'm just being paranoid, she said, her voice tinged with melancholy. But to relieve myself of worries, I had to this. Then, Selina paused. She first observed the cat's expression before sighing softly. Fallacy. Can you accompany me in for a bit? After hearing Selina's request, the cat slumped on the desk with its tummy on the wooden board, seemingly intending to stay beside her as she worked. Seeing this, Selina's expression softened as she retracted her attention back to the glass bottle. Let's see if there's anything I can substitute the bottle with. One that can limit the firepower but maintains its standard air release. If there aren't any, then we'll just have to stick with this and pay for any property damage done to the house. Selina muttered inwardly as she began to remove the contents of the bottle. For the past few hours, doubting her grenade's functionality, Selina had been entering and exiting the room and rummaging the house of any materials she could use, reassembling her concept of a grenade and applying it to the available resources she currently have. Having failed to find other materials that could possibly add to the grenade, she finally settled with her previous prototype, but now with slight adjustments. On her hand was a bottle filled with gunpowder and black-rimmed sunflower powder separated by a cloth. The bottle's neck all the way to the gunpowder was covered with another cloth, densely packed and mixed with phosphorus scraped from the match heads, with the cloth's thin end standing out of the bottle's mouth. After finishing the crude grenade, Selina sighed in relief. Finally. Now all that's needed is to test its functionality. Then, she revealed a self-deprecating smile and said to herself. Most of the time was invested in overthinking the concept of the grenade. If I didn't waste it on thinking too much, I might even have enough time to test it. With a sigh, she added. I should calm myself in these things. Seeing this, the cat stood from its seated posture and stretched its body. As if due to fatigue, Selina's eyes suddenly began to close subconsciously. Much to her will, she couldn't help but let it happen as she intercepted her arms to form a makeshift pillow and lie to its embrace. Selina suddenly fell asleep. The black cat, standing on the desk and next to the sleeping Selina, walked towards her face and seated before it. It watched Selina for a bit, before it jumped down from the desk and leaped out of the open window that it entered. Chapter 32, Weird Taste. In 16 Daffodil Street. Second floor of the respective terrace house. Selina, head lying peacefully on the wooden desk. Eyes closed, her untied white hair glistens under the illumination of the crimson moonlight coursing from the veiled windows. Behind her left palm, just beneath her wrist, sparks of light began to coalesce into a shape, forming a vertical, downward crescent, with patterns of rays reaching outward from a circle inside of the strange symbol. It glowed with heinous blood-colored light, before dispersing into her skin and slightly increasing the scarlet hues at the ends of her silver-white hair. The dreamy and illusory world collapsed like time glass, shattering in an instant, beneath the nauseating scenery of flesh and organs forming as a floor. A pulsating mound began to emerge from the surroundings. The congested large mound of flesh sculpted itself into a woman with white gown, silver-white hair, pointed ears, face obscured by a blinding light. Once again, the vile world terraformed into a luscious green meadow, stretching far to what seems like infinity. It was accompanied by dense vines spreading from a circling mural or itself with the sculpture of the woman at its center. The woman's closed eyes opened. Selina saw the green pastures of Milo once more and the dense verdant vines orbiting her in a circling manner. I'm here again. Because of fatigue. Selina muttered under her breath, a hint of melancholy surfaced on her expression. But at least now I can confirm that this dream is a repeating occurrence triggered by a sense of. She paused, lost to what word she could use. Then, moments later, she said, maternal presence. Cold breeze glides through the soft blades of the field. With a subtle blow, her dress fluttered along with the winds, striding off towards the deep horizon. Selina shook her head from silence and proclaimed, this dream is dangerous. I should only use this until I establish a chance to break that faction of the Rose school of thought. She added with a tinge of fear, afterwards, I will prevent any interaction with this dream. And never spoke of it again. She already had the Tarot Club as her primary source of information about the world. She wouldn't mind having another, but if it leads to a much riskier attempt without any certainty, she'd rather discard any connections with it and search for an alternative. Especially to something she can't comprehend. With this in mind, she then mimicked what she did from her last visit, reaching her right hand toward one of the extending vines and phasing out of existence. This time, she saw a young man wearing a plain clothes similar to the attire Highlanders usually wear. The young man staggered and just like before, he exhibited paranoia and intense fear towards her. They always do this. Why? Isn't she their goddess? Shouldn't they give their utmost faith to her? Selina couldn't help but address the consistency of expressions being showed by people she had summoned. Seeing the man's legs slowly giving up, Selina waved her hand to the air in dismissal and phased both her and the men out of existence. Sigh. They couldn't last enough to pose questions. Selina released a sounding breath of resignation. Then, just as she simulates the sensation of waking, just like before, she suddenly noticed sparks of light dangling and moving from the corner of her eye. They all resembled fireflies from Earth. Fireflies. It wasn't there before. Did this world created it? Just as Selina began to notice patterns for its existence, the fireflies fled and dispersed, vanishing into the thin air, as if returning back to the soil. Selina couldn't react timely, but she saw that the fireflies follows a certain trail that leads to one of the extending vines. Let's see if it appears again in the future. Next time, we'll figure out why it appeared. Then, Selina resumed her stimuli as she recalled the sensation of falling back into her body and waking up. The world shattered into illusory shards, accompanying it was the sculpture of Selina, gradually crumbling into a pile before succumbing into the environment. After coming back from a local bakery, situated near the municipal square, Selina quickly ascended to the second floor after entering the house, took a spare clothes and a towel from the bedroom before proceeding to take a shower. Gushing sounds of water echoed from the short hall. Minutes later, she walked out of the bathroom, hair soaked with water and towel clinging to her body. With a dripping body, she briskly entered the bedroom while keeping herself from leaving a trail on the floor. Having been finished showering, Selina first dried herself before changing into another pair of clothes. With her hair still damped, she decided to wrap it with a towel for now as she proceeded with her attire of a fitted white bodice, accompanied by a long mildly frilled dress that conceals a thin trouser along with a pair of slim black boots. After changing, she quickly tied her crudely made gun holster on her thighs before going to the kitchen. Her breakfast consists of a sliced lemon cake followed by a hot milk. A simple yet effective way for her to start the day. The reason why she didn't add coffee was because of her preference. Simply put, she doesn't like its bitter taste and isn't fond of the stimulation it gives. Coffee was my most go-to during my days as a secretary. Where did it go? Was it because this isn't my body? Selina mused silently as she took a small portion of the lemon cake with a fork. Even at this moment, Selina's body subconsciously took on an elegant posture, her back straightened and arms seated above the table. Her portions are minimal, enough to establish propriety. Now that she's seeing herself more, displaying formality even when she's alone. She first gave herself a self-deprecating sigh before letting her behavior pass by. Light permits through the veils of the curtains, revealing a timeless scenery of intricate designs, bearing the vintage tapestry of an early era. Selina, having finished her breakfast, arrived at the short corridor. She looked at the grand clock, turning with a soft dangling chime, indicating 7:13, it's still early. She muttered. Initially, she ought to return early to the Lawsons' herbal shop to begin her trial as an assistant and afterwards, wander the streets of Tingen to visualize its layout and geography. Where the nearest cathedral is, routes that can aid her in gaining distance, and the shortest path that can lead the Rose School of Thought's members to the officials. Then, when afternoon arrives, her next destination would the Evil Dragon's Bar. Probing Swain and accepting her and finally visiting the underground market for materials for her makeshift grenade, clues for the spectator potion and leads to her next sequence potion. I also need to ask Mr. Darkwill for a leave of absence tomorrow. With contrite, Selina added inwardly. It hasn't been another day. And now I'm already asking to be kicked out because of my request. She heaved a low melancholic breath, brooding over her current situation. If only I wasn't bluffing about having allies. With a small denomination of money in her pockets, Selina turned for the door and exited her residence. Outside, Marlheath carrying little Odell with both of his hands silently watched Martha tending a flower bed by their entrance. Today is Tuesday, and although he needs to manage a plantation under his name in the outskirts of Tingen as well as monitor his stocks, he instead chose to spend a quality time with his daughter, as tomorrow he assumes he won't be able to again. As Marl hums a tune to the best of his abilities for his daughter, from the corner of his eyes, he noticed Selina opening the door of her house and walking out. Marl raised his hand after placing Odell to his right and said enthusiastically, "Miss Roy. Good morning." Hearing her husband's sudden voice, Martha was startled for a bit before shifting her attention to their neighbor's residence. From there she saw the silver-haired Selina, waving back with an impeccable polite smile on her face. Seeing this, she waved back and said, "Good morning, sweetie. Have you had breakfast?" Maintaining her soft smile, Selina replied, "Yes, Mrs. Heath, I'm just about to head out. Thank you for concern. HM. Where to?" Martha asked out of curiosity, before realizing that she appearing to be too nosy and almost impolite. But regardless, Selina replied amiably, "I found a job just recently, Mrs. Heath. Just southeast of Municipal Square." Martha lowered her gaze. Southeast. That's the area of University District. Dear, did you become a professor? Martha's face brightened. MHM. That is most certainly the most appropriate profession for you, dear. Oh, I would love to have you as Odell's professor someday. The corner of Selina's mouth twitched after hearing her. Mrs. Heath, I'm sorry to disappoint you. But that's not the case. Noticing Selina's expression, Marl casted his gaze to his wife and said, Martha, I don't think that's what she meant. She said, just southeast of Municipal Square. Remember. You're right. This made Martha thought for a moment. And with it, she resumed. Perhaps a salon directress. People of class often initiates this kinds of gatherings near the Municipal Square. And with your well-educated mannerism and appearance, I wouldn't be surprised if even now, you've already been offered to curate a small gathering. Or. Just before Martha could add another word, Marl placed his available hand to her shoulder and said wearily, Martha, dear, I think we're delaying Ms. Roy for too long. Selina kept her poise. Her polite faint smile still visible. I wouldn't mind hearing more, Mrs. Heath. But given my time, I love to personally learn from you when occasions brought me to. Martha nodded with slight guilt. Very well, dear, have a safe trip. Selina waved her hand limited to the level of her waist. Marl and Martha returned the farewell as they watched Selina walk out of her front porch and gradually vanished from their sight. After reaching the edge of Daffodil Street, Selina slowly visualized the road and narrow alleyways of the street. To be concise, the alleyways connects to one linear path, each connecting to the road from the sides of the buildings. The road is too wide to be used and the alleyways of the terrace houses doesn't contain any directive paths that could delay the Rose School of Thought members. Considering the capabilities of her enemies, the chances of failing outweighs her success by 10 folds. But after reaching the edge of Daffodil Street, clustered buildings form a maze-like alleyways that can hinder the members' progress at reaching her. Entering the boundary between Daffodil Street and the North District is her chance at increasing the likelihood of her escape. What I need is to delay them further with grenades. Selina's expression casted down. Grenades shouldn't be my only weapon. As she walked at a steady pace, her right hand reached her dress, straining to sense her revolver and makeshift gun holster from her thigh. The avenue was filled in congestion. The loud beckoning of the stationed mobile hawkers mixed with occasional voices paints a lively and bustling city. Shops and carts slid past her periphery as she waved off any call from the surrounding merchants. Selina soon arrived at the municipal square, where she saw the erected wide tents, pasted with bright red visuals. People with faces smudged with colorful pastels ranging from low red to bright yellow and white paint are distributing flyers for the upcoming circus show. Occasionally, some would perform acrobatic tricks for the passing pedestrians, encouraging the people to buy tickets while also providing a mild entertainment as they walk. Children would rise a chorus laughter, as their parents watched in soft and bright expressions. Then, from the corner of eye, she caught glimpse of a group of performers. They each wore a bright red tailcoats and high black top hats. On their hand, wields a long slender lash as they present animals locked behind carts to the tourists. They range from a particular set of species that can be related to modern zoo animals. A lion with a larger body structure, tigers that are leaner and more agile, and gorillas with a large tail and silver to black body in contrast to the modern's black to silver fur. How interesting. Selina muttered silently as she gazed at the performers promoting their future acts. This world contains species similar from Earth as well. What more would it reveal? After gazing for a short while, Selina resumed her pace across the crowded avenue. Chapter 33, Good Lecture. In a street, beside a fireworks shop, east across Municipal Square, a boy wearing a newspaper cap brought his hand to his pocket, patting it before returning his hand to his satchel. He looked side to side, ensuring no one is attempting to pry on him. Then, with a short dash, he ran into an alleyway and into the maze-like area. After a while of turning and sidestepping from the nauseating pungent odor coming from the nearby garbage bins and dead rats, he ran across another boy, at a height slightly lower than his, with a much tattered clothing, disheveled hair, and bruises displayed from his face to toe. What happened to you? The newsboy raised his voice in worry and frustration. Didn't mother told you to stop getting yourself in trouble? I'm doing this for her. And besides, what I do aids mother more than your newspaper job. The boy retorted with the same manner. The newsboy couldn't respond. He felt ashamed for letting his brother do what he does. But that's all they can do. They're young, but despite that they were subjected into a life of thorns. With low voice, the newsboy replied in dismissal. What did you get? The boy in overly stained and tattered clothes smiled and said. 5 solely. Did they manage to track you? Did anyone follow you? The newsboy followed a few more questions. Easy there, Mom. No one noticed me. The newsboy sighed in relief and said. Good. This will be enough to give mother a few more medicines. Let's go to a nearby pharmacy. Afterwards, we'll buy food for the rest. The boy nodded and handed the few notes to his brother. You buy them. It's not safe for me to go out, unless you want me behind bars. The newsboy smiled awkwardly and replied. Of course not. Just as the boy leaves, the newsboy added hurriedly. Be safe, bro. Wouldn't want mother's condition to get worse, right? I will, he said, before vanishing into the corner walls and into the alley. The newsboy wearing a cap and a satchel clenched his hand, holding the few notes. Arriving at the nearest cathedral she could find from the Daffodil Street. The St. Selina Cathedral. The distance was still the problem, but it is manageable. At the front of the cathedral, Selina slowly raised her head in awe of the intricate design and carvings of the steeples. The large lancet-stained glass windows features colorful shards that when put together depicts the cathedral's belief. It features wide and grand frame that opens the 2 double door for the public. Inside is the aisle complete with linear pews facing the altar. Above the altar lies another stained window. With a circular shape, it depicts a beautiful crescent moon added with gleaming stars and bright distant veil. The crescent also reveals a slight crimson side to its inner layer, the symbol of the Evernight goddess. Selina adjusted a crease of her dress as she enters the grandeur of the cathedral. Inside contains minimal light. Darkness remained dominant under the solemn gaze of the Evernight symbol. But under the pressuring darkness was masked by serenity and silence of the altar. People come and go. Yet they didn't make a sound, retraining themselves to be quiet as they preach and pray to the goddess. How peaceful. Selina internalized her remark to adhere with the church's sacred serenity. Over the long line of the aisle and the series of pews, she arrived at the confession hall, from the path left of the altar. Selina occupied the empty chair and faced the confession board obscured by a velvet curtain. The goddess will forgive you no matter your sin. Child, you may confess. A gentle voice of a male priest resounded from the hall, seemingly anticipating her arrival. At this moment, Selina's heart slowly became heavy. She wanted to confess her existence, her whole situation, her doings, and seek shelter under the safety of the church. But regardless, she also knew that stagnation would result in regret, failure to even try, and possibly loss of control in the longing to return. So instead, she thought for a moment, then performed a circular prayer gesture and said in low tone, "Forces unknown lingers my every step. In the process, it harmed the people I cherish and still continues to seek me." She thought of the former Selina. Her memories, her feelings, herself integrated into her. She couldn't brush it off even if she wanted to. This body isn't hers to take, thus resulting in her current self. I want to remain, but in doing so risks the people around me. The priest behind the curtains remained silent throughout the confession. Only after Selina was finished did a voice resounded once more. "My child. The goddess is our savior. No matter the circumstances the world and life brought you upon, seek guidance in her and you'll reach a serene conclusion." Darkness around the hall suddenly grew. Instead of it inducing discomfort, it left Selina with a sense of tranquility, a kind where you gaze into the night. "Thank you," she muttered sincerely under her breath. Then, without having anything to add, Selina took out a few pence from the compartment of her dress, and before she could exit the hall, she left the pence on the donation box and proceeded to return to the aisle. After exiting the cathedral, Selina decided to first recall the city's layout in her mind. Her current residence, 16 Daffodil Street, is located at an equidistant from the Municipal Square and the Iron Cross Road. Walking would take a minimum of 20 minutes by foot, while using carriage would only take her less than 10 minutes. The alleyways exists in a linear path while in the area of Daffodil Street. Afterwards it will branch into multiple sections, leading to an almost narrow and confusing paths. Selina already figured out the most appropriate path to take after entering the boundary of Daffodil Street. This was thanks to her gaining increased memorization from her apothecary potion. So it's a trait of a skilled apothecary. Selina mumbled inwardly as she finally reached a nearby stop and boarded the already stationed carriage. In a herbal shop, further east of Municipal Square between the East Borough. The door chimed open. From its glass pane, a beautiful silver-haired lady entered with mechanical steps, exuding refinery and elegance without effort. In a sense of display, she somewhat depicts an evil but wealthy woman from the classic novels. She arrived at the counter, looked at Darkwill with an impeccable, polite smile and said, "Greetings, Mr. Darkwill. I'm here for the trial job." Selina lowered herself afterwards and performed a brief curtsy before him as she added, "Please take care of me." Seeing this, Darkwill scorned inwardly. "Heh. Taking care of you would be equivalent to having a candle in a place full of moths. Go ahead and inspect the materials in the back. Ask me before you touch them and I'll explain their usage and why they're used for it," Darkwill said in a solemn and laid-back expression. "After that, if you're willing, I'll present you with a chance to concoct a few medicines using the formulas at that bookshelf." He pointed at the shelves filled with arranged books about medicines and herbs. "And since you're here, on occasions, take my spot in the counter and tend the incoming customers. If there are even any," Darkwill added inwardly to himself. Selina nodded and said, "Can I read the books first?" Darkwill kept an indifferent expression as he replied, "Help yourself." Then, he followed. "After that, help me with making medicines." He paused, turned to glance at the back door for a moment before facing Selina again. He resumed, "We'll make them here instead." Darkwill pointed at another counter, located right next to the door. "I never considered having an assistant, but here it is, having a beautiful lady as one," Darkwill muttered with sarcastic tone to himself, maintaining his stance until the lady understand him. Selina nodded once more, then proceeded towards the bookshelf and began browsing the shelf with what she thinks are the books for basic concoction and medicine making. Series of medicinal plants and herbs. First attempt of concocting medicines. Medicinal foundation theories. Herbal compounds and properties. Thinking that the amount of books she'd already gathered are enough, Selina brought them over her chest and placed them on a table by a corner and occupying the seat after. Seeing the stack of books and considering the perplexity it might give her while she read, Selina decided to rearrange them in an order from required, basic and foundational to complicated and theoretic. While in doing so, Selina stumbled upon a book with a title that was not so in line with the rest. Stormwind Mountain Villa. Storm Villa. Selina was taken aback by the unusual book being placed in a categorized bookshelf. Curious, she checked the back page. Written in the vernacular of Loan, it reads, "Madame Furswall." Furswall. Is this a novel? A bit confused, Selina decided to dismiss it off as a slight error of dark will, placing it on a categorized bookshelf without considering the chances of someone encountering it. After finishing the arrangement of her books in a neatly ordered reading sequences, Selina resumed her first book and began reading. Hours later, Darkwill finished preparing and moving the brewing station from the back room and into the counter next to the door. Even though he knows Selina would help him if he asked, he didn't have the heart to actually order the maiden to move the furniture around. Despite his body structure, he was still capable of exerting force better than an average build. As such, he didn't bother the immersed Selina reading quietly by the corner. Now with the station in place, Darkwill poised to look for anything that he might have forgot. Cauldron. Vials. Mortar and pestle. Materials. Tools. Utensils and... Darkwill suddenly looked at Selina. Then went silent for a moment. Afterwards, he returned his gaze to the wooden station and muttered to himself. Basic formula papers and instructions. Couple minutes had passed and Darkwill finally completed the basic set for making medicines. Why am I doing this when her stay would only be limited to a week? He grumbled inwardly. Seeing the station, Darkwill slightly raised his voice and called. Miss Roy. The brewing station is here. The immersed Selina was startled, abruptly stopping her reading. She gave the book a slip of paper to mark her progress and left the seat. It's been an hour and Selina already noticed the scarcity of customers entering. Some occasional passerbys only took a quick glance at the establishment before briskly walking their way out of its periphery, while others won't even bother acknowledging the establishment as a herbal shop. This made her suspect that Darkwill had some negative reputation concerning the public view. Mr. Darkwill. I wonder what medicines you offer them. Why do they loathe your shop so much? Regardless, she resumed towards the back of the counter, where Darkwill is standing. Chapter 34, The Market. From there, she saw tools made for crushing, distilling, mixing, and brewing, while materials are neatly arranged in vials on the side of the station. Let's start, Darkwill said in a strict tone. First of all, let me introduce to you the tools that are to be used. While speaking, Darkwill sneaked a habit, probably due to his first time teaching or the tense of teaching someone as beautiful and attentive as Selina. His hand rose to his head as he slumped his body and arms onto the counter from his right. His fingers met his glabella and as if he's contemplating on what to teach, he tapped it thrice. After doing this seemingly normal action, he proceeded to list down the functions of each tools, what they're used and their possibility of dysfunction. While Darkwill is in touch with his teaching side, Selina thought to herself. That habit is similar to Mr. Fool's. Is this just a coincidence? What will happen if I mimicked it? Multiple questions rose into her mind, but she wouldn't dare blurt them out, in fear that she might mistake its meaning and is actually just a common habit amongst the elders. But Mr. Darkwill doesn't seem to be an elder. Now, moving on to the formula, Darkwill said in a progressive tone. The sudden transition startled Selina, forcing her to recall Darkwill's previous lecture while also maintaining her attention to the current topic. Thanks to her enhanced memory given by her potion, Selina managed to absorb the knowledge and recalled the previous topic deeply as if it was rehearsed in her mind multiple times. Darkwill's lecture continued for half an hour. Afterwards, Selina was taught with the brewing process of basic ointment for mild wounds and massages. The brewing will begin by distilling the water and crushing the herbs into powders. For starters, let's begin making an amantha extract. Darkwill explained the extract's functions and essence. It acts as an ointment to soothe people into sleep. To make it, we have first wrap a night vanilla, a slumber flower and a chamomile, one from each materials with a cloth. Then use this wrapped cloth as a distiller for the oil. Remember to use oil or wood sap wax as a base for the ointment. Selina nodded and did what Darkwill had instructed. In doing so, she made an oil with moderate violet hue solution. Correct, now pour it into a container. Use a normal one, meant to let the ointment rest for a while. Also, add more essential herbs to further its effects. Without another word, Selina followed Darkwill's order and poured the distilled oil into a glassware. Seems you're well versed in listening and following. Darkwill amused. Let's move on to the next ointment. The session continued for about 5 hours. Darkwill instilled basic knowledge and procedure in making an ointment, the first category for producing a medicine, while Selina managed to memorize multiple formulas, ranging from a simple ointment to essential oils all the way to her first liquid medicine. Afterwards, Darkwill gave his consent to Selina for a leave for tomorrow and today as noon is already nearing. Thank you, Mr. Darkwill, I hope you have a pleasant evening. I'm really sorry about tomorrow, Selina said in with guilt. Although it might seem like Darkwill was against it as Selina only had a few more days. Inside, he felt relief and agreed regardless. After that, she bid farewell as she left the establishment for the nearby public carriage stop. The sun was still present above the sky and the carriages have yet to return to their respective company or house. This gave Selina an opportunity to save a few pence. It also made her realize that she have £1,000,000 under her name once more. Why am I being petty on cash? Selina gave herself a faint self-deprecating smile as she finally boarded a carriage. Inside of the Evil Dragon's bar. South coast of Tingen City. Swain was tending someone from the counter. The customer had a white hair, not from the natural birth but from an old age, and wore a classic black robe. How had you been, old Neil? Heading to the underground market. Swain said in a pleasant voice, incomparable to when he first conversed with Selina. The old man smiled and said, gathering essential oils and scented candles for my apprentice. And besides all that, I wanted to see the old friend of mine. Swain returned the same expression and said, glad you're doing fine. Care to share a drink? The old man shook his head. I'm already old, Swain. Any more alcohol would destroy me, same goes for you who are much older than me. Just as Swain was about to retort, the bar entrance opened. From there, he saw the silver-haired woman again from yesterday that tried to apply for a waitress. That woman. Sigh, she's here again. Swain heaved a weary breath. Who? Old Neil asked. That silver-haired lady entering. Swain then pointed to the woman from the entrance with his eyes. What's wrong with her? She seems harmless. Old Neil followed another question. I don't know her, and from when she first arrived, she already asked if she can be this bar's waitress. She's beautiful, young, and refined. She also seems to have gained higher education. It made me suspect her sudden request to be accompanied by a hidden agenda. Swain listed verbally. And you know my customers. Sometimes, they can be out of hand. I don't want to keep looking out for her as if it's my daily job. Old Neil paused for a moment, then nodded nonetheless. I understand you. But why do you think that she came here for that? Because she insisted on getting accepted. Swain sighed in resignation. I can hear both of you. As the two old men are conversing. Selina already reached the counter next to them and caught fragments of their exchange. Choosing to set it aside. Selina prepared herself and asked from the corner. Good afternoon, Mr. Swain. Swain first looked at old Neil, then returned to Selina and replied. About the waitress application. Although it's a guess, Selina's eyes gleamed at Swain's suspected acknowledgement. Just as she was about to raise a question. Swain abruptly added. No. Go find another job. Selina's mouth was left agape. I haven't even said anything. Feeling lost. In spite of his response, she still tried. But won't it help you in minor inconveniences? You will only add on to it. Swain responded in a mocking manner. Selina went silent for a few seconds. Then, with a sigh, she said. All right. Seeing this, old Neil couldn't help but let out a chuckle. Ah. Young lady, might we know your name? Ah. Selina was startled by the sudden voice coming from couple more seat before her. With an impeccable, polite smile. She responded. Selina Roy. A pleasure to meet you. Old Neil let out a few more low chuckle and said. Neil Townsend. But you can call me Old Neil. Pleasure to meet you as well, young lady. Still maintaining her mannerism. Selina asked out of curiosity. What brings you here, Mr. Old Neil? At that moment, she instantly realized her words and added. If it's not bothering you. Old Neil returned the same manner and replied. I'm just here to buy essentials and to check my old friend every once in a while. How about you, young lady? You don't seem to be here only to probe old Swain about your application as a waitress. Selina hesitated on answering old Neil. Probably due to a slight wariness of strangers, she fought it for now and said. I'm also here to buy essentials in the underground market. Ha, so you also knew about it. Old Neil replied with interest. Mr. Old Neil. You're quite an enthusiastic gentleman. Selina remarked inwardly. I was just about to go there. If you want, I can accompany you and introduce the underground market while we're there. Old Neil added. A slight skepticism rose within Selina. Subconsciously she patted her dress for the gun holster, ensuring that it was still strapped. She nodded and replied. I'm not aware of anything within, as it is my first time actually visiting it. So please do. Selina then revealed a soft smile as a way to display geniality. Old Neil nodded with a faint expression from earlier. Then let's head there. The two, with Old Neil on the lead, went into a series of staircases from the trapdoor of the bar. Darkness loomed the area as plumes of fire illuminates the descending oath ahead. It didn't take long before Selina saw multiple colored lights intermingled by the end of the staircase. From there, they finally reached a convention. An avenue filled with glowing multicolored lights. Crowds of people come and go from each section. Some pause to inspect different merchandise while others briskly pass the beckoning stands. Each store features indistinct products, ranging from crystalline, strange, liquid substances and materials. Charms and pendants dangling with metallic and crystallized luster. While finally having scented candles, essential oils and vials containing unknown liquids. The scenery made Selina pause and think for a moment. How could such a wide area be accommodated below a bar? Seeing Selina's odd expression, old Neil laughed and said, "You see. All this was because the bar was near the coast. The process of making this market is best to keep a secret." A secret? Selina's cautiousness was alerted yet her curiosity piqued. "Let's go." "Ah. I forgot to ask. Young lady, what essentials do you search for specifically?" Old Neil asked in a polite tone. Selina remained silent for a few seconds, before saying, "Oils, herbs, and possibly a brewing set." She tried to conceal her true motive in a reason she can tie a connection to. "Well, luckily, I'm in good terms with a person who can provide those essentials at cheaper price than anyone is this market. I'll introduce you to him." "Oh, and a brewing set. Is it for a coffee?" Old Neil followed with a somewhat expertise displaying smile and more with a question. "No, it's actually for something else." "What about you, Mr. Old Neil? What essentials do you search for specifically?" Selina answered and returned with the same manner. "Nothing much, I just need an extra candle, essential oils, and other materials." Selina thought for a moment about Old Neil's response. She inquired with a polite smile. "It seems we've both got separate needs, Mr. Old Neil. I must assume you'll only be here for a short while." Old Neil nodded briefly and said, "Yes, but I can extend it for a bit as I introduce this place to you." The two pressed on from the mildly dense avenue. Selina on high alert for any suspicious things she might encounter while also ensuring her revolver in place. Old Neil first explained the structure of the underground, then transitioned to each sections of the market. Progressing from the usual area for merchants selling oils, herbs, powders, and candles. As they walk, they suddenly encountered a young man, pale and sickly on the skin with black, messy, oily hair. Wearing an old linen shirt and blue jeans that the working class usually wore. He trembled continuously as he remained rooted on a corner. His eyes darted as if he had been seeing things around, voice struggling to construct from his successive words. Very one. No. No. The young man yelled helplessly and insanely as the pedestrians moved on to their day, feigning ignorance to his behavior with indifference. Upon seeing this, Selina turned to Old Neil and asked out of curiosity, "Who's that man?" She pointed at the helpless man on the corner using her eyes, who was trembling in fear. "Oh, that young man's name is Adam Insull. He's a..." Old Neil abruptly paused as he seems to thought of an excuse for the innocent young lady. "Just a crazy person. I mean, most underground markets always had one, right? There are more." Selina echoed the tidbit she caught from his explanation with disbelief. "It's best not to get closer to him," Old Neil advised. Afterwards he resumed his pace, assuming Selina would continue as well. Then, just as she could follow Old Neil, Adam Insull suddenly laughed hysterically as he yelled and pointed at Selina. "Ha ha ha ha. You." With craziness in his voice, he added, "You have no future. Ha 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 ha. Poor you." This startled and frightened Selina, prompting her think. What? Why is he? At that moment, Adam Insull's eyes began to bleed slowly, his mind edging to madness as he raised his voice once more. "You don't have a future." Then, a string broke within Adam Insull as he began to become amused with anything he sees. Deep within his losing mind, he said maniacally, "Ha ha ha ha, you're futureless. Oh. Oh. I know." Selina couldn't give her own words as the maniac man blurted out unusual remarks one after another. With a bit of thought, Adam Insull assumed a name, a title, then laughed even more as he added in a gesture, "Miss Futureless." Chapter 35, Formula Lead. Miss Futureless. The name rang within Selina with indescribable fear and confusion. Miss Futureless. Then suddenly, Selina saw Adam Insull began to convulse. "Ha ha ha. It's white. You're white. Ha ha ha," he said almost immediately after the name. "No. I don't want to be near you. No. Get away from me." Blood prickled from his eyes as he placed both his hands onto his knees and cradling himself. "No. No. No. It's nothing. Only white. You're nothing." Selina's back started to form cold sweat. Immediately, she retracted her gaze and observed the surrounding people, straining to catch any reactions from the ongoing pedestrians. To her surprise, none bat an eye. Adam Insall is a regular here. Why are they ignoring him? Selina returned her gaze towards the blood-crying Adam Insall. Her heart ached at seeing Adam Insall at a helpless state. Almost quickly, she turned to check at old Neil, who was nowhere in sight. Where's Mr. Old Neil? Did he go without me? Selina's mind stirred for a momentary solution. Her eyes darted from one object to another, trying to search for something she can use to soothe the suffering men. From a corner, a box of candles from the nearby stand. Vials of strange substances from the next. Along with wax, essential oils, and herbs. Herbs. Selina abruptly reached for the compartment of her dress. From there, she took out a small glass tube closed by a cork. The amantha ointment given by Dark Will. At that moment, the surrounding atmosphere faintly shifted and the looming darkness suddenly reached closer to Selina. Just as she could open the glass tube. With a tumble, Adam Insall's body turned away from Selina and along with it, his eyes retracted from her visage. The cork popped open from the force of her hands. Along with it was the release of scented air being contained from the little space of the tube. It dispersed and Adam Insall, seemingly caught a whiff of its calming fragrance, felt a sudden relief. Before Selina can apply the ointment to her palm, the previously active Adam Insall fell silent, unresponsive. What? This immediately alerted Selina. Thinking that due to the excessive blood loss that Adam Insall had experienced, there's a high chance that it caused him to faint on the spot. Selina returned the amantha extract back to her dress and just as she lowered herself to reach out for Adam Insall, her elbow was abruptly halted by a hand. Miss Selina. A familiar old voice echoed from behind her. Selina swiftly shifted her gaze and head. From there she saw old Neil, holding her elbow with his right hand, stopping her from advancing for Adam Insall. Please, keep a distance from him. He's unstable. Old Neil reinforced his advice with a rather stern voice. Unstable. Selina echoed the word and engraved it into her mind. Confusion bloomed within her as multiple thoughts surged, trying to seek a valid logic behind it. Is that why he's crazy? What does Mr. Old Neil mean by that? Is there an actual reason behind his manic nature? But upon searching for a plausible conclusion multiple times, Selina couldn't do anything. In the end she gave up and instead tried to ask old Neil. Unstable. Old Neil paused. Within a brief second, he replied. It's something you should let the officials handle. Selina went silent. Without any sufficient lead, she couldn't connect anything with the nature of Adam Insall's insanity. Although it greatly eludes her, she forced to set it aside as she turned to look at the helpless men. Adam Insall was silent. Yet faint actions like breathing and producing low snores was clearly audible and visible. Seeing this, Selina heaved a sigh of relief as she steadied herself from old Neil's grasp. Thank you. Selina said with weariness in her voice. It's all right. Let's leave the young man alone, Swain and his fellows can take care of him. Old Neil replied dismissively. Ah, but not in the way you think. They'll give him food, water, and necessities so he should be fine. Selina nodded without adding another word. After reclaiming her composure, she followed behind as old Neil began to move into the congestion. She took one last glance at the helpless young man before disappearing into the crowd. Bright luminous lights coalesced to form a rather narrow street. These lights are casted off by multiple candles across the market, producing a multitude of variations with some being brighter than the last. The coloration of the venue was the result of the illumination bypassing a series of vials and potions. As such, vibrancy blooms amidst the looming darkness by the underground. After old Neil and Selina reached an intersection, Selina looked at old Neil, whose topic are now beginning broaden from the actual introduction of the underground market. Mr. Old Neil. I think it's starting to get late. I really appreciate your guidance but I need to get what I came here for. Selina revealed a polite smile. I think the same goes for you. You've pretty much taught me the layouts of the market now. Thank you. Old Neil halted in his steps. After hearing Selina, he nodded and said. May the goddess bless you, young lady. I hope you have a pleasant evening. Although he felt guilty for not introducing her to a known merchant she can list as reliable. He already did his part and now won't have to worry about himself. Selina curtsied before old Neil. Afterwards, old Neil left Selina, heading forward from the intersection and into the crowd. Seeing old Neil's silhouette fading from the distance, Selina strained to feel her revolver from the fabric of her dress. It's still there. She wouldn't have to worry about the revolver being stolen or fall if the holster wasn't crudely made. Ensuring that the holster was still intact, Selina turned left of the venue. According to what old Neil had said, the region wasn't too spacious but wasn't too narrow either. If one were to head directly west from the entrance of the staircase, they would find themselves in an area littered with merchants selling herbs, powders, and vials which are fairly common, but in this case, they're condensed in that specific area. As she walked, Selina couldn't help but recall Adam Insol's naming of her. Ms. Futureless. I'm futureless. An unknown horror gradually bloomed within her. That can't be right, right? Could he be a prophet? Realizing this, Selina vigorously shook her head out of the thought and murmured to herself. No. There's no such. At that moment, she recalled the existence of beyonders, potions, and gods residing within this reality. Thing. Doubt engulfed her fragile attempt at cradling herself from the words let out by Adam Insol. Thoughts loomed her mind as the dread from when she first arrived in this world resurfaced. I'll just make a future for myself. Selina forced her thoughts towards a brighter outcome. If I'm nothing, then I'll just make myself something. I'm away from Milo now. I've escaped. I'll just have to do that again. Again. Selina, who's gradually succumbing to her thoughts, didn't manage to keep track of her steps. From the surface, Selina was walking almost mechanically with seemingly normal expression. It was a habit, a behavior, a mask she inherited along with the memories of the former Selina who had integrated with her, including her experience and memories within Milo from child to present. Her steps became slower, and at that moment, she heard a fragment between the exchange of a merchant and a man asking for a specific material. Do you have a pianol powder? A cow's teeth, to be more specific, a man's voice reached from one of the stalls that are still open. Pianol powder. A cow's teeth. Selina recalled the spectator potion formula that the hanged man had disclosed. Her walk now took a steadier turn as she strained to hear the man and the merchant while acting as a pedestrian. Yes, 20 grams should suffice. Yes. Yes. 20 grams. He's trying to cover his motives by bringing an extra portion. At this instance, only now did Selina realize that her thoughts was now shifted from the name given by Adam Insol. With this in mind, she sighed and muttered internally. I have the tarot club. Mr. Fool as well. What he probably means by no future is that I won't be here anymore and have already gone back to Earth. Selina's expression returned as the corners of her curled to reveal a soft faint smile. Let's settle with that. One of her objectives have now been partially accomplished by the man's purchase of the supplementary ingredients. But it wasn't entirely done until she's certain that the man is connected to a secret organization revolving around the spectator potion. All I need is the name. With this in mind, she began to lessen and deliberately maneuver her steps as she decided to trail the men behind at a slight distance across the crowd and stalls. It wouldn't be a secret organization if someone can just ask one of its members for its existence. Her hand was pressed onto each other as her gaze were sometimes glued and frail from the man's silhouette. She would often stop to check for a stall, then after the man turned or moved further from her vision will she begin trailing him again. This continued for half an hour. When it passed, Selina's breath escaped her lips as she settled inwardly, halted at one of the stalls. He's been buying materials and scented candles that aren't related to the formula the entire time. Is he deliberately misleading me? Had he noticed me? Just as she began to doubt, the man's voice caught her by surprise. Do you have elf flower and a tube of autumn crocus extract? Bingo. Selina was now certain that the man is trying to gather supplementary ingredients for the spectator potion. After the man asked, the merchant replied, we don't have the extract, only elf flower, which you're lucky enough that a few was shipped here. Those autumn crocuses become highly demanded in the capital city of Lone. Probably because of its natural healing agent, so you'll have a hard time searching for them. Hearing this, Selina chose to leave the current stall she's at and proceeded closer to a stall across. The man wearing a gentleman's top hat and a two-piece coat accompanied by a silver cane sighed to himself. Only one was available. The merchant noticed this and grumbled. Did you say something? No, I'm only conversing with myself. The man smiled sheepishly at the merchant. Afterwards he left, carrying the elf flower and a few miscellaneous items with no other supplementary ingredients for the spectator potion was visibly present. Although Selina failed to garner anything related to the man's identity, she was still able to graph and visualize the man's visage and structure. Now the mysterious Dreamworld's ability to make sculptures of people will come in handy. Hey! Are you going to purchase anything? Suddenly, Selina's breath hitched as she was startled by a voice of a man coming from her front. She turned towards the merchant. Almost instantly, after realizing the visage of his customer, the man quickly assumed a poise and gave his voice a gentleman's manner. Miss, care to buy something? My goods are much cheaper than anyone in this market. The man boasted with a hint of confidence. The corner of her mouth twitched as Selina lampooned the man's differential attitude with a dry, drawn-out. How fast? Thinking that it would be impolite to leave without buying, her eyes darted and landed onto the nearby book display stand. She gave a forced smile and pointed. I'll just take the encyclopedia. Thank you. After spending a few notes, Selina turned to the crowd and left the area. With a book by her right hand, along with a paper bag of bottled black-rimmed sunflower powder, gunpowder, matches, containers and a box of bullets she luckily managed to purchase from a dealer, Selina returned to the staircase entrances and ascended back to the bar. From there, she noticed the increased rate of customers, loud streamed voices and mingling people. At this moment, Selina wished she brought her cloak or her sun hat with her, as the stares and intents of drunken men often made her stomach ache. With deliberate steps, she assumed a bystander poise and briskly left the small arena for crickets at the center and left the bar almost unseen. As she finally gained distance from the bar, Selina first ensured that her revolver was still intact before boarding a recently parked carriage in front of her. Municipal Square, Selina said to the coachman. After buying a takeout from Macadamian Eastwell restaurant, Selina didn't waste any time returning to her residence as evening is already present. From the front door, she repositioned her paper bag and takeouts to her left hand and took out the key from her pockets. The handle clicked open. Behind it, Selina saw the short hall, brimmed with darkness and distant vivid light. The candle lights must have been reduced completely. Selina muttered under her breath before proceeding inside. After rekindling the gas lamps and igniting the chandeliers, Selina brought her purchased items to the dining table alongside the takeouts, which includes a few desi pies and a grilled fish. Finishing her meal, taking a shower and changing to comfortable clothes, Selina quickly returned to her work afterwards, bringing the materials she brought to the lounge on the second floor. In doing so, she noticed that the paper also contains a book. Herbal Encyclopedia. Suddenly, she recalled her hasty decision of purchasing an item from a merchant. Realizing this, Selina shook her head and placed the encyclopedia aside. With her available time, she ascended the stairs and returned to the lounge, end of the corridor. Chapter 36, Sleepless Night. Beneath the desk, in one of the drawers, she took out a glass container with the appearance being almost fragile. This was the crude explosive she is attempting to work. Let's test this first. Selina's mind stormed for a location she could use as a test ground. The outskirts of the city is out of the equation. I only realized it when I was wandering the city that the guards are strict. If I were a regular citizen here, I wouldn't have trouble bypassing them, but in my case. How about the basement? She recalled housing company agent, Welmer, about the state of the basement and what she should do before entering. It was located beneath the stairs and down a series of steps. It is both isolated and soundproof, perfect for a personal productivity such as bombing the area. What a way to describe my intention. Selina gave herself a self-deprecating smile before proceeding to the first floor, bringing a few matches, a candle being held by a metallic pan and her self-made explosive bottle. Upon arriving, she first left the door open for a while, letting the trapped air within the basement to be released and replaced. After about 5 minutes, she entered the descending stairway, tightly holding the metallic pan along with the bottle and matches by her left hand. It didn't take her long before reaching the cold, rugged floor of the basement, as the area is just below the first floor. Darkness became dominant than the light illuminating the damped room. It was empty and Selina was only met by a stone table and a suffocating dusty air confined within the stone walls. Due to this, Selina didn't waste any time as she ascended once more, then placed the metallic pan to the floor by her side and quickly lit a match. She only completed the stairs out of curiosity of the basement, as she was still reminded by Martha's shared detail about her residence. I thought there would be strange things that were still left after the previous owner's disappearance. But I guess the maintenance already took care of it. Nevertheless, it made her relieved that any traces left was already been compromised long before she could deal with them. Now with her lit match, she struck the plum to the bottle's oiled cloth starter. She did this before going out to a nearby bakery this morning. Still doubting her self-made explosive, she figured that a regular frying oil should suffice for the world's scarcity or non-existent crude oil. It was still highly flammable and enough to be a fire starter for the bottle. Her plan is simple. Throw the bottle and let it be shattered by the impact of the fall, then the fire will consume the gunpowder, igniting it, and producing an explosion. The problem now is how powerful could such explosion be? Putting these thoughts behind, she immediately threw the lighted bottle onto the basement and quickly withdrew her body to the side of the door leading to the basement. Just before the bottle could reach the cobblestone floor, the plum surged into the contents within, igniting the powders contained. Due to the very limited space within the flying bottle, the combustion was quickly ensnared by the fragile glass, hindering it until the glass itself shattered instantly. Bang! The fire burst forth and a resounding explosion rang across the house, reaching faintly into the streets. After the combustion, a dispersion of white powder lingered into every crevices of the basement for a few moments before it quickly disappeared from the aftermath. Seeing this, Selina was left in shock, her right hand suddenly clenched her dress. At that moment, her expression gradually brightened as her face slowly revealed a beautiful glistening smile. Excitement and a sense of accomplishment arose within Selina as both of her feet consecutively leaped in joy. Yes! It's a success! This was her first time making an explosive item, and from the first attempt she succeeded without fail. Her dress frails to the wind along with her cascading hair as her small jumps slowly receded. With her hope rekindled like the plum from her explosive bottle, she steadied herself and emphasized. Right. It's still not strong enough. Maybe I'll add a few more powders. Oh. And I'll make the bottle bigger. Wait. No, the lesser the space, the better the compression of the air from the combustion. But I won't have enough room for more powders. Selina's thoughts stirred as she escalated from the conventional grenades, focusing only to its explosion to gradually considering its firepower and destructive force. But upon realizing where her mind is beginning to wander, she herself a faint smile and said inwardly. Selina, you're drifting away from your initial plan. Her right palm softly met her face in an attempt to prevent her mind from shifting. Plap. Okay. Now let's see if the powder made any kind of obscuration. Selina crowed with eagerness. She then turned from the side of the door and descended a short flight of stairs. Sharp sulfuric scent accompanied by a metallic tang quickly surged her olfactory senses. This made her cover her mouth with her right hand and mumbled. How nauseating. Although the air reeked with burnt and acrid smoke were densely packed due to the confinement of the basement. Selina chose to press on as she needs to examine if there were any real obscuring smoke was produced. To her disappointment, only scattered black powder and lingering scent was present. There were no dense white smoke permitted from the explosion. A pang of doubt surfaced within Selina. I thought the black-rimmed sunflower would be enough. Was it just a regular powder after all? There must be a specific chemical compound made for producing smoke. But I'm unfamiliar in those kinds of things. Sigh. Selina heaved a low breath as she turned to head back to the corridor. Upon arriving back to the first floor, a short chime resounded across the hall followed by a series of knocks. Thud. 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 Hearing this, Selina's breath hitched. Her left hand holding the metallic pan almost lose its grip. Visitors? This late? Confused, she still chose to place the metal pen by the stairs of the basement and closed the door leading to it. After adjusting a crease of her dress, Selina walked moderately towards the front entrance, deliberately attempting to conceal her previous actions. Before opening, she first pressed her body to the door and strained to look at the magnifying glass featured to its wooden pane. From the lens, Selina saw Martha and Marl in their pajamas being covered by their coats. The two of them both wore a long thin shirt followed by a simple plain white pantaloons. Mr. and Mrs. Heath. Why are they here? Selina murmured. Ms. Roy. Are you there? Martha's voice muffled behind the door. Thinking that it would unsettle the Heath family as she didn't respond, Selina twisted the handle and turned door open. With a polite smile she said. Mr. and Mrs. Heath. Why are the both of you here? I think it's already late. Martha first glanced at her husband before turning to Selina and asked. Dear. We heard a loud sound coming from your residence. Are you all right? I'm fine. But forgive me if I was mistaken, but I didn't heard any loud sounds, especially here. Selina assumed her usual poise of pressing her hands to one another beneath her abdomen. Really? A worried look crept on Martha and Marl's face as they turned to one another. Well, I'm glad you're fine, dear. Please be careful even if you're in a relatively safe neighborhood. Unexpected can happen often. Martha advised. Selina nodded and replied. I will, Mrs. Heath. I'm grateful your concerns about me. It's late now, we don't want to bother you any longer. Stay well, dear. Martha said softly. Have a pleasant evening, Ms. Roy. Marl added as he walked his wife back. The couple gave a brief wave at Selina before returning to their residence. A low breath escaped her lips after she closed the door. Selina muttered. Next time, I'll close the door before the explosion. With this settled, she turned towards the stairs and ascended back to the second-floor lounge. From there, she saw the desk filled with bottles and materials she deemed can be used during her first production of an explosive bottle. She slumped over the chair and onto the desk. Sigh. What can I do to make the smoke last longer? As she stormed for possible answers, Selina turned her head to her side, and from there she saw the herbal encyclopedia she purchased back in the underground market. Could there be other herbs that can be used as a substitute? Selina paused for a moment before deciding to pick up the book. The title reads, 201 Series of Herb Species. We can try searching. she murmured as her fingers turning the cover over from its table of contents to the first page. The dark world began to form rigid cracks before completely shattering from existence. The vile and mysterious dream world once again took on a landscape of pure greenery, appearing as a wild meadow stretching far across the horizon to what seems like infinity. Before terraforming, it shaped the figure of Selena once again from a mound of organs and flesh. The sculpture gained sentience as it was prophesied millions years into the past. Its eyes fluttered open. Selena saw the spiraling murals from her feet and each being extended into the far distance. Realizing that she had unknowingly fallen asleep while in her reading session, she gave a weary sigh and muttered, "You don't learn." Although she plans to sleep much earlier than her previous nights. The frustration of searching for something she doesn't even know herself kept her awake during the entire time she read the encyclopedia. Refocusing on the present, a thought tugged her as she mocked herself. Will I be sleeping more on the desk than the bedroom from now on? A faint self-deprecating smile formed from her face. Hopefully not. After shaking her head, she retracted her attention towards the extending vines. She recalled the mysterious tiny sparks of flying lights from her previous visit. But this time, it didn't appear. This reinforced her wariness about this mysterious world's nature. What could be the meaning of those fireflies? Is it just an aesthetic because the mysterious dream world thought my imagination was too bland? Selena mused silently. Putting those thoughts aside, Selena began to visualize the men she encountered while in the underground market. She suspected that he was collecting for the supplementary ingredients for the Spectator formula and that there's a high chance that the man is acquainted with a secret organization, leaning towards the Spectator potion and its subsequent sequences. She didn't give much anticipation to it as Beyonder seemed scarce, almost to none, and after arriving into Tingen so far, Selena haven't encountered any sort of Beyonder activities except from her wedding and escape from Milo. If the men truly had a connection to a secret organization, this could be her chance at involving herself into the world of Beyonders, furthering her contribution to the Tarot Club and Mr. Fool. The world responded to Selena heat as the ground began to contract and emerge from the flesh soil. The soil was a congestion of organs and flesh that gradually coalesced into a figure and a statue of a man. The man's face squirmed and reverted, constantly changing and returning from a healthy skin to an amalgamation of flesh, until his visage finally stabilized into a figure with a refined bearing, long straight nose, and a rarely but prominent white strands of hair. He wore a black suit and a half-top hat of identical color. On his right hand was a cane adorned with silver along with a pair of gold-framed spectacles on his face. Selena observed the gathering flesh as it reformed into the men she saw from the underground market. "MHM. It's him," Selena confirmed after a careful examination. "Now I know his face, but how can I make contact with him?" While pondering, her right hand rose to her chin while her left supports it. "I can't bluntly disclose it. Unless I want him gone from the city. It would really alert him and possibly even the organization behind him." That gold frame seems quite expensive. It could suggest he's from a wealthy family. And his steady clinical gaze can indicate a professional background, possibly a doctor or a dentist, since such jobs required a habit of precision. Selena tried her best to assess the man based on her observative skills as a past secretary. His hair is also tidied hastily. It could reflect different things, but my best bet is he offers minimal attention to vanity and discipline. His skin is also paler than a regular individual, although I would say all of that to myself as well. She casted her gaze to her arms as her thoughts formulate one variable to another. There's a high chance he's a professional doctor. But the question is, where is his working place? After a bit of thought, Selena still felt a slight error to her assumptions, prompting her to examine the sculpture once more. But at that moment, she suddenly realized a discrepancy. That she is currently living in a world reflecting the past of Earth. Doctors at those times were often busy due to medical attentions required by patients and surgical procedures without modern equipment. As such, even evenings were precious to them as they need to replenish themselves for a much productive day once morning arrives. And the man in question had the time in his hands to browse for miscellaneous items, attempted to gather necessary supplementary ingredients, and even wander the market for a bit. This could imply that the men had no families to return to, no reasons to go to work by tomorrow, or rather a day off, or he could be working as a doctor in a place that doesn't require repetitive supervision and only attentive medical care. Selena concluded her train of thoughts, then continued with inquisitiveness. It can be a pharmacist, a therapist, or a psychiatrist of a mental asylum. Chapter 37, One Step, One Vine. A psychiatrist. At that moment, Selena suddenly recalled the concept of the profession. A doctor who excels at dealing with psyche implications, which is related to the idea of mind and body. If a psychiatrist can process and placate mental implications, can this actually be a name for a sequence potion of the Spectator pathway? Selena pieced together the two concepts of a psychiatrist and mind manipulation. And since the men in question exhibited connections to the Spectator potion and possibly a secret organization behind it, It was safe to say that the spectator potion could have a sequence name called psychiatrist. But at what sequence of the spectator pathway could have that name? Selina mused at the thought, considering if it could be the sequence 8 of the potion after all. Then, a moment of contemplation later, she quickly abandoned the idea. There's a possibility, but there were no concrete evidence to support it. Perhaps Mr. Fool could also sense the validity of my assumptions. So it's best not to test it. Changing of the subject. Selina settled to herself internally. I'm not familiar with any mental asylums within the city of Tingen. Also, I couldn't simply write out the possibility of error, so a process of elimination is needed. In that case I have to make another trip by tomorrow. Selina heaved a heavy sigh of resignation. Then, as she immersed herself in thoughts, the sculpture of the men suspected of buying supplementary ingredients began to lose its luster and color. It reformed back into a figure made of flesh and organs, reverting back into the vibrant green soil. It only lasted 15 seconds. There's almost no difference compared to the last. After a moment, Selina shifted her attention to the extending murals of vines from her feet. Similar to her previous visits and like the usual, she reached out her palm onto one of the extending vines, seemingly trying to long for its end. But unlike before, the direction she extended her hand to was the first vine she unknowingly directed. Almost instantly, Selina phased out of existence as mist began to form across the infinite distance of the mysterious dream world. In an apartment, situated in Westchester Borough, capital city of Lone Kingdom, Backlund. After attempting a cleansing ritual from a close friend in one of the secret gatherings he had recently attended, Dylan quickly returned to his dorm in an effort to quickly finish the task assigned to him by the organization. His assigned mission was to complete a reconnaissance of the entire district and incorporate any transactions or beyonder gathering he could encounter. This was a simple mission he chose for. Yet it gives him great mobility from the usual pressure of other members of the secret organization. His motives include a visit to an old friend who is a capable purifier, a temporary escape from the secret organization, and a brief period to realign his personal motives in joining the Rose School of Thought. After finishing his luggage, Dylan turned towards the window and said to himself, "There's still time. I'll report my findings later." From his discoveries, he figured the mysterious disappearances of both vagrants and children. He also included the strange behaviors of people around a specific area. In this context they exhibit degrading appearance which can suggest the presence of another prisoner pathway beyonder. Beyond all of that, his reconnaissance didn't produce much results. The exhausted Dylan carried myself to the bed and collapsed onto its sheet covers. Without even a second had passed, his eyes closed and a sudden illusory consciousness pulled him out of his dream. Dylan's body continued its usual breathing pattern as his consciousness left it. At that moment, appearing out of the thin air, red speckles of light gathered to the back of his left hand and coalesced into a pattern. The pattern displays a vertically downward crescent, revealing an orb by its center as 3 rays extends to it. It glowed with crimson hue before integrating deep into his skin. Within the mysterious dream world resembling a landscape of the wide pastures of Milo, Dylan's figure was formed from the mounds of wilting and pulsating organs and flesh. It squirmed and contorted, mingling into one another until a visage was revealed. The figure's eyes fluttered open. At that instant, Dylan found himself within the boundary of Milo once more. A sense of horror crept to his skin with his hair stands on ends. He was summoned and the purifying ritual had failed. Dylan clicked his molar as he mumbled. Even the ritual didn't work. Should I just take myself out? I don't ever want to become a monster. If this would lead to me losing myself, I'd rather just end it all. His hands clenched and trembled uncontrollably. A pawn of an evil goddess. Suddenly, just like before, he saw a beautiful figure of a lady, standing at distance from him. Her face was heavily obscured by divine light yet its illumination failed to blind him or rather, chooses not to. The lady wore a pure white gown, identical to his first forced visit. She had a silvery gold hair and the only part of her face being unobstructed by the light, her mouth, captures a maiden's thin but full lips and pale supple skin that later consumed by the illumination moments later. She was beautiful but accompanied by madness and horror. Despite his fear consuming him, Dylan swallowed his saliva and asked out of frustration, "Child of God, what do you gain from summoning me into your domain?" Selina, maintaining her presentable poise, was suddenly subjected to shock upon hearing the man posed a question, for the first time. Okay. Let's assume a personality of a deity. Selina's breath inhaled and exhaled softly, almost inaudible from the figure she's displaying. Before, she had already figured that if someone were ever asked her for her existence as the child of God, her tone and mannerism should also match the lofty figure in contrast to their goddess. Her voice shouldn't be coming from her own mouth, instead it is to be projected by the dream world that adheres to her will. Since sounds are also naturally occurring, my vocals should as well. With this in mind, Selena donned an altered persona, a voice of someone she had recalled from a certain character in video game series. Redemption. The dream world produced a melodic and enchanting voice of a lady that resounded all across the green landscape and into the infinite horizons. It didn't directly come from her. The dream world heeded her desire and spoke on her behalf. The eerily enchanting voice settled deeply into Dylan's heart with terror. A god spoke to me. Is this what call a revelation? No. This is an evil deity. Any other entities besides the figures being worshipped by 7 Orthodox churches can be considered evil and malevolent. Hearing her own voice from the surrounding grassy fields. Behind the blinding divine light, Selena was left in awe and disbelief. Is that my voice? It's so. Suddenly, the man echoed her word with profound realization. Redemption. The word is clearly unintentional. Selena had just blurted whatever is in her mind at the current moment that she deemed to be something philosophical and unfathomable. Then, Dylan narrowed his brows and said, "What do you mean by that?" Upon hearing, behind her facade, Selena's mind stirred as multiple thoughts that could answer it were being abolished by her own doubts. What do I mean by that? Well, a redemption about your evil ways as a secret organization, right? Selena shook the thought away. No. It should be more meaningful. Like being reborn. Like the child of God. That can't be right. It's way too cliché. Maybe saying that because I was reborn, they should too. Like changing their philosophies. But wouldn't that alert them because of the goddess's change of mind? They would even found out that it's actually not her. From the surging lists of answers Selena had formulated, each had achieved nothing from her constant self-demolish. Until finally, she settled. The blinding figure didn't spoke for quite some time. But instead, the dream world adhered to her will as it answered on her behalf. Only this time, it wasn't her voice. It was the hanged man's vocals instructing where to deliver the 200 pounds. 200 pounds. Warrior and Sea Bar at Pelican Street, in the White Rose Borough of Pritz Harbor. What the captain wants. After a brief adjustment, Selena considered the redemption she had spoken of. Perhaps this man, who wore the visage of Marquis de Leon before and yet refrained from harming her, even going so far as to show concern for the late maiden, could be tested with such a chance. From that, she reasoned he might be a man of morality, however tainted his origins. Of course, misjudgment was never impossible, but that mattered little. If he faltered, she considered discarding the goddess persona entirely and chart another path. As for Mr. Hangman, the leads would only extend to the front doors of the mandated punishers after the address, preventing any leaks of his identity. Hearing this, Dylan went silent. In his mind, thoughts stirred as he began to point out. That was a voice of a man. It was also in a tone, instructing an address. Redemption. Could it be that this goddess is giving me a chance to atone for my actions? Just for a 200 pounds. Then, for a moment, Dylan realized something and in his mind he spoke. Do not test a god. But 200 pounds. Dylan's face made out a downcasted expression from behind the mists. Afterwards, he shook his head and said, For my atonement. I want your blood to be extracted from me. Selena didn't answer. Instead, the dream world howled a mild gust across the meadow, indicating a tacit approval from the goddess. Dylan felt the response to be quite sparing. But even in his complaints, he wouldn't dare blurt it out as that would edge him into danger. This time, after a meaningful exchange, Selena heaved a relief from deep within her. Now with the matter settled, she waved off her palm back in a dismissive gesture. The dream world adhered, but unlike the previous plain scenarios of her severing the connections, it formed a trail of flowers across the surrounding pasture rolling into the seemingly infinite horizon. Dylan saw the lady obscured by divine light flicked her hand, then a batch of flowers sprouted to the ground and swarmed his vision in a chaotic tapestry of petals and leaves. Selena phased out of the existence, and along with it, Dylan's eyes gradually opened. He saw the room of his dorm once more as crimson light permits into the veiled curtains, revealing its plain furnishings. Dylan rose from his bed and in the process, he saw a bright red glow radiating from the back of his left palm. It was a downward vertical crescent, with slim rays extending out from the orb nested within its curves. The symbol lingered for a moment, until it gradually dissolved into his skin. Dylan felt his fear tugging at his chest and hardening his resolve to sever the connections tying him to the goddess. However, he also noticed something. I'm just a pawn on both sides, no matter how I resist. His voice was low and melancholic, carried only to himself. What I need is to choose which sides can benefit me more and which would lead me to deeper corruption. In silence, his gaze drifted back to the crimson-streaked curtains, eyes vacant. In the stillness, he whispered a single word, as though clinging to it. Redemption. Within the mysterious dream world, Selena recalled what the men had said. Extraction of my blood. It was enough to root a question from her. What does my blood have to do all this? After a brief period, a realization struck her. Could he be a participant of the ritual as well? Did my blood spilled onto him? From there, she tried to reason the pieces newly brought by the men. Could it be that those who participated in the Milo disaster and have been spilled by my blood were the ones who I can summon? The vines extending from her rooted feet only displays a limited trails, suggesting it could amount to how many people that had came into contact with her during the initial ritual. But at that moment, intense pulsing pain resurfaced from her head. Just before it could escalate, Selena quickly simulated the feeling of returning. Her divine figure wilted almost immediately, degrading back as a nourishment for the soil. The dream world reverted. Dawn simmers a golden glow entering through the transparent veils and glass windows. Selena woke up with her vision slightly disoriented as it quickly and gradually recovered to normal. In her bed, lying with a disheveled hair, she raised an arm to her face and stayed for a few more minutes. Let's go back to Mr. Darkwill and forfeit my leave. I only have a week left as a trial, it would be a waste if I let a day pass. After a while, Selena propped herself from the mattress, took her towel and a few clothes to change, then left the room. Chapter 38, Wrong Assumption. After finishing her morning routine, Selena stepped out of her residence dressed in a simple corset gown patterned with faint floral motifs. A black shrug draped to her shoulders, and a wide-brimmed sun hat shielded her face from the morning light. On the porch, she spotted Martha Heath carefully shifting a pot of flowers to the side. Assuming Mr. Heath had already left for work, Selena offered her a warm smile. Good morning, Mrs. Heath. Martha turned from her pottery with gentle composure and returned the greeting. Good morning, dear. Take care on your way. Selena nodded and left her residence, pressing her sun hat along with her steps. Just like before, she was early. Even though her midnight work lasted for hours, which neglects her sleep routine. Each morning, she felt refreshed though prominent bags are still slightly visible. Finally leaving the Daffodil Street, she reassessed the layouts of the city once more, in case she missed any details that can hinder or become a variable to her plan. The streets were crowded with passing pedestrians, accompanied by the beckoning and promoting of shops and station vendors. Soon, after hours of walking, Selena arrived back to the grounds of St. Selena Cathedral, in Red Moonlight Street. Confirming her route, she decided to take a leisure walk around the cathedral. In silence, she remarked, "How grand. I wonder what lies behind the history of the Evernight goddess." Around the cathedral's vicinity, white doves flew one after another, bringing a breathtaking scenery of timeless design incomparable to the cityscape back on Earth. After a while, Selena took notice of her time and left the cathedral, boarding a public carriage. The scent mingled with sweat and odors still left a faint impression on her, which made her adjust her head towards the window. As the carriage rolled past the municipal square and began heading east, its course abruptly changed at the request of another passenger. Through the glassless opening, Selena's gaze caught on a storefront with wide bay windows, behind which stood racks of colorful rockets. They resembled fireworks, just like those back on Earth. So there's actually fireworks. But why haven't I seen explosives in the underground market? Fireworks were foreign to the original Selena, leading her to believe they didn't exist at all. Milo, her rural hometown, held only a handful of festivities each year. Even during Winter Gifts Day, no fireworks ever lit the sky, the townsfolk avoided them, wary of disturbing the quiet balance of the surrounding nature. Selena felt a pang of regret from failing to discover it sooner. If she were, then perhaps her time spent on making explosives would have been charted towards planning her route more precisely. Regardless, all she could do now was heave a slow breath and consider visiting the store after. Inside of Lawson's folk herb shop, Darkwill, resting with a dullness in his eyes, head being held by his palm over the counter. From yesterday until now, his store haven't made a single customer. Now the belief of having Selena as a ticket have gradually lose its light. In ennui, Darkwill was forced to a sarcastic remark. A dog living in wealth would be more prone to fleas than my shop to pedestrians. Ms. Roy won't be coming, and here I thought her presence would turn the mundanity of this shop upside down. His brows pricked in frustration as his fingers roughly comb his hair. It's fine. It's fine, there'll be other opportunities in Backlund, we'll just have to remain for 1 or 2 months. What's important is that we won't be caught. At this moment, as Darkwill fell into dilemma, a brief chime rang from the entrance. Through the door was a lady with a braided white hair, styled into a bun exhibiting occasional loose strands beneath her sun hat. She displays an air of elegance, a trait often present amongst the aristocrats that have received proper etiquette and education. The lady walked to the counter, looked at Darkwill with an impeccable, polite smile as she lowered her sun hat and greeted. "Good morning, Mr. Darkwill." Seeing Selena in front, Darkwill muttered to himself inwardly. "I thought you took a leave of absence." Darkwill's puzzlement failed to conceal itself from his face. After noticing his expression, Selina said, "My apologies for startling you, but since something came up, I was left free for the rest of the day." She knew that the men might not attend according to the instructions. However, he had presented a very capable nature. It should have led him to fear Selina's form, prompting him to obey. Even if so, "I couldn't really know until Monday arrives." I did, after all, agreed to his whim, so probing him further would be damaging the child of God's persona. Selina exhaled faintly. She then added, "For dark will. To make myself productive, I figured I would use my spare time, learning more here." Darkwill's brows met, but despite it, he replied, "Very well, let's continue the topic we left off yesterday." Selina nodded briefly before proceeding to follow Darkwill to the second counter. The train hissed as its two doors flooded with passengers alighting. Dylan, who had already finished compiling a report, saw the train being brought from the city of Tingen and presumably leading to Pritz Harbor as its next destination. To his hand was a small, hand-sized pocket watch, glimmering with copper luster and intricate, timeless design. Click. The pocket watch opened, indicating the time, 9:23. After checking the time, Dylan pressed his top hat and boarded the steam train, carrying a suitcase and a regular, wood-laid cane. The passengers were still in their seats, occasionally glancing on his way and often conversing with their company. Dylan took an empty seat in a cabin one row before where he had entered. Haunted by the word echoed by the dream world by the child of God. He had been analyzing the reason behind it and multiple conclusions arose from it. Redemption. That word must be directed to me, but what could she actually mean by that? Certainly it won't be as far as a 500 pounds could go. Deities plays in a complexity beyond mortal comprehension. A pile of notes worth nothing to them. Dylan stared vacantly as the train hissed once more. This time it indicates the departure. The periphery from the windows displays the platform as it's slowly being pulled back from the motion. Returning to his thought, he resumed. Due to the dream world producing a voice instructing an address from a man, can I take this as the goddess giving revelation to my redemption? From there, he noticed a discrepancy. I've learned that there were no other people who are aware of the child of God's existence. The fact that she can produce an unfamiliar voice despite my interactions with almost every lesser members of those lunatics can suggest that there were other forces anticipating her return. It can be a mistake, but so far, from the records, it only hinted a small fraction of the Rose school of thought. Indulgence can be considered the believers of the child of God, or maybe were, since she is being overshadowed by the primordial moon and the chained god. Is this redemption a facade meant for me to contact another secret organization? Dylan pricked his brows as he drifted his gaze onto the glass window. Behind its transparent surface, it now displays wild meadow and trees clustering into few, sometimes one, until it rolls over to the distant shadowy forest. Recovering the lusters from his eyes, Dylan forced his tense nerves to ease and convinced himself. I won't let the child of God get what she wants. His thoughts turned rigid, holding on to the plan he had carved for himself. Since I'm already heading there to board a ship, I'll complete this task quickly. Nothing more will escalate. And once it's done, she will sever the connection herself. In Pritz Harbor, Shore District. After arriving from the train station, Dylan didn't waste time as he immediately boarded a trackless carriage, heading to the Pelican Street in White District. Upon alighting and lowering his allowance, he began to examine the exterior of the bar. The building's exterior exposed a black surface, perhaps caused by time and weather. Though it is rugged, the integrity remained unwavering, giving customers a sense of reliability. Its entrance was a simple fence gate. One could see the customers mingling with one another from the streets. Driven by resolve, Dylan entered the bar, keeping in mind the word instructed by the men. At the bar counter, behind it was a man with a rather boorish feature and prominent age. After looking at the bartender for a moment, Dylan raised an arm and said, "One Southville beer." In response, the bartender took a glass of liquor and poured it over a container. The glass displays a liquid with light blue depicting a sun-bathed ocean surface. It passed the few customers and landed onto Dylan through the bartender's hand. "Thank you," Dylan responded as he placed a few notes by the counter. As the boorishman was about to return to his work, Dylan called, "Hey." The man abruptly stopped. He half turned his head and replied in the same, condescending tone. "What do you want?" Dylan doesn't need to be acquainted with the bartender, or any other people instructed by the men from the dream world. Despite his misgiving manner, he understands its significance and decided to withhold it, driving out anyone from approaching him. Stern voice was exchanged from the two. Dylan replied with persistent composure, "I have what I need to deliver." Letting out a soft breath he added, "It's what the captain wants." The bartender didn't respond. He only examined him by his attire before considering a thought. The man gave a heavy breath and said, "Come with me." With hesitance, Dylan left his liquor and deliberately followed the bartender, whose form was proceeding to a door left most of the bar. "You can drop the £200 here," the men said, gesturing toward the table. Dylan set the suitcase down and cast a brief glance at the men beside him. The bartender passed by without a word, heading back to the door. Before shutting it, he added curtly, "You can leave now." Dylan said nothing. A simple nod sufficed as he obeyed the instructions. Stepping out to the front of the bar, he thought to himself, so that was it. The £500 was my ticket, after all. Pressing down the brim of his top hat, he hailed a passing carriage, climbed aboard, and departed the bar's shadowed street. Lawson's Folk Herb Shop. Near the boundary of Institutional District. Selina, who had been wondering the habit Darkwool displayed on occasions, kept a mild indifference as she faced a bubbling, small cauldron placed atop of a metal frame being heated by a fire from a pan of burning ashwood and birch bark. Now pour the essential oil over the simmering sundew leaf drop. Keep in mind its quantity as those specific types of oil are quite expensive. Darkwool guided, pointing at a vial containing light bluish-yellow liquid. Selina nodded, and upon doing so, the cauldron suddenly began to emit refreshing air, identical to the sea breeze from the coasts. Darkwool clasped his hands. Seeing Selina's work, he declared, "That's it for today." He then glanced at the bay windows, which now reflects a street bathed in golden glow. "It's already noon." He added, "I hope you take the lessons to heart as your trial is very limited." Selina gave a polite smile at Darkwool. Taking her sun hat from the counter, she replied, "I will. Have a pleasant evening, Mr. Darkwool." She then performed a brief courtesy before him. Darkwool brushed it off by saying, Yeah. Pleasant evening as well, now leave." After donning her sun hat, Selina thought to herself just as she was about to leave. It's going to be 2 days soon. And Mr. Darkwool's store hadn't received customers yet. Maybe it's because of his medicine looking a bit suspicious, she murmured to herself before stepping out of the store's entrance. Chapter 39, True Explosives. Returning to the municipal square. Wide, bold-colored tents erected amongst the fleeting pedestrians. On its foot were people gathered for brief entertainment displayed by multiple clowns wearing ludicrous outfits of red, blue and white. Selina navigated through the congestion of clamor, raising voices of hawkers and clamping. Sun hat pressed so as to not lose it from the passing crowd. Her steps were deliberate and each were mechanical. For it is needed to safely avoid any mishaps across a venue packed with people. Soon, the fireworks front came into view. Upon entering, Selina quickly noticed the bold and colorful rockets painted in varied patterns, displayed by the racks and shelves. Behind the counter was a man, bearing wrinkles that suggests old age. He had a very prominent white mustache that complements his tidied hair. Currently inspecting a rocket by his hand. Arriving there, Selina took her sun hat first before turned to the gentleman and greeted warmly. "Good afternoon, mister." The man retracted his attention from the rocket to Selina. He replied with the same manner. "Good afternoon as well, miss, my name is Harold. How may I help you?" "I wish to buy a handful of fireworks," Selina said. He first set the rocket aside below the counter and asked, "How many would you like?" She thought for a second before saying, 24 rockets should be enough." Harold suddenly raised a brow and pressed further. "Missy, what are you going to do with such an amount of rockets?" Selina gave a sheepish smile at the owner. However, she already expects him to pose this question if ever she mentions her needed quantity. On the consideration of the distance, a few rockets won't be enough to cause a commotion for the officials to take notice or even fail to keep them at bay. After all, the circus is currently in the city and the routes are almost linear. With a prepared excuse, she said calmly, "For research purposes." Harold's eyes narrowed at her response. That excuse wouldn't convince even the most gullible. Harold sighed gravely and requested, "Let me see that research application." Selina's chest tightened. "I don't have that." Seeing the lady's expression gradually loosen its vibrancy than before, the gentleman couldn't help but pricked his brows as he revoked. "Are you sure it's for research purposes?" He wouldn't mind selling a batch at one go, it would even raise the day's sale. But if he isn't sure about the person's motives, especially at the order for a batch, he would feel responsible for any complications caused by the usage of his fireworks. Hearing Harold's question, Selina hesitated, but after a few seconds, she said nonetheless, "Yes, Mr. Harold." Harold gave a faint nod and stated, "That'll be £15 and 10 solely, tax included." Selina reached for the compartment of her dress and pulled out a leather wallet, taking out exactly 25 notes, with pounds and solely before handing it to the counter. Just before Harold can prepare a batch from the storeroom left most of the store, Selina called and said, "Ah. Mr. Harold, could you perhaps leave it behind your store until tonight?" Then she hastily added, "I will personally take it, so please." Selina can't afford to be noticed carrying around a batch of rockets. Unless she want to be subjected to rumors or alert officials and the Rose School of Thought members before the operation could arrive. This deepened Harold's suspicion, prompting him to pose a question. What for? Once more, Selina gave a composed and reserved facade as she said, "Please." Harold began to grow anxious at each of Selina's words. He began massaging his glabella with his right fingers and steadied himself by the counter. He asked, "Miss, what's your name?" Selina calmly replied, "Selina Roy." "Okay, Ms. Roy. If there's ever a commotion brought by fireworks, I will put you first on the suspect lists," Harold declared. His words settled into Selina. But regardless, she agreed. "I don't have any objections." With a much heavier sigh, the stressed Harold walked out of the counter and headed towards the storeroom. However, before he could open the door, he said, "You can leave. Expect your package near the trash bin." Selina nodded and said deeply, "Thank you very much." This confused Harold for a moment. The lady's words were eerily sincere. But regardless, he brushed it off and turned for the door. Outside of the fireworks store, Selina donned her sun hat once more and began thinking her other objectives for the day. The men from the underground market. I haven't started looking for him. With this in mind, she turned for the nearby public board in the municipal square, with the intention of using the displayed map to search for the locations of each asylums in Tinjin City. From the crowd, Selina managed to reach the wooden board pasted with multiple articles and news that layered the map of Tinjin. A gigantic mine rich in high-quality iron ore spotted. For shares, contact the Steelworks Company. Milo disaster ends. Church of the Storms had now took possession. I guess the transfer had finally succeeded, Selina murmured to herself. With a sweep of her hand and repositioning the flyers and articles, she was now able to see the map clearly. There seems to be only one here in Tinjin. She mused silently as she browsed the places displayed by the map. Green Hill Mental Asylum. After noting the location, Selina settled. All right. Let's head there. She then gestured for a passing carriage to halt. Informed the coachman her destination and boarded its wooden interior. As the carriage moved on to its course, Selina fell into thoughts. What will I do if I manage to contact him? Reveal the gun from my thigh and attempt to pressure him. But what if he's a fighter? My combat prowess doesn't exceed a normal person, let alone a beyonder. Her eyes stared blankly at the fleeting images of the streets. Collecting supplementary ingredients. That's right. The ingredients were definitely meant for him. If that's the case, right now he's considered a normal person. Even then, if he became a spectator, the abilities he will gain won't be accompanied by a sudden increase of strength. After all, a spectator won't be a spectator if you perform plays yourself. The carriage drove past the streets and stopped across a distinctive area with a large, foreboding building. It was styled in almost Gothic revival, derived from early monasteries. It had a grey bricked exterior, tall iron gates from the street, and occasional barred windows indicating a patient's confinement. Selina took liberty to gaze at the tended flower beds by the fences before closing into the porch of 2 doors. With a push, it revealed a reception room, furnished with a desk and a few sofas. The clerk behind the desk was holding document by her hand while applying stamps by the other. Her appearance was young but normal, with a few features standing out such as the blue eyes and brown hair. Selina walked to the receptionist and greeted softly. Good afternoon. The young receptionist abruptly stopped her task and looked at Selina. How may I help you? Excuse me, I'm looking for a man who works here as a doctor. Particularly, he's someone who often wore gold-rimmed glasses. Is he present by any chance? The receptionist gave an impression of indifference as she replied. No, he stormed off much early today. Selina sighed inwardly but pressed. Did he happen to mention where he had gone? The young lady shook her head. Unfortunately, Mr. Guderian doesn't add personal matters when at work. Guderian. So that's his name. Selina made sure that she caught the tidbit in mind. That's all right. Oh, my arrival can be quite a surprise for him, so let's take this as a little secret, shall we? Selina brought her right point finger to her lips as she closed an eye. The young lady who were in a state of ennui was suddenly roused with excitement. Are you his partner? To her, this beautiful white-haired lady who exudes elegance to become a companion of someone who is obsessed with superstitious beliefs is just too shocking. Selina hardly maintained her smile as she replied dryly. Words can rephrase it much better. But promise to keep this a secret for now, okay? The young lady's eyes became a bit wider as she nodded with disbelief. Because even if she mentions it, no one would believe her. Seeing the receptionist's expression, Selina wore her sun hat first before leaving the asylum. Along the way, even Selina couldn't believe how she acted. Was I that inviting before? Earlier, after hearing that Guderian wasn't present, she knew that at some point, the receptionist would have to mention a visit from an unknown person. This will likely alert him, presumably leading to either isolation by moving or reinforced cautiousness alongside officials or maybe even the organization behind him. So with stakes, she opted to use psychological redirection. From appearing as someone foreign to a significant person who's likely new and unacquainted. Guderian's nature of being reserved in personal matters only added on to her bluff. But to her surprise, her own nature also contributed to the act. Well, at the very least, it gave a positive result. She conceded inwardly. But that act was unlikely of me. It's best to restrain myself from such behaviors. Selina fortified herself, then gestured for a passing public carriage to halt. Intending to return when opportunities arrive. After buying a takeout, Selina arrived back at her residence. Upon opening, she was greeted with dusk permitting from the transparent windows of each room, casting faint golden glow at short hall. Just as she was about to enter, from the doormat, she saw a white envelope stamped with a symbol of gales, streaked with 4 lightnings. Could this be the notice Mr. Leith from the Church of Lord of Storms had mentioned? With slight wariness, she picked the nested envelope. It had no notable features on the surface, only that it was smooth to the touch. The symbol was its only trait that is prominent. Her finger tore the envelope by the top. Upon taking out the note within it read, "Dear Miss Ivory, we're glad to formally inform you that the inheritance procedure had succeeded and the purchasing of your property went accordingly. As of this moment, your account is now worth £2.8 million. We hope that you'd use this amount of money to rebuild yourself in the society and be a remarkable civilian in effort for the future. Sincerely, the Church of Lord of Storms." Ending with a signature from the Archbishop of the Holy Wind Cathedral, capital of Lone, Backlund. I'm quite wealthy now. The amount baffles Selina to this moment. Looking at the few last sentences, she sighed. With this, I can now return to being an aristocrat. Only with a different identity. Her gaze shifted at the fleeting light coursing from the living room. At this moment, she began considering her next approach. If I were to become an aristocrat now, I can quickly return the favor from Miss Justice, and in this way, I can contribute more to the Tarot Club, helping Mr. Fool regain his strength much faster. But then, the luster in her eyes became vacant while the silence of the room caught onto her chest. If the week had passed without the cult appearing, then we'll have to leave Tingen. She had already learned essential things in this world. Its economy and the era it's currently in. Anything else can be informed by the Tarot Club and Mr. Fool through Roselle's diaries, as well as by joining secret organizations from the influential figures. With a settled mind, she took the stairs to the second floor and did her usual routine of showering and eating, before preparing her luggage. Afterwards, she took her cloak and draped it onto herself, concealing her figure and visage. She then exited her residence from the alleyway, intending to return to Harold's fireworks store by foot. With the crimson moon casting its pallid glow, Selina made her way from Daffodil Street to the edge where the municipal square met East Borough. The blood-tinted light revealed a rusted bin by the shop's door, its foul stench seeping into the surrounding blocks. Beside it sat a cardboard box, sealed with strips of transparent tape. That must be it, Selina murmured under her breath as she stepped closer. A careful shake of the box produced a rattling clamor from within, the unmistakable sound of rockets, just as Harold had promised. Satisfied, she hefted it to her chest and started forward. But as she walked, unease set in. Carrying such a bulk would slow her to a crawl if pursuit came. So she stopped, lowered the box to the ground, and tore it open. One by one, she distributed the fireworks along her chosen route, tucking each away behind bins, beneath broken fences, or under scraps of debris. Each became a hidden checkpoint, a trap to slow or scatter the cultists should they follow. By the time she reached her residence, only a single firework remained in the box. Chapter 40, Suit. With only one rocket remaining, Selina pondered where to place it as her gaze hovered over the living room. Classic furnishings consisting of a sofa draped with decorative mat, table by the corner, cabinet, vase, and one empty bookshelf. I have to be resourceful, rockets needs to be used when unexpected occurs. What if suddenly, the cult members are inside the living room? With this in mind, she picked the last rocket and objectively placed it by the corner, hidden behind a cabinet. While considering the placement, Selina thought of how she will trigger the rocket. It could be through a personal such as string or a match. A string should do, she murmured. Let's see. If I light up a cloth damped with oil added with candle wax, place the burning material in a container with the lighter of the rocket and separate the two with a thin metal until the string was pulled, it should be able to trigger the following explosion. Selina then walked to the kitchen, just before the arched entrance of the living room from the short hall, and returned with a half part of a metal can filled with wet cloth. Just before she can lit the can, Selina attached it behind the cabinet next to the arched entrance by using a tape, placed the can's lid to act as separator, afterwards tied the lid to a string connecting past the arched path. It wasn't for the Rose School of Though members to trigger. It was intended for her to initiate the escape, masked to lead them to the Beyonder officials. After placing the rocket and its trigger closely to the lid, only now did she consider lighting the materials inside the can. Will it be today or tomorrow? With a slow sigh she deprecated herself. Doing all of this just for it to be a sham. At least now, I can rest well. Let's light it tomorrow. I made the material inside to last at least by midnight. So to be certain, around afternoon should do. Her paranoia eased for a moment, then came the anxiety of whether people would notice the scattered rockets around a path and collect them for their own. It should be fine. I concealed them perfectly. I'm certain they're littered in a manner that they're indistinguishable from discarded and hazardous items. Selina forced herself into composure before ascending to the second floor. The dark shattered like an illusory glass of globe. From the light, it revealed a vile environment of flesh and organ flooring and pulsing sky of veins that resembles a womb. The light is an illusion. It is natural, it is intoxicating. Within its cast lies a sculpture of Selina. With the usual golden white hair, pointy ears, snow skin, and dressed in a long, white gown. At that moment, the world terraformed into the pastures of Milo. The sky was replaced by a bright sun and skies, the floor grew vibrant grass, and a mural-like vine spiraled from the merged feet of the maiden and onto the horizon infinitely. Selina opened her eyes. The dream became the mysterious dream world once more. This has become a daily. But won't it affect my mental health? There has to be a way to activate and deactivate it through my will. Selina pondered with seriousness. I have an idea for it days ago. But I haven't actually tried it. Should I attempt it now? After contemplation, Selina simulated the sensation of awakening. Her body crumbled into a pile, alongside the soothing and luscious green environment. The world regressed into a vile and nauseating place. Crimson moonlight filtering from the veiled windows, casts an eerie yet serene glow over the room. Selina, who was sleeping peacefully on the bed, her hair disheveled from the covers, suddenly opened her eyes. She saw the bedroom in a quiet picturesque scene. All right, now let's try simulating the feeling of fatigue. Selina mustered her will in rejuvenating the sensation of the weariness from constant walking, riding in public carriages, listening, anxiety and stress. After a while, she felt herself drifting, until finally she fell asleep in the comfort of her bed. Dawn rose from the cityscape of Tinjin, bathing the entire region into a warm, bright sunlight that eclipses the weary times of yesterday, brought forth promising morning. On her bed, draped in the warm covers, Selina's eyes fluttered open. She saw morning light permitting from the transparent glass of the windows. But instead of being refreshed, puzzlement surfaced from her expression. The mysterious dream world didn't appear the second time. Then what can I do to activate it? Does it naturally pull me in without my consent? Selina considered retrying her attempt. But seeing that the day had already arrived, she decided to set it aside for the night as she had other things to attend. From her bed, she rose and as usual, she did her morning routine of buying pastries at the nearby store, took a few-minute shower, prepared her gun holster, and finally intending to leave her residence once more. After a brief greeting from Madame Martha, Selina took a carriage and headed to Eastborough. She only had 2 more days of trial from Darkwill. If she still failed to obtain his approval of becoming an assistant, she will have to agree regardless of her opinion. So within these 2 more days and the present, she needs to learn as much in the field of apothecary from Darkwill as she can. Because afterwards, she'll leave Tinjin. Although this wasn't what she intended at first, due to lack of resources and opportunities, she now considered joining the circle of nobility much earlier, so as to help Mr. Fool much faster. The Fool's recovery is her ticket back to Earth. After a while, the carriage halted at a street, few walks from Darkwill's herbal store. Upon alighting, a thought rose within Selina. I wonder why is his shop called Lawson's, could it be that it's his surname? She then donned her sun hat, fixed a crease of her dress featuring a bodice and a shrug draped around her shoulder. Selina pressed on towards the street. In Lawson's folk herbal store. Just before the edge of Eastborough. Darkwill had started his mentoring after seeing Selina entered few minutes ago. The young lady were always well kept, having an air of refined beauty from her silver-braided bun hair, composed and mechanical poise and mannerism to politeness. She was an eye candy for both men and women alike. So to him, the desire was eclipsed by awe and admiration. Not only is the lady's appearance attention-inducing, but her nature also adds on to her charm. Ordinarily, her visits might have granted him the small advantage of subtly promoting his shop, enough, perhaps, to gain 2 or 3 new customers a week. Yet this past week, not a single sale had been made. Instead, all his time had been devoted to teaching the lady the art of apothecary. There. Now scrape the bark to get its brittles. Normally, you just throw the bark in, let it simmer, then take it out once the components are absorbed. Darkwill explained. He added. But in doing so, you risk losing most of the essential components within. So by scraping or sometimes cutting it into small portions can give the drug better results. Selina diligently memorized Darkwill's lecture, nodding with attentiveness before proceeding to scrape the bark. While doing the task, Selina felt a soothing sensation deep within her stomach. In puzzlement, she asked herself. Was that my potion beginning to digest? This made her heart palpitate in excitement, hardening her resolve to complete the medicinal drug that she's concocting. If I continue this, in a few months, I might be able to digest it completely, indicating my chance to advance onto the next sequence. But in that moment, she realized that she's missing the potion formula and had no idea where to start searching. If only I can contact the mysterious man who gave Selina the apothecary potion. She sighed, only for the next second to shook her head. No. That man might also be a member of the Rose School of Thought. Since the wedding day suddenly changed after Selina had intaked the potion. Wait. If that is the case, can the Rose School of Thought actually holds the rest of the apothecary potion sequences? It came from the hooded man after all, there's a high chance that he's a part of the secret organization. Selina reasoned inwardly. In immersion, her hand suddenly staggered. The bark fell onto the floor with a thud. This made her recover from her stupor and managed to steady her hand in time just before the blade contacts her skin. What are you doing? Darkwill's brows met. Preoccupied with something. You know, even baboons learns to focus on one task in the present rather than warn themselves out from what's to come. Selina gave a soft, weary smile and said. I'm sorry. She then picked the fallen bark and repositioned her hand, holding the knife. All right, be careful next time. I wouldn't want you to be injured, lest I desire to bankrupt my whole business. Darkwill gave a sarcastic yet worried response. Selina nodded and began to pay close attention to her process of cutting. After that, she saw Darkwill perform the same usual habit of tapping his glabella thrice before looking at the medicinal drug. This habit of his stays consistent whenever he mentors her. With curiosity, Selina decided to mimic it. She positioned her body to a nearby drawer. Slumped her head to her left hand, expressing as though she was bored, then proceeded to reach her point finger to her glabella. She tapped it thrice. But nothing had occurred. Darkwill finished his inspection, turned to Selina to give a mild praise to keep her from losing motivation. But to his surprise, he caught her in a habit similar to his activation. He raised a brow and asked. Ms. Roy, what are you doing? Ah. Selina's breath hitched. In response she quickly withdrew her body and replied hastily. And nothing, Mr. Darkwill. Please proceed to the next formula. Darkwill reverted his expression. Is she trying to mimic how I activate my spirit vision? But seeing Selina's ordinary nature, he feigned ignorance and set his thoughts aside. Very well. Now on to the regime. Selina felt embarrassed. Was it really just a habit of old people? Her doubt increased from the falsity of her assumption, prompting her to maintain her facade once more. The lecture continued and ended in the usual schedule. Seeing the dusk settles once again, Darkwill looked at Selina and said. You may go, that's all I can teach for the day. The rest will be tomorrow. There were no customers entered the whole day. Selina wanted to ask Darkwill why his store unknowingly repels customers even though some occasional passerby would glance at it, then retracts their attention afterwards. But because she can't promise anything to improve the business, Selina decided to avoid concerning herself in the matter. Arriving in the municipal square, beautiful and colorful tents stood erected from the center, followed by loud beckoning of local hawkers, clamor of passing carriages and carts selling various foods and ingredients. As she walked, she considered that her visit in the Greenhill Asylum before was hasty and it lacked the proper analysis and approach. She failed to account variables that might occur in such a method. Since she doesn't have a clear background to intimidate Guderian in a more civilized manner rather than brutally force him using weapons, she decided to forfeit her pursuit as she's about to leave the city soon. Lost in thoughts, Selina also realized something she forgot and exclaimed inwardly. I lost a day probing Mr. Swain. Yesterday made her entirely occupied. To the visiting of the supposed member of a cult that revolves around spectator potion, to the purchasing and distributing of rockets to her prepared route. Selina sighed tinged with guilt. Well, I won't be staying here for long. It was supposed to be one of my methods of gathering information in this world. But since I'll be entering a much higher integration, information and connections will be established easier. On her way to the Macadamian Eastwell to buy her usual takeout. Just as she was about to turn, she saw a man, about a few inches taller than her, walking towards the opposite direction, parallel to Selina. He wore a half-cloak with faint violet linings draped onto his coat, accompanied by a waistcoat and a trouser, all had the similar color of jet black. Over his head was a top hat followed by a cane held by his right hand. Strapped to his chest and body was a leather holster that seems to contain a revolver, indicating his possible position as an officer. The man exudes a somewhat scholarly air whilst his face had a rather refined bearing but an average-looking features. Seeing him about to approach, Selina held her sun hat, as a brief respect while passing an officer. And in exchange, so does the man. The two crossed paths amidst the fervent crowd, each concealed by their courtesy. Chapter 41, Greeting. In the space above the grey fog, towering mast of pillars encapsulates the entirety of the bronze table, forming a large dome that depicts the residence governed by ancient giants. Seated at the seat of honor, Klein, who earlier managed to finally track the whereabouts of the Antigonus book and gave the report to Dunsmith, was now anticipating a raise in salary. But on his way to return from purchasing necessities such as condiments, meat and vegetables, an errand given to him by his sister, Melissa, he came across a silver-haired woman whose visage was concealed by a sun hat. She wore a dress sewn with bodice, followed by a shrug that draped around her shoulder, inducing a sense of modesty and reservation. Though the encounter seemed like an ordinary passing by a pedestrian, to him, he felt an unusual familiarity with the woman, a sort of connection out of normalcy. Every familiarity can produce an effect through divination. With this in mind, Klein held his topaz pendulum over a piece of goatskin parchment with written contents that reads: "The silver-haired lady I encountered from the streets is someone I've crossed paths before." He murmured and repeated this 7 times, then glanced at the pendulum, now turning clockwise, indicating that his assumption is correct. "So I've crossed paths or encountered her before. Miss Sikatron is the only woman I know of who have silver hair. Other than that, another person is." He recalled the mysterious lady who was one of the members of the gathering. "Ms. Lovers. That can't be right. I didn't expect to encounter a member of the Tarot Club so early." Klein was at a loss on what face he should show. But for confirmation, he did another divination. This time he intends to use dream divination. Just like before he produced a goatskin parchment, he thought deeply for a moment, then wrote the words, "The origin of the silver-haired woman I've encountered." The process was identical with 7 repeated questions, now with added cogitation, leading him to fall into a deep sleep. The world grew vivid and darkness surged. And from darkness arrived a divine light. At that moment, he saw the grey fog, the castle, and himself sitting at the seat of honor. Fear suddenly surfaced within Klein as he saw himself with eyes closed, holding the goatskin parchment by his hand. From that, the divination concluded. Klein abruptly woke up from his stupor. The grey fog remained quiet and mysterious. Nothing out of the ordinary had occurred. His mind racing. What's the meaning of that dream? Me. As the woman's origin. Due to confusion, Klein reattempted the dream divination with varied words, yet it remained pointed to him and the castle. Seemingly at a loss, he tried a different approach. This time, he divined the woman's birthplace. The world turned vivid once more, then shifted onto a large manor around a meadow not far from a town. From there he saw an infant, with silvery white hair and gorgeous blue eyes. She was held by another woman with the same colored hair. The divination ended by the next. Klein felt utterly conflicted. How could such a revelation be interpreted if he doesn't even know the location? First it was her origin and now where she came from. Klein subconsciously slumped his head over his shoulder on the armrest. I'm being rude by divining a complete stranger. He couldn't help but add in a gesture as his mouth curled to reveal a dry smile. But coincidences are often produced by fate. By this, seers both try their best to find this and decrypt, yet also pose reverence towards it. Klein fixed his poise and thought deeply. Let's simply add this as a pinch of salt. That woman and Ms. Lovers are one. If that's the case, then that place should be the town of Milo. At that moment, he suddenly felt a pang of need to divine for confirmation. And from that, curiosity persevered, resulting in the same divination pointing to him previously. Klein sighed. Everything about her origin points to me and the grey fog. Does she also have a connection with this space? His fingers wrapped the surface of the armrest, seemingly lost in thought. Her connection could stem from being a member of the Tarot Club. But I specifically pointed her origin. He muttered. Origin. She originated from this space. An ordinary citizen. After a moment, he reconsidered. If the silver-haired woman wasn't Ms. Lovers, then what is she? An ally of hers? Klein recalled the message Ms. Lovers had added to her tone during her exchange with the hanged man. It can refer to connections who'll do the delivery of £200. Allies backing her from the dark and an organization that can do her bidding. Klein pondered. This can also be the case. To test this is to wait until the next gathering arrives and confirm Ms. Lover's situation. Only by doing this can I be certain of my assumption regardless of divination. After all, divination isn't all-powerful. Milo disaster ends. Church of Storms took possession. Audrey took her time reading the headline. With it ending in parenthesis, the town have purged of sinister groups of people by the Church of Storms. Listing as another incident driven by crazy desire from an organized group of misfits. They're trying hard to cover the report. Audrey sighed. This is likely because of the sudden train inspection that happened in Tingen. Her hand rolled the newspaper before setting it aside. Seated at the sofa, Audrey still couldn't believe that her dog had intake her first concocted potion. With wariness she turned toward the golden retriever slumped on the floor before her. You're not turning into something, are you? The dog tilted its head. Audrey furrowed her brows. Tell me if you're turning into something. At least wag your tail. The dog wagged its tail in excitement. Eek. Audrey quickly retracted her body from the dog, cradled her feet, safeguarding herself to the sofa. Seeing how the dog proceeds in a circle, Audrey forced herself to ease as she said. You're playing tricks. Susie, you know what you just drank? The dog paused. Turned to her with a puzzled face and again tilted its head. You drank a bee-under potion. A bee-under. And now you're going to turn into a monster if you don't respond. Audrey exclaimed. Audrey didn't mind the noise she makes, as beforehand, she instructed the servants to leave her in the room alone. The dog still gave a puzzled look. Ugh. Audrey grumbled in exhaustion and muttered inwardly. I will have to consult Mr. Fool or the rest of the Tarot Club about this. She then fixed herself from the couch, turned towards the dog with a glaring eye and said. Don't turn into anything by then. In Pritz Harbor. Warrior and Sea Bar. Pelican Street. Whiteborough. Alger, who had arrived here by the Blue Avengers, had come to restock in necessities for the voyage, also came with an added motive. That is to collect the lone pound he have required from trading the Spectator formula with not one but two ladies. With the ghost shark blood obtained followed by a 200 pounds, this feeling of hitting two birds with one stone gave a sense of accomplishment to Alger. This also gave him a chance to pry into one of the members of the Tarot Club. Ms. Lovers. If his assumptions is correct, then the person who had delivered the pounds will be the woman with silver hair, and through William's memory, he can use a crewmate who excels at divination to pinpoint the actual identity of the woman, thus revealing her. But upon asking the bar's manager, Williams, the bar owner responded with, it wasn't a lady. Alger paused for a moment, then proceeded to press. If it wasn't lady, then who was it? A man, obviously. With a skin of a typical Loanesian. Pale skin, brown eyes, and dark hair. Williams described. Alger went silent. Although he's doubting how a vessel trapped in a rural town with no possible contacts with the outside could even establish connections, he also didn't disregard any possibilities. Yet it still shocked him upon confirmation. Williams then pointed at the room where the men had left the suitcase. The cash is in the lounge. I've counted it beforehand. This implies that he had already taken his share. Without any lead, Alger decided to dismiss the matter as he began walking towards the lounge. Whole day had passed, and while the mysterious dream world continued to remain occurring, Selina wasn't able to visit it to her will. After lighting the can containing the cloth damped with flammable oil using a match, Selina quickly stored the box of match and separated the can from the rope of the rocket with the lid before slowly retracting herself from the string. It's done. If the Rose School of Thought members hadn't arrived, we'll re-add the cloth and ignite again until Monday arrives. With her tasks done, Selina raised an arm and stretched, before taking the stairs to the second floor. Since she had already finished her routine, she planned to rest early in order to recover from the last days she pulled an all-nighter. Just before she could reach the bed, she saw a book laying on top of the dresser. It was the herbal encyclopedia she purchased. Since the trial ends by this week, I can just make an advance reading about herbal plants, right? It will just be for an hour and a half. I promise I won't stay up again. Selina then took the book nested on the dresser by the bed and immediately walked out of the room and back to the lounge, end of the short hallway. As usual, she took the seat next to the desk and adjusted the gas lamp attached to the wall onto her. Crimson moonlight passes through the transparent windows and onto the room, giving it a mesmerizing ambience under its pallid glow. Under the course of illumination, a small shadow appeared from the window's railings. It had tail, plump body, and two mildly pointy ears. The sudden shift in the cast of light. Selina quickly turned toward the source. From there she saw the black cat once more. Oh, fallacy. You startled me. Selina heaved a sigh as she gestured for the feline to get on the desk. Can you accompany me again? The black cat jumped off from the window, then approached and leaped onto the side of her. The pleasant night resumed. And about an hour had passed and Selina was almost at the book's end with only a few fingers thick pages. At this moment, Selina raised her right hand and massaged her eyes with 2 fingers. My eyes hurt. Seeing her discomfort, the cat immediately ran off to the window. Selina was startled by its sudden action and said, "Did he saw a midnight snack passing by?" After a moment, since the cat hadn't returned, Selina resumed her reading session. By then, the cat returned with an item clutched between its fangs and teeth. It had a black rim that extends onto its sides, with a two glass latched onto its holes. It was a black-rimmed glasses often used by elders. How did you get these?" Selina was shocked by how the cat managed to bring one. "Did you steal it?" The cat remained quiet, now grooming itself with its paws. "You stole it, didn't you?" Selina's eyes narrowed. "You should bring it back to where you left it." The cat didn't bother glancing. From its reaction, the corner of her mouth twitched. How stubborn. Although she knew it was taken forcefully by the cat, seeing that she needed it at the moment. Selina sighed and said, "Well, let me use it for now, you can return it once I'm done." With the black-rimmed glass, Selina recalled her days as a secretary, often wearing such vanity in spite of criticism. The little reminiscence faded as she resumed her reading. Another half an hour passed. Noticing that the cat was becoming more fatigued, Selina suddenly remembered the leftover deep-fried sailfish she had. Since she haven't gotten the cat any food ever since her transmigration. She stood up from the chair and said, "Fallacy, stay there, okay? I have something for you." The cat remained expressionless as it laid there on the desk. Selina placed down her glasses first, before she briskly walked past the short corridor, arriving back to the entrance hall. At that moment, she suddenly heard a soft lullaby, one that is unnatural in the presence of the night. From the corner, she peeked through the living room where the sound is coming. She froze at the sight. Seated at one of the sofa, facing the window, was a man wearing a coat accompanied by a black trouser and white gloves. He had a groomed short black hair, narrow forehead and jaw, with pale white skin. His voice carried the times she felt caged. The cries of people tainted in the altar room. And the inevitable grip of fate in her life. The man sat there, noticed Selina without looking and smiled over the coursing crimson moonlight. With a soft, almost polite tone, Diemsfeld greeted. "How have you been, my dear Selina?" Chapter 42, Cold Night. "How have you been, my dear Selina?" At that moment, Selina felt the previous owner's will of her body surging back. Emotions raved in a tempestuous storm of memories as it drowned her. Subconsciously, she wanted to run. Her feet staggered back. She was just a secretary, an ordinary woman. Why hadn't she run when she had the chance? It was foolish. It was stupid. She had no relations with the world's matter whatsoever. Selina was supposed to die, she was supposed to be an earth counting digits in a computer to pass on to the manager. And yet. Selina's eyes became blurry. Her face forming a drop. But she held. She knew better than revealing vulnerability. With a smile, forced yet welcoming, she said, "I'm fine." Selina clenched her hands, gripped the crease of her dress before adding with composure, "How kind of you to visit." Hearing this, Diemsfeld smiled faintly under the moonlight. His tone tinged with mockery. "Of course I had to visit. After all, you're my wife." Selina, under her pleasant smile, her teeth met in a hard friction. How disturbing it is to be referred as a wife to a man who's the cause of her hometown being massacred. She continued her facade as she replied, "How sweet of you." Her body wanted to retract, but in doing so risks the surrounding neighborhood. In the dark, amidst the coursing light of the outside, behind the windows and concealed from the streets, crimson eyes glowed like predators, lurking to hunt. There were a total of 16 eyes. This implies that there are 8 vampires accompanying the count. "I miss you. So how about we return?" Diemsfeld smiled warmly, eerily. This sent shivers down her spine. Her hair stand on ends. Selina fixed her poise. Turned to face the arched path and replied in a polite tone, "I'm sorry for the troubles but..." She paused for a moment. She knew that even if she denied, they would forcibly retrieve her, resulting to another ritual. But if ever she was about to reach that point, she would rather prevent it from occurring than remain. With this in mind, she decided that choices won't matter now. Selina resumed, "I won't be coming with you. Consider this an annulment." Diemsfeld went silent. Lips curling into a smile more prominent than the previous. Intrigued, he said in a gesture, "But annulments won't take effect without the other spouse's consent." "Right." Chains erupted from the cold veil of the shadows. Their grasps held Selina by the wrist. Ack! The chains were multiple, her hand grew pale as the cuffs held tightly onto her. Darkness loomed closer from the bright illumination. Selina was then reminded of her situation back in the Ivory's manor. As Linda she was unaware, but as Selina, all traces of the men in front of her leads to a possible loss of control. The emotions cast like tidal, but refrained. Selina held her breath as she again looked at the men, the source of Milo's disaster. All right. Then, let me get your consent. She smiled. The next moment, her feet shot forward to the arched path. It wasn't to pounce on the men, it was futile. Instead, she proceeded with herself, her feet triggered the string. Though the string didn't do much, it made a huge movement from the lid. The short rope of the rocket ignited extensively. Beforehand, she had considered the time it would take for the rope to reach the rocket. Because of this, she cut it off and lubricated it with an oil. The fire burned the rope and it was led to the body by it. Diemsfell quickly reacted. Swarms of bats resembling plagues cornered him, producing velvet wings formed by dense shadows. By this split second, the cuffs made of darkness melted from Selina's wrist. Diemsfell didn't manage to handle her and himself in time. Then, without wasting a moment, Selina threw her body to the side, behind of the arched path. Bam. At that instant, light burst throughout the room, inducing the serene scape with sparks of flashing colors. Crackling sounds of blistering lights rose from the show's aftermath. Recovering from her fall, Selina felt her hands shivering and struggling to compose. With a held breath, she restrained it and attempted to move. Her eyes darted to the kitchen. The living room isn't the only area of the house that has an entrance to the alley. Selina rose from her fall and dashed to the kitchen. There she saw the glistening utensils with silver luster. On the counter, where the stove is located, was a knife, long and piercing. The vampires are agile, capable of fast maneuvers. Her amateur marksmanship couldn't graze those suspended beings, so inaccuracies are certain. So considering the distance, her only choice was to brace for a close combat, that way her inaccuracies would be covered by the closeness of the enemy. Her hand took the knife, nested on the counter and sheathed it to her crudely made gun holster, taking the revolver out. The chamber has a maximum of 8 rounds and the same number of foes. Careless shooting is out of the question. She has to be certain that the distance between herself and the vampire retrieving her would be enough to make a strike. Her hand shot for the doorknob and opened. Arriving in the route she had planned. The first checkpoint, where she had hidden a rocket, remained a few seconds across the alleyway. Under the pallid glow of the moonlight, rustles of steps resounded across the empty path. After a few seconds, Selina reached an area where she hid the rocket, retrieved it and from there resumed her pace once more. With the rocket in hand and a revolver, she took out the match box from her dress, took out one of its contents and readied. The darkness grew denser. Plagues of bats swarmed her residence and broke every window in the first floor. It then rushed onto the alleyway. It saw Selina, her glistening silver hair sways along with her running. Seeing the deathly swarms, Selina swapped her revolver with the knife. Used its sharp edge to tore the fabric of her dress, revealing a trouser underneath. Ever since she escaped to Tingen, she had developed a habit of wearing another piece of clothing under her dress. Precaution for what-ifs that might come. Without wasting time, Selina turned and began the chase. Within Selina's residence, Diemsfell sat leisurely on the sofa. Amidst the howling storm of dark plague, he remained calm. Transparent strings rose from his limbs as it quickly disappeared. The next second, multiple vermin crawled out of the paleness of his skin. His whole body revealed multiple flesh tendrils, writhing and contorting in its wake. With a flick of his finger, flames engulfed him, leaving no traces of his presence. Selina returned her knife back to the gun holster, and replaced with her revolver. She forgot to cut the rockets that she had laid before to lessen the need for their timers. So by now, she had already lit the first rocket early. Chains erupted from the darkness, aiming for her almost immediately. But just before it reached her arms, the rocket's plume was about to meet the body. Selina quickly threw the rocket at the advancing darkness. The explosive, supposed to wait until it reached a height, launched towards the plague of bats. Bam! The alleyway lit with brilliant colors, flashing works purged the looming darkness. Amidst the cityscape, quiet and serene, burst forth a work full of light. Selina didn't reduce her pace, her eyes fixed at the path ahead. The plague of bats was reactive enough to outmaneuver the flashing lights. Some turned into humans, extended with large wings, while others remained as a swarm. 1, 2. Selina got a hold of another rocket and lit it again with a match. Another airy celebration exploded from a region of the city. By this time, multiple residents have already caught on with the subsequent fireworks, illuminating the sky in a bright and color show. One of the Rose School of Thought members that had turned back dashed to Selina, retracting his wings. Shackles shot from the darkness, surrounding Selina as she ran. At this moment, Selina turned her body, cocked the revolver, and pointed at the monster. The distance was close enough. Bang! Her bullet shot from the chamber, accelerated towards the winged human. From a split second, the man's fingers grew a dark blood, long nails, and tried to shield himself from the close-ranged bullet. But he failed to deflect. The bullet pierced his abdomen. Arg! The man let out a grunt as he attempted to retract him from the woman. But Selina didn't let him. She raised her revolver and with a turn, pulled the trigger. Bang. Her hand was shivering from the recoil. But the bullet missed the vampire. There are now 6 bullets left. Selina. Stop being careless. She screamed inwardly. But regardless, she noticed that the others were now wary of her. The fact that they can't harm her due to her significance and her resistance. The task had become much harder. At least it made a beneficial effect. Selina added. Realizing that they can't take her with saintly act, force will be added in the conclusion. Their nails grew to large claws made of darkness tinged with crimson. Multitude of colors bloomed on the sky. Rising bright horizons across the cityscape. Occasional, often, the intervals for the explosion are random yet they exude the reminiscence of childness and awe from every onlookers. It was beautiful, it was joyful, it was lethal. The disturbed civilians residing in their houses have each thought of the circus, while others thought of how generous it is for the people to suddenly raise a celebratory show. But it somehow failed to attract the officials. Bang. One of the vampires managed to close with Selina, but once again, she managed to react timely. Her hand holding both the revolver and the brown, small box clenched tightly as she reached for another match to lit the rocket. 1, 2. Bam. The alleyway experienced a burst of flickering lights. This subsequent action of Selina kept the advance of the monsters at bay. But from the shadows of her feet, a chain erupted in its wake. The cuff grabbed Selina, prompting her to fall. Ah. The distance between her and the flying humans aren't far from each. Selina grit her teeth, and pulled her knife, pointing it to her soft skin. She was attempting to skin herself. The cuffs made of darkness have already solidified, suggesting that the Beyonder who had summoned it lost their control over its state. At least, that's what she thought. But upon contacting the knife with her skin, she realized that she had reached the 15th rocket, placed beside a bin near from where she is. The rocket had a surface stained with dirt and rust, suggesting its hazardous state when in reality, a concealment in plain sight. Selina threw herself, landed on the ground, but her palm managed to reach the rocket. The vampires and the swarm of black plague was nearing. Her hand quickly took out a match, struck it with the box's lighter, and a plume lit from its tip. PSSST. The rope, which had been cut by Selina using the knife, have quickly dissipated. It led the fire into its body. Selina immediately threw the rocket. And from the close distance, the rocket burst into a stream of colors, surrounding lighted by the firework. Bam. This made Selina shield herself with an arm as she forced her body to move. Striding off once more. The looming monsters reacted timely and managed to evade the explosion, only experiencing a slight distortion from the light's lingering presence. As she ran with all her might. At a distance, she finally saw the paths branching off from the linear lane of Daffodil Street. She's now at the edge of the street. I'm almost there. Selina encouraged, her breath pacing with her heart. The race is almost over. She had them revealed, she had herself as a bait. With the layout imprinted into her like the back of her hands. Selina managed to quickly outmaneuver the opposing Beyonders with consistent shows of fireworks and decoyed gunshots as she cannot afford another waste of bullets. At this moment, she finally reached the red moonlight street. Now with only 4 more rockets hidden, referred by her as checkpoints. The dark plague of swarms and the Rose School of Thought members still continued their advances. Another vampire closed its distance from her. Once more Selina noticed the strong sound produced by their wings and turned her body. Bang. A bullet shot from Selina's revolver, hitting the vampire in the wings. But the damage recovered quickly as dark bats appeared to replace it. But for a split second, for Selina, this was enough. She managed to get a hold of the last third rocket, and with another gunshot, she lit the rope and pointed it to the Beyonder. PSSST. Bam. The rocket slipped and escaped her hand, burst forth onto the flying human, then a loud and bright flashes painted the alley with colors. This continued until a single rocket left. Selina used it once more and finally, she saw the St. Selina Cathedral. Its grand exterior that depicts the Gothic architecture of Earth exudes serene presence and tranquility upon its visitors. But on the entrance, the door meant to welcome the arriving believers was closed at the moment. Chapter 43, Uninvited. Selina ran and stopped before it. Thud. 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 She tried to knock aggressively on the door, hoping the priests would notice. However, there were no responses. Then, she suddenly recalled, tomorrow will be Sunday. Suggesting that civilians would increase due to weekend day-offs meant maintenance and cleanup for the cathedral. A variable she had failed to consider. Despair crept, as her mind raced. It was planned. Diemsfeld deliberately chose to take action this exact day for this. What should I do? The dark swarms was now gaining their distance to Selina, outside of the alleyway. Selina's hand clenched her revolver, now with only 2 rounds left. She grit her teeth. Will I go out like this? The next moment, she took out her knife and along with her revolver, rotated the chamber to an empty cartridge. Her checkpoints, the rockets, have already been depleted, ending at the path towards St. Selena Cathedral. Selena held her breath and again ran. This time, her initial plan had failed, but unlike earlier, she had already considered. Her mind raced as her eyes darted from building to building. None had their lights opened. It all felt deliberate, like fate was playing a mockery at Selena's futile struggles. Why are there no civilians awakened by the fireworks? Then, one of the Rose School of Thought members retracted his wings and launched himself towards Selena. His nails grew excessively, dark pale red loomed its surface. But being wary of their target's quick reaction, he remained at a fair distance. With no lights to indicate the monster from advancing, his claws managed to reach Selena. Splash! Crimson blood burst from the slash. But from a split second, Selena managed to react as she turned her body, loaded the gun, pulled. Click! The monster reacted almost immediately, pulling himself away from Selena. Only to realize that the shot was a decoy. Blood prickled from the cut woven by the Beyonder's claws. But it wasn't deep. Selena grew weak yet adrenaline suddenly surged within, trying to hold on. The Rose School of Thought members have extreme regeneration, bat wings, and swarms and capable of producing dark claws. She ran again, but each step's a chance to fall almost certainly. Selena herself was in disbelief, seeing how her body retained an intermediate wound from the Beyonder's claws, allowing her to hold on with the chase. But she couldn't afford to waste thinking about it. Her gaze constantly darted from building to building, trying to discern an official's department from residence. At that moment, she saw the street's name, being illuminated by a crimson glow. 36 Zutland Street. Selena dismissed the signage and continued the chase. Dark plagues and suspended members of the Rose School of Thought trailed on her wake. But upon reaching a distance, finally, she saw a building, open with lights. Selena didn't waste her time, she quickly proceeded on its direction, trying to discern if the establishment is an official's department. But upon arriving, the signage displayed states otherwise. Blackthorn Security Company. It's not a police officials, but rather, for commissioning tasks from the public. But it says security. Whether it is or not, security met safety from this desperate chase. The building can also act as a terrain, advantageous for her. Her task now was to escape, not to lead. After leisure rest from yesterday's tracking of Ray Bieber's body, Leonard Mitchell, an official Beyonder of the Nighthawks, in management of Dunn Smith, their captain, thought of the progression of their search for the Antigonus book was becoming smoother. Just as he was about to leave the lounge and head to the captain's office, Roseanne, the civilian receptionist, called him and said, "Mr. Mitchell, the takeouts are here." Leonard halted from standing, realizing that he hadn't eaten for dinner. He released his stance and slumped back to the sofa. After a moment, Roseanne entered with a bento box, made of cardboard processed for safety packaging. "You go ahead and eat first, I will go and call Mrs. Oriana, Madame Daly, and the others," Roseanne said before going back to the corridor. Leonard watched the receptionist leave the room, then took one of the stacked bento on the table. For him, he ordered roasted beef cut from the local restaurant, which was one of the foods he had grown accustomed to during nightly shifts. Just as he was about dine, a loud bang rang across the corridor, enough to reach the lounge. What? Leonard was startled. The sound came from the hall and to the front door, entrance of the building. Leonard immediately raised his guard as he readied his lines and revolver. He peeked through the lounge, and from there, he saw a beautiful silver-haired woman. Her hair was disheveled and her clothes that seems to be a white dress in a chaotic state of torn and stained. Blood damped the very fabric, inducing horror and alertness to the onlooker. She had a pair of gorgeous blue eyes, snow-like skin, and an air of refinement mixed with dread. The lady opened her mouth, glanced at Leonard with difficulty, and pleaded, "Help." At that moment, a premonition hit him. Leonard felt the looming danger from beyond the door, multiple of them suspended mid-air. He abandoned his food, ran towards the strange lady filled with bruises and dirt, then grabbed her arm and threw himself along with the lady away from the door. Bang! The door was immediately destroyed by a large claw, black tinged with dark red. At that moment, simultaneous steps rang from across the hall. Dunn Smith, Daly Simone, Klein Moretti, and the other Beyonders of the Nighthawks of each saw Leonard, grabbing the arm of a silver-haired lady as they were thrown from the entrance. "It's her!" Klein exclaimed. Before, when divining in the grey fog, he had pried into what is about to come. The woman, whom he had crossed paths, would arrive in the establishment he works, blood cascades from her silver hair. This alerted him, prompting him to make an excuse to report to his captain, which in turn filed a request for a sealed artifact that have arrived earlier from the other divisions and their aid in advance for preparation. Dunn Smith, in his black windbreaker, holds what seems to be an ornament. A plate engraved with the symbolic patterns of sun, bursting with rays and strange words petrified in a golden-brown luster. In his mind, he recited the confidential information about the sealed artifact shared by Borgia, one of the Nighthawks responsible for transporting sealed artifacts to Tingen. Sealed Artifact 2-124, the Sunbathed Template. Security classification, Bishop, Team Captain, or above. Sealing procedure, place the artifact in an area with constant sunlight while submerged in water. Practitioners are advised to wear gloves induced with spirituality to protect from its heat. Description: in the secluded area of the Mirminsk mountain lies an obelisk that worships the brilliance of the eternal sun. One mountaineer stumbled upon its engravings, and took out a template for further investigation. But upon contact, the template quickly engulfed the men with purifying light, thus creating a completely different person who knows nothing but to worship only the eternal sun. The template activates in response to desires, which in turn fuels the heat it induces upon contact. One member of the Nighthawk suspects that the men actually had the desire to sell the template to a black market, returning a much favorable income than researching its past. Upon complete inspection, the template is actually derived from an ancient small group that worships the eternal blazing sun, but unlike the others, this certain group was secluded, thus they didn't manage to come in contact with the church. Appendix: the artifact is suspected to have been created from the secluded group of individuals that have either subjected to its effects or have deliberately surrendered to the artifact. Its actual origins are unknown. With the artifact's confidentiality reviewed, Dunn held it, and chanted a prayer that connects to a divine being. Suddenly, light bloomed across the hall. Like the sun, purified the looming darkness and the red glowing eyes. The dark, swarms of bats melted, and the monsters were revealed. 8 of them had a crimson hue for an eye. Sharp, pointy ears. Skin as pale as snow that feels like it had no blood, and piercing fangs. During this, Dunn turned to Kenley White and said, "Send a telegram to the church, say that now is the time to deploy. Klein's divination is true." Kenley nodded and quickly left Dunn and the others. The purging light managed to dissipate the concealment, and with it, the monsters raised all of their right hands. From the crevices of the establishment, with its entrance now in ruins, black chains made of shadows erupted. Multiple of them each launched at them. Although her state is in peril, Selena managed to reach for a knife, and tried to block the chains. But the template, held by Dunn Smith, glowed again with purifying light, stopping the chains from advancing. Daly, on the other hand, murmured words unbeknownst to Selena. Then suddenly, the air around her and the others grew colder, the shadow around her staggered. At that moment, 3 of the suspended monsters halted. Their limbs became limp, and their movements rusty. Leonard, who was holding Selena's arm a while ago, stood from the floor and pointed his revolver. Moon rose for life, night roam through light. May the goddesses embrace, purge this darkly blight, and bring serenity from her might. Leonard recited a poem. 2 of the monsters grew paler, eyes unfocused and lids heavier. Bang. Bullet shot from his revolver, hitting the suspended monster, whose face was heavily concealed by a swarm of bats. But it failed to make a dent, as the monster dismissed it by its incredible regeneration ability. Leonard grit his teeth, looked at Selena with narrowed eyes and said, "Get behind me." By now, Dunn Smith had finished another charge of the ornament. Light bloomed across the hallway once more. "What are these creatures?" Leonard asked Selena with urgency. Selena tightened her hold of her dress. "I don't know. But so far, they've exhibited traits similar to vampires." Vampires. Leonard recalled the books pertaining on the old folk tales. One of it has creatures known as vampires who drinks blood or life essence of living beings. Their weakness. Leonard turned to Dunn Smith and the others. "Aim at their hearts." Klein raised his revolver, taken out from his gun holster, and shot 3 bullets. This was his first time with marksmanship. He knew himself to not waste any bullets, but so far the 2 had hit the intended targets, only with a slight inaccuracy from the heart. Then sunlight bloomed across the hallway once more. "Here, hold this." Dunn Smith turned to him and gave the template after using it for the last time. "Don't give them a chance to attack, you must already know the artifact's negative effects." Klein nodded, then sheathed his revolver. Dunn Smith took his out, then pointed at the monsters, suspended in midair. Bang. Following his lead, Sikatron, another silver-haired woman, Corpse Collector Fry, Larata, and Royale Radine have each took position and fired. Countless bullets resounded across the ruined hall, keeping the flying monsters at bay while preventing their assaults. During this, Leonard have successfully escorted Selena to the backlands. Placed the silver-haired lady to the floor before turning to glance at Klein. "Are the others safe?" he asked quickly. Klein kept his eyes toward Selena for a moment before retracting it and replying, "Yes, they're in the underground." Leonard nodded, looked at Selena, then instructed, "Stay here, you're heavily wounded. Even your back shows severe marks, how are you able to stay alive? Selena didn't reply, choosing to remain to let the Nighthawk officials focus on handling the battle as even herself doesn't know what to answer. Seeing her silence, Leonard didn't press, deciding to keep the matter for now until the battle is finished. With a barrage of bullets, the Nighthawks managed to establish a boundary. At this instance, Klein had mimicked Dunsmith in activating the template. A burst of brilliant light illuminated the hallway. This time, the monsters didn't act idly. With a sonorous flap of their dark wings tinged with faint red, the monsters accelerated their flight. 4 of them grew large shadowy nails, while the others turned into a swarm of bats. Daly chanted solemnly under breath once more. And apart from the swarms resembling plagues, 3 of the 4 vampires in flight halted. They felt their movements rigid, their heatless bodies colder, and eyes revealing dark colors. Using this opportunity, Daly raised her voice. Shoot, now. Her pact with the spirit capable of slight disorientation and rigidness could only last for less than 1 minute, 2 would make it lesser than half a minute, while 3 becomes the limit, only handling the rigidness for a maximum of 15 seconds, depending on the opponent's capabilities. Dunn and the others caught on to her notice and acted accordingly. The chambers of their revolvers lose another 4 rounds as cascades of bullets shot from the 4 members of the Nighthawks, hitting the suspended targets but still missing their delicate hearts. The bruise left by their attacks quickly dissipated as the 3 monsters' bodies regained their momentum. If this continues, we'll be depleted of ammo before we even defeated one of them. Klein muttered to himself, then thought of a way to deal damage to the flying foes. He suddenly realized why Leonard had instructed them to aim at their hearts, aligning with the concept of vampires. With this, again, he muttered to himself inwardly. A vampire's weakness is the heart, along with the sunlight. If we can't deal anything with just one, then... He immediately turned to their captain, Dunsmith, and yelled. Captain! Shoot them at their hearts once I activate the sunbathed template. Dunsmith didn't question Klein's plan. Instead, he aimed intently at the approaching vampire, waiting for a trigger. At that moment, light burst from Klein's palm, where the sunbathed template is held. This caused the closest vampire to Klein and Dunsmith to experience a severe burns. And by the time the sunlight began to dissipate, bang! A bullet shot out of Dunn's revolver, piercing the monster's chest and directly contacting the heart. The monster's body combusted into flames from the fading sunlight of the template, and without a functioning heart, his regeneration halted significantly, reducing the vampire into a transparent object that lasted for a split second. The scene shocked Klein and the rest. There were no bodies resulted from the aftermath, rather it disappeared as though it was just a wind, flying at an equidistant from their fallen ally. The rest of the vampires suddenly changed their behavior. Chapter 44, Checkers. After regaining her clarity, Selena immediately realized that the company she had thought to be just a regular commissioning establishment are actually capable of exhibiting beyond her powers ranging from an intense radiation of sunlight to mysterious abilities capable of slightly delaying the vampires. Isn't this supposed to be a commissioning company? Confusion rushed within Selena. Although shocked, she was grateful that it shifted her situation positively. One of the vampires disintegrated before her, resulting from Klein's use of what seems to be a plate and Dunsmith's precise gunshot. But instead of producing a body, the vampires being melted into ash that dropped a transparent wriggling object before disappearing immediately. What? Selena was in disbelief. The vampires that had been on her trail weren't real. Then suddenly, all of the vampires turned toward her, their eyes stared intently. Realizing the changes, Leonard quickly turned toward Dunsmith and raised his voice. Captain! They're heading for the lady. Dunn immediately knew what he was referring to. It was the silver-haired lady whose origin was unknown yet ended up in the front door of their establishment, covered in deep cuts and bruises. He quickly turned toward his teammates and ordered with a raised voice. Don't let them get near the woman. Then, the next second, he aimed and pointed at the 2 vampires in pursuit, in hopes that Klein already knew what actions to take. Sunlight bathed the entire edifice of the hall, engulfing both Klein, his teammates, and the vampires in a simulated broad day. Yet the vampires remained unharmed, or rather, came slightly scathed, concealed by their additional swarms acting as shades. The swarms of bats disintegrated along with the light. Bang! A gunshot rang from the corner. Leonard had been constantly shifting positions amidst the light. Although also blinded by it, the layout of the whole building have already been etched into his mind like the back of his palm, allowing him to move even if obscured. Splash! Blood splattered from the chest of one of the flying foes. Leonard's bullet had directly hit the heart. As the light gradually receded, the vampiric woman turned to dust, producing a transparent object that wriggled out of existence. Though he had managed to eliminate the pursuing vampire, the other still kept his momentum. The rest of the vampires grew in excessively long nails made of darkness. This vampires went in a separate directions, heading towards Sikatron and Fry. Sikatron kept her firing, but against the agility of the creature. she attempted to roll on the side for cover. But with a slash of its dark claws. Splash. Blood splattered from her shoulder, deep and severe. Sika's face contorted as she let out a painful cry. Ah. Her revolver was thrown to the side. Along with Sika, corpse collector Fry managed to evade, but his left arm experienced a deep cut, slightly revealing his white, milky bone. Seeing this, Dunn quickly depleted a few rounds of gunshots. Bang. Bang. Intending to either pierce the suspended vampires to their heart or fend them off from their wounded teammates. But his bullets failed to hit the moving targets. However, the next moment, 3 of them suddenly halted midair. Their body becoming much colder than before. Daly, standing at a distance from the weakened Selena, finished reciting another series of lines, spoken in strange language. After the attack on Sika, the vampire who have a long hair, dark crimson eyes, and pale face changed her trajectory. Now aiming for Leonard, whose attention focused on Selena. A premonition suddenly hit him once more. His head turned to where the vampiric woman was charging. Leonard quickly darted to the side and rolled midair, successfully evading the vampire with her dark claws. However, just as he was about to return the favor with another gunshot, chains erupted beneath the shadows, cuffing both of his ankles. In turn, each of his teammates were also caught by the solid dark cuffs. Then, another 2 chains once again shot forth for his hands. But at this moment, sunlight illuminated him and the others once more, melting the chains back into darkness. The woman who had attacked him shifted her target once more. The pattern was consistent, this made Leonard thought. They're trying to delay us. Urgency loomed his eyes as he turned to where Selena is. Only to see an empty area, littered with small debris. Selena's eyes widened, she couldn't let the vampire take a hold of her. Until now, the capability of this cult in achieving teleportation still haunts her. Against the wound she bears and the distortion of her sight. Selena threw her weakened body forward to where Sika Tron had lost her revolver. However, upon successful reach, her left ankle was suddenly caught by a hand. The vampire had a long and curly dark hair, blood-red eyes, and pale skin. Almost identical to George's undisguised form back in Milo. Held on her hand was a piece of torn garment. It had a specks of blue-tainted light surrounding the edge, while the center reveals nothing, akin to a blank canvas. Suddenly, the garment began to glow as multitudes of colors appeared to surround Selena and the vampire, painting the scenery in an abstract surrealism. At that moment, the two phased out of the establishment, leaving only a trail of blood on the floor. Daly staggered from her stance as she felt her spirituality beginning to wane. With a slight turn to the left, she saw Leonard, staring at the area of the corridor, covered in trails of blood. His eyes in great horror. This confused her for a moment. Before realizing that the young lady who had a silver hair, resting in that same spot that Leonard had placed her, suddenly vanished. By this logic, she quickly turned toward Dunn Smith and the others, who are now dealing with 6 flying creatures in comparison to the previous 7. With a slight delay from the spirits commanded by Daly Simone, Klein managed to imbue the sunbathed template safely, clearing his thoughts of any malicious desires in activation. This is because the artifact responds to the desires of wielders, adhering to the logic of good and evil accordingly. If good, then you're subjected into praising the eternal sun while holding, and when evil curses you into being a husk of a human, whose entire being is only dedicated to worshipping the sun. Sunlight engulfed the hallway once more. Taking this chance, once the light began to slowly fade, Dunn had already pointed at one of the vampires midair. Bang. The humanoid creature with dark hair and uneven features found itself with pierced in the chest. As the light dissipates, so does the humanoid creature, reducing into just an orb that wriggled before disappearing. There were now only 5 vampires left. However, at this point, the whole team are now in a dire state. Klein's spirituality have beginning to reach a boundary, settled for the use of the sunbathed template. He turned toward Sika, whose hand is trying to stop the bleeding from her shoulder with great difficulty. Walked up to her, lowered himself and said, "Your turn to use the sealed artifact 2 to 124. Sika faced him, glanced at the template held by his gloved hand and replied, "Then can I borrow your glove? Also help me stop the bleeding from Arg. From my shoulder." Klein nodded, dropped the template onto the floor, took his glove out of his hand along with his coat. "Here." He first handed the black glove before going to her side with the coat in hand. Sika then wore Klein's glove and reached for the sunbathed template. After getting her shoulder covered, she raised the template with her hand and prayed solemnly. The prayer specifically points to the eternal blazing Sunday. However, it doesn't need to receive response, as this prayer is the only way to activate the artifact without risking the side effects from using desires. Whether it would be good or evil, all have something to be subjected by the artifact. Bright flash casted a blinding light, engulfing the scene. Dunn managed to gain distance from the 2 vampires and fired off another bullet. Bang. Just before the light receded, the shot pierced the heart of another vampire, whose vision was heavily obscured by the sudden intense light. Lorata, whose goal was to stall until the captain and the others fire a clean shot, now noticed that the front line are slowly reducing. Thus, she changed her tactics. Now aiming for their heart, waiting until another light bathed the entire hall. Bang! Another flash tore through the darkness of the ruined corridor. It accompanied her bullet, which managed to pierce the heart of her target. Somewhere within a plane of painted colors. Selena raised the revolver, clenched tightly on her hand with great difficulty, and pointed it at the humanoid creature identical to Gorgia's form. Then her finger pulled the trigger, hitting directly at the vampire's heart. Bang! The vampire didn't manage to react in time, as her hand was holding Selena. Blood spilled from the vampire's heart. The next second, the two immediately phased into multiple colors, returning back into the overworld. Leonard was stunned. The lady resting just behind him had vanished along with the vampire charging toward her. How? Then, at that moment, light burst from the palm of his teammate, Sikatron, awakening him from his daze. The battle between him and his team was still ongoing. He couldn't afford to lose anyone all for the sake of a stranger. Thus, he propped himself from the floor and opened the chamber of his revolver. 6 demon-hunting bullets left. After checking the cartridge, he cocked the chamber back to the revolver, and dashed toward one of the vampires, charging at Sikatron. Bang! The bullet penetrated the monster's heart, but without the light to follow, the wound quickly healed as the bullet remained within the flesh. A blinding sun illuminated the entire hall once more. Bang! Dunn fired off another bullet, and accompanying it was a plague of bats. It failed to hit the vampire that had turned into dark swarms, charging to surround him. The swarm melted into the receding sun, revealing the vampire he had failed to eliminate. Bang! With the close distance, Dunn fired a clean shot at the heart, and along with it, the vampire's dark claws accelerated toward him. Dunn quickly sidestepped, barely evading the attack. Drip! However, the large claw still managed to reach his chest, leaving a large mark on his clothes and skin. The vampire melted into dust, similar to the previous ones. It produced a single transparent orb that wriggles in a blink of eye before disappearing. At that moment, darkness surged the entire edifice of the security company. Above was an airship, with a large mass of gas lifting the gondola under its flight. Multiple people wearing red gloves have all descended from its rope led by the gondola. One of the arriving red-gloved individuals was a man wearing a black windbreaker. With a very short golden brown hair, and blackish-green eyes. After looking straight ahead, the man turned to his side and said to one of his subordinates, "Use the sealed artifact 1 to 63. The Nighthawk nodded and crouched down, helped the other subordinate to untie the chain around the silver suitcase. Throughout the entire process, the man's muscles are very tense, as if in conflict with an internal force. The Nighthawk on the left took a deep breath and pressed down suddenly, causing the illusionary ripples on the surface of the silver box to crack. The surrounding halo suddenly disappeared as if it was completely sucked into the case. A bone sword, that was less than a meter long, emitted glossy, pure white light as it slowly floated up. Its blade had an ancient silver-coated mirror attached to it. The Nighthawk on the left took the mirror and pointed it at the brick-red building. The mirror glint with moonlight glow as it returned a gloomy and unrecognizable feeling of distorted building. However, its surface still displayed the very same establishment. "Let's enter." After grasping the short bone sword, the surrounding halo became eased. In the following second, the men with a golden brown proceeded to enter the building. In a secluded area of the lower street, far south of the West Borough, a silhouette of 2 women phased out of the strange world. Selena was thrown to the cold cobblestone floor. The vampire's chest quickly recovered. However, it doesn't seem to move, only staring at her, suspended mid-air, her wings remained stationed. She wasn't breathing, yet her pulse was still vibrating. "You're quite troublesome." A familiar voice suddenly echoed from a dark corner. Diemsfell, in his black coat and top hat, walked toward Selena with composure. "Sometimes I wonder how did I fall for such a woman," he mocked. "But later I realized it was because of your spirit." His smile widens. Selena looked at him with bloodshot eyes. "Stop with the vampires." She recalled how the Nighthawk members she came across suffered severe marks from the creature she was supposed to face. "I'll go. So order them to return." Selena forced her body to stand. She staggered, almost losing her stance and falling to the ground once more. What she thought was just an intermediate wound behind her had now worsened into a fatal mark. An ordinary person wouldn't able to stand at such a state. Her vision was becoming blurry, yet her breath was stable. Amused, Diemsfell toyed. "Of course, it wouldn't have led into this pointless charade if you had just agreed to return." 36 Zutland Street. In the building of the Blackthorn Security Company. The vampires, suspended in the air, suddenly began to wilt. Their skin showed countless writhing vermin that began to die and decompose into a pile while their insectal shape fade, reverting into just a regular flesh. Diemsfell flicked his finger and said, "There. I hope that satisfies you." Selina still maintained her glare as she replied, "No, I still need to see them." "Smart." Diemsfell commended, closing his distance from Selina. "You have my word, no one was killed." He added with a sinister smile, "How could I trust your psychopathic nature?" Selina muttered inwardly. Seeing the lady went silent with her face telling of someone unconvinced. Diemsfell turned to his side and faced the vampire who had dragged Selina into this secluded area. "Are you still doubting?" he asked. "You see why this woman isn't moving?" He flicked his finger. The woman's head began to lift, her eyes gaining fake luster. She faced Selina and smiled. Diemsfell and her both said in unison, "I hope this eases you." Chapter 45, Puppetry. The synchronized voice of both him and the woman engraved inexplicable horror deep within Selina's heart. It was like a movie, of someone being controlled like puppet of an unknown being. Seeing Selina's expression, Diemsfell widened his smile and said, "You know. It's actually true that one can't do a simultaneous task." He faced the vampire woman, whose visage is identical to the form of Gorgia after shedding her disguise. "But I guess it was good idea to give one of them an item for traveling." "Give?" Why is he referring to his subordinates like tools? Selina's fear continued to grow. Diemsfell took the garment from Vampire's hand, then added, "I would love to keep them that way as fellow members. Though it's a shame it would deprive of them of their bodies by the time I use them. However, they made a great performance earlier, right? They had you convinced." Diemsfell stored the tiered garment into his coat. "You mean that it results in them turning into those insects?" Selina felt an intense chill tread through her spine. The men glanced at Selina. Intrigued by her expression, he remarked, "I guess you figured it out." At that moment, the vampire's body began to wilt into strings that resembled insects that writhed for a while before gradually turning into a pile of ordinary flesh. "It's hard to see my fellows reducing one after another. But all for the sake of the Great Mother, right? After all, they've willingly submitted to me. So even your own members, huh?" Selina thought, slowly retracting her hands behind. She said monotonously, "You're talking too much just to earn my trust. Since you're going out of your way." While speaking, she began to move closer toward Diemsfell, hands still pressed behind her back. After reaching a certain distance from him, Selina smiled and said, "Let me return the favor." Her hand shot forward from her back, pointed the revolver at Diemsfell and immediately fired a bullet. Bang. Unlike what she had before, this bullet is made of no ordinary material. It was a demon-hunting bullet used by the officials she had encountered, effective for dealing with non-human creatures. Due to the close fire, Diemsfell could only half turn his body from the coming bullet, successfully evading her attack. Then, a swarm of illusory dark bats joined together to form two velvet wings behind him. With a sonorous flap, Diemsfell raised the other and slammed toward Selina. Her body was thrown to the side, rolled onto the cobblestone floor until she reached a wall. The weakened Selina suffered an internal bleeding which prompted her to cough blood. Still trying to get revenge? Diemsfell mocked, letting his wings disperse into swarms of bats to corner the surrounding buildings. Selina didn't respond, only pointing the revolver toward the gentleman, whose form is slowly approaching her. "Your efforts are futile." Diemsfell sighed. Bang. Another bullet shot forth from her revolver. However, it was deflected by the storming illusory bats. Bang. 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 In a desperate attempt, Selin fired a barrage of bullets toward him, hoping for at least one of them managed to land a hit. However, the bats swarming around the area were much faster. Each of her bullets would instead hit a flying shadow, acting as Diemsfell's defense while proceeding toward her. Seeing that Diemsfell is almost at within her close range, she forcibly stood from her place, held the revolver with two hands and fired 3 additional bullets. Bang. 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 Yet her attacks remained ineffective against the waves of illusory bats. In one last attempt, Selina threw the revolver to the side, reached for the knife sheath to her crudely made gun holster and forced herself to stand. Giving up. Diemsfell halted when he finally reached Selina at an arm's length. "No." Selina raised the knife with both of her hands and pounced toward Diemsfell. At this moment, she had already figured the conclusion of her fate. She's already driven into a corner, all she could do now was to at least dealt a damage toward the monster, responsible for the Milo disaster one last time. This is beginning to grow dull. Diemsfell furrowed his brows. His face suddenly shifted. His eyes grew redder, and as if his whole personality have changed, dark shadows began to coalesce into his nails, forming a black claw tinged with crimson. Emotions surged within him, hatred and annoyance, it was enhanced to the extreme. Without a thought, he abandoned the need to keep Selena alive as his claw shot forward. The 5 dark shadow nails pierced Selena's abdomen. Splash! Blood gushed from her back, forming a river that dripped onto the cold stone floor. Selena's eyes froze. She slowly lowered her head to see the long dark claws skewed her insides. Darkness consumed the sides of her vision, her sight losing its clarity. She saw Diemsfell, revealing a wide, peculiar smile appearing ever so victorious. Dread, hatred, despair. With a last breath, she ultimately closed her eyes, and the knife fall right from her delicate hands. At that moment, Selena died. 36 Zutland Street, Blackthorn Security Company. After seeing the enemy suddenly disintegrated into dusts without any proper reason, Klein and the rest was left shocked by the conclusion of the fight. The foes committed suicide on their accord. Dunsmith furrowed his brows and turned toward Klein, whose face is also filled with puzzlement. Are everyone safe? Hearing his captain's word, Klein snapped from his daze and replied. Yes, they're in the underground. Fry, Sika, and Larata are here as well, and they only received severe wound. Dunsmith breathed a sigh of relief. Good. He then shifted his gaze toward the poet, Leonard, and asked. Did you manage to protect the strange lady? Leonard walked toward him and replied. No. She vanished along with one of the vampires. Vanished. Dunn echoed the word in puzzlement before facing Klein. Can you divine where she is? I would need a medium for that, Captain. Klein replied with honest. Leonard then pointed at the area where he had left Selena. A blood damped the floor in a trail manner. Do you think you can use that? Klein glanced at where he is pointing and said. That can do. As he began to inspect the blood on the floor, multiple people in black suits and red gloves entered from across the ruined entrance. Only now did the team realize that the deployment forces have arrived to assist. The men with the golden brown, short hair, holding a sword walked up to Dunsmith and asked. What happened? Dunn shifted his attention to the men, briefed him of the events that had occurred, leading to their current state. During their conversation, Klein had already divined Selena's location using dowsing. His cane, acting as the compass, turned toward southwest, indicating that the two hadn't been gone too far off the city. Realizing this, Klein turned to Dunsmith and said. Captain. The divination was complete. Dunn nodded and faced the men, holding a short sword. This means they're still in the city. Please assist us until we located the strange woman. The men nodded and ordered his subordinates to board the airship. Dunn then returned to Klein and said. We'll still be needing your help. After seeing Klein agree, he shifted his gaze to Leonard and Daly. Miss Daly and Mr. Mitchell, please handle the matters in the company, tend Sika and Fry from their wound as well. Thank you for your efforts. Daly gave a look of displeasure before shrugging it by saying. Leaving us with work again even after this. Her body staggered for a bit, before Leonard quickly came to support her. That's our captain, who else can it be? The corner of Klein's mouth twitched hearing this, but regardless, he turned to follow the people, wearing red gloves. Dunn sighed and said. I hope you have a good rest. Just before he could turn around, he halted and added. I forgot. He returned back to his teammates and approached Sikatron, holding the sunbathed template. We will still be needing the sealed artifact if anything occurs. Sika nodded and gave the sealed artifact to her captain. They watched their captain turned back and headed toward the exit laid in ruins. Hopefully, Captain's memory loss won't act again or the airship won't be able to proceed. Klein watched with a playful concern. However, at that moment, Dunsmith halted in his tracks again and exclaimed. Ah. There's more. Diemsfell's eyes turned bloodshot. His emotions was enhanced to an extent, preventing him from forming any thoughts. By the time he regained clarity, he saw Selena's lifeless body, forming a puddle of blood beneath him. The lady's body was losing its luster, growing paler by the second. His sinister smile slowly faded, yet felt no remorse. Instead, he sighed heavily and muttered. A shame I couldn't retrieve you alive. But your spirit seems enough to nurture the child of God. He pulled out a white handkerchief from his coat and added. Rest well, my dear Selena. At that moment, the world that had gone slightly darker than before began to collapse like an illusory globe. The surrounding rippled in a scenery of tranquil water until it began to dissolve into darkness. Then, he woke up. Bang. A gunshot rang across the secluded area, surrounded by multiple dilapidated buildings. The sudden resounding shot of a gun reached the sleeping tenants, prompting them to turn their lights. However, none of them seemed to dare to unlatch their windows. Selena, standing behind Diemsfell, whose form suddenly drooped onto his knees and had lost consciousness. Now fired for execution, carrying the cries and pain of the previous Selina and the horrible fate the residents of Milo had fallen into. The bullet tore through the man's skin, directly hitting the heart. Blood bloomed from his front, forming a river of crimson cascading down to the floor. "This is for Selina," she screamed. "This is for the people of Milo. This is for every sins you have committed." Bang. 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 Drops of water began to form from her eyes, it traveled to her chin, then fell, finally meeting the cold ground. Selina kept her anger, she had let the former's emotions that had been welling up within to consume her. However, amidst the series of gunshots, Diemsfeld's eyes still managed to open. He lowered his head and saw the river of blood flowing from his body. His mind raced, puzzling how can Selina manage to pull him into a dream. But seeing his curtains beginning to draw, his head subconsciously turned. From there, his eyes reflected the teary-eyed Selina, gripping her revolver for dear life. Pointed right to his head. His pupils dilated. Bang. Diemsfeld's body swayed before collapsing to the ground. Thud. "How?" He spoke, his voice waning as he gradually found it difficult to stay awake. With confusion, he lifted the edges of his mouth, curling them up. His vision fleeted. The regeneration brought about by his potion failed due to the excessive amount of bullets embedded within his heart, accompanied by the damage in his head. It was already certain death is by his door. His body then remained, unlike the previous vampires who would disintegrate once killed, remained intact. That was the last demon-hunting bullet she had, the last desperate instrument in an attempt for vengeance. Selina knew that no matter where she will go, if the same place and the body's previous owner still haunts her, she won't be able to move forward and return to her true home. Realizing her state before and how she always considered her own death, she couldn't help but gave a self-deprecating chuckle as she murmured softly under her breath. Just like an apothecary. To be able to cure others, you have to cure yourself. At that moment, under the pallid glow of the crimson moon, Selina felt a significant portion of an illusory liquid being dissolved within her body. The airship finally arrived in the area where Klein's cane had led them. It was located near 23 Cortlandt Street, far south of Westboro. At the scene, they saw only the silver-haired lady, laid unconscious on the cold cobblestone floor with an empty revolver in hand and a lifeless body of another person beside her with a black coat, dark hair, and a somewhat Southernian origin. The scene had no traces of an intense battle, only a bizarre situation where the men had let the woman empty the cartridge of her revolver in his heart and one to his head. During this inspection, at a distance, seated at the very top of one of the low-rise, dilapidated building, was a small creature with a densely furred, plump body, 2 soft ears and a long tail. Silently watching the airship and officials entering the area. It stayed there for a while until it somewhat ensured that the officials have safely tended and retrieved the unconscious Selina, before turning around and disappearing into the night. Chapter 46, Anew. In 20 Sailor Street, Port Catalina, Haldian Province. Northwest coast of Star Highlands in southern continent. Isabel Letitia, with her brown, smooth-curled hair, was holding stacks of paper documents, books, articles, and records, all wrapped tightly in her arms. She stood in front of a wide, 3-story building, adorned with cobblestone wall that took inspiration to an Empire era, with a multifaceted roof, chimney that stood erect and windows in a Gothic design. A signage was posted over its entrance, etched in the vernacular of the Balam Empire, the Southernian Highlander. It reads, Establishment of the White Rose Corporation. Isabel took a deep breath and entered. Inside, she saw a rather normal lounge, furnished with flower ornaments, piano, sofas, and occasional pictures on the walls. It had one corridor from the left of the entrance and a stairway leading to the second floor. "You must be Isabel Letitia, right?" A woman not far from her age walked down the upper floor of the stairway. She wore a plain magenta, corset dress, with a black hair styled in a cascading braid. "Madame Claire notified me of you." "Oh. Is that?" Her eyes glint upon seeing the stacks of records being cradled by Isabel. "Those are historical records that can be dated back from early 5th epoch, right?" The lady hastened her pace, descending the stairs. When she arrived below, she immediately walked toward Isabel. Upon seeing Isabel up close, her eyes glistened as she asked, "Are you also a historian?" This startled Isabel, tightening both her arms and holding her documents that she had diligently amassed amidst being a member of a cult. With a frail voice, she nodded and said, "Why, yes. I wanted to learn the true history of the world." The lady held her breath in high spirit, then released it before revealing a smile and greeted. "My name is Camille. Camille Drunce, a fellow historian under Madame Claire. Let me introduce you into the club." Camille was about to grab Isabel's arm with hers when she suddenly realized that the lady has her hands full. With a sheepish smile she said, "Let me help you with that." Isabel tightened her cradle of her documents. This action subconsciously implies she doesn't want to. Oh. Camille was slightly taken aback. Then follow me instead, oh, and watch your steps. Her voice still carried a polite smile, hoping for this lady to get well acquainted. Camille gestured for the left hall and said, "This way, Ms. Letitia." Isabel nodded and followed the enthusiastic girl. As they walked, Camille slowed her pace to match Isabel, arrived parallel to her and asked, "Did you know that Emperor Roselle actually had an additional 22 tarot cards?" This startled the very wary Isabel but nodded nonetheless, saying, I know." Camille's eyes lit up. "Wait, really? Most of the incoming members don't know this." "Oh, and you know why it separates them from an original deck of divining cards?" Her accumulated knowledge stroked a desire to inquire, hoping the lady would know the answer. "Is it because they hold mysterious secrets?" Isabel restrained herself as telling more could potentially incite suspicions. "Yes." Camille exclaimed in excitement. "Madame Praille and I are researching about them. Did you know? Those cards actually have mysterious powers that prevents anyone from finding them, even the 7 Orthodox churches." "How mystical." Isabel murmured to herself inwardly. Without a thought, she blurted, "How far have you guys gone?" Camille was caught unexpectedly from the lady's sudden inquiry. She replied in a way that seems identical to a fellow groupmate discussion. Well, so far, Madame Praille had disclosed only those common descriptions. However, when referring to their whereabouts, Camille's face began to cast down. "We haven't actually gone anywhere." The two ladies turned through the corridor, walked a few more before arriving at an area adorned with a large blackboard, common in university classes. There were people scattered across the wide room. 3 of which were browsing the bookshelves, 5 were discussing on the sofas, farther left from the entrance, and 2 more working on documents over the desk area. Multiple shelves were arranged across the room that housed books ranging from geography, archaeology, historical and more. On the center was a wide table dressed with a designed rug atop with a fruit bowl for aesthetic. Across the table, beside a rather large fireplace, was 2 display cases, featuring a compass and a note-bound, thin book inside another. Camille led Isabel to one of the cases atop of a carved placeholder, displaying a bounded thin book. She then turned her head and said, "This is our accumulated notes of Emperor Roselle Gustave's notebook. There are quite many." Isabel commended inwardly. "This actually came from a certain subgroup of our fellow historians who came from Intis." Camille added with a hint of confidence. "These notes scribbles gibberish words, but in actuality, presents a language. This is because of the way certain characters were reused, forming a valid system such as sentences." Isabel knew this beforehand. Her grandfather had already disclosed this knowledge in a scatter, rendering her from truly comprehending the background of the notes. Moving on to the next glass case. It displays a rather normal compass, having a coordinal system with a pointer that directs using the electromagnetic force of nature. A prototype of this were introduced by Roselle Gustave, the emperor who pioneered the industrial steam revolution. The compass had an iron casing as base, and inside was an additional, miniature pointer that overlaps with the cardinal pointer, directing independently. Camille gestured and said, "This is called the last compass. We don't know why it was referred that way by the seller, but our members suspect that it came from an island far inside Fog Sea." Isabel strained to get a closer look, her eyes glistens as she inspects the seemingly ancient object. Camille sighed wearily and added, "But it's only just an unsupported claim. The only reason we brought it here for display is because of its ancient air that sparks historian vibe to the visitors." She emphasized the word historian with sarcasm. "Last compass." Isabel couldn't help but echo the word in her mind. Do you think it actually connects to something?" Camille turned to Isabel with a look of intrigue and said, Perhaps." She gave a sly smile and added, "Considering its antiquity, it might belong to an ancient sailor or someone clearly makes distant voyages across the seas. Do you want to conduct study about it?" With her interest piqued, Isabel, the very curious lady of old antiques, gave a subconscious hasty nod at Camille. "Haha, well, that would require us clearance from Madame Claire. Speaking of, I'm also very interested in how strange it was designed, especially that unnecessary miniature pointer by its upper left." Camille turned to around from Isabel and continued, "Let's go and get you a membership. Madame Praille should be expecting you at the supervisor's office." Isabel adjusted the cradle of her documents and nodded before following Camille. Inside of an apartment, lower street of East Borough, Backlund. A secret beyonder gathering was held, even in broad daylight. Dylan, clad in a very concealing garment, walked past the congestion and toward the blackboard. From their multiple ingredients, material, mystical items, and weapons were either put on sale or raised for demand. Dylan, beneath his robe, browsed the list of materials, hovering at each one by one. Sweat glands of a mountain gale, silk gland of a black widow spider, orange-spotted beast's tendon. Then, his gaze halted at an ingredient, peel-up blue raven's pair of eyes, 2 in stock. Dylan looked at its price and sighed inwardly. £100. He instinctively recalled how his savings for the main ingredients all went to a believer's request from the evil child of God. Without anything to trade, Dylan chose to stay off from the trading board. Other than searching for a specific main ingredient, his motive also includes the meetup of a certain official as an informant. This was their form of connection. By joining a secret gathering unnoticed whenever a Backlund Times daily was posted. Proceeding in a free exchange phase. Many of the cloaked individuals involved moved to their respective circles, while Dylan approached one, standing at the corner. You're more suspicious here than sitting at the gathering. Dylan furrowed his brows. Beneath the cloak, a voice of a woman spoke. Anything you can share. She's most certainly referring to the Rose School of Thought's activities. The woman clad in a heavy concealing garment was but 3 inches shorter than Dylan, peeking a golden hair strands underneath the hood. This was his officer for the day, as his original contractor for informing cult activities had left for Operation Intingen. Due to his connections, he entrusted another person who he deemed to be trustworthy, though she might be of a little brainless. When things starts escalating, one can put their faith in her. Although for Dylan, this was the complete opposite. He cannot trust a complete stranger out of connection. So? The woman asked once more, growing more weary of the men in front of her. Dylan could only sigh and hope that his previous contractor won't let him down. After all, he'll need his help in purchasing main ingredients for his next sequence. Monday. Phillips Medical Health Company, 10 Zutland Street, Golden Indus region. Selena's eyes fluttered open. Recovering from her stupor, she saw a room furnished with multiple beds beside her. A chandelier dangling above the ceiling and veil windows casting a picturesque glow over the site. Where is this place? Selena tried to lift herself, but failed due to her lack of strength. However, afterwards, she felt soft waves of cloth embracing her delicately. The air felt soothing, added with a hint of herbal fragrances. Confused, Selena thought to herself. Am I in a hospital? Her eyes lit up. Did I finally wake up from the world? Excitement rushed through her as she attempted to stand again. Only to be eclipsed by a sudden, intense pain. Ack! The sensation gripped from her back. This incited the memories of the chase, her encounter with the Nighthawks, and her revenge against Diemsfell. Right. I was in a confrontation with Diemsfell. Selena began recalling how Diemsfell suddenly lose consciousness in front of her after she had drawn her revolver. The moment her and the vampire flickered out of the strange world, whether it was intentional or not, they arrived at a secluded place where Diemsfell is at conveniently. I asked him to withdraw his forces in exchange that I will follow him. Selena felt a chill run down her spine the moment she mentioned follow. Of course I don't intend to do it. It was to limit the casualties before I. She paused. Her slowly gaze cast down and her eyes gradually became vacant. Before I end myself. Moments later, Selena suddenly gave a self-deprecating smile and said. Maybe I've already gone mad by thinking of this even before the battle started. Alright, enough about that. Afterwards, Diemsfell lost conscious on the spot, suddenly kneeled down before me. His eyes at that time were closed. Of course I had to be wary of it, but when I saw him at that state, I couldn't contain my emotions, resulting in me emptying the revolver in his heart. And in the next second that I killed him, the vampire also melted into a pile. Selena subconsciously turned her head. But how did Diemsfell even fell asleep mid-fight? In silence, she gazed at the chiming grand clock, placed near the center in the wall. The short hand points slightly right at the top while the long hand directs opposite of it, indicating the time. 2:59, I wonder how long have I been confined here? At that moment, a crimson tide of light suddenly engulfed Selena's view, rendering the woman disoriented for a bit. In the next second, dense fog obscured the entire place, dark and gloomy before it slowly recedes. Selena found herself seated before a mottled bronze table, 2 more were occupied either beside her and across. Seated at the head of the table was a man clad in what seems to be a gentleman's attire, being heavily concealed by the dense fog. The Tarot Club gathering had arrived. Miss Justice, Audrey, with her long golden hair, was the first to stand before Selena and Alger. She looked at the men seated at the seat of honor with high spirit and greeted politely. Good afternoon, Mr. Fool. Chapter 47, Second Slate. In the magnificent palace, housing a long mottled bronze table. Seated on its occupancy. The Fool gave a faint smile at Audrey, saying in a welcoming voice. Congratulations, Miss Justice, you are now a Beyonder. He can tell. Selena controlled her thoughts. Realizing that she had been pulled into the grey fog again. She silently reviewed. There's a gathering today. Tarot gatherings happen in Mondays at 3 in the afternoon. At that time it was Saturday. Wait, had I been confined in the hospital for a day straight? She exclaimed, haunted by the time wasted during her recovery. Audrey nodded. Thank you, Mr. Fool. Thank you, Mr. Hangman. That was faster than I had expected. Alger said honestly. The fool didn't press on with the topic as he assumed a habitual position, close to his glabella, and smiled faintly. Ladies, sir, have any of you found a note of Roselle's diary? Selina could only hold her palm tightly as she hadn't been able to search due to her days of paranoia. She could only sigh and promised herself. This week, I will get at least 2 notes, if this is what Mr. Fool needs. Across the mottled bronze table, Alger, who had been anticipating this time's gathering, had glued his narrowed eyes over the silver-haired lady. His mind unknown. Although she had already expecting this, Audrey didn't initiate it like in the past. Instead, she widened her crystalline eyes and glanced at either Miss Lovers or Mr. Hangman with scrutinous attitude. After a few moments of silence, seeing that neither of the two had anything to disclose, Selina sighed and said honestly, I didn't manage to get any of the late Emperor's diaries, my apologies, Mr. Fool. Alger, noticing the tidbit, asked Selina with wariness. Strange considering your capabilities, Miss Lovers. Mr. Hangman. You're tensed. What seems to be bothering you? Audrey immediately caught on to Alger's actions using her abilities as a spectator. Selina held herself from blurting. She contemplated for a moment, before deciding to disclose her next course of action. This is because I'm moving to Backlund soon. I failed to find any of Roselle's notes, and maybe once I'm in the capital city of Hope will I be able to effectively search for them. The fool remained silent, listening with utmost attentiveness. I see. Alger, seeing that Selina truly doesn't have anything to share, turned to the fool and said, I found 2 pages of the Emperor Roselle's diary and have memorized their contents. Because of the sudden shift, Audrey was slightly delayed in saying, I have 1 page. Very well. The fool maintained an enigmatic air at the trio. Should we express them now? Audrey inquired with a calm tone. Yes. As he finished his word, pieces of yellowish-brown goatskin parchment and dark red fountain pens appeared in front of Audrey and Alger. The 2 of them picked up their pens and started to recall the symbols they had seen. They also infused the emotions of expressing them out. Silently, lines of text appeared on the goatskin. Some of them appeared proper, some delicate, others slanted. In a mere minute, the contents that Alger and Audrey had forcibly memorized were all written. Seeing this, Selina couldn't help but feel a high dose of curiosity at what contents do the diaries holds. Will it be from my native language? Or will it be from something else? Ah. Hopefully it's not, as that would only isolate myself from my transmigrator senior. The fool willed the 3 pieces of parchments into his hands. At this point, the 2 members along with Selina showed indifference by the revelation, agreeing that it is actually fitting and just for an enigmatic person to be the only being to decipher Emperor Roselle's diary. Selina watched silently, hands compressed together beneath the table and onto her lap. After a few seconds, a sense of time hit her, passing an idle watch would waste it. Realizing this, she began thinking to herself. Once I actually arrived in Backlund, what should I do next? Selina retracted her gaze from Mr. Fool and onto the edge of the bronze table, falling distantly. Well, I can use the pounds in account to purchase a property, effectively masking taxes that accompanies my spending. Properties, funds, and charities are required to build a foundation for joining the high circles. I should also make liquid money, not necessarily an income but value in the form of appreciated properties such as stocks. Let's focus on building relationships once we have liquidity, but before that, after arriving in Backlund, my first task is to find a place to stay, then form connections along the way. Connections. Yes, it will naturally form once I've integrated in Backlund. Hee hee. I always wanted to build charities before. I even pressed my boss to raise funds for these programs as it would help lessen poverty and inclination. Just as Selina's train of thoughts continues, the fool suddenly withdrew the notes down, revealed a faint smile at the trio before saying, My apologies. Audrey calmed the envy in her heart and smiled faintly. I can understand. I hope to one day be able to exchange information about the diary's contents. That will require a price. The fool smiled and glanced at Justice, then swept his gaze towards the silent lovers and Hangman. Audrey put her palms together and placed them in front of her. Mr. Fool, Mr. Hangman, Miss Lovers, I have 3 questions to ask. If you think that the answers warrant a high price, tell me what you want, I will try my best to seek it. No problem, Alger answered succinctly. Audrey thought for a few seconds and said, the first question is, what does acting really mean? I realize that the remnant psyche in the potion has minute effects on me. Is that because I've been acting as a spectator all this while? Selina and Alger didn't respond. Although she had experienced a bizarre sensation of a liquid within her after her confrontation with Diemsfell, Selina was still eluded by its mystery. Acting. Before, when I realized that a skilled apothecary need to care for themselves before others, it seemed to have significantly soothed my spirit, like aligning with the profession's essence. She muttered to herself inwardly. The fool wrapped the edge of his armrest and said in a relaxed tone. Let me explain this with an analogy. Imagine the core powers of your potion as a tightly guarded castle. The remnants of the psyche that can cause a lashback resides within that castle. Our goal is to get rid of it and become the true master of the castle. Get rid of the remnant psyche. Selina echoed the tidbit deeply. Does that mean there are past users of those powers? The fool continued. There are two ways we can do that. The first is to forcefully invade the castle. There is no guarantee that this will work, and you will most definitely injure yourself unless you can suppress it with absolute power. But of course, we are not equipped to do that. The second way is to get the owner of the castle to extend an invitation. This invitation can allow us to slide through the scrutiny of the guards and infiltrate the castle. We can then easily finish off the enemies. But the problem lies in the fact that this invitation specifies the facial features and characteristics of the guest. Thus, we have to disguise ourselves and act as the guest, do you understand? Alger immediately asked, as if he had anticipated this reply, then the aforementioned invitation is the name of the potion sequence. Correct. The fool affirmed Alger's brief addition. Audrey froze for a moment, having the sudden feeling that she completely understood what acting meant. She immediately exited her spectator state due to her excitement. She praised in joy, what an exceptional method, I think it fits your title. Its style is very compatible with the fool. I would never have believed that acting would have such an effect. Luckily, I have been acting as a spectator the past few days. So that's what it truly meant by acting. Remnants. Selina felt her curiosity bloom at the word. Well, as for me, I'm not neglecting my acts these past days, it even accelerated a bit when I executed Diemsfell. Then, a thought suddenly surfaced within her. During her breaks, she would watch shows in the comfort of her phone. One interview of behind the scenes covers a celebrity's acting style. The celebrity disclosed her way of delivery, vocal adjustments, facial expressions, and the feeling she exudes during the act, including her principles. Principles. Every excellent actors have principles they have to adhere to create an outstanding performance. Selina pondered. If that's the case, then establishing principles is my key to quickly digest my potion and advance to the next sequence. As Selina immersed herself in silence, she didn't notice that Audrey had already began talking. I think that this is a very valuable answer, my heart is not at ease accepting it for nothing. Mr. Fool, what do you need in exchange? Of course, I still remember that I owe you a page of Emperor Roselle's diary. The fool paused for a moment before saying, more pages of Roselle's diary, or... After a second, he added, anything regarding the Antigonus family, even if I'm already aware of them myself. Alger remained silent for a few seconds. He looked at the top of the long bronze table for a moment before slowly opening his mouth. Mr. Fool. I believe I can pay you back immediately with the information you requested just now. The fool nodded briefly and said. No problem. Alger deliberated over his words and said, the Antigonus is an ancient family. Their history can be traced back to the Cataclysm epoch before the fourth epoch and is related to the second blasphemy slate. Blasphemy slate. Could he be referring to those stones Moses had in the Bible? Selina tried to reference. However, she ended up shaking her head afterwards. No, what am I saying? She sighed and added. I guess this is that homesick people refer to. Then, moments later, Selina recalled the first mention of the blasphemy slate by Audrey and Alger during their discussion of tarot cards. According to what the Hanged Men and Justice have said previously, the blasphemy slate contained the profound mysteries of the 22 paths of the divine. There are 2 more of such items. Although illiterate in the field of in-depth history, Selina was still well informed of the necessary knowledge pertaining the cause and the rise of this world's society. However, in all books she had been taught, none had any reference for such mystical objects. They are called blasphemous, but why? Is it because it holds the 22 paths of the divine? Divine. Selina paused for a moment, before adding. A path that leads to divinity, becoming a god. Is that why it's blasphemous? Then, immediately afterwards, she shook her head vigorously in an attempt to drive the thoughts away. That's too disrespectful. A normal being becoming a god. Then wouldn't that make this world much more chaotic? At that moment, she recalled the Milo incident, the cult, Diemsfell, and the Beyonders. She couldn't help but tighten her grip of her dress before turning toward the fool, seated at the head of the bronze table with vacant eyes. A second blasphemy slate. Audrey plainly revealed her ignorance on the matter. Before she calmed her emotions, she returned to her spectator state. Alger stole a glance at the fool and noticed that his posture remained the same, nor did he make a sound. Hence, he thought and answered, the first blasphemy slate appeared in the Dark Epoch, which is the second epoch where we humans struggled to survive under the protection of gods. The second blasphemy slate appeared at the end of the third epoch. It could even be said that its appearance symbolized the end of the Cataclysm epoch. Was the blasphemy slate that Emperor Roselle saw the first or the second? Audrey asked curiously. Selina snapped from her stupor as after hearing Audrey's inquiry had she recalled Alger's description about potion names during the first gathering. He once disclosed that sequence names were derived from the blasphemy slate. Then Alger simply replied, the second one. The glint in Audrey's eyes diminished and she returned to her spectator state. She did not continue asking questions, instead, all she did was focus her gaze on the hanged man. It was obvious that her scrutiny made Alger uncomfortable, but he suppressed the emotions within him. He lowered his voice and continued, during the Solomon dynasty in the fourth epoch, although the Antigonus family was considered an illustrious part of the aristocracy, they didn't do anything very memorable until they supported the establishment of the Tudor Empire. They then stood right in the middle of the stage of northern continent. In that period, Antigonus, Ammon, Abraham, Jacob, and others were illustrious names of the human kingdom. However, after the War of the Four Sovereigns, the Blood Emperor from the Tudor Empire perished. They fell from the top of their pedestal and are now haunted by the seven gods. I am not sure about the actual process, but I do know that the Antigonus family was destroyed at the hands of the Church of the Evernight Goddess. Mr. Fool, if you'd like to know more, I am afraid that you can only obtain the information from the Church of the Evernight Goddess or from the few ancient secret organizations. You know which few I am referring to. The fool simply replied. All right. Afterwards, Alger added with the last bit of information. I similarly have no idea which sequence pathways the Antigonus family held. There are only two adjectives that appear repetitively in the descriptions of the Antigonus family, and those are strange and terrifying. Selina clearly knew the War of the Four Emperors, mentioned by her educators when she was an adolescent. It was a confrontation between the Night Emperor, Blood Emperor, Black Emperor, and finally an unknown emperor of the southern continent. The family names also rang a bell in her passage of memories. The Ammon family were rather conservative as their members rarely got documented, though prominent ones exhibit traits of bizarre personalities and a love for crystalline monocles that sets them apart from the rest. While the Abraham who were once complete, fell into divergence in matters unknown. Regarding the Antigonus family, there were no records or rather the name clicked into Selina like a foreign well. Antigonus, strange and terrifying. Chapter 48, his title. Very well, I am satisfied with the payment. The fool replied in a pleased tone. It's my pleasure. Alger did not say anything else. Audrey glanced at Selina. With anticipation, she asked. Miss Lovers. Excuse my probing, but have you finally discovered a lead to the subsequent sequence of the spectator potion? Selina shook her head. I haven't yet. That's one of the reasons why I'm moving to Backlund. Alger noticed this and deliberated his words. I'll answer the question for free because I led you on this pathway. The subsequent sequence for spectator is sequence 8 telepathic. The ancient name of sequence 7 is psyche analyst but is called psychiatrist now. This is what I found out from a member of the psychology alchemists. I think they should have quite a number of potion formulas for this pathway. Hearing this, Selina instinctively furrowed her brows. Her mouth twitched. You could have said so sooner. All of that. For a wild goose chase. Alger glanced at Selina. A sense of superiority rose within him. Do you know the whereabouts of that particular psychology alchemist member? Asked Audrey as her eyes beamed with joy. Be it telepathic or psychiatrist, both names appealed to her aesthetics. Alger gave a rare laugh. I do. He's immersed in the seas around Sonia Island. I sank him with my own hands. If you would like to look for the psychology alchemists, I have to apologize since I severed the clues. He was not worried that justice would find his identity through his description because he did that on his own, out of the public eye. Sank. Audrey was at a loss how to reply or what expression to wear. Seeing as she was about to raise another question. Selina coughed lightly and said. Well. Since the matter about the subsequent name of the spectator potion had been provided. My department hadn't been paid because of this. Miss Justice, do you wish for anything else? Selina tried to keep her composure. In her image that is slowly crumbling in her mind. Audrey recalled her unrewarded effort during the lover's escape. With the hanged man providing it instead, she thought for a moment before settling. Well, I don't have anything to wish for at the moment. I know. I wish for a lead about the psychological alchemist. Selina could only give a heavy sigh as she nodded. Very well. I'll try my best. Hopefully this won't distort my image to Mr. Fool. After that, Audrey drew a deep breath and proceeded with her question. She asked bashfully, okay, the third question. If, and I'm saying if, a normal animal were to drink a sequence 9 potion, what would happen? Selena was left speechless. What? Reviewing their past 2 gatherings. She was already certain that Miss Justice isn't exactly the most practical person in the room. But with her question, words failed even the understanding Selena. The hanged man, Alger, was obviously dumbfounded as well. He took a while to reply. Normal animals do not have the brains of humans. They wouldn't be able to learn cogitation in a timely manner. Therefore, it would most likely lead to immediate death or a breakdown into a monster. However, if they survived the initial ingestion of the potion, they should become an extraordinary creature. If the potion has the ability to enhance their intelligence, they can even become smarter. All right. Audrey breathed out a silent sigh and nodded while saying with a relaxed tone, I have no other questions. Alger considered for a moment and did not mention matters regarding the Aurora Order or the listener. Similarly, he shook his head and said, nor do I. Selena thought of her confrontation with Diemsfell. However, upon deliberation, she chose to remain silent. The fool shifted his posture subtly and rapped the edge of his armrest. This immediately caught the trio's attention. He then said unhurriedly, this will require your cooperation. Selena suddenly tensed. Just as she was about to inquire what it is, the fool added, don't worry. It's trivial. If it succeeds, it will be beneficial to you, so I wouldn't be paying extra remuneration. Go ahead. Audrey instinctively entered the spectator state, but she couldn't see through the thick gray fog engulfing the fool. All right. Selena eased herself. Her word was accompanied by Alger's, agreeing for the trivial matter. The fool subtly smiled as he said, previously, I said that we would do some experiments to enable you to ask for a leave of absence. That way, you do not have to worry if you have to be somewhere inappropriate on a Monday afternoon. That's our wish. Audrey loosened her tightly knitted eyebrows. Alger thought and said, what do you need us to do? You could try a piece of ritualistic magic during your free time. It need not be too formal. As long as you are in an environment that won't be disturbed. Put 4 brand new candles on an altar, placed on 4 corners respectively. It's best if they are candles with a sandalwood scent. Put a loaf of white bread near the candle on the top left corner, a bowl of Phanepotter noodles near the candle on the top right corner, paella by the candle on the bottom left corner, and a desi pie by the candle on the bottom right corner. Use a silver knife to make a sealed spiritual environment. This was the first time Selena had heard about ritualistic magic. With a deep sense of curiosity, she almost blurted out what ritualistic magics are when the fool laxed his body back to the seat. Wait. I can't let them know I'm foreign in such field. It's so hard to construct an image for when I ask Mr. Fool to become one of his blessed. Selena tried her best to stay composed. She believed that without the gray fog concealing them, her face would have betrayed her. Mix moon flowers, gold mint, slumber flowers, fingered citron, and rock rose together, then distill it. Extract it for its essential oil, then pour a drop onto each candle. Audrey listened with piqued interest as she recorded all that the fool said. When he was done, she asked, what about the incantation? Mr. Fool, what's the corresponding incantation? The fool tapped the edge of the long table with his finger lightly and said calmly and monotonously in an encrypt language, asterisk 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 asterisk. W what? Selena couldn't hide her illiteracy anymore. However, she still kept herself from asking. She muttered to herself. Earlier, I was talking about how Miss Justice isn't the most practical in the room when even I myself couldn't be farther from being classified to it. Audrey Hall recited the 3 descriptions to herself silently. The similar language was still used, preventing Selena from actually understanding the 3 lines of sentences. Although clearly frustrated, she felt bitter of her situation, choosing to remain silent and settle to herself. All I can do now is to memorize their pronunciation and adapt them into words. This must be Hermes, I presume. Well. The whole Milo disaster can now be put aside. My next course is to learn these mysticism languages in a span of a week. Hopefully. After echoing Mr. Fool's words. As an aficionado of mysticism, Audrey had learned Hermes that was used in rituals and had tested out the rituals that fellow noble aficionados mentioned in private gatherings before she was pulled into the grey fog or made formal contact with beyonder powers. None of those rituals had any effects, but they had given Audrey a basic understanding of the structure of incantations. Thus, she knew clearly what these 3 incantations described and signified. The descriptions usually described one of the 7 gods that looked over this world. Thus, the fool's incantation was claiming status equal to the Lady of Crimson, Mother of the Secrets, and the Empress of Disaster and Horror. Is Mr. Fool the unknown, mysterious, powerful, godlike entity that Glaint spoke of. The source of danger that we must avoid in rituals. Audrey quickly recalled the comments made during the strange rituals which she and her friends did not dare attempt back then. She was momentarily at a loss for words. Alger Wilson, who knew and understood much more than Audrey, shivered from the bottom of his heart. If the ritualistic magic which Mr. Fool designed truly points to him to allow him to accept our requests, we would have to be addressing him with him. He is to be addressed in the third person, which is reserved for gods. How lucky, how smart I was to act in concert with him and not do anything foolish. Even when I was testing him, I did not step beyond the boundaries of normalcy. Could he perhaps be an ancient, mysterious, horrifying existence, only that he does not appear before us in his true form and name? The primordial demoness, the hidden sage, or the true creator which many mysterious churches believe in? Alger understood that the fool he was looking at now might not be his true form. He might not even have a gender or be a humanoid creature. The fool propped his forehead up with one hand and tapped on the table with the other hand. He continued. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Selina fell into an internal crisis. Everything the fool had said are in the form of language she's foreign of. As if a tear is forming on her concealed face. Selina brooded. There's so much pronunciation I had to memorize. The fool then swept his gaze onto the trio and asked. Ladies, sir, have you memorized it? No. Selina simply screamed inwardly. Ah. Audrey exhaled. She quickly covered her mouth and recalled seriously. With her improved memory as a spectator, she quickly processed the information and repeated the incantations as a form of confirmation. Alger acted more normally. His pen did not stop for a moment, no matter what he was thinking about. After confirming that Audrey was correct, Mr. Fool smiled and said, if this test is successful, then we shall modify the ritual next time to achieve what we want to do. Selina, felt casted out of the topic, could only watch as her situation becoming more precarious. The fool added with anticipation. I hope that you will have the time to complete the ritual no later than Wednesday. By this moment, hearing the sentence, no later than Wednesday, Selina almost forfeited her desired image and outright reveal her ignorance. Just as she was about to raise this question, with thorough consideration, Audrey suddenly fixed her posture. Along with Alger, they both collected themselves. The delayed Selina didn't realize the hint for a moment. But when she did, she immediately straightened herself, abandoning her earlier decision in a vex. Regardless, she assumed politeness. In unified voice, the trio echoed. By your will. 3 days should be enough for me to decipher the pronunciation. Right. Secure a mentor, learn about mysticism, and finally conduct the ritual. Selina tried her best to console herself. According to the hanged man's suggestion last week, we shall have a time for casual conversation after all official issues have been discussed. Who shall begin? The fool gave a hand gesture signaling for someone to start. Audrey sighed and said, Mr. Fool, the suggestion you made regarding the exam selection and the separation between civil and political matters has received the approval of many members of Parliament. Perhaps it could become a reality. Of course, with the efficiency of this government, the bill will only appear half a year from now at the earliest. She was not worried that the hanged men would track her down using this piece of information. She had intentionally and intermittently dropped hints and guided those proud wives to think that they had conceived the idea. Those ladies had rushed to tell their husbands, their fathers, and their brothers. At that moment Audrey felt as though she was watching a flock of golden peacocks showcasing their tail feathers. She believed that those women would drill it in themselves that they came up with the idea to claim the glory for themselves. They would soon forget about what Audrey's role in the matter was, fighting among themselves to see who thought of the suggestion first. Using this remarkable way to change the system of a kingdom gave Audrey a weird sense of satisfaction, as if she had found a way for a spectator to influence the plot of a play. Let's hope so, Alger replied sarcastically. Alger paused for a few seconds, then glanced at the fool. He deliberated before saying, in recent decades, the amount of activities of the various secret organizations has seen an upward trend. In fact, there are even new secret organizations appearing, some of them having reached scale with a good number of beyonders. The fool merely smiled without commenting on the hanged man's news. He changed the subject and said vaguely, an ancient power is about to wake from its slumber. Is that so? Alger muttered softly to himself, as though he recalled something. Seeing that they are now in the free exchange segment. Only now did Selina address her trade for the spectator potion. Mr. Hangman, did you finally receive the pounds I have sent? Alger simply replied. Yes, it's the right amount. Pleasure doing business with you. So it went well. Selina was half expecting this. She revealed a faint smile beneath the grey fog and said. To you as well. The mottled bronze table went silent afterwards. Seeing this, the fool calmly declared. If there is nothing else to share, then let's end today's gathering here. By your will. The trio stood in unison. Chapter 49, Figuring Things Out. Crimson tide rippled in front of Selina. It engulfed her by the second, before receding afterwards. At this moment, she found herself back in the hospital, now being tended by a female volunteer. Seeing the beautiful lady waking up, the volunteer quickly retracted from the bed and said, "Oh. Why, you're finally awake." Selina turned to glance at the woman, clad in a plain white garment and blue loose pants. Her hand was holding a damp towel, presumably used to clean her. In a frantic, the woman stuttered, "I'll go get Mr. Mitchell. He's currently the official tasked to monitor you. I'll take my leave." Mitchell. Who is he? Moments later, a young police inspector walked from one of the entrances. He had a medium long hair and green pupils, a fine man that had a poet's romantic temperament. He walked toward Selina, who was nestled on bed, and asked with a smile, "How are you feeling?" Selina's guard slowly rise from his presence. "You look tensed," the man said, fixing his posture. "My name is Leonard Mitchell of the Ottawa County Police Department, pleasure to meet you." Seeing this, she hesitated for a moment. Ensuring to herself that it's all right, she replied, "Selina Roy. A pleasure as well." Leonard gave a soft smile, to somewhat lessen the lady's wariness. "The department would like to ask a few questions from you after you've fully recovered. For now, let me brief you and confirm whether the documents are true." He then took a seat on the bed, left of Selina. After deliberating his words, he asked, "You're Selina Roy from Constant City in Mid-Seashire County, correct? I guess this is a first-hand interview to prepare me for the actual one." Selina thought to herself before simply replying, "Yes." Leonard continued, "You've moved here in Tingen City because of family matters. Wait. Was that my background?" Selina paused for a moment, before responding hurriedly, "Yes." Leonard quickly caught on to her expression. Regardless, he maintained his facial for the next question. "There were no traces or evidences in your document. May I ask bluntly, how did you manage to get associated with such creatures?" At this moment, he closed his posture toward Selina, intending to limit their conversation from leaking out. The mandated punishers must be going in circles now after this. Selina mused inwardly, then replied, "That can be detailed once the interrogation arrives." She hoped that the mandated punishers would take notice of this, as her fake identity came directly from the diocese, stated in the letter. Leonard didn't press further. Instead, he propped himself from the bed and said, "All right, that will be all for now. Rest well." Selina subconsciously knitted her brows. Watching the men with a poet demeanor walked out of the room. Will the mandated punishers really attend to my interrogation? She sighed. Seeing the room's quiet atmosphere, bathed in golden glow, it gave her the mood to review the recent tarot club gathering. "I only have a minimum of 2 days until I attempt Mr. Fool's given ritual. I also need to give a lead to the whereabouts of the psychological alchemists. If this request from Miss Justice solve itself again, it would really damage my image. But do I even have an image in the first place?" She recalled her escape and the eventual discovery of the tarot club that Miss Lovers and her as the sole survivor, the vessel, are one. This, added with her first failed task, meant she's the member who is both resourceful because of her allies and ill-informed. There's also my departure for Backlund. Selina fought the urge to knit her hair in frustration. This is basically the same back in Earth. Well, at least now I can properly schedule my sleep. She raised her eyes and gazed blankly at the ceiling. The second slate. The meaning of acting. The ancient families dating back from the Fourth Epoch. The War of the Four Emperors. And Mr. Fool's honorific name. In her mind, she rehearsed the first 3 lines that Mr. Fool had disclosed, as it was the only sentences that seemed to weight more than the subsequent prayer. Selina reminded herself, "Let's write those 3 lines once I've recovered." A day later, Selina finally managed to regain her strength, recovering from the severe large claw marks from her back. "It was faster than I had expected," Selina muttered. Clad in a plain, white corset dress, provided by the officials, she walked out of the bathroom and headed down the first floor. From there, she saw multiple seats arranged by the side, being occupied by people with conditions, intending to get treated. She proceeded towards the counter and said to the lady, "My name's Selina Roy from room 002. Since I've finally recovered from these 3 days, I would like to request my itemized bill. I can just visit the local bank first for a deposit. Maybe they accept insurance? If there are any." The receptionist looked toward Selina. Upon hearing her name, she quickly took out a receipt from the drawers and said, "Miss Roy, your medicals have been fully paid beforehand." "What?" Selina asked. "Can I know the person who paid?" The lady took one last look at the receipt and replied, "By the Ottawa Police Department. Mr. Mitchell mentioned this as his workplace." Selina paused before saying, "Then I'll take my leave now." Upon exiting the establishment, she was met with a trackless carriage, seemingly awaiting for her arrival. Behind its glassless window was a man with a receding hairline. He had a stern and refined features with a deep set of black eyes. Seated next to him was Leonard, with his poet-like demeanor. Expecting her dismissal from the healthcare facility, Selina quickly understood what is happening and proceeded along with their will as any actions could be used against her. Inside of the carriage, she occupied the seat facing the two officers. They began to pace as the coachman tugged the lead connecting to the horses. During the time she spent in the travel, Selina quickly recognized the man beside Leonard. He had an aquiline nose, light brown hair, appearing to be in his 30s with sharp gray eyes that felt like a serene lake under the moonlight, secluded by the forest. This gentleman must be their captain. Selina took note of this as she recalled how the men had authority over Leonard and the others during the battle with the vampires. Seeing the lady's eyes glued to him, the men promptly greeted and introduced. "My name is Dunn Smith, captain of the 7th Unit, Special Operations Department of the Ottawa County Police Agencies." Selina smiled and returned. "Selina Roy." Dunn nodded briefly before saying, "We have already been informed about your background from other agencies under the jurisdiction of the Church of Storms. However, what we require now is further confirmation and information about your identity from the local Church of Storms that had provided your background. This will need you to be present as well during the meeting." He added, "Afterwards, you will be free to go." Of course, by what he means as free is actually the unconsented monitoring of her daily actions and behaviors by the officials. Selina knew this but remained silent. The carriage drove past the streets and finally halting at 36 Sutland Street. After alighting, Selina saw a building with its front entrance laid in ruins and are now undergoing reconstruction. "Is this the Blackthorn Security Company?" "It's almost unrecognizable. You're quite the painter for making this art," Leonard praised with light sarcasm as he walked past Selina. Dunn Smith was the next to leave the carriage. He stopped beside Selina and said, "If it wasn't for Klein, preparations wouldn't be made and the worst outcome might even become the result." Klein. Selina ruminated over the name for a moment. "Let's head to the underground," Dunn ordered. She stayed silent as the two officers accompanied her along the corridor, passing the lounge and reception area and finally arriving at a trapdoor. Leonard pulled open the wooden panes and said, "Watch your step." After arriving below, they were met with another passageway that connects to an inner area. Upon arriving at the hall, Selina saw a grand gate, carved with 7 sacred emblems. It stood there, heavy, cold and domineering. "Don't get close to it, Ms. Roy, follow us," Leonard advised with a smile before proceeding with his captain. Selina nodded and adhered to his word. Curiosity can kill a cat after all. Soon, they arrived inside of another room. By the opposite of the door was a desk. Its interior wasn't too grand, just enough to exude formality to others. "This must be Mr. Smith's office," Selina murmured to herself. Dunn walked over to the desk and took out a paper slip from one of the drawers below. After scribbling a few texts in Loanese, he handed the note to Leonard and said, "Here, tell old Neil that we'll be needing the alchemy room." "Old Neil? Wait. He works with the officials as well." Selina couldn't hide her shock from forming. Seeing the lady's sudden expression after Leonard exited the room, Dunn simply said, "Old Neil already disclosed that you two had met already. It's in the Evil Dragon's bar, correct?" "Oh." Selina nodded in confirmation. "He told me about why you're there and your traits during his acquaintance with you. Needless to say, you're a person clearly rooted from an aristocratic family." "Was it really that obvious?" Selina mused to herself. Dunn took his seat and gestured for the nearby chair. "Ms. Roy, please take a seat." Selina occupied the chair, turned to Dunn Smith, her nerves becoming tense by the second. At that moment, as if the environment became gloomy, the wall lamp suddenly lessened its illumination, allowing the darkness to advance. She felt her consciousness drifted for a moment, like a wind. Dunn fixed his posture and asked, "Who are you? What are your connections with the creatures that chased you?" So blunt. Selina was caught by surprise. She'd expect for the interview to start off with trivial question, then working their way up to the essential matters. But instead, this procedure was thrown into the saying of wasting time. "Don't you feel skeptical about what I might answer? How are you so certain that I will tell the truth?" At that moment, she realized something from herself. "But, will I be able to hide it?" The lady in question was, after all, a terrible liar. "Okay, this is like with the Heath family. I should just use what I have at the moment to construct a believable excuse." Selina organized her thought and deliberated her words, saying, "I am Selina Roy, from Mid-Seashire County, Constant City." "Ah." She paused for a moment, with an expression seemingly in contemplation. "An ally of mine was associated with those monsters. I was only caught in the crossfire. This ally refers only to herself as Ms. Lovers. Dunn kept his quiet demeanor, his thoughts a mystery. By the next 3 seconds, he added with another question. Who is this ally of yours? Selina tried her best to compose herself as she replied. She had already left Tingen. Give me a name. How did the two of you met? Dunn pressed. How? Did we met? Her thoughts raced to piece a convincing reply, and after a few seconds, answered deliberately. In Mid-Seashire County. And her name? She paused once more. The image of her identity document swept through her mind. Ah, right. Angel. That's right, Angel. She exclaimed as if finally figuring out something. After hearing this, Dunn fell silent for a moment. Seeing Dunn immersed in thoughts, she teased herself. What will Ms. Lovers tell to Selina after hearing this? Angel. How did the two of you ended up here? Selina recalled the document once more. Family matters. Dunn narrowed his eyes at her response. Clearly unconvinced by the answer. A few more questions arrived to confront Selina. And each time, she used the identity document forged by the Church of Storms. After all, it already had necessary regulations etched on it. By the time Dunn had reached a dead end, he sighed and pressed on his temple, massaging it. Please, bought my excuses. Selina prayed dearly from the bottom of her heart. If she associated with officials any more than this, it would make her attempt at joining the high circles much more difficult. After a while, Dunn looked at Selina and said with a stern voice. All right, that will be all. He bought it. Good job, me. Selina fought the urge to express as she praised herself inwardly. The room that was dimmed more than before suddenly opened a few cracks. This startled Selina. Her instinct was to immediately stood from her seat and look at the calm Dunn. Her vision shattered like a glass of globe before suddenly, she found herself waking up from her chair. Dunn was now scribbling a few texts on the paper that previously wasn't there before. Seeing this, Selina's face became paler as her expression turned frantic. Dunn glanced at her with a serene face of indifference and said, Head to the alchemy room. Mr. Moretti should be waiting outside to guide you. Chapter 50, Returning Basis. Upon realizing that she had been asleep the entire interrogation, Selina stood frozen before Dunn, who was seated behind his desk. How? During her exchange, Dunn Smith was entirely normal, with the capability and awareness to talk and converse. Is this a power of a beyonder from another pathway? Selina subconsciously blurted the suspected cause inwardly. Which pathway did it belong? What will happen if it was used in a fight? Suddenly, she recalled how Diemsfell had lose consciousness mid-fight. Could it be that Mr. Dunn was the one who helped me during that time? It's a possibility. However, given that they've traveled a distance, even arriving at a secluded area, whether it was deliberate or not, Dunn Smith wouldn't able to cover it at such a short time. Perhaps another beyonder in the area. One with abilities similar to Mr. Smith's pathway. Dunn raised his head from the paper, looking entirely mundane. He smiled. Selina joints shivered upon seeing this. She quickly turned around and faced the door. Her impression of the captain spiraled. It was too counterintuitive. Her hand quickly pulled the handle, and left the room. Seeing the lady's figure gets closed from the door, Dunn retracted his attention to the paper slip. He believed that the lady's nerves were getting tensed. So to help her ease, he thought of an only way to placate her without being too awkward. But from her expression, the effects sidestepped from intended result. Dunn sighed and resumed regardless. In front of the office. From the rustled footsteps and the doors clapped shut. Klein, in his waistcoat and black trouser, draped with the same colored coat, saw a beautiful lady with white hair briskly walked out of the room and closed the entrance. Their two eyes met. It was familiar, as if they had met before. Selina and Klein went silent. His head lowered to face hers. Hi. Selina said faintly. Hi. Klein returned with awkwardness. Wait. What am I doing? Selina snapped from her daze and quickly assumed her usual poise. My name is Selina Roy. You must be Mr. Moretti. A pleasure to meet you. She revealed an impeccable, courteous, soft smile. With his hand pressed on his abdomen, Klein bent his body slightly and replied. Klein Moretti, pleased to meet you as well. Klein. He must be the gentleman that have saved the whole company. Selina recalled Dunn's words before they entered. Klein resumed his initial position and said. The alchemy room is this way, I will accompany you. The gentleman led Selina to a secret door after passing the Chinese gate. It was nailed with steel plate over its surface, being illuminated by the gentle flames of the elegant gas lamps attached to the walls. When he opened it, it revealed a classical room furnished with shelves that either held vials or small crates filled with materials. A long table in the room had been moved aside to open up a large space in the center. There was also a medium-sized blackboard with written words hanging to a wall. The language felt like it invoked the inherent nature with its letters. Selina, though illiterate, could recognize the letters without comprehension. An exemplary image to warn Selina by her mother. This are Hermes. Her heart palpitate with shock and delight. So it's mandatory to learn these language when becoming a beyonder. Shifting her gaze, only now did she notice that the room currently had a visitor, who is seated on a high-backed chair, facing another. With a short golden brown hair. The man's gaze somewhat exudes tranquility and unease toward the onlooker. The collars of his shirt and windbreaker were put up, and his entire chin was hidden within the shadows. Klein looked at Selina and said politely, "Ms. Roy, the Church of Evernight Goddess would like to make a simple test. Rest assured, it's safe. I will be right outside." Selina watched as Klein closed the door as he exited, leaving her with the men with an air of mystique. This must be a deacon. The act felt like it will be an examination on whether I'm safe or not. Hopefully they won't find anything related to Milo from me. The man casted his gaze to her. Eyes glimmer in a gentle darkness. "My name is Christette Sesamir, a believer of the Evernight Goddess." Just like the gentleman had said, "Please remain calm." Calm. I'm very much calm right now. Selina was betrayed by her increasing tension. "Sit over here." Christette gestured for the high-backed chair to his front. Selina nodded and proceeded with the instruction. By the side of his leg was a suitcase made of silver. It was about the size of a violin case. "Seems like an appropriate size to hold a sword," Selina commented inwardly. Christette repositioned his body and watched Selina intently. Selina felt the room became ominous. The light casted by the plume flickered and vanished. The rich darkness consumed the surroundings and surged towards Selina. Her eyes wavered, drooping ever so slightly as if time had struck her exact biological clock. However, tension took over her mind as her hand clenched her dress tightly. It was like a midnight insomnia, locking her from rest. The silence became apparent in this peaceful night, as Selina heard a soft drop of a running faucet that wasn't closed properly. Distant echoes of conversation from civilians dining in their homes, and brisk steps of small animals creeping in the corners. Besides that, there were no additional images, voices, or ravings that came after. "Interesting," Christette simply said. The light from the gas lamps rekindled with illumination, dispersing the surging darkness that had filled the room earlier. Selina's nerves eased for exactly 2 seconds before Christette reached for something. He took out a silver pocket watch from the inner pocket of his black windbreaker and flipped it open. Then, he attentively watched the second hand move. Seeing that it had reached a certain segment, he returned the watch back and said, "I will now proceed to the next." Selina fixed her pose from the chair, eyes attentive to what's about to happen. She expected to be similar to the previous one, only with a more inducing to finally reveal her secrets. However, what happened were bizarre to her surprise. Christette began humming her a melodic tune. Reining. Renning. Selina's auditory senses raved in a chaotic, static noise akin to a TV. It was annoying, it was deafening, and most importantly it revoked her mind from forming any thoughts. But for Selina, experienced with the occasional mild to moderate ravings from the dream world, immediately regained her foothold. The ravings weren't prominent, each visit is deafening but reducible through forming thoughts, that is why whenever she acts normally in the dream world, her mind is already shifted into other matters. However, seeing that this is an examination, it would raise suspicion of her quick recovery, which is why her face contorts at exact moments. It was unknown when Christette Sesamir had stopped singing. The noises in the alchemy room disappeared and the room was awash with tranquility and silence. Christette remained silent for a while, looking intently at Selina before saying, "You're free to go. Return to this division's office to retrieve your belongings. Of course, if you ever had the desire to block my mouth, this is relatively normal." He added, his emotion concealed by his collar. Resting on the chair for a bit as the examination took a toll on her, Selina rose from her seat and said, "That would be unnecessary. I hope I'm not guilty of anything." Christette picked up his violin case and rose as well. "That will be determined later. Tomorrow, return for the results." He then drew a counterclockwise symbol over his chest, a prayer gesture of the Evernight Church. Selina nodded and mirrored his action as she leveraged her distance to be the first to exit. Seeing Klein patiently waiting by the door, Selina gave a light cough and said, "Could you please guide me back to Mr. Smith's office?" Klein faced Selina, caught by a few moments before replying, "That won't be a problem." The two returned to the cross-junction, past the Cheney's gate before arriving back at Dunn Smith's office. The door creaked open once again, and a beautiful silver-haired lady peeked first before entering. Dunn noticed this and raised his head from the document and took out a paper slip from the inner pocket of his windbreaker. "Here," he said in a gentle tone. In contrast to this, Selina couldn't brush the uneasiness of Dunn's out-of-picture smile earlier in her first visit. If I'm reading this correctly, Mr. Smith might have saw me tensed and because of that, smiled to placate me. Selina did her best to maintain her expression from twitching. She mused inwardly. That's considerate, if the atmosphere wasn't too mysterious. Selina took the paper slip and heard Dunn add, "The revolver was confiscated because you're unlicensed. Rest assured it will be kept here." "Right. Then what can I use to defend myself now?" She sighed. Dunn stopped for a moment, upon gathering his thoughts, resumed. "Give the paper slip to Roseanne, the receptionist. She should be at the surface." Selina casted her gaze to her hand. The paper slip had only the captain's signature, nothing else. After nodding briefly, she was about to exit the room before a voice tinged with recollection stopped her on the entrance. "Wait!" Dunn exclaimed. Selina turned her head, a spike of familiarity hit her. He resumed. "Ms. Roy, please return by tomorrow afternoon. Mr. Casimir already reminded me, but thank you regardless." Selina smiled slightly and nodded. Then suddenly, she humored herself, "Even if I didn't, unseen forces such as your dream pulling would compel me regardless." She turned so as to prepare to leave when suddenly, Dunn's voice rang out once more. "Ah. One last thing." At this point, Selina was having major thoughts about her impression of Dunn Smith. "A case dementia is at hand. Once you leave, tell Mr. Moretti to call Leonard Mitchell over to my office," Dunn said in a casual manner. Selina could only nod regardless of Dunn's constant abruption. After shifting herself to face outside, she turned her gaze slightly back to ensure that Dunn won't be adding any more recollection. Seeing that Dunn had returned to his paperwork, Selina heaved a sigh and exited the room. Klein, in his waistcoat, saw Selina walked out, holding a paper slip by her right hand. The silver-haired woman raised her head to face him and said, "Mr. Smith told me that when you see Mr. Mitchell, tell him to come to his office." Klein's eyes reflected the lady, then nodded. "All right, then let's head back to the surface." The two proceeded to cross the conjunction, laden with elegant lamps that served illumination onto the path. While they walked, Selina had an urge to probe the silent Klein about the condition of their teammates. However, she held back. The official seemed rather at peace with his steps, prompting Selina to dismiss the thought. Klein, with his eyes straight ahead, kept an air akin to an official would. The examination went smoothly and Captain didn't test her further. "I should ask him about this later," he muttered inwardly to himself. Soon, they reached the winding stairs and arrived at the building's hallway. Klein led Selina to the receptionist, Roseanne. She received her belongings consisting only of clothes folded in a paper bag. "So they have confiscated the knife and matches as well." A light breath escaped her lips. Retracting her gaze from the paper bag, Selina thanked the receptionist and the officer, leaving the building afterwards. She gestured for a trackless carriage to halt by the porch. Along the way, her gaze remained vacant, staring blankly at the passing buildings. Upon arriving at Daffodil Street, she took a few pence from her wallet, then took the liberty of strolling across the street. It was different. Apart from the familiar structure of the terrace houses, Selina felt varied emotions welling within her. Was that the end of it? Can I now redirect my attention to pursuing a way back home? Her hand subconsciously rose to touch her sun hat, only to realize that she didn't wear it during the confrontation. A sense of wilting shackles suddenly rose and slowly bloomed in her heart. Chapter 51, Lady Sun Hat. There was a cold breeze that swept across her skin upon arriving at her porch. It gave Selina a hint of relief before reaching the doorknob. When she opened, the familiar carpeted short hall greeted her. Occasional objects littered on the floor, possibly caused by her clumsiness during that night. Selina took her time tidying the corridor before arriving at the living area. The room remained the same, only blanketed with light powder dust on a few furniture. I wonder how Heath family are doing. I hope they're not startled during that time. Selina felt a pang of guilt grip her chest. Let's visit them later. After cleaning the place and disposing the carcass of the firework she had used, she left the living room and went to the kitchen. She planned to make a simple dish as she hadn't had breakfast when she was dismissed. Upon rummaging the cabinets, only now did she realize that she hadn't actually did any shopping throughout the week. Although exhausted, Selina forced herself with a sigh. She took her sun hat from upstairs. She pressed her inner pocket from her dress and afterwards patted her thigh. There was no revolver strapped to it. I guess it's true what they say. Do it anxiously multiple times and it becomes a habit. She mused to herself silently with a faint smile. Without anything to defend her. She decided to wear another piece of clothing, a way to conceal from the public as well as become inconspicuous during her trip. A half coat to cover her, tying her hair in a braided bun fashion in the next. Only now did she have the confidence to exit the house. However, while in the porch, Martha Heath, strolling with her daughter while pushing a pram, spotted Selina by a few distance from her residence. "Big sis." Odell, holding her mother's skirt, called with excitement. Seeing Selina in her usual dress, topped with a vibrant, mocha-shade sun hat, she thought that the lady looked as lovely as ever. Martha didn't paste. Instead, she took the liberty to smile toward her as she reached a fair distance to converse. Odell waved at Selina with enthusiasm while shifting her hold onto Martha's hand, followed by a peculiar gleam from children alike. Only now did Martha ask with a worried look. "Where have you been last weekend?" Selina was prepared for this, so she returned with the same gentle voice. "Don't worry, Mrs. Heath. She paused for a moment, her gaze drifted from Martha then returned. "Was confined in the hospital. You know, back pain." Martha revealed a look of unsold expression. Clearly she wasn't convinced. "You've been up to something these past days, dear. Perhaps working on inventing something new." She tried to ease the tension with a curious question. However, her worry only grew because of Selina's response. Now she wasn't entirely certain if the lady is truly harmless. "If it doesn't bother you to answer," she added. "I wish it was only that, Mrs. Heath." Selina held herself from making unnecessary expression. "You can put it that way." Martha was still skeptical. However, probing any further would only be rude instead of concern. Because of this, she could only heave a sigh and said, "Well, please ensure your safety. Last week, an array of fireworks made a night show. Have you heard it? You must be awake at that time since we heard another loud explosion that came from your residence. I was the star of that show." Selina couldn't help but made a self-deprecating comment about herself. "Unfortunately, I was too absorbed in my task that I didn't notice it," she replied with a reconfigured truth acting as reason. Addressing it now. "I think a few occasional noise did caught my attention briefly during that time." Martha quickly picked up the tidbit and said, "Dear, if you don't mind me asking, you didn't actually got to tell us your job properly." After a brief recollection, Selina nodded. "My apologies. My actual job is supposed to be an assistant medicine maker." "I see." Martha raised her index finger on the level of her chin, only to release it after as she said, "Perhaps experimenting had caused those outbursts." "Oh no. You're greatly mistaken, Madam Heath," replied Selina. "But why did you say supposed?" Martha added. Selina expected this and simply replied, "This is because the person who I plan to work with refused to hire me. He settled for a week trial, only to result in him becoming my mentor for free." "But you managed to learn, am I right? Becoming a doctor would benefit your livelihood significantly." Martha chose to perceive the news in a different light. "Yes, I did, and I plan on leveraging it for the future." Selina revealed a soft smile. "Wah." A loud cry broke atmosphere almost instantly. It was coming from Marl Jr. being cradled by the tram. "Wah. Wah." The two ladies was startled, while the little girl proceeded to peek at the tram. "Marl Jr. must be hungry. Well, I better tend to him, or else he won't stop crying." Martha smiled wearily. Selina shook her head lightly and said, "I understand. I better get going as well. Bye." Odell waved her hand farewell. Selina returned with a genial, light smile as she waved back in a faint motion. After the family of current three had closed their door, Selina's gaze slowly softened. "I'm glad no one got hurt." Then she recalled that there are other residents that might have been affected. Turning for the other house, she rephrased, "Well, I hope everyone." After a trip in the market, somewhere in Indus region, Selina returned with 2 paper bags containing condiments, raw meat, peas, and some vegetables. She figured earlier that since the officials had their eyes closely monitoring her, leaving now would risk being suspected. So instead of buying for a meal just for tonight, she rationed her food stock for at least a week, assuming it would be enough to drive the official skepticism of her. Seeing the 2 paper bags, she muttered, "Maybe a week isn't enough." Arriving at the entrance of her residence, Selina subconsciously tried to reach for the inner pocket of her short coat. However, struggled in doing so. Seeing her action, she smiled wearily at herself and decided to lower the paper bag on her right hand. Then, with an available palm, she took out a single key and unlocked the door. Click. The wooden pane opened slightly. She retrieved the paper bag after storing the key and pushed herself to enter. In the kitchen, left of the short corridor, Selina placed the 2 paper bags onto the table and proceeded to heat a pot of water. Behind the counter, she rummaged a chopping knife as the previous one was confiscated by the officials as a weapon. She brought out a steak, wrapped in a clean paper, placing it at a cutting board. Adding with salt, pepper, and some aromatic seasonings. She set the steak aside and proceeded to peel an onion and ginger. On the stove, she heated a pan to a medium heat, followed with the butter. She first waited until the cube of butter melted, then added the cut onions and ginger onto the pan. Her hand then put 3 potatoes into the boiling pot. Seeing the pan simmer for a while, only now did she place the seasoned steak along with a rosemary, thyme and a few asparagus. After a few minutes, she flipped the steak, revealing an appetizing brown color. However, Selina didn't stop there. She picked up a spoon and diligently showered the steak with the liquid butter underneath. The enticing aroma drifted across the house. With the steak done, she closed the stoves of both the pan and the pot. She collected the potatoes with a fork and placed them onto a plate. Afterwards, she also set the steak, only with the rosemary and onions, to the same plate as the boiled potatoes. She then mashed the potatoes using a spoon and sprinkled it with salt. Throughout her cooking, she didn't have any mishaps, suggesting she had mastery over utensils. I wonder if Mr. Darkwill would consider extending the trial if I told him I was hospitalized. Selina pondered. On the table, she took her time with the steak. The meat was tender and juicy because of the butter, accompanied by the seasonings. It gave the touch of roast-like flavor. The potato wasn't remarkable as it serves its purpose as complimentary meal. After finishing her lunch plus breakfast, seeing her plate emptied, she recalled the expense of her trip. Realizing this, she took out her wallet and opened. £250 left. If these were ever expended, I would just go to a nearby bank and withdraw. A self-deprecating smile crept across her face. But if I don't have any job to back it up, it would only add on to my case. Selina propped herself from the chair and brought her plate along as she returned back to the counter. After she finished washing the dishes, she readied her sun hat for another trip. Ensuring that her coat covered the intended part, she once again exited her residence and headed to a carriage station. In the road across a herb shop, near the border of Eastborough, Selina alighted from the carriage and expended a few pence. Arriving at the entrance of Lawson's Folk Herbal Shop, she pushed the door open, which triggered a chime intended for the customers. "Mr. Darkwade, your medicine seemed unconventional, will it work?" An unfamiliar voice came from the counter. It was from a satisfied customer, eyes beaming with relief. "Darkwade." Selina heard a fragment and immediately caught the man's naming of Darkwill. "Remember to boil the chicken's feet before adding the herb. If you're skeptical, just drink it with your eyes closed." Darkwill prescribed with slight irritation. All right." With great reluctance, the man still took the medicine and handed the payment fairly. Before he could exit the store, he encountered a beautiful lady dressed in a very conservative outfit. With a half-coat draped to her shoulders, a dress with mild elaboration. Rather than desire, she invoked awe and guardian impulse toward the onlooker. Seeing the man in front of her, Selina revealed a polite, genial smile and briefly nod before passing him from the entrance. The man kept his gaze at Selina, fixated. It took him a while to shake it off before quietly telling himself, "I wonder what is that lady's name. I'll return tomorrow, see if I can get acquainted." He donned his top hat after exiting the door, and left. Ensuring that the man is truly gone, Selina turned to Darkwill, lowered her sun hat from her head and said wearily, "Mr. Darkwill, about the week trial dash. You've lost your chance. Find another herbal shop somewhere else." Darkwill went straight to the point. "Besides, ever since you left, a customer had finally noticed my medicine. I won't risk it by taking you in again." Selina's face slowly became gloomy. "But I was confined in a hospital, circumstances such as this can dash." "No." Darkwill simply replied. Selina cast her gaze down and began thinking of possible ways to convince the resolute Darkwill. When she recalled his name referred by the customer earlier, she raised a curious look and asked, "Was your name Darkwade all along?" "No, I legally change it every morning for fun." Darkwill replied sarcastically. A corner of her mouth twitched. Selina forced herself to shrug it off by saying, "So it's Darkwade Lawson. But then why did you say Darkwill only during your introduction?" Darkwill raised a brow and let his eyelids droop. "Are you here to audition for detective?" "I've already said no, how much clearer do you want to be?" Selina suddenly found Darkwill's nature to be impolite and unworthy of conversation. Compared last week, his attitude now is becoming more displeasing. "Look, I won't be making any more free mentoring," Darkwill added. Then, because of his words, it sparked a thought in Selina. "What if I pay you instead? I will only need just another week anyway." Selina pragmatically added to herself, "I just need a bit more knowledge in concocting medicines." I still haven't reached the compound properties of herbs in this world and had only been focusing on brewing. Darkwill's eyes livened, surprised by Selina's words. Do you even have the expense for a mentorship? My dear. Just agree. Your expression already betrayed your question. Selina mused inwardly as she smiled. On my end, you won't have to worry. Different thoughts clashed within Darkwill's mind. A part of him was telling, there's payment on the line. While the other, do you want your shop to be barren again? He fell silent for a while, his brows slowly met in frustration of himself. After about half a minute, he reluctantly said. All right. Chapter 52, Weekly Q. All right. How intriguing. Just like that, with payment on the line. Selina couldn't help but let a corner of her mouth twitched. Then I'll hold on to it. She playfully dismissed as she turned for the nearby table. Darkwill watched with reluctance as the cunning lady took her seat gracefully. I've just moved the alchemy station back to the supply room, and now I'm going to return it again. Darkwill scowled at himself, letting out an exasperated sigh. But look on the bright side. The customer earlier fancied the lady. This will at least garner 10 people, which should be enough for the main ingredients. Darkwill put quite the pricing on his products, giving high regards to mummy powders. A substance enhancing performance in bed. However, since this silver-haired lady had been frequenting his shop, he's forced to conceal this to maintain an image. I would definitely earn more in selling mummy powders than lousy medicines. He grumbled inwardly before leaving the counter with acquiescence. After finally placing the station back with great effort, Darkwill turned to Selina. During the time he was regretting his life choices, he had already set a standard for mentorship. Thus, he called Selina, who was now reading her second book pertaining the study of human anatomy, particularly the functionality of varied fluids in the body. Ms. Roy. Darkwill slightly raised his voice. Earlier, Selina had offered to help in moving the station. However, just like the previous one, Darkwill denied it, saying that she might make mishaps and break it. Ending in Chapter 4, Selina propped herself from the chair and returned the books in their respective categories before making her way to Darkwill. The fee will be by weeks, amounting to £30. Darkwill felt a quiet rush of satisfaction about his abilities. He's now able to properly leverage it as much as he wants to this lady. Selina thought for a moment before settling. Very well. I don't have any problem with it. I'm leveraging you freely this past week as well. It's only right for me to return. Selina almost chuckled. Darkwill was caught off guard momentarily. This woman. She can spend such an amount so casually. With effort, he clasped his hand and said. Gee, great. Then we'll begin with the properties of the herbs and what makes them used in medicine making. Afterwards, we'll transition to making medicines that cure illnesses. Selina smiled softly and nodded. Darkwill deliberated his words and began lecturing. Firstly, you have to remember that medicines act for the people's health, fending any illnesses from either the body or mind. Because we make them to preserve life. He emphasized. Medicines. To preserve life. Selina took note of his word with care and diligence. Second, we deliberately took small samples from the ingredients or herbs not only to save portions but to also prevent excessiveness. For example, Darkwill took a vial containing what seems to be a black powder with bits of bluishness over the surface. He lit a small burner that functioned similarly to gas stoves, only in a miniature manner. This invention have Mr. Gustav's name written all over it. Sigh, well, it would be really suspicious if it wasn't. Selina quickly noticed the tool's similarity to lab burners back in college. This liquid is a mantha extract, and this powder is a slumber flower's bud. Observe closely. Darkwill said as his voice became lower. Upon adding the powder, the scent that was emitting from the extract suddenly became stronger. However, instead of inducing serene sensation, it became just a fragrance deprived of any effects. Selina noticed this quickly and asked. It's now just a regular perfume, what happened? Darkwill grinned with confidence and explained. That is what happens sometimes when the ingredients pass a threshold instructed by the formula. Though you have to remember that sometimes, in other medicines or potions, any amount would suffice. In this case, the slumber flower is deemed as its central ingredient that had strong connection to the evernight. With its excessiveness, it oftentimes lost its effects in the process. I see. Selina breathed lowly. Now, I'll explain the properties of the herbs and ingredients we have in stock. Follow me. Darkwill added. After a long hours of mentorship lesson, Selina finally left the herbal shop, bringing with her another small bottle of a mantha extract with an additional agent she had concocted earlier. The agent is called Moonflower Sedative, the first medicine she had created. Able to cure mild soreness, disinfect wounds, and promotes healing and can also act as a stress relief due to its fragrance. During the procedure, Selina also felt herself becoming more at ease and serene, stabilizing her mood and overall mentality. Now boarded in a public carriage, she began pondering her progress in digesting her potion. If this continues, after a month or two, I would finally fully digest the apothecary potion. She murmured inwardly. This is a good news if not for the formula being an issue. Where can I start searching for it? Selina traced the rim of her sun hat vacantly as she stared at the passing buildings. I also have an unpaid department from Miss Justice. Added with Mr. Fool's trivial attempt, this week or maybe month couldn't get any worse. Rattling her mind of the multiple tasks she had to complete. She was forced to schedule them internally, a habit she used to do back in her days as a secretary. The Fool's ritual attempt for us should be prioritized, since Mr. Fool expects it to be done by this week. This includes finding anything related to mysticism languages such as Hermes in order to translate them. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Selina muttered Mr. Fool's words he had spoken in Hermes under her breath. Rehearsing the pronunciation intently. I wonder what it means. The sun was at an angle, leaning west, indicating dusk is nearing. The carriage arrived slightly east of Municipal Square. After spending a penny, Selina alighted from the horse-drawn transport and made her way to her usual restaurant for takeouts. It was a hassle to make a dish for a single person and could very well add to her already exhausted body. While takeouts proves to be more superior than cup noodles back on Earth, Selina can't seem to help but attract eyes from guests and pedestrians alike. When she entered and arrived at the reception, a man dressed appropriately with a matching jet-black waistcoat and long-sleeved white shirt quickly noticed her presence. He immediately took out his pen and notes, then asked with a smile. Miss, the usual. Somehow, Selina felt uneased for being singled out from the previous customers. However, since she had been frequenting the restaurant, she decided to shrug it off and nodded briefly. Yes. The man noted her order and hastily turned to the back door, where the kitchen is located. After less than 5 minutes, a male server produced a paper bag containing 3 to 4 bento box, emitting aromatic smell that enticed Selina. Desi pie. Selina refrained from sudden impulse and unhurriedly took the paper bag. She then withdrew a sum of solely added with a few pence and gave it to the server. Upon entering her residence, and ascended to the second floor's lounge, Selina first placed her takeouts onto a nearby table, near the window. Her gaze drifted to the outside of the glass pane. The dusk had already crept in and the gas lighters had begun turning the valves of the street lamps in order to prepare for the evening. Selina's hand reached the windows and closed it, drawing the curtains afterwards. Returning back, she made her way to her usual desk and produced a paper from the torn paper bags. However, she was still missing a quill and an ink. Sigh. I forgot to bought them. Selina slumped her head so her fingers can reach her temples. The house didn't have anything apart from kitchen utensils and furniture, which is why the house company had advised her to buy essentials immediately after moving. I guess we'll need to trouble the Heath family for an ink and quill. In acquiescence, Selina propped herself from the chair and arrived in the entrance hall through the flight of stairs. Afterwards she exited her residence and made just a few steps to reach the Heath family residence. Her reached for the doorbell, signaling a presence of a guest through a soft chime. The knob turned clockwise before it was pulled from the inside. Martha, in her simple home outfit before showering for the night, looked at Selina and asked, "What seems to be the problem, dear?" She revealed a genial smile and added, "Do you want to dine with us again?" Selina quickly pulled away slightly and replied, "Oh, it's all right, Mrs. Heath, I've already have takeouts back in my residence. It would a waste." "I see, that's a shame. We're having seared mutton for dinner." Martha tried to entice Selina with her signature dish. Selina retrained herself and said, "No really, it's fine. I've actually came here to ask if I could borrow an ink and a quill." "Oh." Martha seemed a bit surprised. However, she maintained her friendliness and replied, "Of course, wait here for a bit, dear." Selina sighed and nodded. "All right." Without even half a minute had passed, Martha returned with a glass cup filled with blank liquid, followed a feather, its tip submerged in the substance. "Here, you can return it by tomorrow," Martha said softly. Selina nodded once again. "Thank Mrs. Heath, have a pleasant evening." When she returned to the second-floor lounge of her residence, Selina saw a black feline loafing on the side of the desk. She turned and noticed that the window's pane was opened, the latch came undid. How did you manage to get in with the windows locked?" Confused, Selina looked intently at the cat, who doesn't seem to bat an eye. The feline seemed at peace and unbothered by its surroundings. Seeing this, she sighed and muttered inwardly, "Too smart to be comprehended." Regardless, she gave a soft smile and said, "Here to accompany me again, fallacy." With an ink and quill, Selina returned to her seat by the desk and turned to the cat. Her hand rose to caress the feline's full, black fur. I won't be staying up late from on now. Thank you for visiting me. The cat let out an instinctive purr. Selina let out a faint chuckle before shifting her attention to the paper and began scribbling, almost gibberish sentences in the form of Loanese. In midway she halted and muttered under breath in recollection. Was it Espather? Or Ispather? Selina shook her head and said silently. Let's just settle for both since they almost sound identical. After a bit more scribbling and rewriting, she was finally satisfied with both the sentence's invocation and vocal wording. Since the pronunciation was written in Loanese and distinct toward its actual symbols and letters, the paper won't stir the force of nature in any manner. With the first 3 lines settled, Selina began to recollect the subsequent sentences that came afterwards. With all of this done, she stored the torn paper to a compartment below one of the desk's drawers. She first bade good night to the black cat before proceeding to do her night routine of showering then dinner. Leaving the black cat to rest in the second-floor living area. Just before she was about to sleep, she recalled how the mysterious dream world didn't appear when she had willed it or even when she had been hospitalized. Strange. I thought it was a daily occurrence. Something similar happened before in the train, just when I was about to arrive in Tingen. Perhaps it won't appear in certain occasions. Selina reasoned. But wouldn't that be inconsistent? There won't be any clear relations. Even now, I'm confused. Why am I having this dream? Selina subconsciously raised her index finger on her lips. I've also tried to enter it willingly before. However, it didn't succeed. Okay, think. Could there be anything else that can trigger it aside from strong sense of fatigue? At least I'm certain that it responds to my emotions. Alright, then let's try. Then, for an hour straight, Selina experienced a cluster of simulated emotions, either with great effort with the help of past recollection. However, none had succeeded each time she closed her eyes. In frustration, she propped herself from the bed and asked herself, if it's not emotion, then what else it could be? I've already tried varied means from sorrow, grief, or even loss. What can I? Suddenly, Selina recalled her first encounter. The world's clear naming of before the subsequent mild ravings that came after. Child. Sense of longingness. With this as mind, she simulated the feeling of being far, her desire to return to earth and the dreadfulness of the possibility that she may never return again. At this moment, Selina even forgot to lay herself on the mattress before this attempt. However, the matter was already gone as her body suddenly collapsed onto the floor. Her consciousness drifted upward. Chapter 53, Believer. In her bedroom. The collapsed Selina experienced a bruise from her head and shoulder, received from her fall on the bed's frame and the floor's hardness. However, her eyes remained shut, sleeping ever so peacefully in the tranquil night. On her face, between her brows, red speckles gathered around her glabella. The spotlights formed a downward crescent. With a shaded circle at its center, 3 lines extends from the mysterious pattern, indicating birth after the majestic mother acting as the moon. At the same time, the identical symbol from the back of her palm appeared, fading as it arrived. Her crimson-tipped hair slightly regained its silverness. The enigmatic symbol receded into her skin, vanishing from her face. The world shattered like an illusory glass. In a darkened world, sunlight suddenly illuminated the mountainous flesh acting as the land's floor. Selina's visage was then sculpted instinctually from organs and flesh. One by one, each coalesced into a pure white dress, gold and silver hair, supple white skin and face. Her eyes slowly fluttered open. I'm here. In the next second, her lower body, with no feet nor legs as they are connected to the ground, vines started to sprout. It first cornered Selina, before dispersing into multiple segments, all leading back to her in a spiraling mural-like manner. Selina let her eyes wander around the vast pasture of Milo. In reminiscence of her body's past, she felt fragments of foreign emotions welling up within her. However, these emotions quickly faded, prompting Selina to finally focus on other matters. I'm now capable of visiting the dream world willingly and can now access its ability to replicate appearance as well as anything related to nature. I won't have to rely on its daily occurrence to make use of it. Her hand rose from her waist. Suddenly, flowers bloomed across the field that had only grasses earlier, covering an acre of land. In the next second, strong wind surged from her side, originating from the distant horizon. It swept the flowers of its petals. The wind carried it outward, then paused midair. The surrounding rained colorful petals, slowly descending onto the environment. After fully recovering from the mild, incomprehensible ravings brought by her visit, Selina assumed her usual poise and turned toward of the extending vines. All right, let's begin our act. Her hand faced one of the limited vines. With the similar curiosity of what is beyond its end, Selina phased into an aqueous light, vanishing from her place. The world grew hazy and another sculpture was constructed from the flesh of the environment. It formed a man with dark grayish hair, stern face, and a straight nose. Wearing a brown, parchment robe tied by a same-colored cloak. He first looked disoriented, then showed confusion after seeing the pasture rolling infinitely to the horizon. His gaze shifted before he finally noticed Selena, standing at a distance from him. What he saw wasn't a normal human. It was bright divine light, cloaking a silhouette of a lady dressed in a long gown. The illumination wasn't blinding. However, it distilled fear and horror on the man, prompting him to take more than one step backward. His hand shivered, his back turning colder. He wanted to run, but in doing so could only result in futility. Seeing the man's reaction, Selena sighed in resignation as she began to look at him pitifully. This is concerning. The deity they're worshipping, instead of instilling greater faith, it was replaced by horror. Were they truly trying to bring the child of God back? Watching the man stumbled onto his feet, crawling with his front facing her. Selena settled internally as she willed the dream world. The surrounding, featuring only vibrant suddenly bloomed flowers across the field. Gentle breeze blew from the east, refreshing both her and the man. Accompanying it was the soothing scent of flowers, scattered throughout the environment. Unlike earlier, the flowers weren't the usual ones from Earth. Instead, the world bloomed multiple slumber flowers, exuding a soothing effect. The man, caught a whiff of the intense scent, instantly felt his nerves becoming at ease. Noticing her guest gradually calming down, Selena once again used her limited authority to sweep the petals upward, mirroring her earlier show. There. I hope this will make the child of God's image less frightening. Selena let out a soft breath. After settling the man's tension, she prepared to sever her connection with the vine when the man abruptly let out a voice. "Oh great child of God." Selena was taken aback, her action halted. "Our faction had always believed in you. Your presence in ancient records, our ancestors speak of your name which had lost through time." The man added with piousness. "We decided to integrate ourselves into the secret organization, Rose School of Thought. All in order to be supported in our attempt at reviving you. However, we failed. Time and time again." The man gripped the soil with his bare hands. But now. He raised his head, his eyes growing more faithful toward the lady obscured by a divine light. "You're here, alive," he exclaimed. This meant that our labor, that almost seemed as illusion, had bare fruit. "And we, your believers, shall receive salvation under your grace. The Rose School of Thought took you in." Selena almost blurted out the question from her mouth, nearly destroying her enigmatic image. So the believers of the Child of God was merely a group that evolved into a faction using an alias of Rose School of Thought. Mr. Hangman is correct. If so, then the actual organization must have different beliefs and alternate motives in taking the Child of God's believers under their wing. She reasoned inwardly. The man, now stood before Selena, resumed his confession. "Your grace. Your spirit had been lingering in the deepest part of the spirit world." Spirit world. Selena internalized the term. "Just this previous year, our divination experts gave a revelation about your spirit reaching a critical level, which if we didn't take action, your presence will cease to exist." The man added with reverence. "Thus, we prepared a ritual." Selena froze from where she stood. Memories and emotions surging back like tides. "In an attempt to revive you, we've divined a young vessel who somehow had a close mystical relation to your existence. If we succeed, your spirit will replace hers in a living body, achieving a descent. However, if failed, her spirit shall act as medium to extend your presence, allowing you to appear as a wraith for the time until we discover a reliable method of resurrecting you." Hearing all of this, Selena didn't notice that her palm, pressing together just below her abdomen, began trembling out of anger, her fingers clenching tightly to one another. The man kept his rambling. "Our ritual was carried out as a reenactment of your wedding with the Giant King. With respect only to your mystical connection rather than the groom. With the aid of the Primordial Moon faction, we've succeeded in cornering the vessel, attempted the ritual with an act similar to your wedding, attended with relatives and acquaintances. However, we failed the initial attempt." The man grit his teeth. "We didn't realize beforehand that the bride, the vessel, managed to halt the reenactment at a critical moment. Thus, we decided to skip the initial ritual and made the vessel took a pathway corresponding to one of your authorities by her own accord." "I was right." The cloaked man mentioned in her diary deliberately gave her a false hope. Selena felt her emotions stirred behind the divine light. "With the blood of the people, we succeeded with the ritual. However, the vessel still remained human. Thus, we tried to re-attempt the first ritual, believing it would awaken your consciousness." Selena's body shivered, horror crept across her face. "The Child of God. In me. They succeeded." The man lowered his body and began kneeling before the divine lady in front of him. "However, we failed once more as the officials arrived. We couldn't believe it. The town was rural, isolated from the 7 Orthodox Church's jurisdiction. He kneeled gravely with all his body. But by some miracle, the rural town managed to establish a brief connection with the officials, allowing for a raid to happen at a critical moment. The rural town, which no longer had any of its inhabitants except for the vessel who's strictly under our monitor, contacted the outside world and cooperated. His fingers pulled the soil in frustration. Please forgive us. Forgive our ancestors, forgive your believers of their mistakes. Now that you're alive, the past won't matter now. The man lifted his head from the ground and looked towards Selina with zealousness. O great child of God! Allow us to seek refuge under your grace. Selina felt her hands contract tightly together. She wanted to quickly sever the connection, force the man to face atonement by mimicking a harsh nightmare, or blatantly decline his confession just to see how the man would react. However, each would result in an illogical decision driven by emotion. So instead, Selina bit her lips, obscured heavily by a blinding light, and willed the world according to her desire. The wind crackled to form audible sounds. It first became static noise, then gradually stabilizing into something comprehensible. It responded in an enchanting voice. Very well. The man's face bloomed into a tearful and collapsed relief. However, hearing the world's word, the man immediately froze. I have been isolated from the material world for too long. The state it is in eludes me. The environment continued. Provide me with its current condition and I will overlook these flaws, deeming it as trivial. The man shivered. His thoughts failed to formulate out of great zealousness. Your Grace, that would be no issue. He replied with reverence. Additionally, the world added in an echo. Refer to my authority as absolute. You shall not condemn any souls in an unruly slaughter, you must first seek my consultation and account for revelation. In doing so shall I bestow attention to thy faction. After hearing her words, Selina's face burned beet red behind the light. Her thoughts raced as she fought the feeling of breaking from character. The man stood in awe as he placed his forearm over his abdomen. He said with solemn voice, by your will. Then he proceeded to bow before Selina. Seeing how the man acted, Selina commanded the entire dream world in saying, you may return. The man held his breath and nodded briefly. Just before Selina can dismiss him, the man blurted once again, his voice shivering. Great child of God. Forgive me, but may I ask your current honorary title? We, your believers, are unable to reach your grace. We've attempted different titles according to the ancient records, however, we still failed in all of them. Conjuring a makeshift title is too dangerous and could harm our entire faction. Honorary title. Referred names that initiates a connection to a deity that points them. Selina recalled her mother's teaching of the Evernight scriptures and Bible. Those require mysticism languages to invoke. I haven't learned any, and if I create a title at this instance, the structure and wording might lead the faction to danger. Her mind rattled for a response. Contemplating for about 5 seconds, Selina finally replied through the environment. Once you've completed the mandate. The man understood her intention. Right now, the faction was in a dire state between forgiveness and damnation from their deity. However, at this moment, he realized that he had become an envoy of their resurrected goddess, enabling him to have authority over his fellow members. He nodded briefly with eagerness and said with high regards, as you wish. Selina finally severed her connection with the man. From there, he saw lustrous light that engulfed him, then consumed his vision, turning entirely black. After returning to the beginning of the mural-like vines, Selina reviewed what the believer of the child of God had confessed. Giant King. So there are giants in this world. He is the child of God's husband, the groom of her wedding. Instead of considering the uniqueness of the groom, they instead focused onto the previous Selina. She's linked to their deity in a mystical way, but what is that linkage? She turned her head to the vine she had recently phased to, then shifted her gaze around the pasture that stretches infinitely across the horizon. This meant that this dream world occurs because I have the child of God within my body. My spirit, or rather, me as a secretary from Earth, doesn't have any sort of connection with this world. Now I'm certain that the space beyond the grey fog, where tarot club gatherings are held, had a deep relation to my transmigration. And the only way for me to return is through its deity, Mr. Fool. Her hand quietly softened their hold. To aid him in restoring his former self, I must disclose matters about myself and ask to become his blessed. Maybe a week or two from now. After my department is settled. With her reason for visiting have already achieved. Selina simulated the feeling of descending. Her thoughts lingered momentarily, before her vision blurred, dissolving into pure darkness. Selina's sculpture closed its eyes, then collapsed into multiple pulsating organs and flesh that immediately returned to the soil. The sunlight receded and the environment reverted, becoming a place with a flesh tissue as its sky, appearing like the inside of a womb. Chapter 54, Offered Safety. After the dream world shattered before him, User abruptly woke up, his gaze staring at the wooden ceiling. The room had no remarkable features, appearing as any other guest rooms furnished with a bed, table, closet, and a lower shelf from book outlet. Still dressed in his pastoral robe, he propped himself from the mattress and sat upright in the pallid glow of the crimson moon. When he casted his gaze down, he saw a symbol of crimson light forming just below his wrist. Anticipation, hope, and twisted beliefs began brewing in his emotions. Under his breath, he muttered to himself. The child of God had truly returned. His heart palpitates with despicable joy. With a held breath, he quickly scurried off from the room and navigated a long corridor of the mansion that upon turns, led him onto an office. When he entered, he immediately rummaged the drawers from the desk and took out multiple documents. These were the accumulated reports of other factions' activities added with their speculation, with an additional worldwide reports, records, and the transaction with the current mayor. After ransacking the desk, User turned to a random photo frame. It pictured a rather round man, equipped with a top hat, wearing a two-piece frock coat. He had a wrinkled, stubble face, average features, and in addition is his mild tan skin. He turned the picture frame and revealed a safe. With the code engraved into his memory, he quickly unlocked the combination and took out additional notes and records, pertaining about their activity with the mayor. After all of this are done, ensured that the documents are intact and have not experienced any damage, User found himself straining for breath, thoughts stirring with anticipation for the future. Ha! Ha! A new age. A new age will come. In 16 Daffodil Street, Tingen City. Selena's eyes gradually opened. She found herself lying on the floor, a slight headache caught her by surprise. What? Her hand rose to massage the area, only to felt a prickling pain upon contact. Ouch! Realizing her earlier position, Selena quietly mused. Oh, right. I was careless and forgot to attempt it on the bed. With silent dismissal, she noticed that crimson light still emanates from the curtains and dawn is still yet to arrive. How strange. Usually, once the dream world ended, I would wake up in the morning next day. Being careful this time, she propped herself from the floor and approached the window. She raised the curtains and unlatched its handle, throwing both the glass panes open. The cold wind pressed gently onto her skin, caressing it with that fleeting tenderness that only pleasant night could bring. Distant buildings erected with dilapidated chimney. Some were open with lights, others were closed in respect to the evening. There was an occasional sound of chattering, fading clatter of returning carriages, and soft symphony by a choir of crickets. Letting her thoughts fleet along with the passing air. Her face softened, no longer affected by the revelation that a believer had confessed in the dream world. In silence, she muttered. I wonder how is Mom and Dad doing now? I hope they're all right. After a few minutes, she slowly withdrew herself from the window. She then closed the glass panes and drew the curtains before turning back and exiting the bedroom, making her way to the washroom. On the mirror, it reflected her striking sapphire eyes, cascading silver-white hair and mesmerizing visage, enough to spark, not temptation but rather a distinct guardian impulse. Her white gown hugged a slender waist, flowing gently as it drops down to the floor. Selena scrutinized her appearance and saw a light bruise at the corner of her forehead. After touching it out of assurance, she turned to a bottle on the sink. It was the Moonflower Agent, her first concocted medicine. Time to test its effects. Selena applied a small amount to her 2 fingertips. Afterwards, she lifted it over to her head and pasted the substance onto her bruise. It had a mild fragrance of citrusy accompanied by a soothing sensation over the area. The bruise still remained. However, compared earlier, the aching had dulled. Selena sighed in relief, then paused before the wide mirror. Staring vacantly on her reflection, she felt a conflicting guilt as she turned her body around while maintaining eye contact with the mirror. Her hand slowly pulled the strings of her dress, letting it fall down. Behind its silky fabrics was a supple white skin, revealing 3 to 5 cuts that when seen together form a large claw mark. It had a rugged lining that affected the surrounding veins, turning them nearly black. The claw mark became permanent. After gazing at it for a while with eyes picturing bittersweetness, Selena wore her dress again and left the washroom. 36 Zutland Street, Golden Indus region. In front of Blackthorn Security Company. The carriage halted before a building's entrance, now halfway from being rebuilt. With her expense deducted by a penny, Selena made her way to the entrance in the hallway, passing a group of civil workers occasionally eyeing her as she walked. Upon arriving at the reception area, she saw a brown-haired girl with a smooth forehead and light brown eyes. She wore a light green, loan-style dress, accentuated by mild frills over her cuffs, chest and sleeves. It was Roseanne, the receptionist, currently tending a few papers with diligence from the counter. Selena stopped before her, took off her sun hat and said, I'm here for the follow-up of my case. Roseanne lifted her gaze where she met the stunning lady from yesterday. She hastily finished her work and quickly took a paper clipped onto a board. Afterwards replied. "Let me record your visit, miss." Her mind failed to produce a name. "It's Roy." Selina smiled softly. "Selina Roy." "Right, Miss Roy." Roseanne took a quill and submerged the tip into a nearby ink bottle. The paper clipped onto the board had a graphical grid, written with names, presumably from the staffs that had turned in for the day. "Please sign here." Roseanne pointed onto an available cell of the grid, next to Selina's name. Selina used her usual signature, a designed capital L. Afterwards, returned the quill back to the receptionist. "Captain is in his office." Would you like me to guide you?" Roseanne asked with caution. "I did came here before, but during that time I didn't manage to fully picture the whole area." Selina thought about it carefully. Then she replied. "Please do." Roseanne, with her brown hair, left the counter and took lead before Selina. During the time they were walking, Selina couldn't help but feel at a loss about her revolver. Unlicensed or not, it holds sentimental value to her as it was her only way to ease her tension each time she makes a trip. However, now, she could only rely on heavy clothing to fend any unwanted attention. The cold air quietly swept on her skin, providing a hint of relief. Elegant lamps attached to the walls cast clear path on the looming darkness. After passing the conjunction and the hall connecting to the Cheney's gate, the two ladies halted before a familiar wooden door. Roseanne shifted her gaze to Selina and said, "We're here, please excuse me Ms. Roy as I have matters to finish." Selina nodded briefly and watched as the girl strode off from her vision. She then faced the door and took a deep breath. "I hope they won't find anything about me." Her hand turned the handle open. When it revealed the room, she saw Dunn Smith, draped in his usual dark windbreaker and receding hairline. His gaze noticed Selina by the door. "Please seat here." Dunn offered casually to a nearby, high-back chair. Selina took her time as she eventually occupied the chair. Dunn halted from scribbling in the paper and calmly looked at Selina. "I congratulate you Ms. Roy," he said simply. "The diocese from the church, along with some members from the mandated punishers who advocated for your innocence, dismissed the need for a trial or further interrogation." He returned his quill back to the ink bottle before continuing. "However, your possession of an unlicensed firearm was another case. If you remained and did not take any actions, we will have to forcibly lock you in a department." He added solemnly. "L lock me." Selina quivered, at this moment she wanted run. However, Dunn abruptly gave a condition. "We saw your innocence. Your desperate attempt to fend off the vampire-like creatures from reaching you." Selina almost heaved a sigh of relief before quickly noticing that his words are now slowly off-tracking. Seeing the lady's expression, Dunn continued. "It would be unjustifiable to condemn an innocent. However, we're in a law-abiding jurisdiction, as such, anything that violates it face atonement. But for you." He slowly lowered his voice. "We decided to be patient until you succeed in acquiring a license. However, in such a short period, I advise you to join as an official." "There it is." Selina sighed at her assumption becoming true. "For your safety as well." She paused, her thoughts stirring into conflict. What she promised herself to do next was forced to be channeled into another path. However, after weighing the pros and cons deeply into her mind, Selina decided to raise the question. "What do you mean by official?" Her role is unclear, it could be a frontline official, a civilian staff, or even an errand girl. Since what Dunn Smith had disclosed was slightly ambiguous, Selina probed him through it. Dunn calmly replied. "A civilian staff. You could become an official, licensed with firearm, but that will depend on your choice." "I see." Selina went silent once more. "If I join, it can benefit me with protection, secured resources, information and..." She recalled the blackboard written with words that resembles Hermes. "Mysticism." In contrast, leaving Tingen would also benefit me, only with higher risk. Selina internalized the two choices she had concluded to. Both are practical, but one exhibits long-term investment. Seeing the lady cast her gaze forward vacantly, Dunn opened his mouth and advised. "Your decision won't need to be given now. Take your time, and once you've settled, return here." Selina felt a slight stress being wilted. "That's a relief. So I can have at least a few days to think this through." She then rose from her seat and said. "All right, I will return once I've decided." Dunn looked at her with a gentle expression, then gave an almost awkward smile. "You may leave." Unlike before, Selina actually found Dunn's expression now to be considerate, aiming to ease her tension at the perfect moment. She returned with a smile and a brief nod before turning back at leaving the office. Outside, there was no one waiting to guide her. However, now that she put her attention to her way earlier, she relied on this and strode off into the dim illumination of the gas lamps, deliberately avoiding any other rooms, especially the area around Cheney's gate. When she arrived at the conjunction of the paths, she noticed a door creaked open ahead. It was the door leading to the alchemy room. Walking out of it was a rather old man with aging white hair. Dressed in a long, mildly designed robe followed a pointed hat. He held a book by his left hand and a stick that seemed like a wand. It felt like seeing an actual wizard face to face. It was old Neil, the kind old man who had accompanied and guided her during her visit in the underground market. Mr. Old Neil really works here. Old Neil was just about to head to the armory when he saw a familiar lady standing just a distance in front of him. "Oh, Miss Selina Roy. Back here for the follow-up, I see," he exclaimed with playful question. Selina nodded in affirmation. Yes, Mr. Old Neil. How did it go?" Oblivious look crept across his wrinkled face. "Mr. Smith offered me a chance to avoid the case. Right now I'm deliberating on whether to accept it or not." "I see. Well, I'd be honored to be your company as you return to the surface. However, I had matters to attend." Old Neil smiled apologetically. "That would all right." Selina replied with the same manner. Just as she was about to leave, Selina suddenly recalled something. Eagerness and hope erupted within her as she quickly turned to the passing Old Neil. She asked hurriedly, "Mr. Old Neil, do you know anything about the languages in mysticism?" Chapter 55, Strange Antics. Old Neil stopped. He turned to Selina with a surprised look. He didn't expect the lady starred at that strange fireworks show is illiterate in the field of mysticism. So he replied with honest, "I do." Selina's her eyes lit in joy internally, her face was shown slightly interested. She said calmly, "Can you teach me about these languages?" As of this moment, Selina is considered not a part of the officials. Adding to Old Neil overhearing the captain and other officials' conversation about Selina, he took this opportunity to say, "Ms. Roy, right now you're seen as a wild beyonder. Mentoring you in mysticism could even risk me in committing an accessory of the crime if ever you chose to make one." Selina stayed silent as she quietly listened. Old Neil pressed, "Unless you become an official, I'm against teaching you mysticism. After all, it's also a gate that can let anyone lose themselves. A gate leading to lose themselves. Lose control." Selina kept her thoughts in check. Seeing that Old Neil was now waiting for her response, she first deliberated her words. "Mr. Old Neil must have caught glimpse of my case. That's natural, some things are meant to share to peers surrounding a case. However, now it looks like they're really probing me to join." Old Neil felt Selina slowly going deeper into her thoughts. With calm, he added with a smile, "Consider it one of the perks in becoming an official." He gave a light courtesy of brief bow to Selina before passing her and start heading to the armory. After Old Neil was gone, only now did Selina snap out of her daze. "Oh. Mr. Old Neil left. Was I thinking about it too much?" Selina lightly asked herself before shaking it off and began making her way upstairs. Dim and elegant wall lamps casts a pallid glow that reveals the either wet or dry solid cobblestone floor. Along the way, Selina still kept on waiting the offer of becoming an official. On the other hand, becoming one is quite restrictive. "I won't be able to frequent Mr. Lawson's herbal shop as then I would first have to make an attendance. Additionally, being monitored every day could risk my secrets to be revealed." Her gaze drifted onto the passing walls and gas lamps, lost in thought. Safety. Mysticism lecture. Resources. Allies. Selina gave a soft faint laugh and said to herself, "Clearly, one outweighs more than the other." Finally stamping the documents on her desk, pertaining on the construction of the building's main entrance, Roseanne was just about to consult Mrs. Oriana for their funds when she saw a braided bun silver-haired lady walking toward the reception. "Oh, hello again, Ms. Roy. How was your visit to Captain's office?" Roseanne asked out of curiosity. Selina, her eyes quickly grew luster, revealed a genial gleam. "If I have to say, your workload might lessen in the near future." Roseanne was slow, but eventually she caught what Selina meant. "Mr. Dunn hired you?" Selina wasn't too quick to answer either as she hadn't yet decided with the offer. Instead she gave crumbs of hint for the receptionist to piece by showing a soft expression. "Really? Oh, it would really reduce the workaround in this building. The civilian staffs took care of mostly paperwork regarding trivial matters. So in addition for you." Roseanne scanned Selina from head to toe. Selina subconsciously straightened her posture, hands tucked together holding her wide-brimmed sun hat. Roseanne addressed but at the same time commented, Judging by how you exude an air of well-mannered and educated lady, I'd say you're perfect for a position of receptionist. But aren't you already the receptionist? Selina awkwardly smiled at the sudden talkativeness of the brown-haired girl. Throughout this moment, her eyes couldn't but cast down. Tinjin City broad paper. Selina silently read the newspaper laid over the counter. But I'm already one. Well, I'm sure you're suited for either that or a concierge. Roseanne continued. Selina returned her attention and said to herself wearily. A reminisce from my past profession. After a friendly bit of chatter with the receptionist, Roseanne quickly bade farewell as her task was left hanging when she and Selina had conversed. It wasn't a trouble for Selina as her day was entirely free, not regarding the mentorship which she can attend at any time. A concierge. Question is, won't the guests feel awkward with me around? Selina gave a harmless comment to herself before slowly donning her sun hat. After a while of waiting beside the street, a carriage halted toward her and Selina quickly boarded its wooden interior. As buildings passed by, a thought suddenly sprang up in her mind and Selina snapped out of her vacant eyes. I forgot to tell my believer when to bring the documents. This realization was then followed with an additional issue. And how can he deliver the knowledge to me safely and efficiently? This left Selina felt guilty for troubling the believer. Gods are able to make things easier, not make them harder. Selina quietly gave herself a reminder. Sigh. I'll think of a way to bridge that gap. For now I still have mentorship from Mr. Lawson. Just as the carriage drove past the boundary of Zutland Street, Selina suddenly overheard a merchant of a simple hawker rumble about a certain feline roaming in the city. I swear I left a fish over the counter at my apartment, the woman said with a raised, complaining voice. Then when I went to comfort my crying baby and returned, I saw a black cat who swiftly stole 2 of the fish. Black cat. Selina quietly sketched an image of a certain companion of hers in her mind, dating back from Milo. Then she raceled how this feline have grown a few weight. Its hair became fluffier, and its shape rounder. Don't tell me. Don't tell me it had green eyes. Another woman beside her added. How did you know? The complainer tacitly confessed. At this moment, Selina already knew who they were talking to. Although she's not entirely certain, deep in her subconsciousness, she can deduce that it was the certain feline she knew. Selina quietly turned her head away from the window, keeping herself from being noticed. She feigned ignorance throughout the trip. The door chimed and entered from it was the braided bun silver-haired Selina. Before she opened the entrance, she had already took her sun hat off then briskly walked toward the counter. She saw Darkwill currently tending a customer. His hand rose to his glabella, tapping it thrice with his index finger. Then he rubbed it immediately afterwards. Having failed to produce any results from this seemingly mundane action, though prominent enough to be noticed, Selina's expression was casted, but nevertheless still made a pleasant luster. When she arrived at the counter, she saw that the man beside her wasn't the same customer she had met. Another customer. I'm happy for Mr. Lawson. Selina silently commented on the increasing attention of the shop. Thank you, Mr. Darkwade. The man gave a pleased smile before it quickly grew weary. Let me rehearse first. You're saying is that I should administer this through the back door. Upon hearing this, Selina's thoughts went to a momentary pause. What? Darkwill maintained an indifference as he calmly replied. Yes, that's what I prescribed you. Selina slowly casted her gaze toward this brazen man, toying with his customers. The man grew even weaker as his eyes betray his forced reply. All right. Thank you again. Seeing this all unfolds, Selina wanted to question Darkwill immediately at this moment. However, she then noticed the guise from Darkwill's expression. His arms couldn't stop twitching. His eyes was too relaxed, seemingly trying to contain that peculiar excitement. Later, he smiled. You'd believe that. The man was now halfway from turning when he heard Darkwill. Even curly-haired baboons would know to take a medicine through their mouth. Selina could only let her eyelids droop from disappointment. When the man realized this, his face became furious. He wanted to demand a clear exchange when he noticed a lady beside him. She wore a loose frilled dress, akin to a Loanese style but added with custom details. Over her shoulders draped a half coat. Her eyes sparkled a sapphire ocean and her white hair tied to a braided bun. Seeing Selina stood quietly without intervening, the man quickly abandoned his idea. Good morning, miss. He greeted politely. Good morning as well. Selina returned with a faint smile. Her demeanor quickly left an image within the man. Suddenly, he stood upright and introduced himself. My name is Claude Woodland. Might I know your name? Selina was slightly taken aback. With a genial face she replied. It's Dash. All right, you're done here, correct? Off you go. Darkwill interrupted, his voice tinged with irritation. Tisk. The man took a quick, obviously displeased glance. However, with acquiescence, he still started walking toward the door. Exiting afterwards. Selina turned to Darkwill, her brow raised so as to show puzzlement. Why? Couldn't have anyone dallying in my store. Darkwill simply said in dismissal. What? Why would you think that? If a person were to ask your name, shouldn't you give yours as well? It's basic courtesy after all. Selina was taken aback by how this sarcastic mentor perceived the interaction. However, she didn't consider blurting her thoughts out as it would be a waste of words. Instead, she followed Darkwill back to the usual spot, where the alchemy station was placed. After a few hours, Darkwill laid himself on the right counter, his arm rested on its wooden surface. He watched as Selina diligently wrapped the mixture of Sunville brown powder, court carnation stem, and vanilla residue in a thin cloth. She then submerged it into a solution of Evervale orchids extract and 20 milliliters of a tincture using a difference propagule. Mixed to form a gelatinous surface and green, pale yellow appearance. Both ingredients were native in the warm region of Phaenopotter Kingdom. The cloth was slowly consumed by the liquid substance. Selina was focused not to let the cloth to fall. She saw a gaseous-like liquid flowing out of the bundle and converging with the surrounding substance. When she deduced that it was the right moment to withdraw the cloth holding another ingredient, Selina slowly took it out and inspect how the medicine would react. Suddenly, the liquid exudes a refreshing scent, akin to a cherry blossom in spring. However, the medicine was still in a stale state, the surface was still the gelatinous mixture from before. Seeing this, Darkwill quietly tapped his glabella thrice with his rested arms. He nodded afterwards and said to Selina. The medicine had no implications, you can say you succeeded first try. This puzzled Selina as she turned for the mentor, commending her efforts. There are no reactions, how can you tell if the medicine will work fine? Intuition. Darkwill said simply. In his mind, he silently commented. Your well-being says it all if the medicine works. His reply doesn't convince Selina at a slightest. This gentleman clearly hides more than what's on the surface. However, she was in no position to probe. In doing so would risk the mentorship to be discontinued at a moment's notice. Darkwill approached and took the liquid medicine, replacing its containment with a small bottle. Bottle clearly couldn't hold all of its contents, so Darkwill only filled it with a portion from the glass container. Well. Here you go. A simple medicine for treating mild illnesses. Darkwill handed the small bottle to Selina, a token of her effort. He then listed. Remember, it can only cure cold, fever, diarrhea, and other basic sickness. I prescribe you to drink it with a spoonful 3 times a day if you experience any of these diseases. Wait. So you can prescribe a conventional medicine? Why make your customers drink a boiled chicken's foot? Selina was dumbfounded of Darkwill's strange antics. Seeing the sun was already at an angle from the sky, Darkwill fixed himself and said. That will be all for today. Just as he was about to leave and Selina following him, the door suddenly chimed once more. Apart from Selina, it seems a new customer had noticed the shop. When Darkwill and Selina returned to the main counter, they saw a youngster, about 4 feet tall, wearing a cap. He wore a stitched coat and a worker's small pants, both were poorly maintained. Holding his satchel, the boy looked at the two and said. Do you have any medicine for a severe coughing? Chapter 56, Medicine. Selina quickly recognized the child, clad in clothes with prominent sewn linings. Although the youngster didn't seem to recall Selina, maybe due to her being concealed by her sun hat at that time. He didn't bother paying attention as he pleaded. Any medicine can help. Darkwill inspected the child's clothing, then proceeded to return behind the counter. Selina didn't follow, instead she remained standing on the side, holding her sun hat intertwined with her hands. You said severe coughing. We don't have that here. Darkwill blatantly confessed. Huh. The youngster's eyes was astonished, worry creeping in. But this is a herbal store. The child retorted. Darkwill scorned and said. The herb which usually the major ingredient in creating that specific medicine, the sanctuary root from the Phaenopotter Kingdom, is rarely distributed in this city. Or at least, I haven't gotten a batch of it in a while. He added, silently wondering his producer of herbs, Charmaine. But dash. You're persistent, want me to give you a herb that instead worsen whoever you intend to give the medicine to? Darkwill narrowed his eyes. Seeing all of this from the sidelines, Selina couldn't help but intervene. She withdrew the small bottle with the liquid medicine she had concocted earlier from a compartment of her dress and approached the boy. When she offered it, she said. Here, it doesn't entirely cure the illness since it was severe as you described. However, anything could help, right? It's called Spring Agent, it can probably lessen the burden of coughing. The boy, who about to lose hope, rekindled the luster in his face. Really? How much? He probably referring to the price. Selina cleared her throat and said softly. It's £20. Darkwell suddenly blurted, naming the price in Selina's behalf. Selina turned her head to face this greasy-palmed shopkeeper with clear shock and disbelief. It's that pricey? The boy's eyes revealed frantic as he stuttered to compose a word. What? Seeing Selina nonplussed. Darkwell scorned, reasoning his own pricing. Those Evervale orchid are more expensive than it appears. Why don't you cover the expense since you're so kind? He added. Selina was obviously displeased by the Darkwell's act, treading a negative impression of him within her mind. However, she decided to dismiss it for now as its harm and in fact was actually particle of him. She sighed and turned to the boy, whose face turned paler, stuttering silently. But I only had 5 solely. Even then I dash. Selina interrupted. Sigh. It's fine, don't worry. She lowered her body to match the level of the child and took hold of the boy's right hand. Then, after unfurling his fingers, she placed the small bottle to his palm. It's all right, just take it. Selina softly added. The boy was clearly hesitating on accepting her offer. When withdraw herself from him, the boy shivered and said. I couldn't accept this. Mother said free things costs the most. Free things. Selina was caught off guard. However, she softened her expression and said. Was this for your mother? Is she sick? The boy backed slightly. Why yes. This made Selina spared herself from thinking of any excuse as an exchange for the bottle. She revealed a soft, warm smile. Then as an exchange, take good care of her. Listen to her well and become a very reliable person someday. Can that be enough as an exchange from you? Also, keep in mind you have to make her drink a spoonful 3 times a day. The boy didn't respond. It was clear that he had experienced many interactions from adults and peers alike. From most he received negative lash those people. Darkwell raised a brow. He obviously wasn't on board with Selina's decision. Though her nature comes off as naivety, that trait is oftentimes prone to being exploited. After quite some time, Darkwell's patience was beginning to wane as he opened his mouth and said. The lady is already offering it. What's taking you so long just to accept? This startled the boy, prompting his hand to clench the small bottle. He said bashfully. All right. Thank you. Selina didn't add any words and simply gave a soft gleam. The boy thanked once more. His joy wasn't showed but it was pronounced. When he left, Darkwell dropped a parting advice for Selina dismissingly. Be practical, you're not certain that boy genuinely had a mother with a severe illness. Most of these children laying about are raised in a foster home, either a beggar's pawn or a running lamb. Selina went silent, quietly staring at Darkwell. Darkwell furrowed his brows and explained. What I mean is that don't be fooled easily. The world is already crazy enough as it is. It's starting to become harder to believe a person like you could give an advice. Selina remarked inwardly before nodding regardless. Mr. Lawson, about the medicine's ingredients, how much did those actually cost? She asked. Darkwell was about to leave the counter when he heard Selina's question. He halted midway and simply said. I'll add it onto your mentorship, pay it by weekend. All right. Selina replied. Afterwards, she bade farewell to the shop owner, Darkwell. Then exited the store, donned her sun hat and began heading for a nearby public carriage station. Gentle light still casts a lively glow over the cityscape of Tingen. The sun was slightly at an angle from the center, hinting that daylight wasn't been waned much since her lecture from Darkwell had started. Mr. Lawson ended the mentoring quite early. How strange. Selina murmured inwardly. Seeing that the time hadn't passed lunch yet and Darkwell dismissed her much earlier than she had anticipated. Her destination shifted from the usual path to the carriage station to search for a nearby food stalls or restaurants. Since the store wasn't greatly distanced from the municipal square, she quickly found a street crowded with mobile hawkers and opportunist merchants. From there, she saw a street sign that she had failed to notice before. 18 Vlad Street. So that's where Mr. Lawson's store is located. Selina murmured with interest for a moment. However, she passed by it immediately and navigated through the street. The venue was flocked by a variety of pedestrians, wearing either a mundane working clothes or a contrast of layered clothing added with a headpiece. Throughout her trip, she kept her hand within the compartment of her dress, where her wallet is placed. However, she halted first, darting her eyes from one cart to another. I wonder which food stall should I try? At this moment, a whiff of a smoky, meat aroma drifted past her. It came from what seems to be a barbecue stand. All right, I guess it's decided. When she had finally chose a food stall that gave off an appetizing aroma, Selina didn't waste any time and made her way towards the cart. The scent of littered horse feces, intermingled sweat and tempting food fragrance made an environment of both nauseating but lively atmosphere. Selina placed quite a hope on her chosen food stall as she gracefully maneuvered the passing pedestrians. One hand anchoring her sun hat, the other pressed to guard her dress and wallet. She walked briskly then suddenly halted midway. At this moment, for an inexplicable reason, Selina stopped without any thought. What? She stood there for a while, yet nothing happened. Her gaze hovered from one pedestrian to another. However, everything remained at a standard normalcy. A quiet fear and paranoia was slowly blooming in her heart. What is that? Why did I stop? The venue remained the same, the pedestrians still continued their own daily lives. At that moment, strong gusts of wind suddenly blew from the east. Her loose hand that was anchoring her sun hat quickly took hold of the head garment. The wind caressed her dress, enabling them to flow according to its movement. When it slowly receded, Selina sighed a quick breath. So it was just nothing. Sigh. Securing her sun hat and wallet, she began to resume her way toward the barbecue stand. 20 Sailor Street. Haldian Province. Southern Continent. Inside of the White Rose Corp establishment, Isabel was seated on a long, mahogany table. Stacks of papers littered the table's surface, accompanied by books surrounding the early era of Roselle Gustave, venturing into the fog sea. These books seem to have already been read by her and her company, Camille. The two are absorbed by their reading that they both hadn't touched the cup of Southville coffee laid on their side. Throughout this silence, surrounded by bookshelves, Camille was first to put down her book and said, I still couldn't find anything related to the compass. Any luck? Isabel was startled by the lady's inquiry. However, unlike before, she can now maintain a proper conversation. No, I'm actually reading something else. What is it? Camille asked out of interest. It's about a certain tale. Camille wasn't satisfied with her answer, so she tried to scrutinize the book's cover. Legend of the Giant's Court. Isabel quickly closed the book and pressed the title cover onto the table. Camille couldn't help but let out a laugh. So you're actually much more interested with that legend? Isabel felt her face burn as she nodded. The Giant's Court. You know. It actually speaks of a name of a wine, distributed from the Intis Republic. The Ormer wine. Derived from an ancient name. Camille playfully disclosed. Though this name was only referred in the story as a wine of fermented grapes, I think it actually holds much more meaning than what it seems. Isabel composed herself, though she didn't intend on saying anything because of this lady's genuine interest in the history. She decided to say, it's actually the name of the Giant King. King Ormer of the Giant's Court. Suddenly, Camille froze upon hearing this from Isabel. What led you to conclude that? It was one of the things I've discovered. Isabel tried her best to cover her words. This was an information, a knowledge circulated among her peers within the Rose School of Thought. Really? Camille kindled her eyes with curiosity. What more have you discovered? Isabel paused momentarily, then added. King Ormer had a wife. Her name was lost in the fog of history. However, her traces might still remain, such as her title. The two union to birth the god of combat. Unfortunately, I don't have any more discoveries beyond that. Camille listened attentively, then sparked with awe. Wow, King Ormer had a wife. And the god of combat was their son. Wait. I believe I've heard of this before. Old records tells a giant king whose wife, which aligns with your discovery, had a connection with the concept of nurture. Her eyes lit with excitement. Do you think the Earth Mother was actually that wife of King Ormer? Isabel backed slightly. She wanted to decline her theory, but it would only expose herself. Instead, she nodded briefly and replied. Maybe. Camille then returned to her previous poise, she said. But we're getting off track here. We're supposed to find any leads regarding the lost compass. Realizing this, Isabel thought for a moment then asked. Can I take a look? Camille took the compass from her side of the table. Sure. When Isabel felt the smooth, rigidly cold surface of the compass, she weighted it with her hand, deducing that it was about 28 grams. Nothing stands out from a normal kind. Without anything to see out of normalcy, Isabel tried to lift the compass above her head. Seeing this, Camille mused. Are you trying to beseech a god to try and inspect the compass? Isabel turned with furrowed brows. Afterward she lowered it to her level and saw that it remained unresponsive during her act. Camille stopped with her teasing and said softly. It's fine, we've tried multiple methods before, but it would only risk the compass from breaking. Upon doing a few more tests, Isabel ultimately chose to surrender the compass back to Camille. Seeing her company was starting to grow exhausted, Camille stood from her chair and said. The coffees became cold now. Why don't we go fetch new ones? Well, this time, we'll drink them with a Haldean pie. Isabel nodded and left her seat as well. They both left the table and the compass, nestled among the papers and old printed pressed books.